Since 2015, I've been selling on Amazon, and in that time, I've sold over $7 million by reselling products through Amazon online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, replens, and wholesale. Ultimately, I never created my own listings, or very rarely did I do that, and I was just reselling products through these different methods. And in the past 3 years, I've documented every key lesson that I've picked up along the way right here on YouTube. And I wanted to make a massive video that put together my best clips all in one place, all in one resource, covering every single aspect of starting, growing, and scaling an Amazon FBA arbitrage and or wholesale business. And in this video, I cover every topic related to Amazon FBA from start to finish. Now, here are the categories I'm covering. 1, starting your Amazon business and business setup. 2, understanding Keepa and the Keepa Data Product Finder. 3, categories for new sellers. 4, getting ungated. 5, understanding Amazon's buy box. 6, profitability. 7, sourcing. 8, ads management for arbitrage sellers. 9, basics to succeed on Amazon. 10, finances. 11, reviews. 12, prep centers and shipments. 13, software. 14, time management, scaling and outsourcing. 15, transitioning to wholesale. And 16, wealth creation. Now, as you can see, this is a video that covers everything from starting to growing an Amazon arbitrage business to adding in wholesale, and then even to further topics such as wealth creation and storing and saving the wealth that you create through your businesses. And as you can see, this video isn't your typical quick overview. It's long, it's packed with value, and it will take you time to go through it. I recommend getting a notebook out and taking notes throughout, setting aside a day or 2 or a week to get through all of this information, because it's all in one place so that you have an easy access to a resource that can help you get started, grow, and scale your Amazon business. Now, when you stick with this, you're going to gain all of the important lessons that I've learned along the way from growing from 0 to 7 figures per year and selling on Amazon. Now, these are actually all clips that come from other YouTube videos that I've already put onto this platform, just organized in an easy to access format. Now, there are some older videos in here, ones where I had some longer hair and some bad facial hair, if I'm being honest, and ones that are newer. But ultimately, all of these are still relevant today as of the time of this recording. And just keep in mind, there will be new things that come out in the future. So I do recommend subscribing and checking out this channel if you get value from this video, coming back to this channel to get all of the new updates that are coming out and getting new trainings as I put them out. Now, there are a couple resources that I want to direct you to before we get to the trainings. One is free and the other one is paid, depending on where you're at in your business and what you would like to do moving forward. So first, there is a free 30-day training where you will get an email per day from me on 30 different lessons for an Amazon arbitrage and wholesale business. All you have to do is go to askjimmysmith.com/free training, enter in your email, and you'll get an email from me every day for 30 days on how you can get started to grow and scale your business. And 2, the paid option is if you are an advanced seller or a seller that is motivated and looking forward to grow and scale in a serious way. I have a community that's called the Business Building Legends community. There are over 1,500 searchable training videos. There are mastermind groups that are all small groups with monthly group coaching for each mastermind. There's tons of exclusive discounts to help you add money to your bottom line right out the gate as soon as you join. And there's so much more to this community, and I'm really excited about it. It's been around since about 2018 or so. This is an excellent place where you can go if you're motivated and you want to be surrounded by a great community of other sellers. If you're interested in joining, all you have to do to apply is go to askjimmysmith.com/legends, and we will make sure to reach out and have a conversation to see if it's the right fit. Now, enjoy this massive training video, and let's go ahead and get into the first clip. First things first, let's get your Amazon Seller Central account set up. This is your control center for everything related to your Amazon business, from listing products to managing orders and analyzing sales. So here's how you get started. To sign up, go to sellercentral.amazon.com and click on sign up. You'll need to choose between an individual or professional seller plan. Now, if you're planning to sell more than 40 items per month, which I hope you are if you're actually going to be serious about this business, then the professional plan is a better option, as it's going to eliminate a 99-cent per item fee that Amazon charges if you're an individual seller. So if you're selling more than 40 items per month, then this fee ultimately is going to be something that you want to pay a monthly fee for. That way you aren't paying a per item fee on top of it. Then you want to enter in your business information. You'll need to provide 1, your legal business name. You can operate either as an individual using your social security number, or you can register an LLC, which is typically going to be recommended for scalability and liability protection, but ultimately speak with a lawyer on that decision. I am not a lawyer, so make sure to set up your business that's best for your financial liabilities as well as your legal liabilities. 2, enter in your contact information. Amazon will require your email, a phone number, and a business address. It cannot be a PO box. You must have a business address tied to a suite number or even your own home. 3, enter in your tax information. You're going to need either your social security number or your employer identification number or federal EIN. If you have a registered business entity, then that's what you're going to put in instead of the social. 4, you'll need your credit card and bank account. This is where Amazon is going to charge your fees. They're going to also deposit any sales and earnings that you get from the platform. Now, after you enter in all of this information, now comes the verification stage from Amazon. They may ask for documents such as your driver's license or your passport for identity verification. Once you've completed the sign-up process, you'll have access to Seller Central and you're good to go from there. And once you have full access, it's time to start selling. But if you'd like, you can optimize your seller profile by filling out your profile with other detailed business information, such as creating a business description, uploading a logo, and ultimately helps customers feel more confident purchasing from you. But honestly, you don't need to do all of that until you are doing more wholesale or private label type opportunities. If you're just doing arbitrage, you don't need to go through all of the extra setup of filling out your profile unless you want to do that to more legitimize the business and help it to look better to some customers that care about that. Now that your account is set up, let's jump into the first business model, which is arbitrage. Now, arbitrage is one of the quickest and easiest low-hanging fruit opportunities and ways to start selling on Amazon because it involves sourcing products from retail stores or online retailers and reselling them for a profit on Amazon. So here's a breakdown of the 2 main types of arbitrage. First is retail arbitrage. Now, retail arbitrage involves visiting brick and mortar stores like Walmart, Target, Home Depot, regional grocery stores, niche stores that are local to you to find products that can be resold on Amazon for a higher price. Now, the pros with this is that it's easy to start. There's no need for large upfront investments. Products are readily available. You can just go out, find products that meet the criteria you need, buy them, and then sell them on Amazon. Now, the cons here are that it will require physical effort and travel. You're going to be limited by what you can find locally with a retail arbitrage business. However, because it's limited to that area, you're also kind of safeguarding your business from other sellers that don't live in your area. Now, for online arbitrage, it's going to be similar to retail arbitrage, but instead of visiting physical stores, you're going to be sourcing products from online retailers like Walmart.com, Target.com, HomeDepot.com, Lowe's.com, or any other sites that ultimately you can access online. And so the pros here are that it can be done from anywhere. More options to source products, more opportunity to find products that aren't local to you. But the cons here are that shipping times can affect your ability to get products to Amazon quickly. You may have more competition because anyone can do it from anywhere in the world. And there's ultimately going to just be a lower profit margin typically with online arbitrage than if you have less competition through the retail arbitrage. But ultimately, both methods are fantastic ways to get started on Amazon because they're going to allow you to test products. That's key. Test products with minimal risk and upfront investment. By testing products, you're buying anywhere from 2 to 6 of an item instead of with wholesale, you have to buy 50 to 100 of an item or more. Or with private label, you have to buy thousands of units in some cases. And so as you grow and you're testing these products, you can then start using tools and leads lists or even virtual assistants to help automate your sourcing process and then start scaling how many you're buying from there. As you test units and you see that 4 of them sold immediately, well, go out and buy 8, go out and buy 12 and start slowly growing your business from there without a huge, massive risk of buying hundreds or thousands of units of one product and then it not selling through. Now, as you are getting into the world of arbitrage, you will need to get one tool to make this successful and one tool only. There are a lot of tools that exist out there to help you with this, but there is one that you need. That one tool is called Keepa, which you can access at Keepa.com. That's Keepa.com. Now, I'm not affiliated with this tool in any way, but it is the only required paid tool to use in my opinion. Keepa is going to give you access to a product's full pricing, competition, and selling history. There's also some simple ways to use it for sourcing that I've done tons of training on with my YouTube channel here. And if you're looking for a free 16-page guide that's been used by thousands of sellers on how to set up and use Keepa from the most basic levels, head over to askjimmysmith.com/Keepa. Now, ultimately, you want to look for products with a consistent, profitable price that has consistent sales and a consistent movement of sellers, indicating that the product isn't oversaturated. Keepa is going to give you all of this information, and it's a very simple tool that you can use to fully understand if a product is worth purchasing and sending into Amazon. Now, one tricky thing for new sellers is being gated in categories and brands. This can make the process more frustrating as you find good products, but you aren't allowed to sell them on Amazon just yet. So keep in mind that through time, Amazon will begin to trust you as a seller more, and they're going to start to open up these categories and brands. Luckily, Amazon does allow new sellers sellers to start out with 14 different categories that have millions of products that new sellers can sell. So if you are interested in getting ungated and really the process that goes into that, I do also have a free guide for you with over 300 brands for auto ungating at askjimmysmith.com/ungate. And I've done videos on how you can get ungated in categories and in brands, so that way you can maximize the opportunity as much as possible. Now, taking arbitrage one step further, one of the best strategies for building long-term scalable income through this business model is by sourcing replenishable products or replens. Now, replens are items that you can consistently purchase, you can consistently sell, and you can consistently restock, which means that they provide a more predictable and stable income for your Amazon arbitrage business. You are typically going to be buying these full price from a store and selling them for more on Amazon. Now, how do you find replens? Well, first, you want to start locally. Look for everyday items in your local stores. Think groceries or personal care items or household essentials that are selling well on Amazon. Two, you want to use the Amazon Seller app, which will allow you to scan products or search for products in stores and instantly check their profitability on Amazon. Three, you want to focus on brand name products. Replens work best with products that have consistent demand, such as brand name shampoos, cleaning supplies, or snacks. Now, just because a brand is a smaller brand does not mean that they aren't brand name. And so you can also find some of your regional products, things that are local to just your area, that do very well on Amazon, that customers that don't live in your area, for instance, I'm in Orlando, Florida. If I were to move to Washington or another state, I can no longer buy Orlando products. However, if I'm a seller and I put those on Amazon, people in Washington or Missouri or in Maine, they're going to be purchasing these products from me if they like them. And so you can look for any types of brand name products out there. Now, four, riches are in the niches. And if you have a niche that you care about, such as art supplies or music supplies or pet supplies, start looking for items from your favorite niche stores. Because if you know more about these products, then you're going to have a better chance of finding products that you can list on Amazon. Now let's talk about some key benefits of replens. First is consistency. Once you identify profitable replens, you can continue sourcing them, providing a recurring revenue stream. Typically with arbitrage, the way most people have taught it for years at this point is by going out and finding deals and finding products that are on clearance. And as you do that, you have to consistently be looking for more clearance products. Now, what's difficult about that is a constant grind. You cannot start growing and scaling your business through clearance products unless you build a huge team to do so. And so replens will give you that foundation. Look at it as building a house. Each brick that you put into building a house ultimately helps to grow that house bigger and bigger. And each replen is a brick in that house of your Amazon business. And so that's the goal of being able to build some consistency that you can rely on. Yes, replens will go away. Yes, you're going to have some drop off for many different reasons. But ultimately, if you can find products that are full price, you can send them into Amazon, you are then building something that is much more replenishable than the typical arbitrage methods of clearance selling. Now, scalability. As you grow, you can stock larger quantities, allowing you to increase your profits without consistently having to find new products because you've found ones that work, that sell well, and you can go buy more of those. They also will typically have less competition. Many sellers will focus on those hot products, those clearance items, those deals, but replens typically are going to fly under the radar, meaning you often face less competition because you're not going to be dealing with all of the hot sales or the hot items that are doing really well. You're looking for those stable brands, those stable items that you can buy over and over again and send into Amazon over and over again. And once you've found a few reliable replenishable products, you can build a strong foundation for your Amazon FBA business. The key is to continually test and scale what works. Let's shift gears a bit and talk about wholesale for a minute, because I know a lot of people are interested in this, and it's one of my favorite, if not my biggest favorite business model for Amazon, because one of the most powerful ways that you can grow your Amazon FBA business is with wholesale. Now, in this model, instead of buying products from retailers, you're purchasing directly from manufacturers or distributors in bulk. And here's why wholesale is such an excellent strategy. First, it's going to lower your product costs, most likely. Buying in bulk is going to give you access to lower prices, which is going to increase your profit margins. Second, it's going to have a consistent supply. You don't have to worry about finding new products every week, and you can reorder the products as needed. Now, you can still have stockouts with a supplier or a distributor, but it's going to be much less so than if you're relying on a retailer to be able to supply those products to you, because you're going direct to a distributor or the brand themselves. Three, you're going to have less competition. While arbitrage can sometimes have a lot of sellers competing for the same products, wholesale will allow you to establish relationships with brands and potentially secure exclusive rights to sell certain products on Amazon. Now, how do you get started with wholesale? That's a big question, and it's one that kind of bucks against what I've been talking about, the replens arbitrage methods, because with replens and arbitrage, you can test small. But I just mentioned mentioned with wholesale that you can buy more and in bulk. Well, ultimately the goal is to take those replenishable products and start finding wholesalers or distributors or brands that you can then take those tested replens and turn them into a much bigger model in your business. You can start testing 4 to 10 of an item from a store, see that it's selling well, and then go find a distributor that you can purchase that in bulk from, so that way you can grow and scale with wholesale that way. Now, you will need to create a business entity. Most wholesale suppliers only sell to registered businesses. So if you're using your social security number on your Amazon account, it may be best to be able to set up an LLC and get a federal identification number. And while you're doing that, make sure to obtain a resale certificate. Now, this is typically going to be state by state. This will allow you to purchase products tax-free from your suppliers, and this is something that most businesses require to be able to purchase from them. Now, next, as I mentioned, you want to turn your replens arbitrage products into wholesale accounts. You don't want to spend a ton of time at first looking for wholesale suppliers on new products. Instead, you want to take your replens knowledge and reach out to your best brands to find a distributor or work with the brand directly. This is a great way to get started in wholesale because you don't have to set up a whole new model that ultimately you're reaching out 100 times a day to new brands. Yes, that can work, but it's always best to start with products you know, like, and trust, and then you can start an outreach program of prospecting for wholesalers in the future if you decide to double down on this method. Now that you understand the different models, let's dive deeper into the sourcing process and how to evaluate products to make sure they'll be profitable on Amazon. Now, whether you're doing arbitrage or replens arbitrage or wholesale, product research is key to success. And so here's how you're going to evaluate potential products. One, you can use the Amazon Seller app. This is free. It comes with the account. When you're outsourcing, doing retail arbitrage or even online arbitrage, you can always use the Amazon Seller app to search for your products. And you also will be able to check the current price with the Amazon Seller app, comparing the price that you can buy the product for in store with the current selling price on Amazon. In the app, you're also going to be able to see the FBA fees. Amazon does take a percentage of each sale, and the app will show you the fees. Typically, the fees are around 40% of the sale price. And then finally, profitability. The app is going to be able to calculate your estimated profit after Amazon's fees. Now, there are some tools for online research to keep in mind if you're looking to do online arbitrage. As I've mentioned many times in this video, Keepa, this tool will track your historical prices and sales rank on Amazon. It's going to help you understand whether a product's price fluctuates or stays stable, which is very important with replenishable items. You don't want a product that's jumping up and down in price. You want a stable price as much as possible. The next tool is RevSeller or ASIN. Both of these tools are extensions for Amazon product pages that help you calculate profitability without having to open multiple tabs. You're doing your online arbitrage sourcing and you are opening up a separate tab to calculate profitability for free. That's fine. You can use the Amazon Seller profitability calculator, but if you use RevSeller or ASIN, it will populate on the Amazon detail page, so you can just stay right on that page to see if it's profitable and to see a lot of other information that comes with those tools. Now, you can actually check out a discount link for RevSeller at askjimmysmith.com/RevSeller. And then the next tool that you may want to look into is called Replen Dashboard at replendashboard.com. This tool allows you to track all of your restock needs for your inventory and to store thousands of leads that will update regularly with up-to-date information on pricing and profitability. Only costs $7 per month as a seller if you're doing under $10,000 per month. So to me, it's a no-brainer if you're brand new and you've got the money to add $7 to your expense line. This is an excellent tool to use at replendashboard.com. Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about how Amazon FBA works from start to finish. Amazon FBA simplifies the process of fulfilling orders, which allows you to focus on sourcing and growing your business. You can focus on the most important pieces of information for your Amazon business instead of worrying about all of the fulfillment and customer service. So one, sending inventory to Amazon. This is going to be a regular occurrence for you. Once you've sourced your products, you're going to need to ship them to Amazon's fulfillment centers. You can then create a shipping plan in Seller Central, where Amazon will provide you with labels and the addresses of where you're going to have to send your products into with their Amazon warehouses. Now, if you're prepping your own products, you are going to need quality supplies to do so, such as poly bags and tape and boxes. Now, I do recommend checking out supplylegends.com if you're looking for quality supplies at a reasonable price. Also, if you don't want to prep your items yourself, you can look for a prep center to do this for you, a company that will prep and ship items for you. Now, I recommend checking out prepcenternetwork.com to see a list of prep centers that many people use and like and trust. Now, second, Amazon will fulfill orders for you. Once all of your items are in Amazon's fulfillment centers and then a customer buys a product, Amazon is going to pick those items, pack them, and ship it directly to their customer. Now, they will also handle the customer service and any returns on your behalf. Now, 3, the importance of Prime shipping. So when you use FBA, your products become eligible for Amazon Prime, which means that you're going to have faster shipping for your customers and a higher likelihood of sales. There are sellers that elect to do fulfilled by merchant, where they are fulfilling all the items to the customers and all of the purchases that come through. Ultimately, though, with fulfilled by merchant, you may make a little bit more in profit on some items, but you're going to have to deal with a lot more of the customer service, and you're going to have to make sure that you get these products to a customer on time. And ultimately, in my opinion, I like doing FBA so that Amazon just handles it all. But FBM is an excellent opportunity to make some good money depending on where you're at in your business and what your preferences are. And then 4, keep an eye on your inventory levels. It's crucial to monitor your inventory to avoid stockouts, as running out of stock can actually hurt your rankings and your sales momentum within Amazon. So you can use tools like Replen Dashboard, as I mentioned earlier, to help manage your inventory. But if you can stay on top of your inventory levels, it's going to help your business tremendously, because you're able to buy products, send them in that you know are selling well, and then you can sell more of them, right? So that's the whole goal. You need to focus on buying products, sending in products. Those are the 2 main things that you're doing. And part of that buying process is restocking good items that sell well. Now, as your business grows, it does become essential to automate and optimize those processes to save time and scale efficiently. Now, here are some other must-have tools and software in addition to what I've already mentioned for managing your Amazon FBA business as you're growing and scaling. You don't need this right now if you're brand new, but as you're growing, you should look at some of these other tools. Now, the first one is going to be a tool such as Inventory Lab or Scan Power. Now, these 2 tools integrate with Amazon to streamline the listing creation, prep and ship processes. They even have some bookkeeping tools that can help you manage the money side of your business, but ultimately these are going to help you speed up your shipment processes. Inventory Lab is the long-standing one that most people use, and Scan Power is one that has been around for a long time as well, that people have been turning to in recent years. I have used and like both for different reasons, so check them out as your business grows to see what would be best for you. Now, the next thing is going to be a sourcing tool, such as a Tactical Arbitrage, an Arbitrage Hero, or Nepeto, some of these other tools that are out there for sourcing more products. These tools are perfect for finding profitable products for arbitrage if you use them consistently. Otherwise, you're going to be paying for a software that you're not using. So make sure that if you do pay for a software, you're going to use it regularly, because this will allow you to scan multiple websites at once. Now, the next tool to think about is a repricer. These tools are going to allow you to automate repricing strategies to stay competitive in the Amazon marketplace regularly. If you don't have a repricer, then you have to go in and manually reprice against your competition. And so having a tool that does this for you will not only make you more money, it will also save you time, and it's an excellent thing to add in as soon as you can. Ultimately, Aura is the one that I use, and it also has an excellent early stage program that's only $27 per month. You can check that out at askjimmysmith.com/early stage if you're interested in it. Now that you've got your products live and selling, let's talk about scaling your business even more. And so scaling your Amazon business will require both managing your existing inventory and expanding your sourcing strategies. So to diversify your product portfolio, you want to make sure that you're not relying on just one type of product or one type of sourcing method. Use a combination of arbitrage, replens, and wholesale sourcing methods to keep your product portfolio fresh and scalable, to keep diversifying the way that you're operating in your business. Now, the next thing is you're going to want to outsource and automate this. As your business grows, you may want to outsource tasks such as sourcing, prepping, shipping, and account health. All of these things will move you from much of the day-to-day grind and allow you to focus on what you do best in your business to work on it instead of in it. So you may be looking for virtual assistants and other team members to help grow your business. And then the next thing is to expand to other marketplaces. As your business hits a certain level, you want to make sure that that solid foundation that's been built on Amazon is something that you can consider expanding to other e-commerce platforms like Walmart.com, eBay, or any others. Diversifying your sales channels can protect your business from Amazon's policy changes, give you some more stability if anything were to change in your account health, and ultimately allow you to have some confidence that you've got multiple methods for making money online and for growing and scaling your business. Don't get fined $10,000 by the US government. What we're going to be discussing is the new Beneficial Ownership Information Report that has to be filed by every business owner in the United States. Otherwise, you could face fines of up to $10,000 and 2 years of imprisonment. So let's go ahead and get into it. All right, as you can see here, I have pulled up my screen at fincen.gov/BOI. That is the website for the information on the Beneficial Ownership Information, which is a new reporting requirement that started on January 1st, 2024, and business owners, for the majority of us, have until January 1st, 2025 to file this. Now, there's a bunch of information out there. There's also a bunch of scams out there. I'm just going to put this out there that that I am not a lawyer, an accountant, a tax person, anything. I'm just giving you this information to tell you, hey, this is something you should be checking out in your business so that you don't get fined up to $10,000. Now, let me show you that before I get into what this really is, because here on this website, this is deep within the information on this new reporting requirement, is that the penalties that individuals face for violating these requirements are up to $500 each day, or that person may also be subject to criminal penalties of up to 2 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Now, this is for anyone that willfully violates the BOI reporting requirements. They may be subject to these fines. For any of us, that could mean that we just missed the reporting deadline. We didn't realize that it was something that we had to do. So I want you to be aware that whether you're doing Amazon FBA, e-commerce, some other business, ultimately we need to be up to date on these reporting requirements in our business. Now, as you can see here on this website, it shows when do I report. If your company was created or registered prior to January 1st, 2024, then you have until January 1st, 2025 to report this beneficial ownership information report. Now, if your company was created or registered on or after January 1st, 2024 and before 2025, then you must report the BOI within 90 calendar days after receiving actual or public notice that your company's creation or registration is effective, whichever is earlier. So if you created your business in 2024 in the United States, then you have 90 days after that date to be able to file this BOI report. If you're someone that created it before January 1st of 2024, then you have until the end of 2024 to get this done. And now the next step is, if this is after 2025 when you are seeing this, then you only have 30 calendar days after receiving an actual or public notice that your business was created or registration was effective. So if you're watching this sometime in the future and it's 2025, you need to be sure that you're doing this within 30 days after you have actual or public notice that your business was created or registered. Now, this is important because as business owners, these are things that are easy to miss. So I highly recommend talking to your accountant or tax person, as well as talking to a lawyer, someone that can help you through with this. But if you're trying to get through this and do this on your own, then if you go to fincen.gov/BOI, that link is above, and we'll be sure to put it here in the description for you so it'll pop up. Ultimately, here's the information for how you file. If you qualify for an exemption, because there are some businesses that will qualify for an exemption, there are few cases, but it still can happen. So be sure to look at that. And then how do you get a FinCEN ID? All of these questions are covered here for you if you want to get the answers to them. Now, there is also a brochure on how to do this reporting. You can see here, it gives a little bit more background on this actual act that in 2021, Congress enacted the Bipartisan Corporate Transparency Act to curb illicit finance. Essentially, they're trying to stop people from having shell companies and putting illegal finances into legitimate businesses and trying to, operate in that way. And this is going to allow the government to be able to see and make sure that the businesses that are operating are doing so above board and in the right way. Essentially, this law is going to require many companies doing business to report information about who ultimately owns or controls them. And so that is going to be what they're trying to get the information for. Should be fairly simple, especially as we get used to this process. And as I'm assuming business ownership creation continues on into 2025 and even in 2024, they may have more tools at your disposal to be able to help you file this information up front if you're creating any new businesses. So who has to report? Now, companies required to report are called reporting companies. Reporting companies may have to obtain information from their beneficial owners and report that information to FinCEN. Now, the company may need to report if it's a corporation, a limited liability company or an LLC, or was otherwise created in the United States by filing a document with the Secretary of State or any similar office under the law of state or Indian tribe, or a foreign company and was registered to do business in any U.S. state or Indian tribe by such a filing. So basically, almost every business is going to have to do this. There are exceptions, and you can find that at the website that I mentioned earlier. They do have an FAQ, which it shows the exceptions, but ultimately this is going to be the majority of businesses. Now, I will warn you once again, even here, there's an alert that FinCEN has learned of fraudulent attempts to solicit information from individuals and entities who may be subject to reporting requirements under the Corporate Transparency Act. So be sure that if you're doing this, you're working with someone you know, like, and trust, that you're not receiving some sort of a spam call that's trying to get you to give them the information, that you're not going to some sort of sketchy website that's charging you a bunch of money to be able to do this, or even saying they'll do it for free for you if you give them your information. Find someone that you know, that you like, that you trust, a company that can help you with this, or file it yourself and go through that process of doing this in your own business. Ultimately, as business owners, we are responsible for the documents that get filed on our behalf. We're responsible responsible for how we file those things and for understanding how the business operates. So it's something that we should be aware of and only work with companies that we know, like, and trust. Now, the specific information that the company is going to need to report is here. A reporting company will need to provide, 1, its legal name and any trade name or DBA, or doing business as name that you might have. 2nd, its address. 3rd, the jurisdiction in which it was formed or first registered, which may be different if you've moved, depending on whether it's a U.S. or foreign company. And 4, its tax identification number. For each of your company's beneficial owners and each company applicant, if required, your company will need to provide the individual's 1, legal name, 2, birth date, 3, address, in most cases a home address, and 4, an identifying number from a driver's license, passport, or other approved document for each individual, as well as an image of the document that the number is from. So as you can see, it's not a ton of information or difficult to obtain information if you're a legitimate business operating properly, but ultimately this is something where the government's trying to make sure that they've got the right owners, that there's people not using businesses as a way to move money around or in some sort of fraudulent or illegal way. And this is something that has to be done. Otherwise, you could be facing the fine or the penalty of up to $500 per day and up to 2 years in prison and $10,000. So we definitely want to make sure that we are avoiding those fees. In my 9 years of experience as an Amazon seller, these 3 things are what I wish I had known from the very beginning. First, private label is not the best way to start for new sellers on Amazon. Now, I've been preaching this for years at this point, and the reason is because I have seen dozens, even hundreds of people probably come through the communities that I'm a part of that had the worst private label opposite of success stories, the failure stories of private label. They found a course online, somebody that was selling some sort of content from YouTube, from TikTok, from Instagram, and they purchased this course, most likely for $1,000 or higher. And in some cases, they'll spend $10,000 for somebody to make their private label for them. But the issue with that is that you are a new seller. You know nothing about the Amazon platform. You know nothing about the way that it works. You don't know how the returns process works. You don't know how shipment process works. You don't really know how to understand keywords and the right types of listings on Amazon. And those courses are designed to teach you how to do these things. The problem is you don't have the basis of knowledge that will help you get started in the right way. So by following those trainings that for whatever course was purchased, you end up finding out that you need to place large orders, typically from overseas. And those orders many times can range from anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 just for one order, so you can get enough volume to make the price per unit small enough. But then you have to deal with freight, and you have to deal with getting them checked in through customs. You have to deal with getting the products prepped and shipped, etc. And there's all of these intricacies to the private label model that causes people to fail. And so the communities that I'm a part of almost end up becoming a burn unit of sorts of a bunch of people that come in and say, I tried this private label thing, and I have 1,000 units sitting in my garage that won't sell. And so the way to start is going to be through much lower risk models, things that you can start with $100 to $1,000, but you're able to spread the risk over tens to hundreds of different types of products. It depends on how much capital you have to start at that point, but you're able to spread the risk over multiple products. In addition to that, you should start with a model that allows you to see the selling history of a product. And that selling history would come through the form of a software called Keepa.com. I'm in no way affiliated with Keepa, but this software tells you the selling history, the price history, how many sellers have been on this listing consistently through time. That information allows you to make much more informed buying decisions versus buying products based off of a niche or a keyword that you're trying to target, spending a bunch of money on advertising and getting the product over here and shipped into Amazon just to see the product not do well. You're putting all of your eggs into one basket with private label as a new seller, versus if you were to start with the Arbitrage Replens model that I've been teaching since 2019 on this channel. These are the things that will allow you to have a stable base, a foundation of cash flow coming in when you buy the right products through replenishable arbitrage items from store shelves, selling them onto Amazon. You can buy them from Walmart, Target, local regional grocery stores, send them into Amazon, and you're able to make a profit with much lower risk. You are finding the low-hanging fruit opportunities and selling them on Amazon instead. This then can turn into a private label product in the future. You may be selling for 5-6 months, a year, and doing well sell with those arbitrage replenishable products, but then you find out that one product is a gap in the market that then you can go and create private label products for, or branded bundle products for, which I've taught on this channel as well. That's also kind of a lower risk option instead of private label, but kind of starts to move you up the ladder as an Amazon seller. Now, the second thing that I wish that I had known from the very beginning 9 years ago, whenever I started on Amazon, was truly the need for connection and community, even though I was starting this business so that I could work from home and do it by myself, right? That was the whole point. And most people's point is to get away from doing their work, get away from being employed and having their own full-time business from home so they can do everything in the comfort of their own home. They can, just have control over their schedule and the full autonomy of what their life looks like. But what is extremely important, and as I look back on my 9 years, I see the biggest moves in my business happen because of connections and community that I'm surrounded by. It can be very easy as an online entrepreneur to get behind my computer screen and just do anything and everything that I can from my house and never talk to anybody. But the problem is then I'm not learning as many new things. Then I'm not able to converse with other people. As human beings, we are designed by God for connection with one another. And as a business owner, the business is designed to serve other people. And the best way to serve other people is to truly talk to other people. And so there are a few communities that I recommend depending on where you're at in your business and what you're trying to learn from an Amazon perspective or an e-commerce perspective. One is the free community that I'm going to recommend. I've been in this actually since I started, and I've really been much more involved over the last 4, 5, 6 years at this point, and it's called the My Silent Team community. It is a completely free Facebook group with over 70,000 members. All you have to do is go to bit.ly/MST group. That link is below and in the description for you. It is a very caring community, completely free, so that you can learn, you can see other success stories, you can help other people. It is the best online community I've ever been a part of. And then if you're looking for a paid community, maybe you're somebody that's new and very serious about getting started in your Amazon business, or you're more experienced. You're somebody that's doing $10,000 per month in sales already. You just want to be surrounded by other successful sellers. Then I recommend the Business Building Legends community that I own and operate. It's been around for 6 years, and it's actually, I came up in the Legends community and ended up becoming the owner of it over time. But this community is here to help you get integrated into masterminds, get integrated into advanced learning opportunities. And all you have to do is go to askjimmysmith.com/legends, and you can fill out the application to join there. And the reason that these communities are so important is because if you are serious about growing and scaling your business, you need to be surrounded by other people. You also need to be serving other people so you can answer other people's questions and you can have your questions answered, whether it's through the free opportunities or the more paid, intimate communities, whatever you're looking for. Every major change in my business has come from a result of some other person that has been introduced into my life, and I could spend 30 minutes to an hour going through each and every person from a business perspective that has changed my life through communities that I've been a part of. So this is something I definitely recommend getting involved with, no matter your level, because there's free and paid options for you. And the third thing that I wish that I knew whenever I was starting out on Amazon was that you do not need to sell physical products to be able to sell on Amazon or to take advantage of the Amazon opportunity. And the reason for this is there are multiple different options that Amazon gives you. One would be Merch by Amazon, which is selling designs and other things on t-shirts, on hoodies, on other little promotional type items. You can create your own design, place them onto those different products, and Amazon will sell those and print them for you. They are print on demand. You don't have to go out and buy a bunch of t-shirts and stock them in Amazon's warehouses. Amazon will do that for you. There's also the KDP program, or the Kindle Direct Publishing program, where you can publish things like books. Maybe you want to write and publish your own book, self-publish it. You can do that, and Amazon will print that on demand as orders come into their platform. I've actually done that. It's been an Amazon bestseller. It's called Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, going from $0 to $100,000 per month with retail and online arbitrage. But if you don't want to write, you don't have to write a book either. There are plenty of people I know that sell journals, that sell planners, that sell even books without any content in them, or at least very low content in them. People that sell coloring books, so many different options. But these things don't require you to have inventory that you purchase and house at the Amazon warehouse. Instead, you use your skills, you use your designs, maybe you hire a virtual assistant or somebody that is much more skilled in design to make them for your book. These are the things that you can do without any money out of your pocket. Now, if you hire somebody, obviously that's going to be some money out of your pocket, but you don't need to do that, right? You can do it on your own time. If you're somebody with no money to get started, this is a way that you can kind of take advantage of that opportunity to start growing some capital, and then you can take any profits from that and put it into either more of the KDP or merch designs, or you can put it into buying physical products to sell on Amazon. But these opportunities exist, and you don't have to start with a bunch of money to be able to sell physical products on Amazon. You can start with things like KDP or merch that allow you to take advantage of the Amazon opportunity without purchasing any inventory at all. Now, one word of caution here, especially with the advancements of artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, if you were to write anything utilizing ChatGPT, Amazon has its own artificial intelligence, and they've got their own bots that can be looking for plagiarized material, and so you have to be careful with that. Even though you may not think that it's plagiarized because ChatGPT or AI wrote it, a lot of times they are pulling from other sources, and so if you try to create a book or do something that is not of your own work that artificial intelligence wrote, you can actually get that book taken down and your account banned. So you have to be very careful about this. Don't just try to use the easy method. You can go find a lot of free videos on YouTube, even some content that I've made, and this can help you to get started on the platform much more quickly. So what is Keepa? Now, Keepa is simply a software program that has been around for a long time. Now, the software actually used to be free whenever I started, but now it costs anywhere from $20 to $25 per month, and it actually depends on the exchange rate and where you're located. So if you are purchasing this at the time of this recording, it could be anywhere from $20 to $25 per month, or if you're watching this in the future, it may be a little bit more expensive. It all depends on the timing of it and the exchange rate. But Keepa allows us to see the historical data on a product. And I'm gonna go through a bunch of examples here in just a minute. Now, this historical data is extremely important because first we can see the sales rank graph, and that information allows us to see how often this product is selling. Now, it's not an exact measurement of sales, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, but it does give us an indicator of, is this product selling consistently? Because we're seeing the movements in Amazon's sales rank over time. The second thing that it allows us to see is the historical pricing, and specifically the historical buy box pricing of what Amazon is showing to customers. Now, some of this information can allow us to know if the product is profitable, if it ever dips below a profitable level, and really what we can expect to hopefully sell it at in the future. And then the third main thing that we learn from Keepa is the historical competition. And we're going to go through that example as well of what does the competition look like historically? Maybe during different seasons, the competition skyrockets, or maybe it's been at a steady level for a long time, and we can feel some confidence that if we were to list on this product, that we would be able to sell out of the product without too much competition. And then actually there's a fourth thing that Keepa recently added. I made a whole video on it, which is seeing some monthly sales information that's given to us by Amazon, and Keepa is tracking that information. So we're going to go through some examples of that as well, so we can see what Amazon is telling us is actually selling on a monthly basis for particular products. Now, some of these products don't have that information, others do, and so we're going to show you what that looks like in this video. Okay, now before I actually get into these examples, I want you to know that I actually have a free Keepa training guide. It's over 16 pages now at this point. You can get it by going to askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. That link is below and in the description. And whenever you do that, you're actually going to see a bunch of information for how to set up Keepa, and we're going to talk about some of this stuff in this video, but it'll allow you to see it in a written format as well as with a bunch of different examples of what I would or would not purchase depending on the different types of products. So it is a very helpful guide. I've used it to train employees and thousands of other students, and so I recommend checking it out at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. Now, taking a look at this example, we can see, now this is just for a generic product. This is not a product that you should necessarily go out and buy or anything. I just wanted to show some examples here. So all the examples aren't actually products that you should go buy necessarily unless you have them at a profitable price. These are just examples for how do you read these Keepa charts. Now, for a lot of people, this may be very overwhelming. This is what Keepa has a Chrome Chrome extension on your Google Chrome browser looks like. Now, we're going to be just discussing these graphs in this video. I've got separate videos on the Keepa Data Product Finder and using that tool, so be on the lookout for those after this video. But there are a few things that you need to make sure that you have turned on your Keepa graphs. We've got all of these options over here, and so if I were to click that, it goes away, right? I can make all of these different lines disappear if I don't want to see them. So we need to know, what do we want to have shown on our Keepa graphs to allow us to have the best amount of information possible to be successful in reading Keepa charts. So I do recommend, and I actually go through this in the Keepa guide of what you need to have turned on, but I do recommend having the sales rank turned on, having the buy box turned on. I also recommend having these new third-party FBA turned on. If you're going to ever do fulfilled by merchant, where you're actually selling the products and shipping them to the customers yourself, you can click new third-party FBM and have those populate as well. Now, if you ever see Amazon as an option on here, I would recommend turning on the Amazon option, because it will show you whenever Amazon is selling a product and what the pricing was when Amazon was on the listing. So that's a very important other one that I would also have. Additionally, down here, I actually typically turn these green ones off because they're actually very similar. If we were to look at this, they're very similar graphs to the above graph here with this sales rank graph, so I don't need to see this redundant information. To actually turn these off, but I do currently leave the monthly sold on. This is a new feature that Keepa just released. It's actually tracking information since August of 2023 when Amazon came out with these monthly sold amounts, and Keepa is tracking this for us. Now, additionally, I also have new offer count on. You can, at times, if you want to see the review count, do that. This gives us another indicator of if a product is selling or not. But I don't recommend having the rating, because I don't care about the historical rating of a product. But sometimes review count I will turn on, but for the purposes of this video, I'm going to leave that off, because new offer count is really the most important out of these three options down here. Now, additionally, whenever you are evaluating Keepa graphs, you've got an option down here of what's the range that you want to see of history. Now, if you just want to see one day, you can click on day and it'll show us that. You can also see the week, the month, the 3 months is what it typically will default to. And then what I recommend is the year chart, because we want to see what it has looked like on the past year. This allows us to see seasonal information. It allows us to see if there were a huge dip in the price where maybe we'd run that risk of not being profitable on it if it dipped back to that price point. And so this is important to look at the last year, if at all possible. Sometimes it won't have that much information, or sometimes, like in this case, it will have all 1,677 days. This can be helpful for seasonal products if you want to see how it's sold in every Q4, for instance, every Christmas season. But for the most part, I am typically looking at the last year, unless it's a much more seasonal item where I want to see what it's done in past seasons, whether it's the summer, it's Christmas, it's Thanksgiving, etc. That's where you're looking at the all history would be helpful if it's available. Now, you also have information down here such as statistics, and you can compare international prices. You can share the graph. You can also click on less historical data, and whenever you do that, last bottom graph goes away. So if you're not seeing the seller count or the competition, click on more historical data, and this bottom graph will populate. Also, if you're not seeing this middle graph right here, these would be controlled by this sub-rank section. So you can click that, that will go away, and you can just click that again to have that show up for you. So we want to make sure that we're seeing all three of these boxes at this point, because it gives us all the information that we need to make the best purchasing decisions possible. All right, now the three main things you're going to be looking at is going to be, one, the sales rank, so this green line going up and down. The second thing would be the buy box price, and if there is no buy box, then looking at the third-party FBA price. Those two things will give us some pricing indicators of whether or not this is going to sell profitably for us now and into the future. And then the third thing that you're looking at is this new offer count. This is the competition that we can expect, or that we can see for the history of this listing. We can see all of that information and kind of what that trend is. So as I'm looking at a Keepa graph, I want to see first, is it selling well? And if you see these green lines for the sales rank going up and down consistently, that indicates that it's selling well. That indicates that it's having multiple sales happen. Now, each drop in this sales rank line does not mean one sale. It could mean 5 sales, 10 sales. It could mean just about anything. But it does mean at least one sale happened. In the majority of instances, we'll see a drop, and that means at least a sale happened. It could, again, be 5 or 10. There could be multiple drops that happen at once. There's a lot of different factors. But seeing this go up and down consistently means that it's selling consistently. And that's important because we know that if we're sending in a product, we want to make sure that it's actually a product that's selling on Amazon. So we know that that checks out. This is something that's good. It's going up and down. The next thing that we want to see is the pricing. Now, typically, I recommend taking a look at where does the price land throughout this year. And it seems to land for this particular product, if I zoom in on this, at $14.44 here. It goes up to $15.99, I think I saw, 96, $14.25, $15.95. So it seems to be anywhere from $14 to $16. Right now, it's all the way up to $20. But if I were to be buying this product, I wouldn't be evaluating it based on $19.99. I would want to evaluate this product based on around $15 to $16 because most likely it's going to drop back down to that price point. And that's a huge difference, right? Having a $20 product, if I look at this and this costs, let's just say $6.99, having a $20 product makes me $4.81 or 69% return on investment. That's great. But if it drops down to that $15 price point, I'm making 23% return on investment or $1.62. It's a huge difference in profitability, especially if we were to have looked at it and saw that it was typically at 10 and we were losing money. Then Keepa allows us to see this data and this information, so we know if we can have a good likelihood of making profit if it were to drop back down to here. So that's huge. Now for me, particularly in my business, I may consider purchasing this and trying to sell it at $20 because I know if it drops back down to 15, I'm making more than what I spent on the product. I'm gonna break even or make a little bit of money. That's a good indicator. So for me, as I'm reading these charts, if I see that it's selling consistently and I'm looking at this pricing of a listing, I want to see in the last year, if it dropped to its lowest consistent point, which seems to be here, $14.25, if it dropped down to $14.25 for 5 months, right, then can I make money or break even and get my money back? Because that's a really good opportunity to make sure that you're getting your money out of this product. So if it was $14.25 and it cost me $6.99, I'm making $1, I'm pretty much going to break even after prep expenses and sending it in. That at least tells me, hey, I'm not going to lose money in this instance, so I have a good opportunity to buy this, send it in, and sell it profitably. So that's just as an example, by the way. Now then the third thing we want to check out is this competition, this new offer count down here at the bottom. We want to see that sellers are going up and then going down and then going up and down because this is indicating that the amount of sellers on a listing is not enough for the demand of the product. That we're seeing sellers come on, the demand is still high, and so people buy the products and sellers fall off, and then they come back in, they restock, and then they sell out again. And so that is a good indicator. Now, an issue that you want to watch out for, let's say this was a whole year and we're looking at a year and we're seeing sellers go straight up and to the right. That is a big problem because this indicates that there's not enough demand for the supply. There's too much inventory and sellers aren't selling out of their inventory. So that would be a problem if this was an entire year or a 3-month period. Since this is just a week or so, that's not a big deal. That's why we want to look at the full year and see what it's doing. And currently it had stayed fairly steady and flat, and then they started to sell out, which is why the price is going up. So that's another thing that you may see is that as you see sellers fall off of a listing, you may see the price go up just as it did here. It's gone up to $20 now that there's one seller, whereas before when there was a bunch of different sellers going up and down, it stayed fairly flat and steady. So that's a good indicator. However, if you were to see the opposite, where the sellers were going straight up and to the right, you're probably going to see a product fall in pricing. So if I re-highlight this data point, you can see it was actually at around 17. It went up to 1865 at this point, 1881 there actually. 1881 whenever there was 5 sellers on the listing at that 1881 price. But then as the sellers got up to this point, the price dropped back down to $15. And so that is just showing that as the sellers go up, the price goes down. As the sellers are going down, a lot of times the price will go up. And so these indicators help us to make the best purchasing decisions possible. In this particular case, I would be okay buying this product, sending it in if it was profitable at this $14.25 price point. And so there's plenty of videos I've done evaluating Keepa graphs that may help you make the best decisions there as well. Additionally, there are some other things within a Keepa graph that I cover in the Keepa training guide, such as is this statistics piece and how to take a look at that, the drops, how to read variations, how to look at some of the data, as well as being able to track products here. But for the purposes of this video, I just want to go through the main things that you're looking at. The last thing on a Keepa graph here that is newer to Keepa's software suite is tracking the monthly sold amount. Now this is actually coming from Amazon directly. It's the historical data for the bought in the past month metric as shown on Amazon's search engine's results page. This is just saying, hey, if it's over 50, 50 plus, Amazon's showing that. If it's 100 plus, Amazon is showing that. There's different ranges. I've done a full video on what this actually means and how you can use it. But this is very helpful because in different seasons, you may see a lot of things sell and then it falls off because it's no longer popular in that season. And I have an example for you in just a minute to show what that means. All right, now in this next example, I just want to show this to you. This is a different product. This is Oreos, very popular product, obviously. We can see that the sales rank chart, that's the first thing we're looking at, this green line. The sales rank chart's going up and down a lot. So we know it's selling, that's fine, it checks out. The next thing is the price. This seems to be very steady. So we're seeing about $10, and then back here is around $10. So it seems to sell around that $9.99 price point. Sometimes it goes up to $12, but it sells around this $9.99 price point. So if that's a profitable price for you, then it may be something that you can sell. And then additionally down here in the competition, we're seeing a bunch of sellers falling off, but staying fairly steady. So that is a good product for us to potentially test as long as it's profitable. And that's a completely separate video. And then lastly, this monthly sold, you can actually see back whenever Keepa started tracking this in August, there was about a 50 per month monthly sold. And then Amazon said, hey, now it's up to about 100. And then around December, around the Christmas season, we're seeing 200 sold per month, anywhere from 200 to 500. Because that's the next band typically, but then it dropped down to 100 again, and then it went back up to 200 for a little bit here in February, and then it's dropped back down to this 100. Either way, this is selling a lot, and so that's just an extra indicator to show that it is actually selling. Now, if it's ever selling less than 50, as in this last example where we are no longer selling 50 per month, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't buy it. That just means that it's selling less than 50 times per month. But we can see that it sells very consistently still. So it's still an option to purchase depending on your metrics there. It's just an extra indicator of knowing, is this selling well? How well is this selling? And let's see what the competition is doing in relation to that. And then the last example is actually a seasonal product. This is holiday time. These are lights from Walmart. Actually, this is their private label brand. And we can see, if we look at this, the sales rank is going up and down consistently. Over the holiday season, November, December, January, the sales rank really ramps up and we're seeing a lot better sales. Obviously, we've got a 1,200 sales rank at one point. It's really selling a lot. So this is indicating, hey, this sells a lot, but definitely over the fourth quarter here of the year, November or October, November, December, and then into January, we see a lot of sales happen for these Christmas lights. And so what we want to look at is, all right, it's selling well, so sales rank checks out. The second thing is the buy box price. What does the price do? Naturally, as there's more sales and we see more sellers and competition come on, we also then see the price drop from about $29 down to this $20 price point whenever we're at the peak of the amount of sellers here. So we're seeing that as the amount of sellers increase, the price drops, and that is just a very good indicator of what we should expect during that selling season. But now that we're out of the fourth quarter, we can see a bunch of sellers have fallen off, and so the price is starting to increase, and we're also seeing a slower amount of sales, but it's still selling fairly well. So this is where Keepa can be very helpful and valuable. As we get into the fourth quarter next year, we should probably expect the price to fall off as it did this year. Additionally, we can see with this monthly sold amount that it wasn't tracking here, so it's probably selling less than 50 times per month around October, September, but then it hit that 100 per month sold, and then 200, 300, 400, 500, 1,000, and at its peak in December, we're seeing 3,000 sold per month. And so we know that this is really selling a lot in the seasonal time period, and then it really starts to tank pretty quickly a few weeks after, and it drops down to about 500, and then it goes down to 400, 200, 100, and it's kind of stayed at that 100 per month sold over the last couple months. So this just gives us a good indicator of, is this selling well? And then lastly, because of this competition, we can see as more competition comes on, this is just key, that as it does come on, you can see the price just go down while the amount of sellers is going up. And so it's just a very important metric. We can also look at the entire history of this, and we can see each year during Q4, what happens? A bunch of sellers come on, the price tanks. A bunch of sellers come on, the price tanks. Bunch of sellers come on, the price tanks. And we just see that pattern every year. So that's where seeing the entire history of a seasonal product is also very helpful. Now, like I said, there's a lot more that goes into Keepa, but I wanted this video to be on how do you read these Keepa graphs? What's the tutorial here? How do we use this monthly sold amount now as we are getting into this new feature of Keepa? If you're looking to track products or you want to do some of the more advanced things, I've made plenty of videos on this channel about that. Also, if you want a full guide, that's 16 pages of information for how do you read these Keepa graphs, and I recommend going to askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide, and that will give you all the information for how to set up your Keepa graphs, how to read them, a bunch of examples for you to go through, and really just how you can use it, not just to train yourself, but also train your future employees or anybody else that you're trying to help out with Amazon. It's a very good resource that I've used for thousands of different people at this point, and I hope that it helps you and blesses you. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. As you can see, I have pulled up Keepa.com on my browser, and I want to make sure that I'm showing you the exact steps to even get to the data product finder if you're brand new, because this is important. This is the overview tutorial of everything. If you're a little bit more experienced, I am going to be going through some basic stuff, but I also will be describing 3 different ways that you can source with this tool on this video, so be sure to stay tuned for that. Now, to get to the data product finder, you simply go to Keepa.com. You can see this is the home screen here, and there's a bunch of different options up at the top. All you have to do is click on data, hence Keepa data, and then the product finder. So Keepa data product finder. Now there's a bunch of other options here, and I've actually discussed some of these options on my channel and other videos, but we're specifically going to be talking about the product finder today. Now, whenever you click into that, there is a ton of information that you see on the screen. It can be extremely overwhelming if you're not used to really what any of this means. And there's, luckily, if you just want to come on here and see what everything means, there's these little question marks, so you can hover over them, and sometimes it will give a nice little description of what that particular section means on the data product finder. But you can see it just continues to go. There is so much data available to us through this tool, and we can pull back all the products that meet whatever criteria it is that we are looking for to actually sell on the Amazon platform. Now, a few key important points here. I could go into every single line item. I'm not going to do that. I do recommend going here and checking out each individual one, but I am going to go through the important ones that I personally like to use and that I see the majority of Amazon sellers using as well. But again, don't get stuck in your ways. This tool is really great to experiment with and to just try new things and see what products will pull back for you to potentially be able to sell on Amazon. And I really love using this tool and just trying to learn more ways that we can expand our sourcing criteria each and every day. Now, here is a very important one. This is the sales rank chart. Now, you can, if you're looking in a particular category or looking for particular products, you can actually search for any sales rank between a certain amount and upper limit. So if you just want to see everything that is underneath 200,000 of a sales rank, you can do that, and it will pull back, and you can actually see down here your current filter matches 127 million products that are underneath a 200,000 sales rank currently. But what's really powerful with some of this Keepa information is you can actually see 30-day, 90-day, and 180-day averages. And so this is a very important piece of information because we can kind of manipulate the data to show different products that may be picking up speed in how often they're selling, or maybe they're slowing down in how they're selling based off of its history. And so you can really start to manipulate this in the future. And I'll show you some of those examples here in just a bit. But just for purposes of showing you how this works, currently I cleared it out again, so it's not showing any results. If I go to 200,000 as the cap, which is not my recommendation, this is again just for example's sake, we can see that there are, I think I may have done 2 million before. This is 200,000. But we can see there's 32 million products that are underneath the 200,000 sales rank. And let's say that I didn't want, the best sellers on Amazon, but I'm fine with looking at products over 15,000 currently currently. So that's going to limit my results now down to 27 million products. Pretty amazing that we've got that many products in between these current sales rank ranges. Now, if I want to narrow it even further, and let's just say I want to have this have an average of always underneath the 200,000 sales rank mark, then I'm going to go ahead and just put this as the limits for all of these options. And now we're down to 4 million products. So it really narrowed that down quite a bit. Okay, so this is how you can use the sales rank section to look for items that are selling consistently and have been selling consistently over this history of the products. Now you can also look for things that have no sales rank if you wanted to try to find those hidden opportunities, or maybe look for things that are at its lowest ever sales rank so you can see what's really picking up steam in its amount of sales each day. The next thing is the buy box. Now, the buy box, if you don't know, this is what's typically shown on Amazon's sales pages. Now the buy box actually rotates in different areas. So this is just the best data that Keepa has. It may actually be different depending on where you're located in the country. But the buy box is essentially the price that it's selling for. And maybe you want to be able to see prices that are anywhere from $15 at a minimum up to $40 at a maximum. That's what you want to see as the current buy box, for example. Well, now we went from 4 million down to 1.5 million products. And we can do the same thing and just say we want to see minimums always above 15. So that way we know that it's never going lower than that. And I'm fine with keeping the prices here. And now we're still at that 1.5 million products shown. Now, this next section is Amazon. So we can see that Amazon is on a listing or not. I personally typically will recommend for arbitrage sellers to look for times when Amazon is out of stock. So if you do that, it brings it down to 1.4 million from the 1.5. It didn't remove too many, but that is just currently out of stock. This doesn't mean that they've never sold on the listing. As you can see, there's still averages here, but we're just going to leave it as Amazon out of stock. Now, for whatever reason you wanted to compete with Amazon, or you're looking for specific opportunities where maybe you're trying to buy from Amazon and sell it at a higher price later, you're doing an Amazon to Amazon flip, you can use this section very creatively as well. Now, some of these things you can also skip. This is just the new price in general, which takes into account the FBM price, the fulfilled by merchant, as well as the FBA price. You can see just the FBA prices if you wanted to also compete there. And then same here, you can just look at the FBM price in general if you wanted to look for fulfilled by merchant products themselves. All of these I typically will remove for arbitrage and wholesale sourcing. If I am looking for FBM opportunities, you can use this very well. Same with if you're just looking for an FBA price. Maybe there is no buy box currently, but you're looking for an FBA price between certain levels. You can do that also to pull in different results. Also here, if you're selling used products, you can take a look at all these used sections. I personally don't, so we skip that. But there's a lot of information in terms of pricing, rental value, eBay prices as well, if you're looking for some eBay new prices to kind of compare it to. So there's some interesting things that you can do with this. Now, here's where we can get even more detailed in the Keepa Data Product Finder with the title, brand, and more. Now you can then filter these criteria. So whatever you put in this upper box, let's just keep it here for now. We've got 1.4 million products. Well, I can actually take that and go to the categories. Maybe I'm gated. I'm a new seller and I'm gated in specific categories, but I want to check out items in just home and kitchen. Well, I can do that, and it will now change that from 1.4 million to 125,000 products that meet those criteria in the upper box, but are in the home and kitchen category. Well, what if I want to sell in grocery? Well, I can click on that, and now there's only 9,000 products that meet all those criteria from above. So this is really powerful to hone in on your sourcing in specific categories. Additionally, I'm going to go back to all root categories so we can show this. We got 1.4 million products again. You can actually go to subcategories if you want. I don't typically use that, but if you have a specific subcategory that you're interested in, you can actually use that to hone the results even more. And then the text field. So with the title, this is an important field that I personally love to use just in regular sourcing. I've done many videos using this field, and you can see if we hover over this and I try to zoom in there, this title of the product actually works on a keyword basis. So it essentially means that the product's title must contain the specified strings keywords, which are to be separated by a white space. The search is case insensitive. Partial keyword matches are not supported. So for example, you can see here, there's a first example. I'll try to zoom in even more. So digital camera Canon. In that first example, if you're just typing in those 3 words, the title must contain all 3 keywords in any order or position. So that does not mean that it's going to show up in the title of digital camera Canon in that order every time. It could be digital, blah, 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 camera, blah, 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 Canon, right? And those could be just a way for Keepa to pull back any listings that have those words. Now, the next example that they give is digital camera in quotes and then Canon after that. So in this example, the title must contain the keyword digital camera together and then Canon at some other point in the title. So it could be digital camera, blah, 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 Canon. It could be Canon, blah, 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 digital camera. Either way, digital camera has to be together if it's in quotes. And then lastly, you've got another example of a negative sign or a dash and then the word digital right next to it. So dash digital and then space camera. So the title must not contain the keyword digital, but must contain the word camera. And so that is the way that you can use negative keywords if you're looking for things that maybe aren't digital cameras in this example. You're just looking for other cameras that are not digital. Maybe they're more film cameras, right? And so that's a way that you can use the title field very extensively and pull back almost exact results that you need. And it's actually going to go into one of the 3 sourcing examples that I'm going to give here once I'm done going through this overview. But you can use this to really hone in. For instance, if I wanted to look for Oreos as a brand, I could look up the word Oreo, and that's going to pull back 9 products that meet the criteria from above, right? Which is very powerful. Well, if I'm looking for the word Oreos, that's going to change it to 1 product because of the way that the title was done. And so this is a very impactful thing that you can do. Now, if I wanted to look for the word Oreo cookie and it's got cookie in the title, we're going to see Oreo in the title and cookie. We've got 1 product that matches that criteria. Now, if I wanted to see Oreo cookies in quote, most likely, I'm assuming there's going to be 0, but let's see. We've got also showing as 1 product currently that has Oreo cookies. Let's see if we take out the S, now there's 0 products. So see how powerful that can be. I went from Oreo cookies in quotes, which means the title has to contain both next to each other. Got 1 product. And then if I go over here and I change it and I take away the S because it has to be Oreo cookie, it goes down to 0 products. So this is very powerful. I love using the title field for multiple things. You can use it for, let's just say, paleo items, right? There are 165 things that fall underneath paleo. And let's look paleo and then vegan, which may not make any sense, but 82 products there that show up for paleo and vegan anywhere in the title. But if I were to do negative paleo, but I want vegan in there, then we've got 3,349 products that are vegan and don't contain the word paleo. And then lastly, if I were to do negative vegan, let's see how that, got 83 products that include the word paleo but don't include vegan. So very powerful field that you can use. I love it and I recommend using it pretty much in almost any search that you're doing. So it's very powerful. Now the next thing you can do is you can actually see different types of entries here. You've got type, so this would be, any types of drinking cup or hat, rug, sticker, etc. I typically don't use this too often. Product group, also a bunch of different examples like shoes, automotive parts and accessories. And you can also say, hey, it's one of these things or it is none of these things. That makes it really very powerful to make it more of an exact search that you're looking for different types of products, whether it's one of or it's none of. So you've got multiple options here, or 2 options there to hone in on those searches for yourself. Now the next thing is also size. You could take a look at any size if you wanted to. Author, if you're doing books. Part number is important if you're dealing with things like manufactured parts, whether it's like a washing machine or a refrigerator, or it could be lawnmowers or any parts that go in there. There's typically manufacturing numbers. And you can search for those manufacturing numbers in here and just do an exact search and it'll pull back those items for you. Same with manufacturer. Maybe you're looking for not just the Oreos in the title, but you're looking for a specific manufacturer of that product. You can put that in there. Model number, edition, binding. So after binding, you've got brand as an option. If you want to put in the brand of the product, sometimes the brand and the manufacturer may actually be different. You may have a manufacturer such as Nabisco, you may have a brand as Oreo, or you may have Johnson & Johnson as the manufacturer and a different brand as one of their brands underneath their manufacturing label. Also, you can look for color, format, and languages. So a bunch of different ways that you can really hone in on those searches. Now down here it gets very interesting. New offer count I really like to use. This is the competition that is shown in that bottom box on the Keepa graphs. And so you can say, hey, you know what? I don't want to see any private label products. A private label product typically will have 1, maybe 2 sellers if they've got an FBM and an FBA listing on there. So I also don't want to really deal with many exclusive wholesale accounts. So let's just say I want to see a minimum of 3 sellers on here. Now in that minimum of 3, we've got 11,000 products down from the 1.4. If I clear that out again, you can see we've got the 1.42 million products. And if I want to see currently 3 sellers on that listing as a minimum, then we've got 11,000 products with 3 sellers at a minimum. Now, if I want to see maybe a maximum of 8 sellers, I can put that currently. And we can see now it went down to 10,000 products down in the bottom. And then you can also look at the 30-day averages. You could always say that this has a minimum of 3 sellers on it, and that brings it down to 6,000 products. So that way we kind of can hone in on those arbitrage opportunities. Now, since I don't do used, I don't typically use this, but if you're doing books or some used products, then you can definitely use this option. Same with refurbished, collectible, and then the count of retrieved live offers is also very helpful too for FBA versus FBM. It just gives you the option to see, hey, we've got FBA sellers on it versus the FBM sellers. Now let's just do an experiment and see, all right, we want a minimum of 2 FBA sellers on this, and now it brings down to 1,362 products because we've got 2 FBA sellers currently, and we have 3 total sellers as a minimum. So this just gives us a little bit more ability to find those products that are more arbitrage or wholesale opportunities. Now you can also say, hey, I don't want to see Amazon at all. Maybe I want a third-party seller in the buy box. So I'm going to click that, and it leaves it as the same because we have Amazon listed as out of stock up in the top section. If you remember that right here, Amazon out of stock. So we shouldn't have any buy box of Amazon, but you can leave this as all as well. So it won't make any big difference. And then there are some additional buy box switches. Do you want the buy box to be FBA? Do you want it to be unqualified, pre-order, back order, prime exclusive? If you just want to see the FBA buy box, that brought it down to 1,266 products from the 1,300 that we had. I'm going to go back and put all there. And then used seller, additional buy box used. I don't, again, do any used products, so I leave these all as they are. Now you can actually get very specific if you want to be searching for products from one specific seller. Maybe you have a competitor or somebody you're trying to do some competition analysis on. You can actually search for all their products with this specific section, and you can add in multiple seller IDs. If you've got maybe a list of 30 competitors that you would like to look at all of their listings that meet specific criteria, you can put all the seller IDs in here, and you can see that there's a nice little example or description of what that is here for you. You can also take a look at the buy box percentage, Amazon buy box share that they've got here. Same with the top seller share. And then you have the buy box winner count days, which is the number of sellers with the buy box ownership within the 30-day period. So let's say if it's within 30 days, we want to see buy box got 4 different people won the buy box. Or maybe over 90 days, we want to see 6 people won the buy box, right? We can play around with these numbers that allow us to just get more specific with those searches. And I'm not going to touch it. I really don't use this that often, but it's definitely something to be aware of. You can also take a look at physical product, digital products, or ebooks. Now for our current searches, we may not have many of these, but I'm going to take out ebooks. I'm going to take out digital products because we're selling arbitrage. So it did not change it at all, but depending on the search, it may make a difference. Also, let's say I don't want to do any variations. I can do no variations, and we bring it down to 347 products from the 1,365. That's a pretty big difference. So if you don't like doing variations, definitely click that. Or maybe you're looking specifically for variations, then you can click is variation, and now we have 1,000 products. It's nice to use depending on the types of products that you're searching for. Now, there's image counts, there's variation counts, there's the last pricing change, how long it's been tracking, all of these different things that you can utilize. You can even look for release date. That can be helpful if you're looking for some newer products or older products. And then if there's any out of stock or suppressed buy box percentages, very powerful to use this stuff as well. Just depends on what you're looking for. Sales rank drops is also powerful. I know a lot of sellers that look specifically for sales rank drops. So maybe they don't care as much about the sales rank themselves, but they want to look for things that have in the last 30 days, 20 sales rank drops as a minimum. And we want to see that over 90 days, maybe it's 60, and 180 days, we're going to do 120. So that way now we have 136 products that have a good sales rank and also have a good number of sales rank drops. And then bought in the past month is actually a newer feature as of the time of this recording anyway. And you can see based off of Amazon search engine results pages how much it has been purchased in the last month. Now, there are ranges. So if it's under 50 sales in the last month, Amazon doesn't give that data. If it's over 50, then it does. So if you're looking at slower moving products that don't have that 50 amount, let's say we want to say it's 49 or less, it's going to bring it down to 0 products because Amazon doesn't provide that data. They only provide if it's over 50. So if we actually do this and we look at over 50, then we've got now 115 products. If we want to say 50 to 99, now we have 62 products. So we can get very specific. Maybe we want to see items that have over 200 as a minimum. Let's see if there are any. There's 21 products in our criteria that have over 200 sales in the last month and meet all the other things that we've also input here. Rating, if you want to see things that are over 3 stars or 4 stars on average, then you can do that. Review count is important because maybe it's a newer product and you're looking to see that, hey, the reviews have been going up. Maybe there's just at least 1 review on the product. I like to make sure that there's 1 review typically, and that didn't change it at all. This is very powerful as well. So you can see things that maybe getting more sales and getting more reviews over that time period. So you can say, hey, we want to see an average review count of 100 reviews, and then 90 days ago it was 75, and 180 days ago it was a minimum of 50. And so we're seeing an increasing amount of reviews. You can do some very cool things with this section. Again, this is overwhelming. This is a lot of information. This is a tutorial though to show you, hey, how do we think through these things? What are some exciting ways to use the Keepa Data Product Finder? Now, availability of the Amazon offer, you can say, hey, Amazon is in stock, or no Amazon offer exists. It's pre-order, it's unknown, it's back ordered, or the shipping is delayed. Depending on what you want, you can use this. A lot of times I don't play around with this too often because I've really honed it in on all the other options that we've got above. Pick and pack fee can allow you to find specific items in certain sizes. So if you're looking for small standard or large standard or oversized, you can find those items based off the pick and pack fee. If you'd like to use that, you can. Same with number of items. If you're looking for maybe some bundles or multi-packs, you can use this to really hone in on those options as well. Same with package dimensions, package weight, item dimensions, item weight, and then if there's any coupons, subscribe and save coupons. And then here, some additional switches. I've never used the map restriction one for a minimum advertised price. You may have a use case for it, so I'm going to mention it. Same with Launchpad. If you're looking for hazmat products, this is a great one to have. Or if you don't want hazmat products, definitely click no. That actually brought it down from 21 down to 19 products, so it helped. Adult products, trade-in eligible, prime eligible, or buy box, and then subscribe and save options. And then here is one too, allow products with possibly outdated price information to be included. This is something that can, as Keepa shows, if you sort or filter by any offer related data, the results will be restricted to products with a last offer update no older than 3 days unless this checkbox is checked. So if we're looking for things that may be a little bit more outdated, let's see if that changes it much. So 19 went back up to 21. So there's 2 things now that have some outdated pricing information, and maybe we're okay with that. So let's just take a look at these results now based off of everything that we've put in. This is pretty powerful, right? We can see things. We did not hone it in on a particular category, I don't believe, but we've got barbecue sauce 2-pack right here. We've got toner cartridges. We've got, what is this? A Saltwerk gift box, a caramel macchiato deluxe frappe latte mix right here. So a lot of different options. Now, you may find some duds here, right? These aren't going to be all perfect replenishable products or things that are going to be excellent for you to purchase and send into Amazon, but it did hone in millions upon millions of products down to these 21 items based off of what we had put into the system. And actually, I'm going to go right back real quick and rerun this. And the reason I'm doing that is so that we can kind of see what the Keepa chart looks like here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this right here. And we can see this Keepa chart looks like it does sell well. The pricing, though, has been dropping a little bit. And so that would be a concern of mine. But the thing that we'd have to do next then is go and find this product to see if it's even profitable for us to sell this. But it is very powerful to use this information to find these products. And it can be very helpful to see the 3 months, all, or even just this past year and how this has performed. And so pretty exciting that we can use this tool to filter down the millions of products into whatever else that we're looking to do. Now, let's just use this for a few examples. So one, I do want to recommend that you play around with this as much as possible. Just see what pulls back. I've learned a lot just by messing around with this tool. These aren't things that you have to use as a Keepa Data Product Finder to be successful. These are just examples. I could come over here and say, well, I want to see things currently with 50,000 minimum up to 500,000 or 1 million sales rank. Or maybe I want to see things that have no sales rank, but also have sales. This is kind of a fun thing to do as well. I could go here, I could click no sales rank. Currently, I'm going to get rid of all of these, and we've got one product that hits this criteria. But if I scroll down to the sales rank drops, we've got 20, 60, and 120. Maybe I take these out because there's no sales rank. Well, now if I take those out, there are 9 products though that Amazon's showing has had 200 sales at a minimum in the last month, but don't have a sales rank. So you can use this to find a lot of items that may sell well, but also don't have any sales ranks. So there may be less competition finding these products, right? That's one way you can use it. But you could also go back up to the top and get rid of that no sales rank option and fill it in with whatever it is that you want. Maybe you want 50,000 and then 200,000 as the max, and you can just find those products. There's 7 products that meet that criteria. So this is very powerful, but that was searching option number 1, is you could use it to find no sales rank items. Now, the second thing that I actually recommend is let's just re-input these filters here. Let me go back to what we started with, 15,000, just so we can keep this consistent to 200,000. All right, so now that we have our original search here, we can also use this, as I mentioned earlier, to search by title. For instance, you may have seen this at the top of my screen. We've got, let's say we're sourcing at Walmart, and instead of doing our manual sourcing where we go to Amazon and we try to find all the products under this brand that maybe we can sell, we actually have this brand in front of us of Oreo, and we can go back to the product finder, input some fields that we would like to see based off of our sourcing criteria, and then in the title, we can come down here and just look up the word Oreo. And whenever we do that, we've got 0 products that meet this criteria, most likely because we're dealing with some of these more restrictive things that exist on our filters. So I can take out 200 as bought in the past month. That brought us now down to 1. And so if I want more results, typically I recommend having less than 500. If you can get less than 250, that's best. If I want more results, then I can just start to get rid of some of these different options as well. But keep in mind, Oreo is an option as well as Oreos. That brings 0 products or results. So we're going to just use Oreo as an option that meets these particular criteria and allows us to just search for those products. I'm going to click Find Products. So we've got one 12-pack of Oreo mini muffins that pulled up. So if we had that available on Walmart.com, we could really utilize this information to find the right products for us. Now let me take a look to see if there's anything else that we can do here that would allow it to expand these sourcing results. I just want to make sure. I'm going to click on All, so allow some variations here. Let's take a look down here, all there, that shouldn't make a difference. And let's take out lowest ever on the buy box here. This now brings us to 30 products that meet these criteria of a minimum of $15 price point in these sales rank ranges. Amazon is out of stock. The word Oreo is in the listing. We've got a minimum of 3 sellers on the listing as well. So we're just going to go ahead and click Find Products. And whenever we click on Find Products, we've got all of these different options. Now, they may or may not be good. You may or may not have access to these things at your store, but we've got a pack of 3 of these Oreo Golden Double Stuffed Sandwiches. I don't know if these are going to be profitable. They may not even exist in this size at the store, but you can see here that the fees are pretty high. So we're most likely not going to be profitable for this particular product. That's interesting as to how high those fees are. But this is another option, right? If we were actually looking at Walmart, we could potentially find golden Oreos. This is 24 ounces, it says, for party size. So we'd be looking for a different size that actually met that criteria on the Amazon listing. But we can start with the information of looking for ASINs or products that have those criteria, and then we can put in the brands that we're looking at on Walmart or on Target or any other store, and it will hone in all of the brands that meet those criteria. It's extremely powerful. So that was the second method of doing brand sourcing with the Keepa Data Product Finder. Now, before I get to this third way of sourcing with the Keepa Data Product Finder, I want to remind you that I actually have a free 30-day training at my website. You get 30 days of emails completely free on how to get started and grow your Amazon business. You can head over to askjimmysmith.com/free training for that information. Now, for the third way that you can use this Keepa Data Product Finder to search for specific products, and again, there's almost seemingly unlimited ways to use this. Now, this third way is actually going to be for how to find products with increasing prices and decreasing sellers. Now, I've gone ahead and cleared out the Keepa Data Product Finder information, so we're starting fresh. But if we're looking things with increasing prices, let's take a look at an item that maybe has underneath the buy box, we're going to say an average of $15 as a minimum up to $20 as a maximum. And then we're going to start just slowly increasing this to $17 as a minimum for the 90 days and $24 as a maximum. Then we're going to do 20 as the minimum and 27 as the maximum. And then we're going to come over here and we're going to look for items that have $25 as the minimum and $40 as the maximum. And now we've got 49,000 products that meet this kind of increasing price opportunity, which is very powerful. We're also going to say Amazon is out of stock, because that way we can have 23,000 products available. And you can use this for just about anything that you want. You don't have to use these criteria. It's just something that I'm playing around with to see what we can get. I have not done this search before and with these specific metrics, but it's just kind of fun to do that. Now, this is the increasing prices portion. You can also play around with these drop percentages, and there's some cool things you can do with that. Like, it's a little bit more advanced. So for the purposes of this training, we're just going to stick with a more basic way to do this. Additionally, for decreasing amount of sellers, that means we would have to come all the way down here to look for the new offer count. And so let's say we want a 180-day average that had a minimum of 7 sellers. This should be interesting to see what pulls back up to, and we'll just leave it there. And then we want a minimum over here of 6 sellers, but we want a maximum of 10. So now we have 1,400 products, and then we want a minimum of 5 sellers with a maximum of 7. And now we've got 800 products, and maybe now we're looking for a minimum of 3 sellers with a maximum of 5. Let's see how many we get. So now we're down to 342 products and have an increasing price point and a decreasing offer count, which allows us to find products that maybe we can buy and send in, and there's less competition. So this is a very doable amount of products. If you wanted to hone this more, you could do that. You could look at FBA offers included or at the current level. You could even go down to different titles or even categories. If you wanted to see what's in grocery, for instance, we can see there's 4 products in grocery that meet those criteria. Let's just take a look and see what pulls back for this. And we can also then take a look at the Keepa graph to see kind of what we're talking about here. So let's look at this pack of 4 of this item. I'm going to go ahead and click on the Amazon title here so that we can see this on the Amazon page. This is for Sabritas, and it looks like the lemon, salt and lime options here. So if we can find this, then great. Now it's showing 0 FBA sellers and there's 4 FBM. So maybe I want to go back because I want to find things that are more doable for an FBA seller. You can actually see here though, the buy box price has been increasing, and it increased to a high amount while the sellers were decreasing. I think that's very powerful to see items like this. Let's actually go back to this advanced filter, and I want to make sure there's at least 1 FBA seller on this listing. So we'll go back to the same section and we'll say from 1 FBA seller. Let's see if that, now we've got 3 products. Now it shouldn't pull back that lime chips option that we just looked at, and it didn't. So it did its job. Let's take a look at this Bisquick option here underneath Amazon. Now we can see here, this is under brand of Pancake, so I would not purchase this because that brand is incorrect. The brand is actually Bisquick. But let's just take a look at this. We've got 1 FBA seller and 5 FBM. Now with this, you can see Amazon is not currently selling it, but they were at one point. And you can also see that the price has been increasing over these last few months, and the sellers have been decreasing. So it did its job again. Now I made these very restrictive. We're just looking in the grocery category. We could again expand that out to any category, and we could also make it a little bit more of an open amount of pricing or seller changes. But again, that's very powerful. So the question that I wanted to answer is for all of those new sellers out there that are just getting into selling on Amazon, that are trying to do replens or trying to do arbitrage of some sort, is what categories can I sell in? It seems like everywhere I go, all the different categories that I look at are ultimately restricted, and I don't know why. Well, there's a few different distinctions that need to be made, but I wanted to bring to you 14 different categories that are unrestricted to new sellers. Now, the distinction that needs to be made is sometimes within these categories, there are going to be subcategories that are restricted, or you might have brands that are restricted for you. And so if you're looking for the most common brands, let's say that you're looking at a product that's made by Nike, or you're looking at Legos, or you're looking at Oreos, whatever it is, you're probably going to be restricted in some of these major national brands. And so part of the training that I go through in my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, which you can see right here. This is the 2nd edition for anybody that's interested in getting it. But part of that training from that and the course that I've put out a couple years ago is you want to look for products that are either a store private label brand, or you want to look for things that are regional products just in your area. And you also want to niche down into things that ultimately other people typically aren't going to be looking at, right? I mean, if you're looking at Legos, everyone looks at those products. But if you're looking at some small component piece that goes to a washer and dryer that nobody else is really taking the time to look at, that can be an excellent product that you can buy full price and sell for much more money on Amazon. And it can be replenishable for you to buy it over and over again and continue to sell it over and over again. And so hopefully you can take that part away from this video, that maybe I'm looking at brands that are too big. Maybe I'm looking at the national and international brands and I need to really niche down. I need to look at the regional ones. I need to look at the store brands. I need to look at these different methods. And I teach a lot of that on this YouTube channel, also through the book and the course. So I recommend those things as well, but you can find out a lot of free information on this YouTube channel and at my website, askjimmysmith.com. Now, let's get into the categories. Let's answer the question of what are those categories that are unrestricted to me as a new seller, and where should I start looking? So the first one that I wanted to bring up is home and kitchen. So home and kitchen can sometimes be separated into two categories. So this actually technically counts as two, because if you're on Amazon, you might see home and kitchen, you might see home, you might see kitchen, you might see home and garden. It's going to be referenced for some reason in different ways within categories whenever you're doing your searches. But the first two are technically home and then kitchen. So I actually have somebody within my course that has done over $100,000 their first year on Amazon just in the home and kitchen category. It's an excellent place to look, and I highly recommend checking it out. The second or the third one that I recommend after home and then kitchen are the first two. The third one is office products. And this one's probably underutilized. It's one that most people don't really think of, or they don't take the time to go through and actually learn about the category itself and look at the different brands and the different products that you can sell. Also the different bundles and varieties that can go together. But office products is an excellent category to check out as well. The fourth one is business, industrial, and scientific. So it's sometimes referred to as BIS, B-I-S-S. And this category has a lot of different kind of random things. It's more like cleaning supplies or trash bags. And it's just kind of, to me, more of a hodgepodge category. But I do recommend, if you don't know where to even start searching for BIS products, you can go to Amazon.com and click on the categories and see the best sellers that are within this BIS, business, industrial, and scientific category. And then that can give you a good feel for the types of products that you might be able to find that fall within that category. The fifth one is sports and outdoors. We sell quite a few sports and outdoors products in our business. Ultimately, think about all the different sports that exist, all the different outdoor activities that exist. There's rock climbing, there's hiking, there's baseball, there's football, there's hockey, there's all of these different things that fall into this category that opens up a wide world of opportunities for you. Now, keep in mind, as I said earlier, you'll have subcategory restrictions in some of these, and definitely brand restrictions. If you're trying to source a Rawlings baseball, most likely you're going to be restricted in Rawlings. So you don't want to be looking for some of the big national brands. You want to look for some of the smaller regional products, maybe even the store brands as well. The sixth one is tools and home improvement. There's a bunch of opportunity in this category, just like there is in any other category on this list. You can think of all the small little local hardware stores that you have that in your area that ultimately probably have wholesale accounts that other national stores don't go after, right? And maybe working with some of those smaller hardware stores in your area, building a relationship with them. They might actually be willing to sell you products at a discount because you're helping them and buying more products in bulk. So this is an excellent place to look as well. Typically, stay away from some of those big stores, stay away from the Lowe's, stay away from the Home Depot, stay away from the Walmarts and the Targets. Obviously there's tons of products in those stores as well, but if you're looking for longer term stability, you want to look at some of the smaller stores that you can actually create, a longer term business model from. So it's up to you. There's a ton of opportunity in all these categories. I personally like the regional stores, the smaller stores, the local stores, the niche stores, but I at least wanted to mention that. So the seventh one is lawn and garden. Now, earlier I said sometimes you'll hear home and garden referred to. Lawn and garden, I'm not really sure why you'll see home and garden and you'll also see lawn and garden, but lawn and garden is a specific category where obviously there's more things like hoses and there's gloves and there's all these different things that go into lawn and garden. Typically in the Christmas season, right? The holiday season throughout, we've got multiple throughout the year, the inflatables and the lights and all the decorations many times go into the lawn and garden category. It can also be considered outdoors. So that's kind of like a bonus one if you can specifically look in the outdoors category, but typically lawn and garden is the main one. The 8th category is arts and crafts. So there's a ton of different arts and crafts stores that exist out there that you can go source their store brands. You can go source their smaller brands. I believe that this is underutilized as well because so many people don't really take the time to look at it. Ultimately, there's a ton of opportunity in all of these categories, but arts and crafts, there's so many different niche component pieces that you could go source and find a pretty good, stable replens business from that. The 9th one is musical instruments. And if you really think about musical instruments, I know it's underutilized because Walmart doesn't typically have like a musical instruments section or anything. And you're also not going to be selling trumpets and violins in most cases. You're going to be selling the smaller pieces that go with it, right? Maybe the things that are small enough to fit in a box and send to Amazon to where they're not a huge size and not a lot of fees. You're going to be looking for those smaller component pieces, maybe like strings for a violin or little pieces that go into a trumpet. Those types of things, you've got a lot of opportunities. So I recommend go to a local music store in your area and check that out. See if there are any brands that you could buy and sell because it's got a lot less competition and it's also open for you. Again, you might have brands you're restricted in, but ultimately this is a category that I've seen on the interwebs be ungated. And so I highly recommend checking it out. The 10th one is luggage and travel accessories. Now, within luggage and travel accessories, you might see things like backpacks, like Nike backpacks and Adidas backpacks that you're going to be restricted in because of the brand name. But if you think of luggage, I'm not just talking about suitcases that you take with you. I'm talking about the travel accessories as well. There's a ton of travel accessories that exist out there. So I recommend checking that piece of the category out also. The 11th one is shoes, handbags, and sunglasses. So most people will lump clothing and shoes together. I believe technically they are separate categories, but shoes, we have sold those in the past. You've got to deal with variations, which I made a video on my channel for how to read Keepa variations and make a decision based off of what the Keepa charts are showing you. But you're gonna have to deal with variations with shoes because there's so many different sizes and colors for those. And you're also gonna run into brand restrictions there. But many stores have their own private label brand of shoes that you could potentially find and sell. So I highly recommend checking that out. It's a little bit more nuanced once you get into things with variations, but ultimately it is an unrestricted category for you. Handbags, we've sold some in. Sunglasses, I'm not sure if we've ever done that, but ultimately there are opportunities there as well. The 12th one is clothing and accessories. So clothing, you're gonna have to deal with the same variation issues, but it's an excellent category to get into if you really wanted to learn the variation side of things and get into the clothing and shoes categories combined, because there's a higher average selling price typically because they're more expensive, but you have to deal with more returns because things that don't fit, people are going to return more. So there's pros and cons to that. Again, you're going to be dealing with some brand restrictions, but I recommend checking that out as well. The 13th one, and one that I don't personally love from a replens standpoint, but from an arbitrage perspective, where you can buy something for $1 and make a good amount of money on it, is books. So the 13th one is books. That is an open category to new sellers. And we don't do a ton of it because we focus just on replenishable products. But if you're looking to buy some clearance books and sell them used, or you're looking for whatever reason, maybe you've got a wholesale account with a book distributor, there might be opportunities there as well for you. Books is an open category that I recommend checking out. And then the 14th one is a little bit of an odd one because I didn't think that this was open, but in my research, I've seen multiple times that pet supplies is a category that's open to new sellers. However, it excludes food and pet care. So there are certain pet products that you can sell within that category, but there are definitely subcategories and brands that you will be restricted in the pet supplies niche. And technically a 15th one, which I don't recommend anyone selling in from an arbitrage standpoint, is consumer electronics and those types of products because they have a higher return rate. They have counterfeit claim issues. They're just, to me, not worth selling unless you're making a complete business out of selling electronics and you've got a website established for that and you're doing wholesale. But that's one that's also technically open that I typically don't recommend selling in due to the other issues. And then I do have one category that I recommend that you get ungated in. And so this category is one that I typically recommend new sellers right out the gate. If you're serious about this, just get ungated in this category. There's tons of videos on YouTube, and I might do one in the future on how to get ungated in things, whether it's brands or specific categories. But the grocery and gourmet foods category is an excellent one to get ungated in. Ultimately, you've got so many different regional and local and niche products that fall within that grocery category that it's worth doing it. And the basic process is you find a distributor that sells legitimate products and you buy 10 of one item, at least 10 of one item, and then you turn in that invoice to Amazon and they will ungate you for that product. I recommend it being a product that's on the Amazon platform already, so it's easy enough for you or for Amazon to legitimize what you are saying that you purchased on a wholesale basis. Again, it has to be 10 at least of one product, not 10 different products in one of each of those. You need one product that you bought 10 of. And if you can resell those items on Amazon, even at break even, it's worth it because ultimately it opens up a whole wide world of products for you that you could potentially sell on the platform. Again, you're going to have branding, gating issues and subcategory issues, but ultimately that's a good one to get into because there's so much opportunity for new sellers. But if you don't want to go through that process, eventually you'll get opened up for that category. Once you become a good established seller on Amazon, you've been on the platform for a while, you've got some reviews, you can sell plenty of products in these other 14 categories that I just mentioned and do a very good job doing that. And then eventually Amazon will open up more categories, more brands, more subcategories for you to just sell in automatically. And so I wanted to make this video to kind of dispel the myth that there's nothing that you can sell on as a new seller in Amazon because there's so much opportunity. And I highly recommend taking the time to just do a deep dive on these 14 different categories and taking a look at what you can sell. Again, as a new seller, I understand that there are frustrations that you might still have some brand or subcategory restrictions in here. But ultimately these categories from my research are the ones that opened. Amazon can change those from time to time, or maybe some of the research that I've looked at has been wrong for whatever reason. Please let me know in the comments below. Is this list accurate? Is this something that you've seen be accurate with your account? Also, are there other categories that ultimately you have seen be unrestricted for you that you would like to mention to other people? I saw 4 or 5 other ones also that said they were unrestricted, but they've got a lot more subcategory restrictions. I'm going to list them for you. I don't believe you should spend the time doing anything in these categories because I thought that they were restricted completely. But I wanted to mention them because I've seen it on a few different websites that these are open, but with a lot of subcategory and brand restrictions. And so the 4 or 5 are 1, baby, 2, beauty, 3, health and personal care, 4 was toys, and 5 was video games. So again, there's going to be a lot of subcategory restrictions. I wanted to mention it for the purposes of this video. You have plenty of opportunity with those other 14 open categories though, and I highly recommend taking the time to just dive deep on each of those. Now, first, let's talk about why Amazon does restrict brands and categories in their business. Now, unfortunately, Amazon has a history of having issues with counterfeit brands and counterfeit products, as well as bad sellers that try to take advantage of the platform. And so the way for Amazon to control this is by limiting what new sellers have access to on the platform. So as new sellers come into selling on Amazon, they are restricted in specific brands and categories. Now, I've actually done a full video of 14 unrestricted categories for Amazon sellers and new Amazon sellers, and you can actually go watch that after the end of this video. But they do restrict a lot of other categories and brands because they don't want to have issues with counterfeit products. And they do this until they trust you as a seller and they can see that your selling metrics, your account health, your history are all strong enough to be able to open up other brands and categories for you to sell on. Now, honestly, there are still brands and categories that I'll never be able to be unrestricted in my Amazon account. And that's just simply because the brand themselves or Amazon has come through and just locked that down so that it's almost impossible to get ungated unless you have a direct relationship with that particular brand. However, for the majority of brands and products out there, you've got a very high likelihood of being able to get ungated if you're able to do one of a few things that we're going to cover in this video. But essentially, all you have to do is find a distributor or get access to a brand and get 10 of a particular product for that brand, and then you can use that invoice to get ungated on the Amazon marketplace. Now, there are going to be some brands that will auto ungate for you, and then there will be some that you get an invoice for, you submit it, and Amazon seller support doesn't fully help you, and you're still trying to get ungated in that particular brand for a long time. That's just how it works. But let's go ahead and get into the process of how you get ungated, what that looks like. There's actually 4 different types of getting ungated on Amazon, and so we want to make sure to cover all of those, what those look like, and why it is that Amazon does that. Now, as you can see here, I brought up a screenshot of an Amazon listing page for a Nike product. Now, I'm just going through different products that are typically gated, as well as just to show you the examples, because there's plenty of different options that you're going to run across as you're trying to get ungated right now. Now, with Nike, I'm actually utilizing here ASIN Zen, and this particular Chrome extension allows you to see a lot of information on the listing page. I've also used RevSeller plenty of times. I actually have access to both of them, and so you can choose whatever you'd like, or you don't have to use this. But I've got multiple examples here in this video where you can see how this would work if you don't have an extra software component for the Chrome extension here. But with ASIN Zen in particular, you can see right here that you're not allowed to sell this product with that little X, and if you click on these arrows, it gives you the ability to request approval to sell this product. Now, whenever I click to request approval, it brings me to this selling application page for Nike, and all you have to do is click the request approval button right there, and it would bring you to the next page, which we're going to discuss in a minute. But I also want to show you how you can get to this for free without having to utilize a software. Now, if you're in Amazon Seller Central, all you have to do is go to Catalog and then click on Add Products. Whenever you click on Add Products, you can put in any ASIN that you're looking to get added to your Seller Central account, and it will tell you whether or not you should apply to sell it, or if you already have ability to sell that product. Now, once you go ahead and do that, in particular, this one is for Oreos, you click on Select a Condition, and then you would select New if you're selling a new product. Whenever you do that, then you can click Apply to Sell. Now, after clicking on Apply to Sell, you would typically get a different response depending on what it is that you were trying to go through and sell. But whenever you click on Apply to Sell, it will bring you to some sort of a result like this, where you can click on Request Approval. Now, this is for an Apple Barrel product, but you click on Request Approval, and then you will get one of these 4 responses from Amazon. Now, this very first one is a selling application for the brand. So this is actually for that Nike product at the beginning of these screenshots, and this Nike product actually requires a few different things. So 1 purchase invoice for products from a manufacturer or a distributor. Now, it needs to be dated on or before these dates. It needs to include your name and address, which matches the information in your selling account. It needs to include the name and address of the manufacturer or the distributor if you're purchasing from a distributor instead. It needs to show the combined purchase of at least 10 units for that brand. It needs to omit pricing information. That's actually optional. You don't have to do that. And then lastly, please note we may verify your submitted documentation by contacting product vendors you identify in your application. So you don't want to try to skirt the system. You don't want to try to submit a fake invoice or go to a sketchy supplier. You need to provide good suppliers, good invoices, and make sure, because Amazon may reach out to those particular brands, they may reach out to the distributor and verify first that you're purchasing from them. And if it is the brand that they reach out to, for instance, Nike, maybe Amazon has a contact at Nike, which I assume they do, and they reach out to say, hey, does this distributor on this invoice, is this a legitimate distributor? If Nike says no, it's not, then they're going to deny your application. Whereas if Nike says, yes, that is a legitimate distributor, then Amazon may approve your application. And so once you have this information, you check off these boxes, you can upload your invoice there. They also ask you to watch this video. You can if you want to, it's not required. A lot of times I recommend just clicking through it, just so that way Amazon can see that in their system that you have done so. But ultimately, this is the basics of a typical application selling for a brand. The next thing is you'll put in, if you have any comments, you can do that. Also provide any contact information down there so that they can contact. Now, if you don't get that result, then you may get this next result, which is actually this selling application for a brand. Now, this was for Oreo. So you can see here, it's basically the same thing. They want 1 purchase invoice from a manufacturer or distributor, dated on or before November 15th, 2023, includes all of the same information here, but they give you 1 alternative option. Now, this isn't on all of the products. This is on this product. You may not see this, but you may see it depending on the product or category you're trying to get approved in. Here, they give us an alternative option. Instead of the combined purchase of at least 10 units, they say if providing an Amazon invoice or order confirmation please show a combined and fulfilled purchase of at least 50 units. For all other invoices, show the combined and fulfilled purchase of at least 10 units. So in some products, Amazon is the seller on that particular product or brand. So Amazon actually sells Oreo products on their catalog. You can actually go in, make sure that Amazon is both the seller and the shipping supplier there. They're going to be sold and shipped by Amazon. Now, if you purchase over 50 units from Amazon, then you will get an invoice or an order confirmation if you're utilizing your Amazon business buying account, and you can supply that invoice to get approved. Now, your mileage may vary on this. I've heard differing opinions on whether or not this has worked for people, but Amazon is now giving us this as an option, but you do have to buy 50 units. It may just be easier and better to find a distributor that allows you to buy 10 units or more, but ultimately it's up to you and what you'd like to do. I do want to point out that it says a combined, so you could have 50 units of multiple different products that Amazon is the seller on. Again, you have to make sure Amazon's the seller. It's not a third-party seller at all. And then it also has to be fulfilled. It can't be something that you placed and then you're submitting that as the invoice and then you cancel the order. It needs to be a fulfilled purchase, and Amazon will go back. If you were to return these products, Amazon will most likely figure it out at some point and ding your account. So just make sure that if you're buying 50 units for this purpose, that you keep them, you sell them, you eat them, whatever you have to do, donate them. But this is another option for some of the brands. It's not going to work for everything. It is only on the ones that Amazon gives you this option for. And again, you drop your invoice here, provide all that information there. They didn't even require a video in this case, but ultimately this is another way that you can deal with that. The next thing is this is for a particular subcategory, and sometimes it will also be with brands. But in this case, it was you're requesting approval to sell subcategory of plush toys. Now, before you list your products, this is what comes up. Please watch this video, how to comply with Amazon's anti-counterfeiting policy. When you watch that video, you will then be given questions that you should answer, and you have to provide the right answers to those questions. I recommend always reading through those questions, reading through the answers that you're selecting from, because Amazon may in the future change them. Right now, you get into kind of a rhythm of, oh, okay, these are the answers every time, but Amazon may change them just to start throwing sellers off. I doubt it, but you never know. So I recommend always reading the questions, always reading the answers, and providing your best answers for these questions. But it does say here, you must watch the video or videos in its entirety and answer the questions correctly to submit your application. Additional language options are available through this link if you need alternative languages to listen to the video as well as answer the questions. Now, after you watch this video, then the next step is going to be these questions, and there's other ones as well. Are you a reseller, a distributor, a manufacturer, or both for the products that you want to list? In this case, put reseller or distributor. You could be a manufacturer. You could also be both, depending on what you're looking at. In this case, the second question is, which of the following statements describes your responsibility when listing products on Amazon? You've got all of these options here. And then you've got, if you list products for sale on Amazon that are illegal or otherwise in violation of policies, the following consequences could result. Please select the best answer. In this particular case, it was all of the above. Also in the question before, it was, I'm responsible for all products I sell on Amazon. Next question is, which of the following represent a best practice when selling on Amazon to ensure compliance with our policies? Again, in this particular case, it was all of the above. Like I've mentioned, be sure to read those questions always. Make sure that you're putting the right answers, because Amazon could try to trick you sometimes. You never know. Then the next thing is, after you do that, you've got another question of, all products I intend to sell are authentic, counterfeit, replica, or knockoff products are prohibited on Amazon. And yes, you have to select that you're selling authentic products and then put in your information here for them to be able to let you know if you're approved or not. Now, once you do that, whether it's one of those three, you may get something like this. Hey, your selling application has been approved. Now, in this case, this was actually an auto ungate. So you had the prior three options that Amazon shows are for three different brands or subcategories, etc. This one, I applied to sell, like I was showing at the beginning of this video. And whenever I applied to sell, it said, hey, you are auto ungated. And so that was an excellent thing to see, because as a newer seller, you want to see auto ungating so you don't have to get a distributor invoice. You don't have to do any of these other things. So this is the one that you want to see. Sometimes after you go through some of those other processes, in particular, the last one with the subcategory where we had to watch the video and answer the questions, you'll see this as well, that your selling application was approved. Ultimately, it just depends on the brand, on the category, etc. Now, if you have gone through and you submitted an invoice, then that's going to technically create a case. You won't be auto ungated ungated in that until Amazon reviews the invoice and either approves or denies your particular application. Now, the next thing is, after you've done these, maybe you've submitted applications and you want to see where to get them, all you have to do is go to your catalog, then you go to view selling applications. Whenever you do that, you're going to be able to then see all of them here. Now you can see you can go to application, you can list products for ones that were approved, you can reapply for anything that was declined, go to application, reapply, list products, etc. You can also see the draft status, or if they were approved or denied, etc., and for what they were. I actually hid these brand names, but this is where you would also see the brand names that you're applying for and case IDs that you could click to open the case and see if you're approved or denied and see if they need any further information from you. Once you look at some of these cases, you may have a couple different things that come up. One in particular is right here. Hello, thank you for your application to sell these products. They've reviewed the documentation and determined that you are not eligible to sell these products. And then they tell you that, hey, it didn't pass the review. You need to make sure that you are providing the right invoices, etc. And you can actually sometimes reapply for that case with either a different invoice or the information that they're requesting. And then if you get approved by Amazon, it would look something like this. Hello, from Amazon Selling Partner Support. I'm pleased to inform you that we've approved your request and granted you permission to sell in this category or to sell this brand. And that is what you're hoping for after you open these cases. So there's really a few different options for you in your business, depending on what you're trying to apply for, whether it's a category, a subcategory, a brand, etc. And you may see one of these 4 different options. You may also see one of other options that come out in the future, but essentially it comes down to this. You can either get auto ungated in a brand or category. That's the best outcome, typically. You can get a video with some questions that you have to answer, and you have to answer them correctly and watch the video before they will auto ungate you in that category or brand a lot of times. Or the third one is they're going to ask you for a distributor or manufacturer invoice that has at least 10 units on that invoice and it matches all of the other information on your Amazon seller account. So you need to make sure that your Amazon seller account matches with all of the information you're purchasing from the supplier from, because if it says Jimmy Smith is the name of the Amazon seller account, but I'm buying stuff under, Dave Johnson, then it's just not going to match and Amazon's going to not approve it, right? Versus if I had it under the same names and then we're good to go from there. The other thing is you can also, in some instances, be able to apply with an invoice from Amazon if you're using your Amazon buyer account and you're buying from Amazon over 50 units from them as the seller, then you can sometimes utilize that to get ungated in particular brands or categories. Now, as a new seller, do you need to go through and find all these lists to get ungated in brands and categories? Absolutely not. There's no need for that. In fact, I don't even really recommend it, although I do have that resource if somebody wanted it that's free for some of the different ASINs and brands and categories that you can apply in. It's not necessary though, because as you're out and you're sourcing products, doing retail arbitrage or online arbitrage, or you're buying products from a store, selling it for more on Amazon, as you're doing that, you're going to come across brands that you're trying to source. And if you are auto ungated, then great. If you're not, well, then move on to the next brand. But if you're interested in the free guide that I have, as well as a list of different ASINs that you can utilize, at least as of right now, and again, it may be different for your account than other people, then you can go to askjimmysmith.com/ungate. Again, that link's below and in the description. If you have been selling on Amazon for any length of time, you should know what the buy box is. And I'm going to be going through buy box theory, and specifically a chart that I found from somebody that I followed for a long time named Chris Grant from cleartheshelf.com. And Chris had posted this. I can't actually remember where I found it, but it's a chart that was put together by somebody that has a good amount of inner knowledge at Amazon on how the buy box works, what factors are critically important in gaining the buy box so that you can get more sales and more eyeballs on your particular listing for the product. And so I'm excited to share that with you. But just in case you don't know what the buy box is, that is what is shown to a customer as the first option to purchase whenever they click on a product listing. So typically it will say buy it now at this price, and it will just have a random seller there and their product. And Amazon bases that on a ton of different factors, which we're going to go through. Now, many consumers and new sellers don't realize that this buy box rotates based on those factors, whether it's location, whether it's pricing, whether it's the type of seller you are, all these different things come into play. And so that's why I'm excited to show you this chart and give a little bit more background and information into what goes into the buy box so that you can get it more often knowing this information. Now, Amazon does not release release this data publicly. This is not something that is even public knowledge, so it could be wrong on some pieces of information, but I thought it was fairly accurate. So did Chris, and so I want to share it here with all of you, and so that you can use it, take it into further consideration with your personal products. Additionally, realize that things can change with the buy box and how Amazon calculates it, since it is a proprietary algorithm that they use, probably some sort of artificial intelligence that they have in the background doing this also. So just realize it could change in the future, but as of right now in 2023, I believe this is fairly accurate. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, now you can see here, I'm actually going to zoom in. This is the chart, but from an out macro perspective, you can see on this, the far right side, it says impact on buy box, and it goes from very high to medium and then to low. And so this is very important to me because then you can focus on different factors that are most important. So let me zoom in on this particular page. You can see here, so fulfillment method is currently ranked at very high. And really what that is how the seller ships the item, whether you are a fulfilled by Amazon seller, whether you're seller fulfilled prime, whether you're fulfilled by merchant, just in general, and not a prime seller fulfilled option. And so this is the one that is showing as the most impactful currently on the buy box. Now, Amazon goes through litigation at different points, and I believe they've been pressed in different countries as well as in the United States about this preference, the preferential treatment that they give to sellers that are paying to be on the platform more. And so that may end up changing in the future. But currently, being FBA or Seller Fulfilled Prime is the best way to win the buy box. If you're an FBM or Fulfilled by Merchant seller that isn't doing this on a prime scale or selling it or shipping it within 2 days, then you're going to have less of a chance to win the buy box. So this is the best way to win the buy box based off of the fulfillment method, and it impacts that extremely high. It's why I typically say being an FBA seller is way better than being an FBM seller, unless you have the capability and capacity to ensure prime delivery within 2 days on all of your products from your warehouse. So I love FBA. That's always been and will always most likely be my recommendation. Now, landed price, what that means, it's the second option. It's the second, I wouldn't say it's the second most high, but it is on the higher end scale. Landed price is the total price plus shipping. So if you are an FBA seller, it could just be $20 and free shipping. If you're seller fulfilled prime, it could be $20 and free shipping. But if you're merchant fulfilled or fulfilled by merchant, FBM, it could be $15 plus $5 shipping. Or it could be that you give free shipping rates as well. It just really depends. But the landed price is the next most important factor. The lower is better. So that's the best way to win the buy box. The cheaper you are, obviously, Amazon's going to give better treatment to those sellers. Same with the buy box, just in general, lower is better. And then time period, that impacts the metric current. So whatever your current price is, that's what most important. They don't care about your average price. They don't care about what it was last week. They care about the current one. These two are fairly obvious in the total impact of the buy box calculation. Next is perfect order percentage. This is something that I haven't heard discussed much, but it's fairly obvious, which is the overall percentage of perfect orders. The best way to win is to have 100% perfect order percentage. If you want to be in buy box consideration, you need to have above 95%. And so they're actually going to look at the last 90 days. It could be like order defect rates. It could be issues with sending counterfeit products, that kind of stuff. So if you are sending bad products, this is going to be hurt overall. Plus, I believe feedback, which is down here, probably somewhat plays into that perfect order percentage. I may be wrong, but I actually like this. It's fairly high. So make sure that the products you're sending are good and that you aren't sending counterfeit or broken products to customers. The next one is shipping time, and which is the time that it takes to ship the item. That's fairly obvious. And the best way to win the buy box is up to 2 days, which is why the fulfillment method of FBA or Seller Fulfilled Prime is so important. But if you want to be in consideration for the buy box, it can't be more than 14 days. So if for whatever reason, maybe you've got a wholesale distributor that you're shipping from the wholesale warehouse to a customer, and it takes 20 or 30 days, that is a problem. So you want to make sure that you're under 2 weeks, and as best to get the buy box to be up to 2 days, which is why FBA and Seller Fulfilled Prime is so important. And then obviously that is your current shipping time. So these are all the most high options. After that, we get into a bunch of medium options. I believe there are 7 different medium options. But if you're looking to impact the buy box the most, you want to make sure that you are at a fast shipping time, utilizing FBA, have a decently good price. You don't always have to be the cheapest because of these other factors we're going to talk about, but the cheaper that you can be be obviously the better from Amazon's perspective anyway. We have seen tons of success from students of mine, as well as people that I've just seen in the Amazon space, also selling products at higher than the buy box price and doing very well at that. So price is not the only consideration. Keep that in mind. And then having a good order percentage above 95% is also very important. So they know you're a good seller selling good products. Now, order defect rate, I mentioned that for the perfect order percentage. I could be wrong on really what that is then, because it talks about the overall percentage of perfect orders, but I thought that the order defect rate might impact that. I could be wrong. But here you can see that order defect rate is your negative feedback plus your claims plus your chargeback rate. And I believe claims would be your A to Z guarantee claims. And so that is where order defect rate comes into play. The best chance to win is at 0%. You have no issues there. And then if you want to be in buy box consideration, you need to be at 1% or less. So if this is something that you're over 1%, you're at 2 or 3% because of negative feedback or A to Z claims or chargebacks, that is where you can get into trouble, and you need to focus on selling more products, getting your orders into the hands of the customers in a good way. And they look at your last 90 days. So this is medium. It's not the most impactful, but it is impactful. Next would be your feedback score, which is the feedback that the seller has received. This is something that I recommend checking daily. The higher your feedback is, the better. And this is also showing as higher is better, just to be in consideration. I've always heard that if you're below 80% feedback, you're not going to get the buy box. May or may not be true. But to really be in consideration, you want to be at 95% or higher. That's what I have heard. They're just putting the higher is better. Typically, what I see for most sellers that have been doing this for a while is above 98% for the last 90 days or even the last year for many sellers. So that is something that should be the metric you're looking to be at, is above 95 and preferably above 98%, because they do look at the last 365 days of your seller feedback. Now, when you're checking your seller feedback, you can get things automatically removed if it is based on price, if it's based on shipping, if it was done through FBA anyway. Also, if it's based on the particular product, you can get those automatically removed from Amazon. So you want to check that every day to make sure you're staying on top of your feedback score. Because if you're a new seller and you get one bad feedback and you're not checking it, that could drop you from a 100% down to a 90%. And that could really impact your buy box percentage. So make sure to keep up with it. Try to get those things removed automatically as much as possible. And the best way to do that is by also increasing your feedback through more orders and sales, and by making sure you're shipping in good products with good packaging so that you aren't getting complaints. Now, on-time delivery is the next one. Orders that were delivered on time, 100% is what you need for the buy box. That's why I believe FBA is the best way to go about it, because then it kind of is guaranteed in Amazon's eyes that if it's through FBA, it's not our fault. So they view that as 100%. 97% or higher if you are doing merchant fulfilled, that is important. And so you just want to make sure that your shipping times are good, your handling times are also good, and get those things out. They look at the last 30 days. Valid tracking rate, again, if you're doing fulfilled by merchant, tracking numbers provided for shipped orders. I always recommend using Amazon's preferred shipping partners if you're doing fulfilled by merchant stuff, because that is where Amazon will guarantee their side of the shipping, so to speak. If you were to get an A to Z claim and you bought the shipping through Amazon's carriers and it didn't show up, Amazon will side with you and they will refund the customer out of their own pocket. It's not going to hurt your metrics. But if you were to purchase tracking and shipping outside of Amazon, that can really hurt you if something doesn't show up. So highly recommend, if you're doing fulfilled by merchant, to buy it through Amazon if you want to make sure that your tracking rate and your A to Z claims are good to go. 100% is what's required, what's best for the buy box. 95% or higher is what is required to even be in the buy box within the last 30 days. Late shipment rate would be orders shipped past the expected ship date. So if, again, fulfilled by merchant stuff, if you're about a few days behind the expected ship date, that's going to be a problem. So you need to make sure to get these things out as fast as possible, that you have the manpower to do it. Again, this is where FBA, in my opinion, is extremely superior in ensuring that you're going to do a great job of getting those orders out, because Amazon will do that for you and you won't be penalized if they take a while. 0% late shipment is what's best for the buy box, and less than 4% is what is required to be consideration within the last 30 days. Now, response time is how long it takes the seller to respond to the customer. So if you're getting customer inquiries and they're asking questions to you, you need to make sure that you're responding to them. The best availability for the buy box is up to 12 hours, that you're getting a question or an inquiry from a customer, you're responding right away. 24 hours or less is what's required. If it starts to go over 24 hours, your account will be penalized. And Amazon looks at the last 90 days of that history as well as a metric for the buy box. Next would be customer feedback. And this is the last one showing in the medium chart. Customer feedback, number of customers that have given you feedback. So a higher percentage is better. Again, higher is better to even be in consideration. This is one I've never really heard of, that the percentage of feedback is important in terms of, okay, you had a lot of feedback from your products, but hey, that's something to focus on. If you're trying to get more feedback for your seller account, you can go and use tools to do that. You can request feedback through Amazon for free. Make sure whatever tools you use are completely within Amazon's terms of service. Otherwise, they can get angry and you might break their terms of service by requesting feedback in a bad way. So make sure whatever companies you use are legitimate. I've never used one. I've always recommend just sell more stuff. Go out, buy things that move really fast. Maybe they don't make a bunch of money, but if they're moving fast, you're naturally going to get more feedback on your orders. And that is one way that you could do it if you had essentially like a loss leader for your account, or even something you made 5 or 10% ROI on that you were willing to just sell hundreds of them a month and you don't care that you're making 50 cents a piece. It's up to you, but that is one good way to get feedback as well, and a higher percentage. All right, then we're into the low category, which this one kind of surprises me. I thought that specifically the one that we're going to talk about first, the inventory, I thought this would have been higher, but everyone can have their own opinions. I would assume that it was higher. Inventory is how often the seller runs out of stock. The lower that you run out of stock, the better. And there's no particular metric for that. So if you are doing something like replenishable products or arbitrage and you're constantly running out of stock, that is why in your IPI score, and I know this is getting real detailed for people that are new, there's an IPI score, your inventory performance index on Amazon. You need to be hiding restock recommendations and closing out listings as you're done selling, because it can hurt your buy box percentage. Now, if you sell enough stuff, Amazon doesn't take this into much consideration. That's why it's a low end of the spectrum. Focus on all the other things first. But the lower amount of times that you run off stock, the better. It's a weird balance of trying to take care of the amount of inventory that you are selling through, as well as the fees that Amazon charges. You don't want to over order, etc. If you're doing arbitrage or you're doing wholesale, one software that really can help with this, it's one that I helped create. It's called Replen Dashboard. If you go to replendashboard.com, you can do a free trial. There's actually up to 500 orders free for your first 500 orders. So if you're a new account, that can take 6 months. If you're an established account, you've got a 30-day option as well. But ultimately, making sure that you've got a good handle on your replenishments for your inventory is very important for Amazon, and they look at the last 90 days as well. Cancellation rate is how often a seller cancels an order. So that falls back to fulfilled by merchant. You want a 0% cancellation rate is best. 2.5% or less is what's required. And again, they look at the last 90 days. For whatever reason, somebody ordered a merchant fulfilled product and you don't have it, or you realize it's damaged or it's expired and you cancel an order, that is where this comes into play. Again, fulfilled by merchant. And then refund rate is how often customers ask for a refund. Pretty obvious. The lower is better. There's no specific metric for that. And they look at the last 90 days. Again, that just goes to show the quality of the products that you're sending in. So while it's not something that is high on the list, it is something that you still need to focus on because it goes into play with your buy box percentage. So this is all great stuff. I really love this chart. If I can, I'm going to find a place and I'll put the link below where you can access this. I may just put it up on my Ask Jimmy Smith Instagram account. If you want to find me on @AskJimmySmith on Instagram, you can do that. If you want it another way, then you can just post a comment or email me, whatever's easiest. But reach out to me on my website at AskJimmySmith.com and I can send you this file so that you can store it and look at it as well. But again, I actually got this. This isn't my own creation. Chris Grant from ClearTheShelf.com is where I got this. He's a great guy, great seller, highly trusted in the industry. I probably should talk to him more, but he's somebody that I highly respect and like to get his updates every so often as well. And he got it from somebody else. So I don't know where this thing's from, but ultimately that's where I got it. So I'm trying to, give kind of a chain of custody, so to speak, with this thing. So I really love this. There are a couple other factors that I think actually come into play that isn't on here, and really the main one that I believe is location of where your products get shipped, right? So if I'm in St. Louis, Missouri, and I ship my products to a few different warehouses, and a customer in California is buying that product, and my product happens to be in a warehouse that's near their location, I believe I'll get the buy box even if my price is higher due to this fulfillment method and the ability to get the shipping time there quicker, because Amazon handles that fulfillment. Whereas if somebody is in California buying a product, another seller has their product in Florida somewhere, well, Amazon's not going to show that seller most likely if there are closer options to that customer. So that's not something we can control, but I do believe that that does also affect the buy box, which is why you can price higher if you'd like to do that and get sales, because the location is so important for Amazon to be able to fulfill on their prime promises, make customers happy, get products to them. But all of these other things that you can control, all of these other things that you are a part of, that's what this chart is for. And so that is why these pieces of information are so important. Focus on these, especially the high and very high ones, as well as the medium ones. Actually, I feel like quite a few of these would be removed if you were an FBA seller. You know, that concern just gets taken away, like on-time delivery, valid tracking rates, late shipment rates, all of that is removed because you're an FBA seller and Amazon handles that anyway. I get this question all the time. Jimmy, what's the difference between ROI and profit in my business? And whether you're an Amazon seller or any business owner for that matter, you need to know the answer to this. Obviously, the goal of any business, and specifically any reselling business, is to be profitable. Flashy sales may be nice, and you may see that from a lot of influencers in the space, especially for Amazon selling. But what makes it worth it is profitability. And that's what helps keep you going, not just keeping your business running so that you have money left over, but it keeps you motivated to move forward, which is why it's so important to start with profit whenever we are going through these analyses. So very simply put, for Amazon sellers, profit is everything left over after your inventory expense and after your Amazon fees. Now, there are other things that can come out of this. You've got gross profit and net profit, but all we're caring about in terms of analyzing the products that we're purchasing for our Amazon business is taking the sales value minus your inventory cost, or the cost of the product, minus the Amazon fees. That is your gross profit left over to help you make the best buying decisions in your business. So here are some of the things that when sourcing, your profit actually takes into account for you. So first, the sales price. That's pretty obvious. You sell something for $20, then that is your selling price that you bring in as a gross revenue. Now, the second thing would be Amazon pick and pack fees. These are fees that Amazon charges to sellers based off the items that they're selling, whether they're small or they're large. The pick and pack fees will vary, but Amazon tells you these things up front. Now, the third thing is Amazon's referral fees. So Amazon collects a percentage from every sale just for referring a customer to your product and sending them to the listing. So they do charge that for each item that you sell. And again, they show you that up front before you ever buy inventory and send it into them. You know what the pick and pack fees will be, and you know what the referral fees will be. Now, the fourth thing that comes out of the profitability is actually your shipping to FBA. So if you're in the Fulfilled by Amazon program, you're shipping your goods to an Amazon FBA warehouse for them to fulfill to customers, you have to pay to get your items shipped to Amazon. Now, typically what this comes down to is an average cost based off the weight of your items. That's how most sellers elect to calculate it, because it can be kind of just an average, right? Sometimes you may spend 20 cents per pound, sometimes you may spend 50 cents per pound. And so we need to come up with a good average for your particular business. If you're a smaller seller and you're sending in 50 units in a shipment, well, you're going to be paying higher per pound because Amazon charges you a pretty good fee. If you're somebody sending in 700 units that are each a pound, that's 700 pounds, and you get charged $210 for shipping, that ends up being 30 cents per pound. And so ultimately, while you are spending more in your shipping, you're spending less per pound. And so we need to figure out what that per pound shipping rate is. For most new sellers, I recommend setting it at at anywhere from 50 cents to $1 per pound, just so you have a good range or a good idea of how much you could be spending. Now, if you're more advanced or experienced, then you can actually go into your shipments and see how much this is going to cost you based off of how much you've spent in the past, and that can be the rate that you use. But while you're calculating your profitability for any one particular item, you're going to have the sale price, then you're going to be taking out the pick and pack fees, then you're going to take out the referral fees, and then you'll have your shipping rate per pound, and Amazon will calculate your total estimated cost to ship based off the per pound rate that you put in the Amazon FBA calculator. Now then, the fifth thing that you need in terms of profit is your cost of inventory. So once you've gone through all those first few items, then you need to subtract out your cost of inventory. So let's say that you've got an item that sells for $20 on Amazon, and you end up having $9 of fees for the pick and pack, referral, and your shipping to FBA based on Amazon. So you've got $11 left over. Well, if your cost of inventory is $6, then 11 minus 6, that means you have a $5 net profit in terms of your estimating whenever you're doing your sourcing for your business. Now, one thing to note is that it does not take into account your cost to actually prep these items. So if you have poly bags or bubble wrap or other things like stickers and your time, all of that goes into it, that prep cost does not go into our analysis for buying inventory up front. Now, whenever you're looking at the entire business, let's say at the end of the month, you're going to want to subtract those items out so that way you have a good picture of what your actual profitability on the business is. But whenever you're looking at purchasing products for your Amazon business, you don't have the ability to always take that information into account. And so we're just looking at those first 5 steps that I just mentioned regarding having your sales price, your referral fee, your pick and pack fee, your shipping to FBA, and your cost of inventory. That's how you're going to be making your buying decisions in your Amazon business. So let's take a look at some examples really quick. On the left-hand side is the revenue calculator in the Amazon Seller app. And there's an item price of $9.28. So the total price is $9.28 for Amazon fulfillment. There's Amazon fees of $1.73, fulfillment fees of $3.09. They have a 1 penny storage cost based on that setting. And then here is where you can set up your shipping to Amazon. So if your shipping per pound was 50 cents, then you could put this in there and Amazon would automatically calculate how much that would be for that item. And then your cost of purchase. Let's say it costs you $2 to buy this. You could put that in the cost of purchase. And then Amazon's revenue calculator in their phone app, which is free with your Amazon account, it comes down to a $4.44 profit. Again, these two things would then be subtracted out and you could see what your profitability is. And also your profit margin, not the return on investment, but your profit margin, you could also see there. Now, if you're using the desktop side, you can see right here, this is what it looks like for Amazon fulfillment. The right-hand side is your fulfillment if you're doing fulfilled by merchant. But again, this is Amazon fulfillment, same item price, referral fee, closing fee, variable closing fee, any fixed fulfillment costs, storage costs, etc. And this is where you can put your cost of goods sold and your miscellaneous costs like prep and whatnot. So you can see the same information, whether it's on the phone or it's on the desktop. This is how Amazon operates. Now, another option is actually utilizing a profit calculator like RevSeller or ASINZen. RevSeller actually is one that I typically am using. It gives you a lot more information and it pulls up this calculation on your Google Chrome extension. So if you're using Google Chrome and you're on the Amazon.com website, it will pull this up on the product page for you. And you can see this is a different example, selling for $30. There's a $10 buy cost, a $10.09 net, and you can see the 101% return on investment, which we'll get to in a minute, and a 34% profit margin. And so if you're interested in a discount on that, you can actually go to bit.ly/replens RevSeller, and that will get you a discount on the first year of using RevSeller. I've used this since 2015 almost, I think, and I love it. So I highly recommend checking that out to make your sourcing profitability decisions much quicker in your Amazon business. Now, one thing to note with profit is that there are some variables that you should keep in mind whenever you're sourcing. So the first thing is that if it's hard to prep or pack the shipment or that particular item, let's say you have 6 or 7 items in a bundle, or it's glass and is very breakable, then I recommend figuring in some additional costs so that you are being sure that you will be profitable before you purchase that inventory to send to Amazon. Now, if it's something that is simple and it's lightweight, it's easy to prep and pack, it only requires maybe a sticker, then in those cases, I don't typically build in the extra few pennies of cost for that particular sticker. I just let that go. and look at the regular profitability based off of RevSeller or one of the other calculators, whatever it is that you're using. Now, over time, you may be able to actually figure out your average cost of prepping each individual item. You could actually figure that out with your bookkeeper, your accountant, or just seeing what your overall expenses are for all of your prep and ship, and you could build that out based off of a per item fee if you wanted to build that into your profitability decision making whenever you're looking at products to purchase for selling on Amazon. Now, here is actually an example that I'd like to go through, a high level example, because we're going to come back to this with the return on investment. First, $25 sale. Let's say there's a $10 Amazon fee. $10 is your cost of goods or the purchasing of the inventory. That leaves you with $5 of profit at the end whenever you're doing your analysis. Now, again, remember other items such as prep, storage, and shipping may not be calculated in. Well, in this particular case, the profit margin percentage that a lot of people confuse with return on investment actually is your profit divided by your sales amount. And so even though you have a $5 profit, you had a $25 sale price, that gives you a 20% profit margin. So here, if we were to work backwards, this would be like saying I sold $25 with a 20% profit margin. So 25 times 20% equals a $5 profit. So this is how you come up with your profit margin percentage, which definitely differs from your return on investment, which we'll get to in just a minute. Now, one thing that you should realize while you're out in Amazon communities, on YouTube, whatever it might be, and you hear someone that says, hey, I've sold $100,000 of product with 10% profit margin, that means that they had a $10,000 profit. Okay, that doesn't mean anything besides they have a $10,000 profit at the end of all of that. So just realize if you see someone with $100,000 in sales, whether it's yearly or monthly, and they say that this is their profit margin of 10%, then you have $10,000 of profit left over. However, the return on investment should be much, much higher and will be much, much higher than 10%. So let's now discuss ROI, or return on investment. Now, ROI simply means your profit divided by your cost of goods, or the cost of the inventory that you sold. So before, when we looked at profit margin percentage, it was profit divided by your sales amount, or the gross sale amount for the revenue of that item. Return on investment is your profit divided by the cost of goods, or the cost of the inventory that you had to purchase to send into Amazon. Now, if we take a look at that same exact example for profit, we're looking at a $25 sale, $10 Amazon fees, $10 cost of goods, $5 profit. Well, your ROI is a $5 profit divided by your $10 cost of goods, giving you a 50% return on investment as you're evaluating these products, because it is truly just returning 50% of your investment back to you, and really on top of what you put out for that inventory, on top of the cost of goods. So one way to kind of think about how do we speak about this is it is the $5 return that you get on the $10 investment that you made. So it's the return on investment, $5 return on the $10 investment that you made. That comes out to be 50% ROI. Keep in mind that your return on investment is very important because it tells you how efficient you are at using your money on Amazon or in your business in other ways. So the higher the ROI, let's say you have a 70% return on investment, the higher that is, the more efficient you are using your money in your business. If you're getting 70% return on investment and somebody else is getting 40% return on investment, you are more efficient because you have a much higher return on the investment you're sending out. Essentially, the higher the ROI, the quicker that you're able to grow your money and the quicker you're able to grow your business, as long as you can uphold that return on investment. Now, to me, this is the only number that can be a consistent baseline for you in sourcing, because whether you're spending $1 or you're spending $100 on inventory, you are able to look at your return on investment percentage and say, I was very good with the efficiency that I spent my money on these items. If I'm making 50% return on investment at $1 and I'm selling 100 of them, that comes out to $50 of profit. If I'm making a 50% return on investment on one item for $100, then that comes out to a $50 profit. So it ultimately comes out to what is the way that you're able to efficiently use your money the best. And so let's talk about the differences between profit versus ROI. Now, while somebody may say, hey, I would rather use profit percentage to make my purchasing decisions, I personally disagree with that, because if you make a 10% profit margin, that's based off the sale price. You can't control the sale price at all. Maybe, made $2.50 on a $25 sale price. Well, that $2.50 could have been a 50% ROI. So actually in our example, it was a 20% profit percentage with a 50% return on investment. The profit percentage can fluctuate very heavily, whereas the return on investment tells you how well you're spending your money, because it's based on how much the inventory actually cost versus being based on the actual sales value of the item. Now, for most new sellers, I recommend that they start with a minimum of a 40% return on investment and a minimum profit of $3. But again, it should be a sliding scale, because if I can spend $1 on something and make $2 on it, I'm fine doing that. It's a 200% return on investment. It's a $2 profit, but ultimately it does double my money. And so if I can do that on 100 items, that's a great use of money. And so just be smart with it. You may want a minimum of 40% return on investment, a minimum of $3 profit on the majority of your items. But as you get more expensive items, or as you get less expensive items, you can kind of have that sliding scale that I mentioned earlier in this video. And so in summary, profit and ROI, or return on investment, are extremely important metrics in terms of making your best buying decisions for your Amazon business and in making sure that your business continues to be profitable for the long term. And so I'm glad that I'm able to answer the question here. Obviously, there are people that have differing opinions from me, but hopefully this helps shed some light on how to calculate the two of them and how you should be making the best decisions possible. Obviously, I'm not a bookkeeper and an accountant at all, so be sure to talk to your bookkeeper or accountant to get the best recommendations possible for your business. For those of you that don't know what RevSeller is, it's a Chrome extension. You do pay for it, and by paying for it, you're able to see on an Amazon detail page or product page the profitability, the sales rank, and so many other things I'm going to show you here in just a second. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the settings, and I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay, as you can see right here, this is just a random product detail page I decided to go to on Amazon. I just looked up Equate products and clicked on one of the first ones that I found. This is RevSeller. You can see that it shows you the rank that this product currently has. It shows you what percentage of sales rank that is, as well as the 90-day average price, the average rank for the 90 days, and the average amount of drops, which would be sales rank drops. And that would be the minimum amount of sales that has happened over that 90-day period. And it's typically going to be based off of Keepa product information. Now you can see here, it also has FBM information and FBA information, how many FBM offers there are and how many FBA offers there are that be fulfilled by Amazon or fulfilled by merchant. Then you've got sell price, buy cost, and then the net profits, ROI, and margin. Now I just have some information listed in there for you, and I'll show you the settings in just a second. Additionally, over here, you can see the ASIN, the weight and the dimensions of it, as well as the size of the products. You know, if it's a large standard, it's an oversized, if it's a small product, etc. It also tells you if it were less than $12 that this could qualify for small and light. So if I put this at $12, you can see that now it shows a small and light with a little checkbox. That's because it's using reduced fees if the product was priced at $12 or less based on the current small and light maximum price. So if that goes up in the future, it may be 14 or 13 bucks, whatever, depending on when you see this video. But currently it's listed at $22.87. So let's go back to that. See the ROI and the margin. If you hover over any of these little I sections, you can see that it pulls up more details of the fees that are coming out of the profitability of that product. So you can see all the detailed information. This will be based off of how you set up the settings within RevSeller. I want to go over this real quick first. Now over here, you can also see the low FBM price, the low FBA price, the buy box price, and then the Amazon price if Amazon was on this listing, but they currently are not, nor would they be since this is a Walmart specific private label product being Equate. And then close within FBA. So what that means is within 3% of the lowest FBA price, that's how I currently have it set up, there are 7 sellers that are within 3% of that low FBA price. Even though there are 26 FBA offers, there's only 7 that are within 3%. Now you can actually have it set up. You can see whenever I hover over this that it shows 4 FBA within 1%, 7 FBA within 2%, and 7 FBA within 3%. Since I'm hovered over this really tells me a bunch of information. I can set this up to show me by default the 4 within 1% of the low FBA. I currently have it within 3%. I just like that number. And so I'd like to see how many, the maximum amount within 3% of the buy box. But many people will price 3% higher than the buy box. And so I really like this depending on the repricer that you currently use. Now, if you click on this graph button, you can actually see that there's a small Keepa graph here. It does not show the new seller count, and it gives you the amount of days at the bottom. So if you just want to see the last 90 or the last 30, you can do that. It's currently set to all in this case. And if I actually scroll down to the actual Keepa graph, you can see it's the exact same as this upper box, but it does not give the very important information of this new seller count. So this would not be a listing I would jump on, just because the sellers are going straight up there and the prices, rightly enough, fairly so, coming down with the sellers coming up. Continuing on, you can see that if you click on offers, it will show you all of the seller names and what type of seller they are, their ratings, when the products would ship, and their prices, if you really wanted to get into details of those offers. Personally, if you have a Keepa subscription, I actually never take a look at the graph, because I just go down to Keepa, look at the full entire graph, and I can check out all of the offer information by clicking through Keepa, clicking data, and then clicking on offers there. If it would load for me, there we go. So I can see a lot of information just utilizing Keepa. So I very rarely use this portion of RevSeller. However, it can be very helpful. Now you can actually have this information copied by clicking on this button right here. If you copy that, you can paste it in Google Sheets or Excel. So if you're trying to track a bunch of different data points for different products, maybe you've got a virtual assistant or multiple team members that are looking at products and they're finding ones that they want you to purchase, well, you can have them copy all of this information, put it into an Excel sheet, and then it will all be in the same format for you or another person to review later and make the buying decisions from there. Now here, max cost is another thing that you can set up within RevSeller. I currently have it set up with one setting of a 30% ROI being my max cost that I could purchase this at, because it defaults to that 30%. If I were to put this at $10, you can see it says $4.38 or 44%, but if I click on max cost of $11.06, it brings down the profit and the ROI. You can actually set up multiple variables within the settings, and I like that because it can be a very quick way to source. So if you're looking at a product that is $12 and you see the max cost is $11.06, you don't have to go through the trouble of clicking through and clicking $12, because you know that it's not profitable if it's over that max cost amount. I personally like it, pretty quick and easy to get to. Additionally, you can get to Keepa by clicking on this button, camel, camel, camel. If you click this, the Amazon calculator, if you click that, and then there are other links as well if you wanted to see reviews, if you want to see any of the Amazon offers or anything external for eBay, Google, Amazon, or Walmart titles searching. If I wanted to search Google for the first 6 words of this, I would click that button. It would open up the results based off the first 6 words that it deems would be the Google search. So it helps you to actually source more products. It helps you to find maybe the ability to list this on eBay. So many opportunities here. Up at the top, you've got Hazmat. You would also have, if this were a meltable product, a meltable notification. This product is not Hazmat. If it were red, then it would mean that it is Hazmat. If it's grayed out like that, it's not Hazmat or it's unknown. And then yellow means that you may actually not have a Hazmat approved selling account, but you may still be able to send it into FBA. I rarely see yellow. It's typically red, gray, red or gray. So that's usually what I see. And then if you can sell it based off your seller account, it will highlight this green. If you aren't logged in, it will let you know that you need to sign in. And if you can't sell it, it will be red up top. And then lastly, if this were meltable, it would give you that meltable notification. But since it's not, that is not showing up right here. It would be red and it would be an MELT for melt. Now let's get into the settings. So if I go to settings here, you can see that there are a ton of different settings within this Google Chrome extension. And so what I recommend, just going through this one by one. Shipping revenue, this would be the standard merchant fulfilled shipping revenue that you use. So if you typically have $5, there's a flat rate shipping on most of your products, then you could add that and it would add that to the purchase price of the listing. There's other fees as well that you can put into here if you want them subtracted. So if you pay someone to fulfill your orders, like $1 per unit, if you're using a prep center or you're paying a specific person in your local area, you can put in those as a fee as well. Now it will currently, if you check this box, give you the ability to set up FBM ship estimates. And those estimates are, the way that I set it up is using USPS, using the middle zone of 5. So it even explains it if you hover over the I, that zone 4 is a shorter distance than zone 5. So zone 4 is shipping estimates will be a little less than zone 5 estimates. So we like to put it at 5. You can put it at 8 if you want to see the most expensive shipping zones, but there's 3 options, 4, 5, and 8. We select 5 for that. However, if you wanted to for FBM, you could do dollar per pound. You could also do flat rate depending on your needs in your business. Now, if we're looking at the FBA price, you can do a ship to FBA dollar per pound. Now, for some people, if you're a new seller, you might want to put 50 cents per pound. Essentially, it will automatically calculate the estimated amount of fees that you're going to incur for shipping this product into Amazon based off your average shipping rate per pound. In our business, it's 25 cents per pound. And so that's why we've got it in there. For some people, it's 10 cents per pound. If you're using LTL shipments and you're an advanced seller, you can use a much lower rate per pound. If you're newer and you're sending in fewer items in FBA boxes, it's going to be more expensive per pound. So just figure that out in your own account. It will help you to be much more streamlined in your sourcing so you know that you're calculating in all of those fees. Now, I also have it checked to use the grader of the dimensional or the actional weight. So that just means that we're not accidentally showing too low of a fee. We always have it use the grader option. Other, again, would be prep fees or any other kind of things like polybagging, labeling, etc. If you wanted to do that, we currently don't put that in there, including the storage fee. If there is a storage fee for the automatic calculations at Amazon, we always include the storage fee because there may be storage involved. And then we typically, for our monthly storage fee, put 1 month. Now you can put as many months up to 12 as you want. We like to use 1 because our typical turnaround is 30 days. For some of you, if you have a 60-day turnaround, I would change this to 2 months. Or if you have a much longer holding period, maybe you're selling shoes and clothing and it could be 3-4 months of holding, then you could put that in there instead of the 1. Buy cost sales tax, typically we're purchasing sales tax exempt. Using a prep center in a sales tax exempt state, you can also get sales tax exemption there. So we have it at 0%. If for whatever reason we do have to buy something with sales tax, we'll just include it in our buy cost. So instead of $5, it would be $5.50 in that case. So we don't ever mess with this to have it automatically calculate. Now here's where you can set up the max buy cost rules. So you can see I put 30% ROI, but if I also put 30% ROI with a $5 net as my minimum, then I go back to the settings here, you can see that instead of that $11.30, it was $9.38. So if I click on that, it'll say, oh, that's a $5 profit, and that's actually a 53% ROI. So depending on what you want your minimums to be, you can actually set that up. If I come back and I clear this out and just keep it at that 30% and go back, you can see now it's at $11.06, and I can click that and it'll show it $3.32 of profit, 30% ROI. Now back into these settings, you can also change the margin if you wanted. We currently just use ROI as a minimum, ROI for our maximum buy cost that we can have it calculate. This is pretty standard. Buy cost decimal places, leave that at 2. Using list price for the buy cost, we don't do that. That just is not something that we are currently doing. It automatically populates the list price found from the Amazon listing details in the buy cost. That's frequently inaccurate, so that's why it's kind of a warning that they're telling you, but in certain categories and situations, you may find value in it. So for instance, maybe you're buying an Amazon product to flip it on Amazon. You could use the list price instead, but I don't really recommend doing that. How close to lower your fulfillment fee limit? This is something I actually don't know what to do. So we leave it at 10%. And so I just leave that there. I'm going to be honest. This is one I've never messed with. The little bubble does not give any additional information. So if somebody knows that, please comment below. Let me know. It's one I actually don't know what to do with. So general, here is where you can see pop-out position if you want top middle, top left, all of these different things. Where do you want this Chrome extension to pull up? Default condition is new. That's what we do because that's in our business, but you can also use used if for some reason you are selling used products. Small and light checked. We always leave that there because we want it to give us the ability to populate that if the product is $12 or less based off the current maximum small and light fees. Auto update and smart inputs. We don't do that. We leave it unchecked. Essentially what that does is if you were to enter in a cost of $5, it would automatically update the profit. We like to hit enter. And so that's what that does. If you were to select this, it would automatically update it. I like to make sure to hit enter and that it's all correct. So that way it's not dynamically updating faster than I want it to. Hiding text pop-ups. So this is something, if you want the info text pop-ups to appear, so they still show data pop-ups like net details, long-term storage fees, etc. But if you don't want the info text pop-ups like these little eyes to appear, I can check that. And I believe if I hover over these things, let's see, maybe I was wrong. Let me go back here. If I hover over the info right there, it doesn't pull up the pop-up. So it doesn't get annoying. I actually like to see them. So I like to leave them unchecked. Now under Amazon.com here, you can also add other header links. So I'm just going to put an example and I'll have to reload it in a minute. So I'm going to come back to this as the last one. Now sell prices and offers, we use the buy box, then the lowest new price. Some people like to use the lowest FBA, then the buy box, then the lowest new. I always like to compete against the buy box, so that's how I set it up. Default offer count is active condition. And then underneath offers within percentage of FBA, I showed you earlier, you can do 3%, 2%, or 1%. We like to use 3% as the most amount. So that way we can see the max amount of sellers within 3% of the buy box, or within 3% of the lowest FBA price. ROI method, we divide by buy cost only. And the reason we do that is because we like to make sure that we're using the same standard across all the different products that we're selling. Now you can have it divide by buy cost plus settings fees, which is also including things like inbound shipping and buy cost sales tax. I don't like to do that because I feel like that doesn't actually go directly into the product itself as a buy cost. You can use that one if you want. The one that I do not recommend using is the third option, which is dividing by the buy cost plus the setting fees and the transaction fees, which includes all Amazon fees, inbound shipping, buy cost sales tax, and other. To me, that one is adding in too many things that don't actually totally affect your actual investment in a product. And we want to make sure that your ROI and your profit percentages are based off your actual investment to purchase that product. There are no Amazon fees for transactions if you don't sell it. So that doesn't really help unless you are selling it. And even then it comes after the fact. It's not an actual investment of yours. So I recommend either dividing by the buy cost plus settings fees, or what we use is the divide by buy cost only. ROI and margin decimal places, that's fairly obvious. Show ROI and margin at the bottom. We do leave that checked. So for targets, we actually leave these defaulted. This is how they were currently set up in our Rev Seller. We have never touched them. I haven't seen the need to touch them. We're going to leave them as they are. If you want to dig into those a little deeper, feel free. It's just not something I've ever needed to mess around with. Graph, automatically show graph. That would be the Keepa graph that I showed you earlier. Since I have a Keepa subscription, I do not have it automatically show me the graph, but it does default to 365 days for the year, which I appreciate. And then it shows the new, the third party sales rank. And if you wanted, it could show the used. And it would also invert rank axis if you wanted. We don't have it do that just because I like the way that it's currently structured. Variation viewer, we also leave these here. Ignore sellers with zero feedback and click to open filters instead of hovering. Now copying and export, you can actually have it set up to copy certain things, and you can pull over the items that you want it to copy for you. So it gives you a bunch of instructions how to do that. If you're going to use the copy and paste into Google Sheets or Excel, that is the button you would want to click, and to be able to set that up, and also to be able to just export it directly to a Google Sheet. Now, lastly, I would show you how to do these links. I could actually say, okay, let's just do Ask Jimmy Smith, and I could set up the website description, and I will leave that. I'm going to go back and I'm going to refresh it. And whenever I refresh it, you just see this pop up, and it will actually have a link at the top, Ask Jimmy Smith, and then it goes to my website. If anybody's interested, go to askjimmysmith.com. But you can utilize this if you have a repricer and you want your repricer to, if you're looking at current products that you're selling, you could set it up to link to your repricer for that particular product. Click that button and it will open up the repricer page for your product that you're looking at on Amazon. You can make all your adjustments. You should be good to go from there. We're going to be going through different methods of, as a new seller doing online arbitrage, how is it that you should be sourcing? And my goal is that through doing this from a location that I've never been to, and specifically a city that I've never been to for sourcing, business, personal, anything, my goal is that you can see just kind of the thought process behind it, as well as how to evaluate some products, how to read Keepa charts, etc. Now, if you're interested in getting a free 30-day training, I do have that at my website at askjimmysmith.com/free training. That link is below and in the description for you, but that's the only thing that I'm going to be talking about on this video from time to time, just to remind you that, hey, if you'd like a free training for 30 days, an email a day, then go check that out, and it should help you get your Amazon business started. So let's go ahead and get into the live sourcing now. So you can see I've pulled up two different web pages. One is Amazon.com, because that's where we're going to be doing our sourcing. Second one is the United States map. And the reason is I'm trying to figure out where I want to source from. And so in looking at this, I've actually been to a lot of different states over my life, just from business, travel, and things like that. But I do know that I've never been to Maine. And so we're just going to zoom in on Maine and start selecting a city. All right, now this is updating. We are looking for probably something more like a major city. It doesn't have to be anything huge, but I want it to be something that there's decent amount of stores there. Let's go ahead and check out Ellsworth. I'm not sure if this is a major population or major town. 8,000 people as the population. So let's see if there's any good stores here to start from. So Ellsworth, I'm going to just look this up on Google. Let's see, directions to, let's just look up a grocery store. Let's look for some regional products in Ellsworth, Maine. I'm not sure the name of the grocery store. It looks like Shaw's. Okay. Is that a grocery store? Appears to be. All right, cool. Well, let's go ahead and check out Shaw's. Never heard of this store before. So I don't know if it's a big one or a really small one, but we can see if there's anything here. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you that you can just source from stores that you've never heard of, right? You don't need anything you don't need to have a specific specialty for sourcing or any of that kind of stuff. This does look to have multiple locations, so that's good. It could be a fairly big regional grocery store. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll just start this way. So the first method that we'll talk about is just doing, first off, manual sourcing, where we're just looking at the products and we're sourcing them on Amazon.com, looking for the best Keepa charts and the best profitability metrics. But second, we're going to be doing more of a cyclical, replenishable product type method. Now, the reason I say cyclical replens is because these are running off of sales cycles. And so we want to be sure that even though there may be sales on these products at this store, they still typically will run on a traditional cycle of, these coupons, these discounts come out on a regular basis, whether it's monthly or quarterly or every year or 6 months. These are things that typically will happen multiple times. Now, in my biggest retail arbitrage days, where I was going to the store all the time and doing this, I would look at weekly sales from every local store that I had to see if there's anything good. And I would pre-source those items from home, where I've got all of these extra Google Chrome extensions, etc. And then I would go out to the store and look at the specific items that I was interested in to see if the pricing was still good and to just kind of speed that process up. But ultimately, this was an excellent way to get some good inventory and to learn what sells, what doesn't, how the sales cycles works, etc. Additionally, you can be building up your leads list through this type of sourcing. So you may find things that are on sales cycles and, they're only good to purchase once every 6 months. But as that sale comes up the next 6 months later, you've already got this in a software or in a Google Chrome sheet or an Excel sheet. I don't know why I'm blanking on that. But you've got it stored in a sheet for you to come back to later whenever it's time to source that again. So I personally recommend using Replen Dashboard. It's $7 a month for new sellers. Replendashboard.com. You can check it out. You can store up to 10,000 leads for $7 a month, and you can track all of your sales up to $10,000 per month. And then once you're over that point, you can check out the other plans there. But ultimately, let's go ahead and get into this. So how do we shop these sales cycles on a weekly basis? So if you go up here, typically they're going to have like a weekly deals option where you can look for their different sales cycles that they've got for the week. So let's see if they've actually got this on this store. That'd be funny if I was talking about it and it's not actually here. Oh, it's right in front of my face. View weekly ad. So most grocery stores will have this. Now, if you're not gated or if you're not ungated in grocery, then this may be something that doesn't fully apply to you, but a lot of times they will have products in their weekly ads that aren't grocery that you can still sell. Sometimes it's like health and beauty products or something like that, but ultimately it is another option for you if you're trying to do this method. Now, obviously, we're going to be avoiding any of the fresh foods. We're not going to be selling that on Amazon. And for me, I typically try to go through this fairly quickly. Things like cereal or Pop-Tarts, these are 2 for $4. I'm not sure of the exact discount. This could be something that I would start sourcing. However, these are big brands. And so a lot of times I try to avoid the big brands, especially if you're a newer seller, because you're going to be competing with a lot more people. But maybe there's a buy one, get one free coupon or discount for that week, and it's a good option for you to check in on. Now, these types of products will have a lot of sales and deals throughout the year. And so they're going to be more accessible to multiple different types of sellers. I will potentially come back to this, but I also like to look at things that maybe I've never heard of before. So New England coffee, I've never heard of this. It looks like Signature Select Coffee is another option. These could just be store brands. They could be just in that area. But this is something that I would want to check out. This could be a huge brand, and I just don't know it off the top of my head. But it looks like 9 to 12 ounce bags are $4.77, as well as 12 count K-Cups would be in this price range as well. I'm not sure what it typically costs for these products, but let's go ahead and check out New England Coffee underneath Amazon here and see if we can pull back anything. New England Coffee. Now, sometimes when you're sourcing this stuff, you'll find out that Amazon is the seller or the brand is the seller. And so in those cases, we just pass on it and keep moving on. This looks to be the case that Amazon is the seller, sold by Amazon in these methods. But this one, 22 ounce bag, what was the method here? 9 to 12 ounce bags. Okay, so we might want to come up here and do New England coffee and do 12. That way we are looking for the 12 ounce bags specifically. Sometimes we'll still find good listings where Amazon is not on that listing, and we can sell on it, or maybe Amazon sold out of it, or maybe there's a 2-pack that we can sell on, that kind of stuff. And we also need to make sure that it's profitable at the same time. So let's go ahead and keep sourcing here. We've got a 12 count pack of one. This is $14.99. It doesn't sell a ton. It's $163,000 in grocery, but this 12 count K-Cups, that would fall underneath this weekly ad here, 12 count K-Cups. And so let's go ahead and go back there. And I'm just going to open this up. And the other thing that I'm looking at, for some reason I can't get this to open in a new screen. There we go. The other thing I'm looking at is the price. So is the price look to be about 2.5 times or more what the cost of the product is. That usually is a good indicator that it could be profitable as a replenishable product. And if it's underneath our minimum metrics, then we may want to save it as a lead for potential options in the future. So let's take a look at this. This would cost us $4.77. And now I don't know what the Keepa chart looks like. That is an important metric, but looks like this is $3.33 of profit. We have $1.25 of custom cost in here. I'm using the extension ASIN Zen. You can actually check out this extension at askjimmysmith.com/ASIN Zen if you'd like to check that out for your business. It only shows 2 estimated sales amounts with a revenue of $30 per month. So it doesn't sell a ton. This is something that I would watch out for, but it's still something that we want to check out. All right, now the brand itself, New England Coffee Store. So this is tied to the actual brand. We're looking at these checks. Is this a generic product? Does the brand not match? This appears to match. So New England Coffee, that does match just fine. Now let's take a look at the Keepa chart. Oh, this is an interesting one. So this has been out of stock for so long, which is one of the reasons that it hasn't sold much, which is why it says 2 sales per month. But then whenever it came back into stock, it did sell. Not super quickly, but it did sell at this point. And it looks like it used to sell 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times over about a month period back in May, whenever it was in stock. And if we look at the year, it also used to sell, it looks like at $10. Common Sense Distributors and this other seller was selling it at that cheap. Now, if it were to drop down to that $10 price point, one thing I like about ASIN Zen is it tells you the break-even price here is actually $11.37. Now, if we don't have a cost of $1.25 for maybe prep and ship and all of that kind of stuff, I can turn that off. And then our break-even price is that $10 price point. Okay, so this is something that I would potentially test. If I'm a new seller, I would go, I can get it at $4.77. I can test maybe 2 of them, send them in, see if it's something that I can, purchase and resell consistently. It looks like it's been selling at this $20 price point before, and specifically now at this $15 price point. To me, that's worth it. Additionally, there's no FBA offers. So if you end up being the only FBA offer that sends this product in, you may actually get more sales because people are more likely to purchase from a prime seller, and you can kind of own the buy box at that point versus competing with a merchant fulfilled seller. So this is something that gets a 70% return on investment. We're lucky it was the first thing that I looked at from a brand I've never heard of, at a store I've never heard of. And so, I think that this would be something that I would test. Again, this isn't going to make you $1,000 a month, but this could make you, $10, $15 a month if it sells 4 or 5 times, and that's fine. You get 100 of those, and then you're making $1,000 a month or more, right? So that's the key behind doing replenishable products. And we are doing it for what I believe is probably more of, it's not a huge brand. Maybe it is. I just don't know it. But ultimately, we can keep sourcing from here as well. We're looking at the 12-ounce bags or the 12-count K-Cups. Really, anything underneath a 12-ounce bag, could be a 9-ounce bag as well. We want to make sure we're not competing with Amazon, and so we'll continue sourcing from there. Now, this is a pack of 3. It is sold by Amazon, so this won't work based off the pricing. Let's see if we can keep seeing more. We've got a pack of 2 for these K-Cups. So I'm going to open that in a new tab. And if I were doing this at the store as well, I would go and I would look at all these other options. Maybe I'd make a list of things that don't have Amazon on them, and I'll show you a way to do that with Keepa here in just just a minute. So we've also got this pack of 2 is 11 ounces. Amazon's on it. This extension, by the way, is called DS, Amazon Quick View. It's free. So I like that. Also, if you use Ace and Zen, you get this extension with it. So you can also see if Amazon's on the listing or not. So if you don't want DS Amazon Quick View and you're paying for Ace and Zen, then you can check this out because it comes with it and is a nice little way to, kind of just stay on the product page, look at the calculator, etc. And you can even click to see Keepa from here. All right, so we'll keep looking. This is an 11 ounce. This has 8 FBA sellers at $11.63. Again, this is all dependent on the availability from the store that we are purchasing from. This has 1 FBA seller. Let's see, Amazon. And you can compete with Amazon. There's plenty of examples just for today. I'm not going through that. This is a nice little, it looks like a seasonal bundle, but we can check that out and see if it's legitimate for us to be able to source and sell. 48, 24 count. Okay, so we are good. This is another pack of 2. Doesn't appear Amazon is on this in any way. We'll also open this up. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for us with this brand. So we've got this first one that would be, maybe 3 or 4 sales per month. That would be my guess. And with that, you're making 70% return on your investment. You spend $477, making $333 if you have an additional $1.25 of cost. And with this, we also have the inbound shipping cost here of 25 cents based off its weight. So it's taking that into consideration. If you don't have a $1.25 of cost, and you actually can make almost 100% return on investment. So that's pretty good. Now this one, this would be a 2-pack of K-Cups here, 12 count. If they've got this in stock, our cost would actually be $477 times 2. Whenever I do that, it's $9.54, making $7.60 at 80% return on investment. Now, with this sales rank here, it's saying about 41 sales per month. I don't know if I believe that based off that sales rank. There are 3 reviews. Now, here's a red flag. It says KMWA is the brand. So I would actually pass up on this because this is going to eventually get caught by Amazon. This is something that's breaking Amazon's rules. You need to make sure that the brand matches the title as it does here. So New England Coffee, New England Coffee, and then it's actually tied to the store of the New England Coffee store. So that is something that you need to look for. I would pass on this. If these things matched, it would be a great opportunity because this does seem to sell well. So it's always a shame whenever I see that now because of Amazon's rules, because this sells very well. So if you're someone that wants to risk your account ever, then this would be a good listing to do it on, except that I'm broadcasting this onto YouTube. But ultimately, I would pass on it because the brand does not match the actual brand here, and so that can be a huge red flag in the future for your business. All right, so we'll pass on that one. Would have been good though. Let's see if this one matches first. This is the New England Coffee store. Perfect. So this would cost us $477. Again, we have this $1.25 of custom cost. If that wasn't there, we'd be looking at a 30% return on investment. What I may suggest is then saving this lead in Replen dashboard for your lead tracking purposes, because then in the future, let's say the price goes up to $12.99, and you're able to now see in Replen dashboard, because it updates continually, that this product is a 57% return on investment. Well, then it may be worth you going out and purchasing that particular product. So that's where saving leads, like if you were to be looking at this and you actually put this back to 1163 and you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, 30% return on investment, I want a minimum of 40% return on investment, so I'm just going to pass up on this. Well, you just spent all this time, you found this product, and now it's actually close to being good, but it's not quite there. Well, you're wasting that time that you spent finding it. You might as well save the data, save where you found this product, and be able to come back to it later. Potentially, it never comes back to a profitable point. Or maybe it does go up in price because, as we know, prices fluctuate every day on Amazon. And if we look at this, this is an excellent indicator that prices fluctuate. It used to be at $17.99 just back in February, right? And then it dropped down to $14.50, $14.20, $13, down to $11, and now it's back up to $12 or so. We are seeing sellers go up, so this is one I would also avoid based off of this particular path. You know, there is some Keepa training here that I recommend that you would go through for free. It's a Keepa training guide at my website at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. But there you can see a 16-page 2-page document that would show you one of the red flags is to avoid listings where sellers are consistently going up and the price is going down, because it could continue to do that. However, we do know that this is at this point profitable at a 30% return on investment. We can save it in Replen dashboards so that it's continually updating just in case the sellers do drop and the price goes back up to $15 or higher. That's a huge win. And so you want to make sure to save this. To me, that makes my sourcing time maximized and profitable because I'm able to save this data instead of just passing up on it. So not only did I find one that I may test right here, I found another lead that could become a profitable ASIN or product for me in the future. Okay. Now this next one, this is a 2-pack. Let's see if this matches. A lot of times, oh wow, it usually doesn't. So this is the New England Coffee Store. It's actually put on and matches the brand, which is great. This $477 times 2, that'd be $954. This would be at $7.57 with this $1.25 added as a cost. Otherwise, it'd be almost 100% return on investment. Looks like this could work just fine. 2 packs of 11 ounces. That's if these are available. They may not be available yet. This could be more of a Q4 type item during Christmas. You can see that the sellers have fallen off recently, and it used to sell at 20 bucks. Let me scroll back here. Back in December, though, it was selling at $39.50. Looks like the profitability was decreasing, but at its lowest point in the last year, it was selling at $20. So if we were to drop this down to 20, we'd still be making a 15% return on investment. So if you can find this based off of this data from Keepa, you can see that it sells over 50 times per month using this little yellow line here. And we can see that the price starts to drop, but it was much higher and it's currently going back up. So as soon as these things come out in that store, I would recommend potentially looking at this product again to see if you'd want to purchase it, right? Again, this is on YouTube, so you may not want to purchase things like that. But let's look at prior years. It looks like in January, it was at 25, 22, 31. 2 years ago, it was in $23 or so. And it looks like 3 years ago it was $25 or so. You see more sellers coming on. So I would be looking at this product this year in 2024 and saying, okay, well, it's gone up in sellers and it really went up here and then it went up again. Well, it might go up again, and because there's more sellers, it could drop a little bit more. However, if you look at this, the price does seem to rebound into the start of the year a little bit. So even if it drops a little, you can wait. So the best bet is to be the first ones in where you're selling it at a high price, or the last ones out where you're selling it at a higher price, as long as the expiration dates are good. So this is something that could be a good winner. So not only have we found a product we're going to test now, we found a lead that could come back in the future, and now we found another lead that maybe in Q4 when this product's available, we can be the first movers to buy it and send it in and make a good amount of money. If it were to sell, let's just say at $25, that'd probably be more average. We're looking at a 60% return on investment for something that currently last year sold that it, or shows that it sold over 50 times in the month. All right, then we're going to look at this one. This is a 2-pack. Does it match? Let's see, New England Coffee Store, so that matches. It's tied to the brand. That's good to me. This is going to again be $477 times 2. It might not be profitable here, so this would be one that you'd want to pass up on. Even without the custom costs, you're making 10% return or 12% return on investment. I would probably save this as a lead because again, these things can fluctuate in pricing, and it looks like it doesn't fluctuate a ton, at least over the last 3 months. It did at one point go for $24.91 from an FBA seller, but it seems to stay around this $20 price point. So the one thing that I do like though is the sellers here seem to be fairly consistent and almost dropping off. So the fact that it's kind of break even at this current price point at 21, if it were to drop down to 20, that would be a problem. So this might be something you want to pass up on, but I would still save it because you never know. The pricing could change. Maybe the product has a sale for $2.50 or something for 1 pack, or a BOGO type of example where you have a buy one, get one free. These things are all different data points that you can use in the future. And if you save this information so that another sale comes out, you just go to Replen dashboard and you sort by anything that has New England in the title. Well, those items can be easy for you to go through and make a buying list. And so that's why I recommend it. I've done plenty of videos on Replen dashboard. That's not the point of this video. So I just want to at least mention the importance of saving these leads as you're doing your sourcing. So we found a couple leads. We found one testable ASIN. We found a decent testable ASIN for Q4. And we can continue to go back and source more for New England Coffee if we wanted to. Or we can actually go back to the weekly ad for Shaw's and just see if there's anything else. So Signature Select Coffee, I would take a look at that. Let's see, I don't want to keep staying on the coffee side. Drake's Snacks, I've never heard of Drake's Snacks. I have a feeling the expiration dates are a little bit short though, so I'm not even going to spend my time. Usually those are about 2 months and Amazon requires much longer than that. Let's see, these are frozen. We're going to avoid dairy and frozen. These are grocery favorites. So things like these little Kool-Aid mixers or Crystal Light, you could absolutely look up if you're not gated in those. And I've actually got a full ungating guide with auto-ungating ASINs at my website at askjimmysmith.com/ungate if you're interested in checking those out. Again, it's all free. Buy 5 or more. Okay, let's see what is this. Mix or match any 5 or more for these deals. Okay. Yeah, so these prices are based on if you purchase 5 or more. So these particular products are saving $1 if you buy 5 or more of any of these things. So you could buy one of this, 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 and you get the deal on all of them. It's kind of a cool sale. I would definitely take a look at things like Rouse homemade sauce, some of these Keepa cookies and Cheez-Its, Toasteds, all of these types of things that can do well, especially with bundles and variations, all of this as well. So these would be the things that I would go into the store and I would check them out if I want to purchase them or not while I'm in the store, because that's an important piece. Also, there's a Vermont coffee company, whole bean coffee. I love things that are regional. Things that I don't have access to here in Florida, since again, I've never been to Maine. I assume this is regional, Vermont's coffee company. This could be an excellent option to check out and sell. Things like olive oil that maybe, I think I've heard of this brand, but still, you're looking for these types of items. All right. And if you can't do grocery, these are the household essentials. Maybe there are some of these things that you can do in your own business. So I would be looking at some of this stuff too if you can't sell grocery and you're not trying to get ungated in grocery. So I would recommend going through all of these things and just seeing what stands out, what works for you. And in the future, you can just look at these weekly ads and say, oh, cool, I know this is good. I know this is good. I've saved it all in Replen dashboard, or I can just go back to my Google Sheet and I can check out this stuff that I've saved. That's where you can really make some good headway. Okay, so that's what I would be looking for personally as I'm doing sourcing. This was an easy one. Oddly enough, I'm glad that it worked out so well that we found some good stuff. We'll be discussing the best Amazon FBA arbitrage sourcing routine for beginners to hit $10,000 per month as fast as possible if you're able to follow this routine. Now, if you're new to the world of Amazon FBA and you want to grow your business consistently with limited time each day, as I know many people start on Amazon, as I did, as a side hustle, then this is the video for you. First, let's talk about the 30 replens in 30 days challenge. Now, this challenge is designed to help you find 30 replenishable items or replens in 30 days. I recommend this challenge for new sellers to kickstart their Amazon FBA journey. And I actually do discuss it in my book as well as in my course. So this is something that I've seen tons of successful students go through. They get started, they have a good plan, and that's what I want to talk about today. So to hit the $10,000 per month goal, you'll actually need an average of 67 replens that have an average of a $15 selling price point and 10 sales per month, again on average, per ASIN. So some ASINs might sell only 2 units per month, while others could sell 50 for all I know. But the average price point that you need to be at is $10 or $15, and the average amount of sales per ASIN is 10. Now, again, some of them may be duds, but if you can get those averages to be correct or at those levels, then all you need is 67 replens selling at those points to be able to hit $10,000 in sales per month. Now, if the price point, the selling price increases, the number of required replens decreases, right? If you're selling things that are $20 on average, well, then you don't need as many replens to hit your $10,000 per month goal. And if you are finding things that are selling 20 or 30 times on average, well, again, you won't need as many replens because you'll be able to have the revenue generating that will get you to that goal. Now, the power, though, of this challenge is that all you have to do is find one new ASIN per day. And if you're hitting those averages that I just mentioned, you should have the right inventory to be able to hit $10,000 per month after a few months of sending in enough inventory. So just remember, if you find 2 replens a day or even 4 instead of just the 1, then you can really skyrocket your Amazon growth as long as the inventory is good and as long as it's profitable. Now, those are key points. And I know you're like, well, where's all the profitable and good inventory? Totally understand it. I've made a ton of videos on this channel, over 200 at this point on my YouTube channel. You can check out a ton of different sourcing videos here. Now, here's the daily routine that you can follow to make sure that you're consistently finding inventory and doing the things to grow your business. And so I've broken it down into a few steps. The very first step is sourcing. I recommend, since you're trying to find 1 replen per day to hit the 30 in 30 days, it's spending 1 hour per day to sourcing products either online or in stores, because that should yield you at least 1 new replen in that hour. Now, I am saying this to new sellers. I've actually found dozens an hour before, so this can actually really help you. Maybe you spend one day and you realize, oh wow, in this hour I've found 10 new replens. Well, don't just stop finding things for the next 10 days, but you can use that momentum to grow your ASINs. There will be some days you might find 0, but if you on average are spending an hour per day, you should be finding about, at a minimum, 1 replen per day to hit that goal. Now, if you don't have an hour per day, you're going to have a difficult time with many different businesses. You probably need to look at some of my other videos on prioritizing time, etc. But ultimately, 1 hour per day is my suggested minimum for doing this. If you'd rather spend 2 or 3 hours on a few different days, you can do that as well. But then naturally, you're going to need to find 2 or 3 replens on those days. You just want to average 1 replen per hour that you're spending on this. Now, you can find full price discounts or sales that can offer you a higher profit margin, but ultimately you want items that you can restock. And finding full price items helps you with that the most. There are tons of videos on this channel, as I mentioned before, for the best sourcing methods and how to do it profitably. Now, the second piece to this routine is actually shipping and inventory management. This is something that is just a necessary evil, so to speak. Once you buy the inventory, you have to send it to Amazon. And so I recommend doing this 2 hours for every 3 days. So if you can work this into your schedule, spending 2 hours every 3 days will get you consistent shipments. But the issue then is sometimes people don't have those 2 hours every 3 days. If you want to do it once per week, that's totally fine. With all the inventory that you're finding using this 30 days challenge, then you may have to take about 4 or 5 hours to do a shipment because it'll be a little bit of a bigger shipment. But just remember that consistency is key. You want to stick to this routine and you're going to see results much, much faster. And then the third piece to this routine is ask questions to a community. You can use my YouTube channel, but not many other people besides myself comment back. This is something I recommend doing 15 minutes per day. It can be tricky though with social media being so addictive for people. So you just want to make sure to limit it to 15 minutes per day if possible. And you want to be sure that you're asking questions to a community of like-minded sellers that are all growing in similar business models, because this can help you to ultimately buy the right products and motivate you if you're ever feeling stuck. Maybe you've had a few days where you didn't find anything and you just need some motivation. Go into a community, ask for some motivation, some help, and get going again. Now, I recommend joining a free Facebook group that I've been a part of since 2015. Currently has over 70,000 members, and the link to join is at bit.ly/MST group. It's from my silent team. That link is below and in the description. It is the most active and friendly group that I've ever been in, and I sometimes get to get in there and help answer questions from time to time. So the link is below and in the description as well. That is my personal recommendation for where you should go to ask questions for other replen sellers that are going through a lot of these similar processes also. Now, it is essential to track your progress as you work through the 30 replens in 30 days challenge. So I wanted to give you some tips to help you stay on track. First, you want to set some weekly goals. So break down your overall goal of 67 replens or whatever you set it to be. You could make it 90 or 100 or whatever. Break it down into smaller, achievable weekly or daily targets. That's why I like 30 replens in 30 days, because you can say, I want to find 1 new product per day. So spend the time to do that. But if you want to find 60 replens in 30 days, then say you want to find 2 every day or 14 a week on average, right? So that's what you want to do, is break it down into smaller targets. And the second thing that you want to do is monitor your inventory. So keep an eye on your inventory levels and adjust your sourcing accordingly. So as things sell well, you can use a software like Replenishable.com to help you know how many and when to replenish your inventory so you can scale properly. It is a software that I did create, so I'm a little bit biased, but I've seen tons of success stories from people that have used it, and I personally use it in my own business, obviously. And it's also free for new sellers for your first 500 orders on Amazon. So for somebody that's selling 5 or 10 units a week, that's going to take a long time to get through that free trial. We did it so that new sellers could come in and that they could get used to the software program, see that it can help them grow their business. And we designed it so that you don't have to pay for the tool until you have hit over 500 orders in your Amazon account at this point. That may change in the future. We may make you reduce it or whatever. But if you are someone that's selling a bunch of items, 30 days is the next cutoff. So whichever takes longer, 30 days or 500 orders in your account. Now, the third thing that you want to do is to review your profit margins consistently. Make sure that you're buying the right inventory, that the items that you purchase are selling profitably. You don't want to get 3 months in and realize all your items that you bought were no good. The fourth thing is to adjust your strategy. So if you notice that certain products or niches aren't performing as expected, pivot and try a different approach. Try some other sourcing methods that I teach on this channel for free. Alternatively, if you see products that are selling well or from certain stores that you buy from, then go back and find more of those brands or shop more products from that particular store. Now, once you've successfully completed the 30 replens in 30 days challenge and you're consistently hitting your $10,000 per month target, it is time to scale your business. That is one thing that I go through quite heavily in this book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, from $0 to $100,000 per month. And we've got almost 200 reviews on Amazon at the time of this recording, tons of great successes from that. But here are some tips on how to scale your business from 10K and up for anybody that just wants to look into your future, so to speak, of what you can expect once you're hitting these 10K per month goals. One, you want to expand your product range quite a lot. Research new niches, research new products so that you can scale. Remember that the approach with replenishable products and specifically arbitrage is an inch deep and mile wide approach. You want to have very little amounts in the items that you are testing. You want to have a ton of different items so that you can ultimately safeguard your business more and more. Just in case one product tanks, you have 100 other ones that are still selling well, right? That's what the second piece is. You want to leverage Amazon pay-per-click. Utilize their platform to increase ultimately your product visibility and drive more sales. You may think that's a little weird for arbitrage, but I have done a whole video on setting up 5-cent ads for your Amazon replenishable products for arbitrage sellers. And you can find that on my channel if you're interested in how to do it. It's very step-by-step, super simple to do. And again, it's 5-cent ads. And I think that it helps a little bit, at least, for getting some more sales velocity on your arbitrage. Now, the third thing is that you want to network with your suppliers. Establish relationships with your suppliers and your store managers if you're doing retail arbitrage so that you can negotiate better deals and bigger orders. Again, this is as you're growing and scaling, you can come back and look at a couple of these things. Maybe I should have made this a whole separate video, but ultimately that is something that you can do. If you're working with store managers, you can negotiate deals and sometimes get much bigger orders and help them out. I've actually talked about that in other videos also. And then number 4, outsource tasks. So as your business is growing, you don't want to do this early on because you are still learning and getting used to your own processes. But as your business grows, consider outsourcing time-consuming tasks like customer service, inventory management, etc., to focus on expanding your product range and sourcing strategies. You can outsource prep and ship, whether it's with a prep and ship company or local teams. You can outsource your sourcing, however it is that makes the most sense for your business. But ultimately, as you're growing, you want to start outsourcing different tasks in your business. And then number 5, reinvest into your business. It's a huge recommendation of mine. Set aside some money that you're willing to put into your business to start, and then start reinvesting your profits to scale your inventory, improve your tools, expand your market, etc., expand your employees or your independent contractors or virtual assistants. As much as possible, reinvest into your business. And then if you can delay that gratification of taking some profits from your business, the longer that you can do that, then the more profits there will be for you to take in the future if you can continue to roll it back into your business and grow. So in conclusion, the key to successfully hitting the $10,000 per month mark with Amazon FBA arbitrage is to follow a consistent daily routine and remain committed to your goals. By completing the 30 replens in 30 days challenge and sticking to the daily routine I've outlined, you're going to be much better and well on your way to building a thriving Amazon FBA business, as I've seen thousands of other people do. Now, remember, it does take time and patience to see results, so you might have some difficult days. That's why the community is so important that I mentioned earlier. But with dedication and persistence, you can achieve your goals and so much more than you ever thought possible, as I have personally seen in my own business and life. As long as you're consistent with the process, you will see results if you're buying the right inventory. One of the main reasons that sellers decide to quit selling on Amazon FBA is because they simply run out of time to do the work required in their business. And what I mean by this is they just simply don't realize the amount of time that it takes. Now, in my videos over the last 4 years since I've been recording, I have recommended at least 10 hours per week to be successful in an Amazon FBA business. And especially with the method that I teach, which is replens, arbitrage, and wholesale as well, a lot of it comes down to it is a simple business model, but it requires hard work. And what I mean by that is it may be simple to understand, buying something low, selling it high, but ultimately it does require your time. It requires your energy. It requires you to learn a bunch of new things about Amazon, to learn how to source product, how to send product in, all of these other things that come into the business. And so what it comes down to is your time, which is why 10 hours per week is the minimum that I recommend you have available whenever you're starting an Amazon FBA arbitrage or wholesale business. Now, one thing that many people don't start to realize though is as the business begins to grow, maybe you're at $5,000 to $8,000 per month, you've gone from 0, you go all the way to 5, that's a hard stage to get to, but then you hit that $5,000 to $8,000 per month, and while you've learned a lot of things, now your responsibilities are growing. You have to now learn how to deal with inventory management and how to reprice products and some extra software that can do some activities for you because your time is becoming more limited. And once you get to $15,000 to $25,000 per month in sales, you realize that it's taking up 20 hours per week of your time in a lot of cases. And this is where people have to make a decision. They either quit their jobs, they have to double down on their business, or they have to outsource the activities to somebody else. And so I see a lot of people decide to, instead of going all in on the business and they don't feel like they have the money to hire and train someone else, they just decide to shut down the business altogether because the time does not allow for them to be able to grow the business in the way that they want to, and it just seems to be pulling away from all their other activities. Now, there are a couple things that I recommend you do at this point. First, if there's anything that you're doing in your free time that you no longer should be doing, maybe you watch too much TV, maybe you do things a little bit too much that in terms of your time can now be focused on the business. If you can save a couple hours extra per week, that can really make a huge difference. Now, I watch television, I'm on social media, I waste time just like everybody else, but depending on your schedule, it may be excessive, or depending on what you're doing, you may have other things that can be cut out so that then you can focus on high ROI generating activities to bring revenue into your business, and that's what you need to be looking at. Now, the second thing that you can do is outsource activities, and as I mentioned, a lot of people decide not to do this because they don't feel like they have the time, the money, or the energy to bring somebody in. But there are multiple places that you can outsource to, and I go through this in a bunch of videos, but essentially, if you can find a software to do it, go with that. If you can find a virtual assistant to do it, you can use them. If you can find a service provider, such as a bookkeeper or a prep and ship company to do it, utilize them. These 3 resources allow you to be able to outsource to another place that ultimately you don't have to worry about employees or bringing in local team members. Yes, a virtual assistant is a team member, a little bit different to manage, but you can do that all virtually. You don't have to train them in-house, and so that's one of the reasons I recommend that. And so if you decide to reduce some of your profits by outsourcing an activity, that should free up enough time that now you can generate more revenue in your business to make up for the difference in profits. So you might have a smaller profit margin. Maybe you go from a 20% profit margin to a 15% profit margin, but hopefully because of the extra time you can spend on generating revenue, you'll grow your revenue, which will therefore grow your profit bottom line, and you'll have a smaller profit margin. So instead of making $2,000 $20,000 a month with 20% profit margin. Maybe you're making $2,500 a month with a 12% profit margin. These are the things that you're hoping to do as you grow and scale. And even though your profit margins are lower, the outsourcing piece helps you to grow your business, grow your bottom line, and free up some more of your time. Now, another reason that many people quit is simply because they are burnt out. And this comes down to someone that has been in this business for so long, or maybe they've been doing a lot of things for so long and they just simply don't feel like they can handle that anymore, which a lot of times comes down to either a time management issue, which I have many videos on my channel regarding time management, or it comes down to just truly not having a purpose in the direction that you're going with this business. Now, I know in myself, I've had many times where I have felt burnt out, and a lot of that comes back to a purpose issue, or maybe I just feel like I'm doing activities that I no longer want to do and I feel lost because of it. And this is a tricky place to be in. I remember early on in my Amazon business, I was doing about $25,000 per month, and it came down to a decision of, is this something that we continue to do where we're just at the same level, or do we decide to outsource activities to somebody else? And making that decision to outsource is what catapulted my business then to 6 figures per month, because it was able to free up my time from something that no longer felt purposeful. I honestly hated doing the prep and ship process once I was at $25,000 per month because it was so much. And so outsourcing that to other people freed up my time to focus on the activities that I really wanted to focus on, which was sourcing, purchasing, and growing the business to multiple higher levels. Now, in this, whenever you hit a burnout period, it does come back to figuring out what is your purpose. For me at the time, my purpose was I had quit my job and I needed to make this work for me and my family. And so ultimately, that is what the purpose came back to. If I did not outsource, I would have had to leave the business and go back to being an employee, which was the last thing that I wanted to do at the time. So if you're somebody that's starting to feel burnout in your business, then you have a couple different options. One, you can decide, hey, this isn't working for me, and that's totally okay. If you don't like doing the business, you can leave and you can go back and get a job, or maybe you can start another business. But realize, even if you don't like what you're currently doing in the business, because you've hit that $25K a month and it's just a lot that you don't want to do anymore, well, you could outsource those activities, or you could take the knowledge that you've learned and apply it to other business models, maybe selling on Walmart or selling on Etsy or eBay, or you can look at partnering with companies and brands, or you can switch up your business model because you have so much knowledge. So that is an option, but realize you may be starting from the 25-yard line instead of from zero, right? And so that's the whole point. You would be starting much further off than if you were starting with zero knowledge. So that's helpful. Now, the second thing is take a look at why you were doing this business. If you're doing this business to provide a better life for your family, better life for your kids, maybe you are doing this because you want to leave a legacy, maybe you're doing this because you want to donate to other causes, maybe you're doing this because you just want to get out of your employment situation that may not be serving you anymore, and you may not truly be enjoying this. You don't feel purposeful there. And so if those reasons are still there, then really focus on those reasons as you move forward each and every day. Because while an Amazon business, buying products, sending them to Amazon, flipping them for more money may not feel as purposeful sometimes, it is building towards that goal. And whenever you're doing this, see every transaction as an opportunity that you're serving your customer. You're serving Amazon, you're serving Amazon's customers, and you could be helping out a stay-at-home mom who didn't have time to go to the store and had to purchase a product from Amazon. And this was ultimately your way of serving them through business. And so that is something that can help me continue to keep going, and hopefully it can help you continue to keep going whenever you feel as if something isn't as purposeful in your life. And the third reason that I see many people quit selling on Amazon FBA is because they don't fully understand the financial side of the business. Now, I have many videos talking about ROI, return on investment versus profit, on how to deal with cash flow and how you can best set up your finances in your Amazon business. Obviously, talk to your bookkeeper or accountant there. But even with these videos, there's still many sellers that don't fully understand how the balance sheet works versus a profit and loss statement. And that's a whole separate discussion. But let's say that you've bought $5,000 of inventory and you see that you're only selling $7,500 this month. And you feel like, wow, I bought $5,000 and I sold $7,500. After all my expenses, I'm making nothing. Or maybe I'm losing money. Now, you might have a negative cash balance at first, but if you were to just stop selling, then the rest of that inventory would hopefully sell if you're buying good inventory. And in that case, you may end up at the end of it with a positive profit. And so these things make a huge difference, because you might have inventory that you have purchased on your balance sheet, inventory that has yet to sell, and it is an asset to you and your company. Well, in those cases, you've put out money and you still have this asset. However, you aren't seeing the profit come through because you have spent the money and it has yet to sell. Now, once that inventory sells and it's profitable, that's when you have the ability to realize the profit in your business. And so I see a lot of sellers that only look at the capital they've put out, the capital that they've received back, and they say they're not making any profit. When if they were to actually give it enough time and let the process fully play out, their inventory sell out, then they actually would be making a profit in their business that could provide for them in the way that they need for their family and their business. Now, if you have any questions on this, I recommend talking to a bookkeeper or an accountant about it. I do recommend ecommerceaccountingllc.com for any e-commerce bookkeeping and accounting tax services. But ultimately, if you've got someone that you know, like, and trust as your bookkeeper, or someone that at least understands these concepts, I would talk to them about how does inventory actually work in my Amazon business? How does profit get realized, or how does it come back to me in the business? And really, what's the difference? Because if I've put out $10,000 and I've only gotten $7,000 back, and that can feel pretty crummy until you realize that you've got a lot more money that still needs to sell, the inventory that needs to sell to bring back money into your business. So this is a much more complex topic, a much more long and drawn out topic that could be discussed in its own separate video. And ultimately, this is something that needs to be realized in an inventory cash heavy business. Just because you put money out and purchased inventory does not mean that you should be getting all of that inventory purchase back to you within the next couple weeks, right? It's going to take a few months for Amazon to receive the shipments, for Amazon to sell the goods, for the time allotted. Maybe it's 2 weeks until you can even get a disbursement. There's all types of things that slow down the capital return. And so I see people quit because they don't fully understand the financial side of it, and they put out a bunch of money on a credit card that they weren't ready to do yet. And so I would rather see people start with $100 of their own money that maybe they were to flip on eBay from stuff around their house, and they put that and continue to roll it back over into the business than to take out $5,000 of credit card debt because they think they're going to make all this money back, right? These are the decisions that can ultimately help you or hurt you. And so if you start in a financially stable way of taking money that you're willing to invest into the business, allowing that to sell through, put more money back into the business, and then you can start seeing these profits come through over time if you fully understand the financial aspects of selling on Amazon. Again, tons of videos on this channel if you need to get a refresher in that. And the other benefit of knowing the financial side of the business is you'll be able to fully understand how you should best scale your business. If you know your profit margins and you know how this works, then you know if I add a sourcing agent, somebody that's going to purchase products for me, and they're able to do X, then I'm going to make Y because I understand the financial side of my business. If I bring a prep and ship person, how is that going to affect my bottom line? These aspects are key to being able to run a successful business, let alone an Amazon business as well. I'm going to be diving deep into the strategies that the smallest sellers that are brand new are getting started with, as well as the most experienced sellers that have sold hundreds of thousands of dollars per month are using in this video, so you can get up to speed as quickly as possible. Now, with all of the different opportunities that exist out there on Amazon, whether it's the private label sellers or the wholesale sellers or any of the other methods that exist, the one that I consistently come back to that creates the most amount of success stories with the smallest amount of risk is arbitrage. But not just any arbitrage, specifically Replen's arbitrage. Now, for those of you that may not know what arbitrage is, it's simply buying a product from one store and selling it on Amazon.com for a markup and for a profit. And what most arbitrage sellers out there do is they go out and they try to find the quick flips, those deals, those clearance items, those things that they have to consistently be searching for on the Amazon platform and on other stores to be able to find those deals. Now, this becomes a big problem as you start to grow and scale, because you have to constantly be looking for new products. And this is why Replen's arbitrage is so specifically important, because you are building up a base of products that are replenishable to your business, or in short, Replens. Now, this concept has been something that I've been teaching on since 2019 and have seen thousands of success stories come from this type of selling on Amazon, and it continues to be the method that many sellers get started with today. It doesn't have to be the method that you use to build hundreds of thousands of dollars per month in sales, but it can be the thing that helps you to get started, get to 10K per month as fast as possible while you're learning the platform, so that then you can become an even better wholesale seller or private label seller down the road. Now, again, I do know people that do Replens and do hundreds of thousands of dollars per month just sticking with this model, but it gives you the opportunity to start as quickly as possible with the smallest amount of risk when you look at all of the other methods, and really grow and scale to 10K per month as soon as you can. And so how do we get to $10,000 per month as fast as possible? Well, if you were to look at the numbers behind the sales value of $10,000, that typically would break down to anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000 of an investment in inventory on your part to actually be able to hit that 10K per month. Now, obviously that means you are buying good inventory. If you were to buy bad inventory, there's no amount that you can spend that will still hit 10K per month at a profitable level if you're buying bad inventory. So we need to make sure that you're buying good inventory. And that's where a lot of the other training videos that I have on YouTube, whether you look at all the free content that I have or anything from my book or my course, you can find all of that information at AskJimmySmith.com. All of this trains you on how to find good inventory. But if you're looking at the numbers and you are buying good inventory, and let's just say you are spending about $3,500 for that inventory, well, that means that if you were to start with $1,000 of investment into your Amazon business in inventory specifically, and you're able to get a 50% return on your investment each time, it would only take 3 turns of that inventory, or anywhere from 3 to 6 months if you're buying good stuff, for you to be able to hit that $10,000 per month sales level at a profitable amount. Now, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be successful. This is why there's a lot of other details. And how do we source? How do you read some of the Keepa graphs and selling history of the products that you will be evaluating? All of these details are important. But if all you did was start with $1,000 of inventory purchases, and you were to make a 50% return on your investment each time that you're buying inventory, then within 3 to 6 months, you'd be at that level of $10,000 per month in profitable sales if it's good inventory that you're purchasing. So now that we know the numbers behind everything, you need to see what a style of a replenishable product could be for you. And the reason is because obviously this is something that takes a little bit of effort. It takes some time for you to build up a base of replenishable items that are profitable for you. And so let's take a look at a quick example. Now, obviously I don't recommend going out and purchasing this since this will be on YouTube, but it is a good example for us to go based off of. Now, if we take a look at this product, this is Cinnamon Toast Crunch Cinnadust Seasoning Blend. It's 13.75 ounces. And it's currently selling at $14.33. Now, in other training videos, I actually go through how do we read these Keepa graphs and everything, and taking a look at the last year of pricing history. And actually, if you're interested in a free Keepa training guide, all you have to do is go to AskJimmySmith.com/Keepa guide, and you'll get a 16-page guide that tells you all of the information for how to read these charts properly, so you know what products are going to be the best bet for you to be able to purchase and hopefully sell for a profit on Amazon. Now, when we're looking at this, we've got only 4 offers. This is a product that looks fairly good, but we need to be able to find this product. Now, I did a simple Google search and it came up with this product or this place. So Cinnamon Toast Crunch Cinnadust Seasoning Blend, 13.75 ounces. It's $2.75. Now, this is actually through DoorDash in my area, but it's sold by Dollar General. So Dollar General is showing this listed as one of the products in their catalog. And so you could either go pick this up from Dollar General at a different price. Actually, DoorDash probably adds some sort of a commission or fee on top of this, so it's actually a little more expensive than in store. But if this is the correct size, 13.75 ounces at $2.75, we have a huge winner here, because at $2.75, you're making approximately $5.26 in net profit, and the return on investment is 191%. Now, this is something that isn't necessarily going to happen every time. Again, when we were talking about the numbers prior, we were looking for 50% return on investment. And I still even say that if you're brand new, having a minimum return on investment of 40% is just fine, because you're going to be seeing a good return as long as you're buying the right products. But this is just an example of something that we can buy. It's currently full price on DoorDash. There's no discount right now. And so this would be replenishable to us as long as they continue to have stock, because we can go back and buy it at this full price, and it's not going to determine the profitability, right? This isn't a situation where the product is typically $10 and it's on sale for $2.75 and we're just getting a great deal. While those are nice and we can make a lot of money doing that, it's ultimately not something that is necessary, and it's not going to help you build and scale your business. Which brings me to my next point. And the best way, the fastest way to scale your business to $10,000 per month on Amazon is by replenishing inventory. And so you need to have a system or method of being able to know what you need to repurchase, so that then you can send that back into Amazon and scale. So you're not building up $100 and then starting fresh because you need to find new products. You're building up $100, maybe then you go and replenish 75% of that. So then you take that $75 and you're able to make it $150, and then you take the $125 and you make it $250. This brings it to a scalable model because you're able to replenish these products. And so the one software that I recommend that you should be using to help you grow and scale your business is actually called Replen Dashboard at replendashboard.com. This software will allow you to know what you should be replenishing, when you should be replenishing it, and it also helps you to keep track of all of your leads. So as you're doing your regular sourcing on Amazon and you're finding different products that maybe you aren't ready to purchase yet, you can put all of those leads into that lead tracker. You can track thousands of them, and that way, as new things come available, maybe a sale happens, or maybe now you have more capital to purchase those leads, you can go through that lead tracker, add them to your inventory, and purchase them for your business. So to sum all of this up, whether you're brand new or somebody doing tens of thousands of dollars per month on Amazon, the way to really grow and scale your business as a newer seller in 2024 and beyond is to be doing arbitrage, specifically Replen's arbitrage. It's to be able to take the $1,000 investment that you make into the business or less and roll that over as much as possible so that you can build your profits up to a point where you can buy enough inventory to continue to scale to $10,000 per month in sales and beyond. And then lastly, by purchasing replenishable products, you need to have a system that allows you to replenish the items that you need to when you need to, so then you can grow and scale your business to whatever heights that it is that you're able to do. I've seen hundreds of people have success using this program that I'm about to show you. And so I'm going to go through a specific example of just one way to improve your arbitrage or wholesale sourcing skills. Well, one of the main things that many people don't utilize are Keepa's advanced features, which are already included in a Keepa subscription. I've actually done an overview video on my channel on the data product finder before, but today I'm going to give you this one specific tip on how to use it to help you get your sourcing to the next level. Now, before I get into it, I do have a free Keepa Graph training guide at my website at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. All the links are in the description below. So if you're interested in the 17-page booklet, you can go there. But also, if you're interested in the many other ways to utilize the Keepa Data Product Finder, I recommend checking out the Proven Amazon course, which you can get at bit.ly/pack course. That's PACCOURSE. Again, the link is in the description. Since there are tons of options with the advanced Keepa Data Product Finder tool that I'm not going over on my YouTube channel, I just want to refer you to that course if you're interested in the many other ways to use this. So let's jump right into the demo. Okay, so now you can see that I've got the Keepa Data Product Finder pulled up on my screen. Now you get there by going to Keepa, and then you can click on Data right here. And then after you click on Data, there's Premium Data Access that you can use. You can also see there's a bunch of other options like the Product Viewer and Best Sellers, Top Seller List, Category Trees, etc. But the one we're going to get to is the Premium Data Access, or the Product Finder, as that's known right here in the top left. And if you click on Premium Data Access, you can see there are tons of different options of things that you can input to get specific results from the Keepa data on particular ASINs that you're looking for. Let's say that you have a specific sales rank criteria that you want to utilize, or you have a specific pricing criteria that you want to find. All of these things you can input and get data back from Keepa for these products that actually meet those standards and those metrics. And so I'm going to show you in just a minute the one thing that I've seen help a lot of sellers recently that I just want to make available to everybody because it's a very simple thing to add into this. Before we get to that, I want to show you just some basic stuff that you can put in here so that you know how to use the data product finder if you've never seen it before. Now, sales rank, I usually like to look at averages, so 90-day averages. For the most part, if you've watched my training, you know that I don't care too much about the sales rank of a product just because I have seen a lot of products sell very well with no sales rank in the past, so it can be fun to look for products with no sales rank. But if I were to zoom in here, and we can that way you can see it a little bit better on the screen, you can see here there's a 90-day average. And so I'm just going to put in an average sales rank between these two numbers. So I'm going to go with, let's just say 25,000 up to go with 250,000. Now, whenever I do that, you can see now there's 25 million products that meet a 90-day average sales rank of 25,000 to 250,000. So obviously that's too many products to go to. Ideally, we'd want to get it to less than 500 if possible. And so we're going to look at a bunch of different items here. So buy box, you can go with buy box pricing. I'll probably just say I want to see prices from, let's go with $12 up to $50. Okay. And let's see what it brings it down to. So I brought it from, I think it was 25 million before down to 12 million products. And then I don't want Amazon to be on here. So I'm going to just put out of stock, and we can make sure that Amazon's not currently on the listing. Additionally, we can add in other things like the third-party FBA price, but I care more about the buy box price. So I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to go past some of these other options so that we can get to what I wanted to show you, which is actually in this section where there's title, brand, and more. Now you can actually go in here and put the brand right there is one of a specific brand. So you could put in multiple brands if you wanted to source based off of the actual brand data information on an Amazon listing. However, I find that it may be best to put the brand in the title field because then it's going to be looking for that word within the title. So if I hover over this, it says title of the product. Let me zoom in. It works on a keyword basis, which means the product's title must contain the specified keywords, which are to be separated by a white space. The search is case insensitive. Partial keyword matches are not supported. So for example, digital camera Canon, the title must contain all three of those keywords in any order or position. So if you put digital camera in quotes, the title must contain the word digital camera and Canon. And then there's a negative digital camera, which means the title must not contain those words digital and must contain camera. So there's a lot of things you can do with this. You can really play around with it. But what I wanted to do is just say, all right, let's say I want those particular fields filled out for sales rank, for the pricing information, the fact that Amazon's not currently on the product. And let's say I'm looking at a product in the store or online that's Altoids, right? Maybe I am on Walmart's website. I just looked this up. There's tons of different Altoid options. By the way, if you are sourcing from Walmart, you want to make sure that you select that it is only from Walmart that you're purchasing products from, because if you purchase from pro sellers or marketplace sellers, Amazon will not accept your receipts if you were to get an IP issue or an account health issue. So you want to come down here and select Walmart so you're sourcing from the right particular seller. So that way it's a legitimate product, not counterfeit. Amazon will accept it. But anyway, if we're looking at the Altoids brand on Walmart, you can go back here to the product finder and put in the title Altoids. Whenever I do that, you can see it pulls up products. I clicked enter, it pulled up products. Let me go back to the advanced filter so we can see that actually brought it from 10 million products down to 39 products that are between these average sales ranks, these average prices, and have the word Altoids within that title. Now you could always take off the S and see if that produces different results. Maybe Altoid, there's only one product that has Altoid. Let's go back with Altoids there, and it pulls it back up to 39. Now, if you wanted to continue filtering it down, let's say the brand had 1,000 different results, you could go through that, or you could continue to add in offer counts, all kinds of stuff to make sure that Amazon is not on the product at all or never has been on the product at all. There's a lot of different data points that you can really play around with to get the exact results that you want. But let's take a look at this and click on Find Products. So now that we have 39 products, it's very manageable. We can see that the current sales ranks are good. good, but we care about the 90-day sales rank, that it falls between those options that I had already given into it for 25,000 up to 250. There's a couple other things too. You can look at drops, the sales rank drops. So this means that it is selling quite a bit. And then you can also, if we scroll over, we can look at the new third-party pricing and a bunch of different things from ratings, reviews, etc. But I would most likely come through here and look for different listings, either based off the packaging or just click on each and every one to see if any of them are good to sell. So let's just start with the first one. If I open this up, actually this is going to pull up the Keepa chart, so I don't care right now about the Keepa chart. Let's go open up the Amazon page. If I go to the Amazon page here, you can see this is actually a 1-count pack of 12. Now, more than likely, this wintergreen pack of 12 isn't going to be sold as a 12-pack on Walmart. You would have to buy individual cans. Let's see, they do have one actually. There's a pack of 6 though for $33.48, and that's actually what they're selling this for. So that's kind of interesting. This says 12-pack and this is for a 6-pack. Usually Walmart and Amazon would have the same prices there. But what I would rather do instead of going with some of these particular products is I want to look for something that's a little bit more, this is potential for being more of an Amazon multiple seller type situation. So if I click onto this listing, you can see this looks more like a homemade listing. It's a 3-pack, might not be, selling at $19.95 currently. This is FBM. And if I were to scroll down here, this is a variation product. You can see that by the variations there. You can see the variations up here. So it may not actually sell well. The sales rank is deceptive. It could pass for all the entire variations themselves. I'd like to look at the year to see how it did. And you can see it probably sells more at this clip, about one every month or so. So I potentially would pass on that. I've done a whole video on YouTube about analyzing variations using Keepa. So highly recommend checking that out if you need some help for how to do that if you're dealing with variations. Let's just say that this was good. The Altoids, the peppermint ones, they've got them. They're $2.48 a tin on Walmart.com. You may be able to find them cheaper elsewhere. They are 1.76 ounces, and so are these. So this would be roughly, let's see, it was $2.78, I believe. Yep, or $2.48. So you could do $2.48 times 3, and it's $7.44. So if you were to send this in and it sells, you would make $6.27 or 84% ROI. Again, this is a variation. I'm not saying that it is a good one to go buy, but this is what we're looking for using the Keepa Data Product Finder. The other thing that you could do, if I go back to the advanced filter here, because we're looking at this particular brand and we want to make sure that there aren't any private label products or exclusive wholesale products, we can look for the amount of sellers. Now I have to find that. Okay, it's down here underneath offer counts. You can see new offer counts. If I hover over that, it says count of marketplace merchants selling a product as new. And so that's what I care. And I'm actually going to look at the current. You could look at average if you wanted, but I'm going to say I want to see anything from 3 sellers up to 10. I don't want to see more than 10 sellers. So it brought our 39 products down to 10 products. If I just put I wanted a minimum of 3, I could do that as well, and it would bring it to 15. But I don't want to have too much competition as my search is currently going. So let's just take a look at these 10 products. Click find products, and these are the ones that meet the requirements that I put in there. Now, this was one we already looked at, this 3-pack here. There's also this 12 containers per box. So we couldn't find that at a profitable price, at least not from Walmart. Let's take a look at this one, and we can go to the Amazon listing here. There, all right. You can see that this is also a variation. They're selling this 3-pack for $10.96. That is in the small and light program. Again, this, if Amazon has it, would be $2.48. Let's see, they do. So if I do $2.48 times 3 in that, it's $7.44. So we're not making money at this current price. However, if you could find them for $1 a tin or $2 a tin, actually $2 a tin probably wouldn't make sense, but if you could get them $1 a tin, it might make much more sense to list these products onto Amazon if the variation makes sense. Again, utilizing the other video that I've already done for evaluating variations. See if this remembers. There we go. So we could continue to look at other options. There's a 6-pack that I could open up here. $32.50 for the 6-pack. Again, another variation, but if I did $248 times 6, it gives us $9.49 of a net profit, 64% ROI. It's a good rank in grocery. Not too many sellers going on, so it might not be selling too often. Again, it might be a slower one, or there might be a little bit of a risk. If you were to test something that has this type of a sales rank, I would probably do it cautiously and get 1 or 2. But anyway, you can utilize this for anything that you want. So let's say you could continue going through all of these. Let's go back to the advanced filter. And I scroll down to that brand section right here for the title. If I'm on Walmart and I want to go to a particular brand, let me just go to departments, and then we can go to, let's just say pets and dog supplies. And let's see what dog supplies come up. Let's look for some of the smaller ones. We could try, okay, we could do only at Walmart products. So Ol Roy, we could come back to Product Finder and put it in here, OLROY, and see if that pulls anything. You can see it actually pulls 9 products. So let's click on find. These 9 products are Ol Roy. They all meet the requirements of the same sales rank, the same amount of sellers, etc. So you can see that if I click on this, the buy or the Keepa chart looks fairly good for this particular product. If I go to Amazon, we can see if this is any good. So this is $21.35 for 2 of these chicken and rawhide dumbbell dog treats. Let's see if I can do this. So I'm just going to search for this particular product on Walmart. Okay, so this pulls up. It's out of stock currently, but maybe your current Walmart has this product. Who knows? You might be able to find it somewhere, but at $5.74 a piece, if you could find it locally, let's see if you make any money. 574 times 2, you'd make $1.60 or 14% ROI. It's not the best. Maybe it was clearanced out. Maybe that's why here on Walmart.com, it's out of stock because they clearanced it. Who knows? But you get the gist, right? You can go to the product finder, put in the basics of the things that you want from a sales rank, pricing, seller standpoint. Come down to the second section, put in the text field the title and the brand specifically that you'd like that to be within the title, because usually the brand is in there. Sometimes the brands can be wrong. That's why I don't use the brand section as much, but I like to use the title section to put the brand in there to get the results that I want. So if you're looking at particular brands on Walmart, on Target, on any other store or site, or even if you have pictures from retail arbitrage that you bring home, you've got a whole aisle of, I don't know, icebreakers type products. You got a whole aisle of toothpaste. You can use this to pull back results of particular types of listings that you want to see for that brand. Now, hopefully this method is one that gives you the training that you need to get even better results when doing your online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, or wholesale, whatever it might be. I believe it's a huge help. I've seen a lot of success from people utilizing the Keepa Data Product Finder in this way. The Product Finder tool is extremely powerful, and so I highly recommend playing around with the tool to grow your business. There's so many data points. So if you're looking for good Keepa graphs that are similar to good listings that you can list on, then I highly recommend checking out this method and trying it out. So now before I get into that though, this is a portion of a webinar that I did for the Proven Amazon course community. Now the Proven Amazon course is where my course is housed. It's where dozens of other Amazon courses are put together for one small price. At the time of this recording, it's $39 per month to be able to access the course, plus to be able to see these regular webinars each and every month that are private to that course community. So if you go to bit.ly/pack course, that's PACCOURSE, you'll be able to see the ability to purchase the Proven Amazon course and access the full webinar where I went through 7 different methods and all of the other webinars that have come out in that community since then as well. But we do have a contest running on this video for a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. Just drop a comment down below and subscribe to the channel. Tune into the next video to see if you're the lucky winner. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the training on how to take Keepa data and turn it into a Keepa data product finder search that gets you similar Keepa graphs so that you can find more products that are similar to the one that you started with. Now, the 5th method is one that I have recently talked a little bit more about, and that would be Keepa parameters. And so that is taking a lead that is decent, that you've got good parameters for what a Keepa graph should look like. So that's why I'm going to use this one, because this ended up being, a 50% ROI. But I'm going to take this one, and you can take the Keepa graph itself and see if you can find other things that look like it. So you can either do it with a good lead, or you can do it with one that wasn't the best. And so this probably is not the best listing for me to use, since there's no sales rank. But let me go. I think that we started with one like this. So you can take the data and you can turn that into more ASINs using Keepa. So I'm just going to use this as an example, since we started here, even though I would preferably look for ones like this that have a good ROI already. But let's take a look at this option. Now, I don't like to have too many things at a low price anymore, just because of the fees and all of that. I'm willing to sell it if there's good enough margin. I'm going to change this strictly for that purpose. But I do want to take a look. If we are looking at this Keepa chart, we need to go to this data tab, and we can take these parameters and put them into the Keepa data product finder, setting up ourselves to look for other Keepa graphs that look similar. So I'm going to go into Keepa now, and I'm going to click into data. And onto the product finder. And then within this, we can then take a look at setting up these different parameters from this. So we've got a sales rank current for this particular product. Again, this isn't a winning ASIN, but it's a winning Keepa graph, and it was close. It's like a 18% return on investment. It just doesn't have enough profit in there. So let's say there's a sales rank current of 28,000. We don't care about the current as much, but we care about these 30, 60, 90, and 180-day averages. So I'm going to take a look at the 30, where it's 17,000. So we would go into the Keepa product finder, and we would say, hey, under the 30-day average, I want to be between 15,000 and let's just put 25,000. Okay, because we want to create things that are around that that current sales rank data, that average. Now for the 60, we've got 14,000. Looks like 90 is also 14,000. So we can try to do a similar thing where we go with maybe 12,000 up to 20,000. And then the 180-day average would be 10. So we will actually be going further down here, and we'll say 7,500. We're going to go to 15,000. Okay. Just keep it around there. Now we are down to 337,000 products. And so what that means is we just need to continue to go further into this parameter. Now, the next thing will be that we're going to want to take a look at the buy box averages. I'm going to change this up because I want to find higher priced averages for this particular example. I don't want to be looking at super cheap products, but we do want to be looking for things with similar sales ranks at a higher buy box price. Now, you can say that there is no buy box. That's totally fine. I would probably say I want a minimum of $15 as a buy box. We're down to 174,000. And then for an average, just for example's sake, I'm going to say anywhere from 15 to 30. And then over 90 days, we can probably do, let's go with a 30-day average. It's like 25 to 40. We're going to do a 90-day average between 20 and 40, and then a 180 between 15 and 35, because I want to see that the price is increasing a little bit over that time. Now, I'm also going to put Amazon out of stock. So we're using this data. If this was higher, I would be using this data, similar to what I did with the sales ranks, to make those different parameters around that data to look for similar ASINs. And so I can run through another example like this whenever we're done, with this first one. I just want to show you the basics of how this works. Now, again, we're at 43,000 products, which is quite a lot. So we can continue to come down here a little bit further. We can look at specific categories so that you are looking at things that, are that you're able to sell in. So I'm just going to go ahead and do grocery because that's what we're currently looking at. And so we're looking at 379 products that meet those basic parameters out the gate. That would be good enough for me to say, all right, cool, let's go ahead and move on and see what we've got. But I do want to make sure that the offer count, at least for this example, has more than 3 sellers on the listing, just because I want to make sure it's not a private label product. So now we've got 121 products that meet all of these parameters, similar parameters up here, as well as 3 or more offers on the listing, and is currently in the grocery category. Now, if you wanted to expand that out and look at all the categories, you could, but I'm just going to click on Find Products to see what these Keepa charts currently look like. Now, not all of these things we will be able to list on, but the idea is how do we find more Keepa graphs that look like this? And you can see if I were to pull up some of these, let's just go with, Kind breakfast bars. That's fine. Not many people will be able to sell these, but you can see these Keepa charts. Now, I actually think that this 10,000 sales rank is probably too low for most of the use of this particular method, because you're going to be finding things that probably don't have as much profitability, and you're going to be looking for more wholesale type items at this 10,000 sales rank. But there are still options that could come up. Now, this is 32 count of this particular box. I'm not sure. So it'd be a 4-pack, I think. Let me go to Amazon real quick and see what this one looks like. Oh, this is a huge variation. I'm not going to get into variations. That would be the other thing that I would want to go back and change, because I don't want to get into variations much. I'm going to click on advanced filter so I can update that. And I'm going to make sure that the variations are not showing. I always have trouble finding that. There we go. No variations. Let's see. Now we have 29 products. Glad I saw that on the first one. So now we have 29 products without variations. Let's take a look at, there's a pack of 12. I don't want to do a pack of 12 of can of beans. That's huge. Let's just look at these chips real quick and see what the Keepa chart looks like. Looks like the sellers are going up and the price has started to go down. That's a little bit uncomfortable for me to see the price going down. So we're going to just keep moving on to another one. Oh, that's funny. These prunes came back. This is a 2-pack of these prunes. Let's see. That's what we started with for anybody that joined us late, was prunes. And I think that's kind of funny. 2-pack of 3.5 pounds. I think that they were $11 a bag, if I remember right. Kirkland signature. Let's just look this up just to make sure. Yeah, so they're $11.99. So that won't work. I just thought that was interesting. I would have passed on it otherwise. Let's take a look at maybe, I don't really want to do Nespresso because that's such an odd brand for me. Let's see. We can look at Quaker, see if that's doable. So this is another good Keepa graph. Again, this product moves, and so I get concerned that because it is under 10,000 or under 20,000 sales rank so consistent, that it could be a problem. But this is actually an example of a listing that may allow you to sell higher than the buy box. And I'm only saying that because we've seen example after example of that in the My Silent Team community with Jim showing his Keepa graphs of these low sales rank items that sell extremely fast and consistently, but they are something that you can list a little bit higher in some instances. I don't suggest that for new sellers all the time, but it is an option in these types of examples. This is so big though, I probably wouldn't want to ship it. So we would move on from that one. Again, though, the idea is how do we find some of these Keepa graphs that look similar? And now I'm just going to quickly scroll to see if anything stands out that isn't a ridiculous 20-pack or a 12-pack or something like that. And if nothing stands out, then that's fine. Here's one option. Let's take a look at a 6-pack. Keepa graph is fairly steady. The sales rank is a little odd. I'm not sure what the cost of this is, but you can see the seller count has decreased. Let's take a look at this one. This is Crystal Light on the Go. Again, I apologize if this is anybody's listing. Whenever I do these things, I always feel bad if they are, but let's take a look. So $2.79, was it raspberry or raspberry lemonade? This is raspberry green tea. Okay, so $6.48 from Walmart. I don't know if that is accurate or not, or if that's a third-party seller. And we can click into it and see. I'm just curious first. Okay. Let's see what they got. $6.48. No, this is a third-party seller, so we don't want to buy that product. We need to make sure if it's from Walmart that it's sold and shipped by Walmart. This may be a situation where it is an Instacart type product. So we should be able to find this. This is one I'd probably spend a little bit longer searching for the right product. But let's see. Instacart, I thought I saw one. Let's see, these are $2.48 here. Maybe green tea doesn't exist anymore. Maybe that's why it is so much cheaper. Or sorry, it's so much more expensive and it's been losing ground on sellers. Okay, let me try on the go raspberry green tea. And then if I don't find anything, we'll move on. Because I actually liked the way that that particular product looked whenever we're looking at the pack of 6 with this Keepa graph. Again, 648 here. This is 4146 from Amazon. I can look at that really quick. If you purchase something like this from Amazon, you would want to make sure you didn't do it with your Prime account and make sure that it is a seller. Okay, it is Amazon selling on this product. So I'm not sure. 39.39. Hold on, let me do this. 39 divided by 12. No, not going to work. So I have to do that over here. What is that is 328, and we're looking at a 6-pack. So we're looking at $20. So that will not be profitable if we bought it from Amazon. It'd be just over that amount. My suggestion then is if you found something like this, I would take note of it and look in store at your own regional store. They may have something like this for cheaper, like $2 a box. And in that instance, it wouldn't be extremely profitable, but it would be close enough. And with this Keepa graph, I would feel comfortable sending it in because it's something where it's losing sellers and the price has been increasing because of that. So I just want to point that out. But this is something that we discovered strictly because of the Keepa parameters that we used from that one listing. Now, if we wanted to use probably a more common example, I would say, I'm actually going to clear these filters out. So now we're starting over. I want to use this one that didn't sell as fast, but did have good data and it was actually profitable. So you can see what this looks like. Again, we will be going over the hour because I've got 2 more that I want to go through. They'll be a little bit quicker, but this is something that I want to make sure everybody understands. So the sales rank piece, this is much more of a typical replen sales rank than the 10,000 one that we were just looking at. So I would come over here and I don't care about the current, but I'd say, all right, 30-day average was 109. So I'm going to go in here and do 30-day average for maybe 100,000 to 120,000. And then we're going to look at the 90-day average was 145. So we're going to do 130,000 to maybe 155,000. And then we're also going to take a look at this 180. It says 153. So we're just creating these little parameters here and 145 to 165 and see what pulls up. So now we have 63,000 products with that. Now we also then want to take a look at the buy box. Now the buy box averages 32.29 were the 90-day and the 180 days. So we're looking at about a $30 average buy box. Let's just go with 25 to 45, and I'm going to do 25 to 45 again for that. And we want Amazon out of stock. So now we're down to 10,000 products. Those are our basic parameters. I would also come back here and see the seller count. Let's see if that's on here. New offer count. Well, that's difficult because it's been out of stock recently. So let's just go over to the new offer count option and say we want a minimum of 3 again. Brings us to 675 products. I think that's totally fine. You could also say, hey, a minimum of 3 over the last 30, 90, and 180 days. And now you've got 527 products that meet that minimum of 3. And so then you could also, as I mentioned earlier, you could change out the categories or you could come back. I do recommend doing no variations if you're a newer seller. If you want to look for variations, that's fine. But let's just start with these 313 products that have a higher sales rank, but also a decent price point. That makes sense that we would get some CDs and other things like that. So we're going to try to avoid those if we can. Bath and Body Works, if you aren't gated in it, this could be an option depending on the price of these products. Looks like they're 2021 core scents. I don't know if this is even something that we could find. I'm not going to take time looking for that one though, just because of that. Let's see. I'm going to try to find something that's more generic if possible. And it may be better to narrow this down by category because these are all things that most people won't be finding and selling. Okay, pretzel snaps. Let's take a look at this. Oh, wow. All right, so these pretzel snaps, 16 ounce. I don't know if they're any good. I don't know how much they cost. Let's see what we can find. So the Keepa graph looked good. Snyder's of Hanover store. Looks like it's a new listing potentially because there's no reviews, but let's find out how new. Oh, wow. It's not. It just doesn't show any reviews on there. So that's really interesting. Not sure why it wouldn't show reviews, but we will see if we can find anything. 16 ounces. Go back to this. This is a different packaging, but it looks like it's $3 from Walmart. If we can find the non Q4 packaging, that would be beneficial. We've got different delivery options. I would be willing to bet that a lot of stores have the regular snaps at about this $3 price point at the regular price or at the regular bag. So I would probably say, hey, this is the price, especially if I'm a retail arbitrage seller. This is 16 ounces, so it would cost about $9. You make 44% return on investment, or $4.93 on that. I think that's totally fine. This is an odd one, but it does look like it moves and it has a fairly steady price point. The sellers are increasing a little bit, but I'm okay with it. But this is something that then you could take this information and go through these other steps again. Start looking up these Snyder's of Hanover pretzel snaps and look up packs of 2, right? I think I saw that on here. There's a pack of 2 here on Amazon. What does the pack of 2 have? So if we got that for $6, we're not making much money, but there's no other FBA offers. Were there FBA offers in the past that sold higher? Doesn't look like it, but this is at least another option, right? So you could go in and start looking at these same brands, these same products, looking for multi-packs, looking for bundles. Maybe this is bundled with some sort of a Jif peanut butter, or this is bundled with another type of pretzel. Those are the things that you can look for. Just continuing to run through these, saving these leads, tracking these leads, looking up more of these parameters in the Keepa Data Product Finder, and doing that over and over again will get you hundreds of different options. This, to me, hits my metrics of a minimum 40% ROI. That's totally fine. 40% ROI and $4 profit, I'd be fine sending this in. Especially since I've got a lot of things worked into here, like my shipping to FBA and all the different storage fees. And this is with the peak Q4 rates versus the non-peak. If this was outside of Q4, the profit would be $5 instead of $4. All of these different things play and work together, in my opinion. So that is another option. We found at least a couple of different options just from these few different methods. And I'm sure if we went through these and continued to look at maybe this seasoning option or some other products that weren't CDs and books, then we could find some other good products, just continuing to do that. Today, I'm excited to be talking to you about somewhat of a new strategy for Amazon arbitrage success. So if you've got an Amazon FBA business or you've been looking into getting into arbitrage at all, I'm going to explain a few different things. First, what is arbitrage? So many of you might already know this, but second, I'm going to go through the differences between retail, online, and this new strategy, which I've been coining as hybrid arbitrage. And I've been writing about this in the second edition of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, which should be out in the next few weeks, depending on when this gets posted. But really excited to be bringing this to you today in a YouTube format, so we can talk about the differences as well as some tips that I have for maximizing this hybrid arbitrage strategy moving forward in your Amazon FBA business. So yeah, really excited for that, considering my book is going to be coming out around February 1st of 2022. So in case you're watching this in the future, it may already be out depending on when you see it. But let's go ahead and get right into the content and talk about the differences between the 3 types of arbitrage. Okay, so here we are. We've got this little presentation. I figured it'd be easier for me to bring this to you in this format, just in case. But I will be talking away from a presentation soon. So hopefully you won't have death by PowerPoint or whatever it is. But ultimately, let's go through this. So what is arbitrage? Now, the definition of arbitrage, because it's not just an Amazon thing, it exists in multiple different platforms and multiple different commodities and things that you can do because of this definition. So the definition of it is the simultaneous purchase and sale of the same asset in different markets in order to profit from tiny differences in the asset's listed price. So essentially that could be anything, right? If you're buying buying stocks, if you're buying, any kind of crypto, if you're buying anything that are commodities, right? If you deal with like maybe oil or gas or anything at all that you can buy and sell relatively quickly in different markets, is what's going to allow you to profit from the tiny differences between those two markets. So from the standpoint of an Amazon arbitrage business, we're essentially buying things from Walmart, Target, retail stores, etc., whether online or in store, or with this hybrid strategy I'll talk about in a minute. We're buying them on those marketplaces and selling them on Amazon at a higher price. So for anybody that doesn't know what arbitrage is, that's the basics of the model. That's what we've seen have thousands, over 1,000 success stories from the content that I've taught in the book and in the course, which you can see, by the way, at askjimmysmith.com/success. If you just want to see all of those, or at least over 500 of those success stories. But essentially what it comes down to is you're buying items at a lower price and you're selling them at a higher price, typically on different marketplaces. Yes, there are people that will buy things at the same marketplace, sell them on a different listing on that same marketplace. But essentially the majority of us are doing it from one store, selling them at a different store. Or if you're doing it with stocks or, crypto or any other types of investments, it's all arbitrage at that point. Now, what is retail arbitrage? Well, simply it's buying items in a physical store. It's going to a store, looking at the shelves that are in that store, and then buying those products and sending them in to Amazon to sell at a higher price. Online arbitrage is simply buying those items online, right? Instead of going to a physical store, you're just going to a website and sending them in. I know, super basic, but I wanted to show you the differences real quick so that I can get to this hybrid arbitrage model, especially for any of you that might not have heard of RA or OA, which would be retail arbitrage or online arbitrage. So this new one that I've coined, hybrid arbitrage, is essentially buying things online from local stores to be delivered to you. So really the main things to look out for here is that, well, retail arbitrage are your local stores. Now it could be Walmart, Target, etc., but they're in your local store, real close to you, typically, unless you're driving around. But either way, you have to go to a physical store. Online can be, I could buy something online from someplace in Wisconsin that'll ship it to me, but it's not necessarily local. So it has to be a big enough company that's willing to do shipments across the country. So essentially that's what you're doing with online. But with hybrid arbitrage, you're using different service-based apps to help you buy things from your local stores and ship them to you directly, which is beautiful. And I know it might not sound like much of a difference between OA or RA, but it really is, because when you're dealing with retail arbitrage, which is my favorite, you're typically able to buy a lot more regional products, a lot more niche products, things that you can't get in online stores in different parts of the country. And so that's what separates you from other Amazon sellers, is you're able to buy things that are regional and local to you. For me, I'm in St. Louis. Maybe I'm selling that St. Louis sauce to somebody in California that can't buy it in their local areas. So that's why I like retail arbitrage. Online arbitrage is obviously having the comforts of being able to do that from home, not having to leave, your couch or your office. You can just do it all from home, have it shipped wherever you want. Where hybrid arbitrage is doing it from home, but you're still able to buy those local and regional products and not have to leave your house at all. They will deliver it to you most of the times at a small fee, right? To use that service. Like if you're using Instacart, or you're using Shipt or TaskRabbit or DoorDash, any of those services out there, they will deliver it to you for a small fee, but it's worth it. So you don't have to take your time to drive to the store, stand in the aisles, stand in the checkout lane, all of that. They will do that for you. So I love this model as a potential future of kind of where it's all going. Essentially, they're all similar methods. So if you don't know how to do arbitrage or any of that, you can check out a lot of information on my channel. Go to my website at askjimmysmith.com to find out more information about how to do this. But essentially, you can build a business with any of the three, or my preference, utilizing all three of them. But I know people that only do online arbitrage. I know people that only do retail arbitrage. This hybrid strategy is newer in terms of, it being coined this anyway. So I'm not sure if people just doing this by itself, but either way, it should be something that you should add into your arsenal. Let me get out of this presentation. Okay, so let's talk about why hybrid arbitrage is a good thing to incorporate. There's a bunch of different reasons, but the big one for me is that you don't have to have any employees at all to do this, and you're essentially utilizing almost employee-like services, right? You're utilizing an app that has independent contractors working for that app, and they're going to be going out, doing the shopping for you and bringing it to your house. So that saves you a ton of money and effort on having to train people, having to get them, organized enough to send them out and buy those products. They're literally already trained on how to shop in the store, and they're ready to bring it to your house for you and deliver it for you. The next thing is that ultimately you can stay home, right? You don't have to go out. You can stay at home. You can do a lot of research from home. You can use the extra Google Chrome extensions that you've got at home that you can use with online arbitrage. You can use those same ones with hybrid arbitrage as well. So it's a beautiful model because you don't have to leave your house if you don't want to, or if you just, don't have the time. It's a huge time saver for you because ultimately you can do it from home. You don't have to go drive to the different stores. You don't have to go to multiple stores. You have somebody else that's doing all of that for you for a small fee. And essentially, because of that, it's easily outsourced. It's all these apps already exist. They've basically, over the last couple of years, because of the pandemic, there are more people than ever utilizing these apps for extra revenue streams. And so they're ready to go out into the stores, buy the products that you've already bought, and bring them to you directly. So I've got a few different tips for success for you using this model. So first and foremost, I suggest using your local stores for this. Don't use Walmart. I mean, you can use Walmart. There are, I believe DoorDash works with Walmart and other apps that work with Walmart. But to me, it's better to use your local stores. And the reason I say that is because you're going to get much more niche and regional products than you could get at a Walmart. Walmart, they've obviously got national distribution. Yes, they do have some local products at the Walmart physical stores, but those local stores of yours will have much more of those products and more availability of them as well. Plus, you're supporting local, which is always nice to do. Next, use a prep center or use a friend's in a different area than your own. So this is a great way to start to diversify your product mix. Instead of me in St. Louis always buying products that are just St. Louis, I can go to any Instacart or DoorDash website and I can type in an address of a prep center that I have. Maybe my prep center is in Florida or Alabama or in New York or wherever, but I can type my address of that prep center into the Instacart app and they will deliver the products to that prep center. And the reason that that's so important is because you can look at local stores that are in that area. For instance, in St. Louis, we don't have a Hy-Vee that I know of anyway, that I've seen in a long time. I know we've got them in Missouri, but we don't have them in St. Louis anywhere near me. But there are Hy-Vees in other parts of the country. Maybe where my prep center would be, I might have a Hy-Vee or a Sprouts or a Kroger's or something that I could shop from that is different than the stores in my area, which is extremely important to get more diversity in your product mix that you're selling on Amazon. Also, you could use a friend. Maybe you've got a friend that's like, hey, what's this Amazon thing that you're doing? I'd love to get involved. Well, hey, friend, why don't you prep products for me? You could teach them to shop if you want, but how about I just shop for you in your local area? I'll shop it. I'll send it to you directly. And it's going to be those local regional products that have much less competition on Amazon already because they're only specific to those local areas. Essentially, if you had a friend in every state, you could probably do this and really build up an excellent network of different products, different products from different areas in your Amazon account. But ultimately, it really gives you the ability to grow and expand without having to grow and expand your team tremendously. You can just do this with a prep center that's willing to take OA orders. So it's a pretty beautiful model. Next, obviously, you want to be looking for regional products. This is something that I believe this is the reason that hybrid arbitrage is such a good model. You can find national products anywhere. I can find Oreos wherever I want to in the United States and outside of it. But I can't find those local sauces or dressings or maybe even just something else that's local in the area that it could be a local manufacturer for home goods or for pet products or any of those things, arts and crafts, that you might not have access to in your area, but a different area does. So look for those regional and local products utilizing these apps and these services because it will be extremely important into diversifying your product mix And then next, if you are utilizing any of these apps, I highly recommend as you scroll through the different categories and products that you look for items that you do not recognize. So one of the beautiful things, Brittany and I used to fly around the country and we would train people in person, and we guaranteed we'd find them at least 50 products in one day of sourcing. And we typically found over 60 to 70 doing that method. The reason we were successful with it is because we knew what we had in our local stores. We always bought different products for every client we did that with. And it's something, if you want to check it out, we've got a similar thing. We aren't necessarily flying around now. We do it virtually, but it's at provenreplentraining.com. That's provenreplentraining.com. But the reason we were able to do that is because we could recognize products that we did not recognize from our local stores. And so we were able to, walk through a store and be like, oh, that's something that's new. That's something I've never seen before. And so if you're doing this in a different area, maybe your prep center is in a different state. If you're typically doing online arbitrage, you can use this method in their local area and say, oh, wow, I've never seen that product before. So I'm going to see if it's good on Amazon. And it many times will be a good product. And if it isn't now, it might be in the future, because if it is a regional or local product, most people end up adding those to Amazon at some point. So I highly recommend looking for products that you don't recognize on the platform. Now, every type of arbitrage model that I've mentioned is amazing, right? Retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, and hybrid arbitrage are all amazing models. Retail has always been my favorite. I've got a soft spot for that in my heart, just because that's how we started, how we grew our 7-figure Amazon business to where it is. And we still heavily rely on retail, but we've incorporated online arbitrage quite heavily as we've grown our team and we've been able to outsource some sourcing. But this newer model of hybrid arbitrage really combines a lot of the best of both worlds between the retail and online arbitrage spaces. So I highly recommend checking it out, especially if you are trying to look for more diversified products, if you've got a prep center that you're using in a different area, if you're ultimately trying to grow your team without having to truly grow a team, this makes it a lot easier to outsource a lot of this work. You could theoretically have virtual assistants doing this in multiple different areas for you, doing the sourcing and the shopping, placing these orders, and have people go out and buy these local products and bring them to a prep center for you. It's a beautiful thing that you can utilize. There's going to be much more training on it as I go through it. Highly recommend checking out version 2 of Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, where I discuss it. But hopefully this was helpful for you. As I continue to play around with the model, I will definitely be giving you updates on how this works. But I'm really excited for this and the future of arbitrage on Amazon. If you've checked out any of my other videos, you'll see that Amazon as an opportunity to make either a small side hustle income or grow it to a full-time living is continuing to grow as an opportunity. Today, I'm excited to be bringing to you a longer form video of 41 different Amazon arbitrage tips all in one video. And I wanted to do this because I have 2 separate videos that have gotten some pretty good traction. One is 23 tips and another one is 18 different tips. But I ultimately wanted you to have all 41 in one video so you could refer back to it whenever you wanted. Now, the only issue is, since they're going to be clipped together, you might see the first one says 23 and then the second one has 18 in the counting order, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. However, this is the video, the definitive one, that will have all the tips put together. Now, I have been doing this thing recently where if you leave a comment below, you can be entered in to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. And you also get, with the book, a free audiobook and free mini course that comes with that. So just leave a comment below. Let me know that you saw the video. Let me know what your thoughts are. And I will post the winner in the middle of this video, or of the next video that comes out. So you may see a winner pop up in this one. You'll also see a winner in the next one from whoever commented on this particular video. So make sure that you hit the notification bell and subscribe so that you don't miss the next video that comes out to see if you were the lucky winner. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the very first set of Amazon arbitrage tips, leading you to the 41 different tips that I have put together for you in this video. first tip, which is sourcing rabbit trails. So what that means is that if you are sourcing for a particular product, there are typically other things on an Amazon page that are either recommended by Amazon that a customer has bought in the past or recommended to be bought with that particular item. You can start looking at those supplementary items and see if you can find those at the store as well. Many times it might be an Altoids peppermint and an Altoids wintergreen that you find on the rabbit trail, right? It might be complementary flavors, sizes, products, etc., that you can then source at the store that you're shopping from. The second tip is to always check Keepa. You need to make sure that whatever products you are purchasing, you are checking Keepa to look for the history of that product, for purchase price, the history for seller count, the history for how often it is selling. All of that information is in Keepa. I actually have a free guide at my website at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide that you can get. I have a whole playlist on this channel as well if you need to learn how to read Keepa for your Amazon business. The third tip is whenever you're looking at a product that has variations, maybe it's shoes or clothing, or even something that is a 2-pack, 3-pack, 4-pack, etc., you want to make sure that you are looking at all the other variations. And so an example I can give is if you're looking at a brown shoe that is size 10, also look at the black shoe that is size 11 and 10 and 9, etc., to see if those particular products are better and more profitable for you to sell on. Many times, if you're looking at one specific product, sellers just focus on that one thing without looking at all the other variations. So it can be very impactful to look at the variations on those listings. The fourth tip is to use the Keepa Data Product Finder. I have a whole video on this channel for how to use the Keepa Data Product Finder, but this tool, which is already in your Keepa subscription, allows you to bring out about 100 to thousands of different ASINs that meet certain sets of criteria. Then you can go and find at stores so that you can shop for those products and sell them on Amazon yourself. Getting good with this tool can get you multiple ASINs at a very quick clip so that ultimately you're able to grow your replenishable product base and grow your Amazon business. The fifth tip is to use discounted gift cards. Many of you may have already been doing this, but a lot of people pass over this opportunity, not thinking that, oh, this actually can help me to find more products, because now instead of a 30% ROI product, maybe you have a 40% or 50% ROI product because you used a discounted gift card. Utilize a site like cardbear.com. This can help you to find the best deals for discounted gift cards. There are many different websites that you can go to for discounted gift cards, but I like to use cardbear.com. No affiliate, no promotion at all. Just wanted to let you know that that's what I've used in the past. The sixth tip is to also be using coupons. Now, it doesn't have to be just paper coupons. It can be online coupons that you get from Retail Me Not or other sites like that. But ultimately, if you can use any percentage, whether it's 5, 10, 15, 20% off, that will help your bottom line. And not just help the bottom line, it can help you find more products to source for your Amazon business. And it can also, if you have a coupon, give you a new store to go check out because you've got 20% off or 25% off automatically. Why not start your sourcing at that site instead of waiting and trying to find a coupon after you've found products? You can start with the coupon, you can find the products at those particular sites, and that can help you to grow your Amazon business. The seventh tip is to build relationships with your store managers if you're doing retail arbitrage. Not only are you being helpful to them by not clearing off all of their shelves, but you can build that relationship to order bulk products from them, whether it's in multiple boxes or it's in pallets in some cases. These relationships can help you tremendously. Also, to find new products or new product lines that may be coming into a store. So if you can go and build that relationship with managers, it can help you skyrocket how many products that you can actually buy from that store and what particular products are coming out that might be hot, that might be something that you could get a jump on because you have that relationship with those managers. The eighth tip is to be sourcing regional products. Those are products that are only found in a particular region where you are currently located. And so for me in St. Louis, there might be sauces and seasonings that are only around in this area. And if I were to move to Florida or California or New York, I may not be able to actually get those products anywhere except from Amazon. So this gives you some more exclusivity in your sourcing because you're able to buy products in an area that other sellers around the country can't purchase to sell on Amazon. The ninth tip is to look at niche products or niche stores. And what I mean by that, it's different than the regional products because it might be something more like guitar supplies, and you can get that at a guitar store. And at these niche stores, like a guitar store or a music shop or arts and crafts, they're gonna have tons of different brands that your local Walmart and Target probably won't have because they have niches. They have specific brands that are only selling in these niche stores. That can help you to diversify your inventory and help you to start looking for new wholesale accounts as well from the inventory that you're purchasing
purchasing at these niche stores. The 10th tip is to utilize leads lists as a springboard for new ASINs. So if you are purchasing a list of leads for Amazon products, you want to then take those and find other sizes, other flavors, other colors, etc., that ultimately you can sell and be the only seller from that leads list on those products. If you're taking a lead list that has 30 or 40 sellers that are also getting those same leads, you're going to be hit with some saturation on those products. So you want to make sure that as much as possible, you take that springboard into other products so that you have some more protection in your business with the products that you're selling and sending into Amazon. The 11th tip is to keep your items in stock. Now, I know this is a little different than finding new sources, but ultimately this is something that will help your business to grow. The more you can keep your current items in stock, the better chance you will have at growing your business, because you'll have that foundation. So utilizing replenishable products, as I talk about on this channel, using a software like replendashboard.com can help you to keep those products in stock. This will help you to build that base of products so that then you can be sourcing more and more on top of that. The 12th tip is look for items around your house. And I know that sounds extremely basic, or maybe for new sellers only, but even for me, as somebody that's been doing this for a long time, it can be helpful to just look at the pantry, look at the things that me and my family have bought, so that then I can just start sourcing for those products and see if there are good ASINs that I could sell those products on. It gives me just a jumping off point. If you're having trouble finding products, start with the stuff that's in your home, see if it helps you to find new products, and rabbit trail from there to find other products that are complementary to those as well. The 13th tip is to turn your winners into wholesale accounts. I have a whole playlist on this channel about turning your replenishable products into wholesale accounts. This will not only help you to build a base of wholesale products that you can get at a cheaper price and in bulk, but it also gives you access to more product lines, more things that you can sell on your Amazon account. So don't just ignore the things that are doing well in your Amazon business, but take those, turn them into wholesale accounts, and grow your business with some wholesale so that then you can have more stability in your business, more products to buy and more products to send into Amazon. The 14th tip is to utilize store brands. Things like at Walmart, they have mainstays. At Target, they've got Up and Up. At different stores, they have their own private label brands that Amazon themselves won't be purchasing and selling on their Amazon.com storefront. So only sellers, third-party sellers, are going to be able to do that. So if you go to your local stores, find their store private label brands and sell those, that will give you some more exclusivity, plus also help you to build your base of products that you can sell on Amazon. It's not just local stores, it can also be online stores. Really, there's tons of private label brands at every store you shop from. And so that is an excellent place for you to get started if you don't know where you should go to source new products. The 15th tip is to utilize the Small and Light program. Recently, as of the time of this recording, Amazon raised the maximum price to $12. So you have a whole world of products that you can purchase and sell on Amazon that might cost you $1, $2, $3, $4 to buy. And you can enroll those products into the Small and Light program and sell them for $12 or less, making more profit. Because this program continues to raise that maximum price threshold, I believe in the future it will continue to raise as it has every year for the last few years. This is one that you can focus on as you're looking at some of those lower dollar profit items or lower dollar cost items. You can really grow how many products you can sell by enrolling them into the Small and Light program at $12 or less. The 16th tip is to price above the buy box. Now, in the free Facebook group that I talk about on this channel regularly, over 70,000 members in this My Silent Team Facebook group, I have a link in the description below. We are seeing a lot of success with pricing above the buy box. Because the buy box on Amazon rotates wherever the customer is in the country, I might have a different one in St. Louis than someone in California or someone in New York or Florida. This means that the buy box is not price dependent. So you can price a little bit higher than the buy box and still get sales. Make sure that if you're looking at products, you aren't just looking at the base lowest price that you're seeing. You may be able to price 5 or 10% above that and still get sales. Don't depend on it, but utilize that in some products that you believe are fast moving that can help you grow your business. Send them in at a higher price point. You might be selling less than the person at the lowest price point, but ultimately it can open up a lot more products for you to buy and sell on Amazon. 17th tip is to use cashback sites. Now, I use a site called cashbackmonitor.com, but there's a ton of different sites that can help you find the best cash back for a particular store that you are looking at. Cashbackmonitor.com, again, this isn't sponsored by them. This is a site that I've used for a while to help me find the best cashback site with the least amount of time involved anyway, because it aggregates the best sites for that. But if you know that at Kohl's, you're going to get an additional 10%, 20% off, start your sourcing at those stores where where you're going to get more cash back for buying products there. That will help you to increase your ROI and help you to expand the amount of products you can purchase at that store to be profitable on Amazon as well. The 18th tip is to utilize manual sourcing. So instead of going through and scanning UPC barcodes or doing only things where software is giving you different leads, do manual sourcing where you're typing in the name brand of the product, the type of product that it is, the flavor, the size, etc. Actually do that extra work, the work that I teach on my channel, in my course, and in my book that we've seen over 1,000 success stories come from. Those basic methods of manual sourcing still work today, and I highly recommend going to those basics whenever you're struggling in utilizing some of your software programs, because it can help you to open up more possibilities. It gives you the ability to learn more what is selling and what you can do to help grow your inventory on Amazon. Manual sourcing is still an excellent way to go if you are in need of finding new products to sell on Amazon. The 19th tip is to go an inch deep and mile wide. So if you're looking to source products, you don't want to be going deep and buying 10 or 20 units of a product you've never sold before. You'd be better off buying 4 or 5, 6 units of that product, but doing it over multiple different ASINs. So if you utilize some of these tips with finding multiple ASINs for one product, maybe you have 2 or 3 different ASINs where you can buy 4 or 5 of each, and then you're technically buying a bigger amount of that particular product and splitting it up over multiple ASINs, that will help you to grow your inventory. It'll give you some more protections in your business, give you a bigger foundation, which you can grow from moving forward. The 20th tip is to look at bundles and specifically different products within a bundle. So maybe it's toothbrush and toothpaste, or maybe it is gum and mints, those different products. Those particular types of bundles give you a lot of opportunity on Amazon to go find new products and send them in, because there are a lot of those bundles that are complementary and work together. That is an excellent place to look, especially if you're dealing with food category or something similar like that, because there's going to be complementary products, whether it's basting brush and a sauce, right? Those types of things are really popular on Amazon. Recommend checking those types of bundles out. The 21st tip is to look at bundles, but specifically variety packs of bundles. So if you're doing your sourcing, search the word variety to see if there's a listing with multiple varieties of flavors. Like I've mentioned before, Altoids peppermint, Altoids wintergreen, that would be a variety pack. They aren't complementary to each other, but they are different varieties of the same exact product. The 22nd tip is to avoid relying on clearance. Now, a lot of people may be coming to this video solely scanning UPC codes and looking at clearance products. That is a mistake that won't allow you to grow past a certain point. You're going to run out of the ability to continue finding new products at that clip and growing. So you want to make sure that you're finding replenishable products and growing from there. Full price off of the store shelves is what will create that foundation for you to grow from into the future, so that your business can actually scale much more easily than if you're constantly looking for the best deal on clearance products. However, don't avoid clearance products, just don't rely on them for your whole entire business. The 23rd and final tip is to do out of stock sourcing. And what this means is you can actually go to an Amazon.com webpage and do a search as you were normally going to do to find products. And on the left-hand side, after that search, you can click at the very bottom, there's an out of stock option. You can look for those listings that are currently out of stock that used to be selling. Find the ones with reviews, find the ones that have a Keepa history, because that means if you bring it back into stock, you're going to be the only seller on that listing, which allows you to make sales much more quickly if the listing was doing well before. You don't want to just send in products that were out of stock that ultimately you're not going to be able to sell because they weren't selling before. You still need to do your research, but out of stock sourcing can really ramp up how many products that you can buy and send into Amazon. To tip number 1, selling on listings that have no buy box. Now, some ASINs may not have a buy box, but they still sell. And so by getting on these listings, you can have some certainty that this product is selling well based on the sales rank momentum and based on the reviews on that particular listing. So typically 1 out of every 100 orders gets a review based on most of Amazon seller averages. At least that's what I've heard throughout my years on Amazon, 1 out of every 100 orders. So this can give you confidence that you can potentially test that listing if everything else checks out with Keepa and Profitability. So ultimately, even though there's no buy box, it still may be selling based off the Keepa charts, and you might want to buy it if it is a good profitable listing. Tip number 2, selling on listings that have no sales rank but still sells based on the Keepa charts. It's a little different. The first one had no buy box. This particular listing has no sales rank. Now, these listings may be something to avoid if you're brand new with Amazon selling, but as you get better with Keepa, you can find many listings that have no current sales rank but still show sales based on the new seller trend in that bottom graph of a Keepa chart, and or based off of the review count trend also in the bottom graph on a Keepa chart. Now, I go over this particular method in other videos on my channel, so if you're looking for a deeper dive into this, please check out those other videos. I have a whole playlist on Keepa that can help you tremendously in figuring out different products that you can purchase and sell on Amazon that may not traditionally meet the regular Keepa guidelines that we're usually looking for. Tip number 3 is selling seasonal products. So seasonal products can be a great source of income. Just make sure that you analyze last year's Keepa graph to determine how the product performed, because you don't want to be buying a product that was a dud last year. Maybe last year had a bunch of sales, but the price tanked because a bunch of sellers jumped on. So ultimately, this will give you an idea of what to expect this year, and it's going to help you avoid investing in non-profitable products if you're looking at a Keepa graph that has multiple years of history. Now, if it's a new listing, there's more that can go into it, but for the purpose of this tip, if you're selling seasonal products, it's always best to look at last year's history and make assumptions based on that information. Tip number 4 is actually selling glass products. So selling these glass products can be tricky, but it's an opportunity that many people overlook because they're scared of having products get damaged. But with good packaging and shipping, you can actually make good profits from selling these glass products. And so by going to the extra work, you may be able to have lower competition on some of these listings than you would on other products that you would think of selling. However, just make sure that you package these very well so they don't break in the FBA process. I'd rather you over prep these products than to under prep them so that you can have the best chance of making sure that they stay intact and get to the customer, giving you good reviews, good profits, etc. Tip number 5 is actually selling hazmat or hazardous materials products. So these are actually similar to glass products in the fact that hazmat can be a challenge to sell, but they can also be very profitable. There are differences in the prep requirements for hazmat products than regular FBA products. So just make sure that you follow all the necessary guidelines for packaging and shipping. Only do this method though as you become a more experienced seller, since the process is much different than typical FBA shipment. And I'd hate to see a new seller try to do hazmat products and get really lost in the weeds with a lot of it. So if you've been selling on Amazon for a while, check out selling hazmat products. You may be able to differentiate yourself from the rest of the selling pack, so to speak. Now, tip number 6 is actually doing hybrid arbitrage. I've covered this on other videos before, but hybrid arbitrage is a combination of online and retail arbitrage. I actually made up this term, unless I heard it from somebody else, then didn't realize it. But as far as I know, I've made up this term a while back for using apps like Instacart or DoorDash or TaskRabbit, where you can shop local replens or local products from your area that get delivered to you. Now, since you can do this from your computer while shopping the local store's products, it's a hybrid method of sourcing online while also sourcing local products. So I have a whole entire video on my channel for this process if you'd like to check it out later. It's a little bit of an older video, so have fun checking that out because I had like facial hair and stuff. But anyway, that video did very well for the longest time, and so I recommend checking that out now if you're interested in that method. Tip number 7 is actually buying cyclical replens to sell. Now, cyclical replens are products that stores run discounts on regular sales cycles. So the word cycles is cyclical. It could be every month, quarter, year, etc. But the stores that you're seeing these discounts from will continue to run those discounts at those particular intervals, so they can actually become replenishable on those time frames in your Amazon business. So instead of having a replen that you see every week, it may be a replen that you get every quarter. But once it hits those prices, you know that you want to go buy out more of those products because of that price, helping you be more profitable and sell more of those products. Now, you can actually check out the weekly store ads online, and you can make your shopping list for those products there. And this typically works best from a retail arbitrage or a hybrid arbitrage standpoint if the app you're using, such as Instacart or DoorDash, has discounts from those particular stores so that you can utilize it for hybrid arbitrage. Ultimately, if you go to a store online, you can go to their weekly ad. Those weekly ads should be applicable in store, and you can utilize that to find discounted items that you can sell for more profit online for arbitrage. Also, sometimes they actually turn into regular replens when they're at full price. So take advantage of the discounts while you can, but also use it to source more products for your business. Tip number 8 is actually joining masterminds and growing your community of Amazon sellers that you're connected to. So joining a mastermind group or a community of Amazon sellers can be an excellent way to learn from other people and grow your business. So you're not only going to be learning new techniques from other sellers, but you're also going to be able to share experiences that you're having, which will help you grow and help you if you get stuck. You're there to help each other. This isn't a one-way relationship. You're trying to make it a multiple point win-win relationship. So definitely get involved with some other sellers that you trust and start learning from each other. I actually recommend a free Facebook group that has over 70,000 members in it that I've been in since 2015. You can actually go there at bit.ly/MST group. Or if you're looking for a paid, more intimate training group with masterminds as well, there's actually a $1 free trial for a group that I highly recommend. It's called the Business Building Legends group at bit.ly/legends trial. You can get the links below as well if you're interested in that. Now, tip number 9 is actually using credit cards to maximize cash back on your inventory purchases. So using a credit card that offers cash back on purchases can be a great way to maximize your profits. Just make sure though to pay off your balance in full each month to avoid interest charges. That's where people can get into sticky situations. Make sure you're paying it off in full each month. I've actually made over $10,000 in cash back through credit cards in 1 year before. I know people that make well over $40,000 per year in their business with just a 2% cash back credit card because they're buying so much inventory each year. It's a great way to get some money back as long as you're good at paying it off each and every month. Tip number 10 is to save all your online arbitrage links so that you can reorder your items faster. In the business world, time is money, right? And money is time. And so if you can save yourself time, you can also make some more money by utilizing this method. So by saving all of your online arbitrage links, you can quickly reorder the same products each time whenever they become available again or whenever you need to do that reorder again. Instead of having to search for these links, you can actually just save the links, which will save you time and effort. So you can actually do this with a spreadsheet. You can put the ASIN on the left side of the spreadsheet and put the link next to it for the OA link, or you can use a software like replenDashboard.com to help you track all of your links with your ASINs. Tip 11 is to track and save your receipts using cloud storage and paper files. So tracking and saving your receipts is essential for tax purposes and to keep track of your profits if you need to access those receipts. Plus, it helps you in the event Amazon needs proof of purchase from an authorized distributor if you ever get any kind of account health violations. So I recommend using both cloud storage and paper files so that you have multiple ways to access your receipts when needed. It's best to have multiple backups just in case cloud loses your information or something happens with those paper files. But that's my recommendation. Tip number 12 is to turn your winning ASINs, your winning products on Amazon into branded bundles. This is a method I've seen a lot of success with lately by multiple sellers. And this is by bundling your winning ASINs, the ones that are selling the most for you, together and then branding them with your own brand, having a unique product that stands out from the other listings and from the other competition that you'd be competing against. It can also command you a higher price. I actually know sellers doing over $8 million a year with this method, so do not overlook it. It works best though if you're a little bit more of an advanced seller. So if you're new, definitely focus on some of the other easier methods for sourcing discussed in this video, on my channel, other videos, etc., because you don't want to get into a situation where you're testing a bunch of new listings that you don't know if they're going to sell or not. So if you're new, stick with the regular basic arbitrage methods. If you've been selling for a while and you have confidence in your ASINs, check out doing branded bundles. Tip number 13 is to sign up for store ads. Now it kind of ties hand in hand with those cyclical replens, except you don't want to just go and find weekly ads each week on those particular store sites. You're actually signing up for the ads to be emailed to you and sent to you. Now store ads can be effective because it helps you to find the best deals at the stores that you shop the most at. So one free software option that I've done another YouTube video on is actually called Sales Gazer. Now this software will allow you to set up an account and you can get hundreds of different store ads sent to that account instead of to your own email address. What I love about that is that ultimately then you don't have to have your email cluttered with all these ads. Now you could set up a separate email address that is only for store ads if you wanted, but I personally like Sales Gazer because there are a lot of integrations they have with stores already that'll just automatically sign you up for it. So it's really easy to get set up. Highly recommend it. It's not a sponsored video in any way. I just really like the software. There's no affiliate because it's free. I just recommend it. Tip number 14, if you need account seller reviews or if you need better account health, since account health is based off the amount of orders on your account now, you can actually sell low priced products that have high order volume that boosts your order counts on your Amazon seller account. Maybe a little tricky, but if you're trying to get a better account health or to get more reviews, then you need to sell more products. You need more orders. And so by finding items that maybe don't make as much money, but you can sell hundreds of them each month, it can help boost your order count, which helps your account look better to Amazon. So this can help you to improve your account metrics, increase your visibility on the Amazon platform, especially if you're a newer seller. Tip number 15 is to shop local stores. So don't just limit yourself to the regional or niche stores that I always recommend actually in my videos. You also want to check out those local micro stores for unique products. Some of them may be very niche. Some of them may just be a local grocer that doesn't have anything besides the one location that may also have unique products at their location. So additionally, it gives you opportunities to build relationships with those local suppliers, which is the beautiful part of it, that you can actually potentially have a small distributor or wholesale account if you build those relationships. So these types of stores can have unique products that are not widely available at all. It can give you an advantage selling on Amazon if you've got relationships with those local stores that other sellers aren't building relationships with because it's a local store in your own area. Now, tip number 16 is to revitalize old listings that you stopped selling on. So don't give up on listings that may have stopped selling. They may have new opportunities to make a profit. Sometimes products that were previously slow sellers can become profitable again. So checking every couple months can be a good schedule to be on so that you can come back on listings that weren't good at one point, but maybe now. If you use replandashboard.com, which I mentioned earlier, this software can also help you monitor listings like these. Tip number 17 is to become sales tax exempt or to use a prep center in a sales tax exempt state. Now, this can help you to save money on sales tax and reduce your overhead costs. It's not a requirement, but it can save you around 10% or so on your inventory costs, depending on your local sales tax rates. Obviously, though, talk with your accountant for anything that has to do with taxes to make sure you are doing everything properly, as I am not an accountant or a tax advisor, but still, you want to look into doing this to save yourself some money. Tip number 18 is to actually set up Keepa tracking alerts. I've already done a video on how to do this on my YouTube channel where I go through all the different options. I also have a free basic Keepa training guide that is 17 pages long that you can get at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. Now, these Keepa alerts can help you to stay on top of price fluctuations and product selling history, which can help you to make more informed buying decisions and selling decisions at the exact right time that you need to. The tool that I'm going to be going through today, again, it's completely free, is Sales Gazer. And so you go to salesgazer.com if you're interested in it. And I wanted to go through the web page as well as the usability and functionality of this software. Just FYI, this isn't something that anybody reached out to me to do a video on. I actually saw it in one of the pages that I run on training for arbitrage, and I'd never heard of this. So I don't know if it's a new software. I don't know if it's something that flew under my radar and I just completely missed it for the longest time, but I wanted to discuss it here because I believe it just solves kind of a big headache that can come from doing arbitrage. And really what that headache is and I'll go back to even December of 2015, whenever I started doing arbitrage. Whenever you do that, you naturally want to sign up to see all the best deals, right? You want to try to get as big of a discount as you possibly can for these different products that you're trying to buy and send into Amazon. Because the more discount you can get, obviously, the more profit you can make, or the more room that you have to move on the sale price of the item, whatever it might be. The way to find those deals in an efficient or more efficient manner is to sign up for different stores' ads that they send out, whether it's weekly emails or daily emails or monthly, whatever they do for that store. You want to sign up for their weekly ads that get mailed to your email inbox. And the problem that many people run into is whenever they're starting, they use their personal email address. And if they're really smart, maybe they use a business email address. But many times, we don't think about the fact that we're going to get hundreds of emails as we continue to sign up for more and more stores. And so that becomes a huge problem pretty quickly as you are a new seller moving into a more advanced seller that continues to sign up for different retail store ads or online store ads. And so what we end up doing is, or at least what I ended up doing, was signing up a completely new Gmail account that was just for ads, which works great. Although the biggest issue is that there are some stores that are still in my personal email or still in the business email. And so then I have to go and try to switch over those subscriptions to the new place. And there's different stores that come out all the time. So I miss certain ones, and it becomes a headache. And so what I love about this software is, to me, it solves that issue. Also, it solves the issue of
if you start to outsource and using a virtual assistant in your business and you want them to go through these ads that are coming through, you don't have to give them access to a personal email address or business email address. You can give them access to this software program for free instead. And so it makes it very simple. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the software. Let me go ahead and pull up my screen. As you can see here, it's a very simple web page. They've got a nice, minute-long video describing how this all works essentially. You can sign up for free. As I mentioned, there hasn't been any upsells that I have seen as of this point in time. And then they describe the features. Obviously, as I've said, it's easy to use. It's customizable to be uniquely yours. So you can subscribe to as many as you want or as few as you want, and or specific places that you want to be signed up for. You can also search within those emails, just like a regular email database or inbox. Additionally, I like this feature. I have not tried it yet. I actually signed up a few days ago so that I could do this video to see how this works and make sure I liked it. And I haven't used this feature, which is the We Grow With You. You can actually suggest different websites that they aren't currently connected to. You can suggest those sites to be added to their database to be able to pull in to this email address or email inbox that they set up for you. So I thought that was pretty cool. Additionally, you can add favorites if you want, maybe virtual assistants to always be going through those favorites, or you could even set up a system with your VAs to find the best discounted gift cards and then mark those as the favorites in your email ads that they're sending out. Whatever it is, you can do a lot of things with the favorites, however you want to use it in your business. Just you can get creative with some of that. And then lastly, it says more than just sales, because you can also browse through gift card and cashback deals to make it go further. And so I really love that they have designed this for the arbitrage seller, both retail and especially online arbitrage. And I believe that it's free because there are some ads in the inbox, and that's totally fine. I find seeing ads in the inbox because it solves a pretty big, headache for me, as I mentioned earlier. Now, if I go here and show you the inside of it all, you can see that it's pulled in a bunch of different ads for me. These are ones I've signed up for. So if I hadn't signed up for anything, the inbox would have been blank as far as, I could tell. And so I actually signed up for way too many. I accidentally signed up for all of the ads in the United States. And so I'll show you how I made that mistake. But that's something that you have to watch out for. And I can go back through and deselect the ones I don't care to see. And if I just want to click into some of these, if I click into one, you'll see that it's just a regular email, right, that gets sent out. So it's their emails gets sent to this. It pulls into this inbox. It's very simple to use. You can mark it as unread. You can star it if you wanted a VA to go through it or yourself to go through it later, or you can just move it to trash, and it's really easy. It pulls over into the trash that way. So if I go back to the inbox, you can see all of these different items are here for you. I can select them and star them. But let me show you how to add things to this inbox, so that way you know exactly what it is that you are going to be doing, so that you can get this set up properly. So you want to click this little settings wheel up in the top, and then you're going to come over here and you can do a few things. You can either individually select items if you wanted to, or what I did is I went and clicked on the country. So there's multiple countries that pull up. If you click in this country column, it actually doesn't pull up whenever I'm sharing my screen for some reason. But if I click in here, there are, looks like 11 different countries currently as of 2022. And if I click onto the USA, you see that pulls up, and it filtered out just the United States of America ads. And so we've got 889 different ads for the US. And that is what I accidentally signed up for. I clicked to select all of them. And I believe, 890 stores selected. So I selected all and just clicked subscribe to selected. So I don't recommend doing that unless you want to get 516 emails in a day. So it's a pretty, interesting way that it goes about it. But hey, that's fine with me. At least you got to see how that worked. But you could go through and just select individual ones, as I mentioned earlier. You can also favorite them or filter out different countries. If you're selling in Canada or in any of the other marketplaces that Amazon has, you could add those specific ads as well. Also, you can search if you wanted to do like Bed Bath & Beyond, for instance. I could search for that. They got Target, they've got Publix, I believe. Yeah, Publix is there, and Walmart. So all the major stores, for the most part, are here. And if you want to suggest a new site, all you have to do is click on this green button here, and you can add the site name, the domain, or and the country as well, so that they know that they can look into that to get it added to their software program. So you've got a lot of filtering options to find the stores that you want to get added to your inbox. You can also see their last mail date, which I actually really appreciate, because you can see the last time that they sent out a newsletter. So you could sort it from the oldest, which looks like all of them go back to the March 2019. So not sure why that is, but that's how far they go back currently. Maybe they don't have anybody pulling those into the inbox, or maybe that's actually the last time that they were sent out. I doubt Advanced Auto Parts hasn't sent out a newsletter in 3 years at this point, but maybe nobody else is pulling those in. I'm not sure. But you can also see the most recent, which is very important. And I actually like going through those, so that then you can see, okay, cool, these companies are active in sending out these different newsletters. And then you can choose to subscribe or unsubscribe. Maybe I don't care about this one, so I'll now unsubscribe from it. So I don't have all 886 USA stores. I now have 885. But if I wanted to resubscribe, all I have to do is click the button. It's very simple to use. So hopefully this helps. I know that many of you may have heard of this before. This is something that I had not heard of. To me, it solves a headache. You've got a few different functions that you can use with it. One is you can add VAs into it, and they can go through these. They can use these emails as kind of their starting off point for going and sourcing for you. Maybe they see that, oh, wow, there's a 35% off code at this one store. And so I'm going to start sourcing there instead of sourcing at a store that doesn't have a discount today. Or, you can use it for yourself. You can declutter your regular email inbox, however you have it set up. To me, I believe since it's free, it's a very good software to use and get set up. And they suggest stores. So you can actually go through all these stores. You might find, and actually I know you would find, stores you'd never heard of that you haven't bought from before. You might find some good stuff at those other stores. You could even use it as a lead generation tool for different stores that you could shop from. So I believe that covers everything. Today, I am excited to be bringing to you, I guess this is part 3 of the video series I have on reviewing weird Keepa graphs for Amazon FBA. So if you're a newer seller, even more of an experienced seller, I'm actually going to be reviewing Keepa graphs that were submitted to me by you and by members of my private Replens Facebook group. And so I'm excited to be able to go through some of these weird Keepa graphs, because for whether you're new or advanced sellers, a lot of times we can look at Keepa charts and be confused as to what we're seeing. And so I wanted to give my take on it. I may not be right. I may be wrong on some of these, but I'll give you my best guess. Also, this is going to be my best analysis based off of the information presented to me. So obviously, since these were submitted, these are screenshots. I don't actually have any specific ASINs for these. They were just all sent to me. I will be showing the Keepa graphs and any other information that was sent to me about it. But ultimately, we're going to be just checking what it is that I think of the particular Keepa graph based off that information. Now, when not knowing the profitability of certain products, I'm just going to assume these are profitable products in the majority of cases, and I'll kind of walk through my my thought process with these Keepa graphs. But first, I do want to review a couple things. The 3 main things that we're going to be looking for on any Keepa chart. The very first one is the sales rank line. And so that, as you will see, is the green up and down line showing whenever a product is selling or when there's movement in the sales rank in that particular instance. The second thing is going to be the pink line. If I have an older graph for whatever reason that was submitted to me, they are dots on the older graph. But either way, the pink coloration in the top box we're going to be looking at first or as the second option. And then the third option is the seller trend graph, or the purple line in the bottom box. And so I'm going to be going through those 3 main things. There's more that you can do with Keepa. You can check out my whole entire Keepa playlist if you're interested in seeing a bunch of videos, as well as parts 1 and 2 to this series. But you can also head over to my website. I have a free training guide for how to evaluate Keepa graphs. It's a 16-page guide, completely free at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. And there is where you'll get the guide that I actually use to train my employees, what I've used to train people, and the over 1,000 success stories that have come through my course. It's the same exact guide that I go through there. as well as in my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. So that is another place, if you're interested in Keepa training, that is another place you can go. But this Keepa guide is the best of what I've been able to put together for training people, and I know that you'll love it too. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the weird Keepa graphs. I'm going to go through about 4 or 5 of them, most likely, and then we will obviously be at the end of that. You can check out the other Keepa trainings on my playlists on my channel. So this very first one, you can see if we're checking, let me just go through these very briefly, these first 3 things. So the first thing is the sales rank line. And so if you don't know what that is this green line going up and down here every time it drops. That is typically at least one sale of that item. Now, it may have been multiple things ordered within an order. So maybe somebody ordered 5 units. It may be that 5 sales happened within a relatively short period of time. Ultimately, though, as these drops get closer and closer together, it is harder to discern that, and it's also harder for Keepa to keep up with it. But as they get further and further apart, it is actually something that Keepa is very good at determining whenever one sale happens. I see that it's typically more accurate if they're further apart than if they're close together. If they're close together, it's actually usually selling more than what it's showing on the graph. So just keep that in mind. Now, by looking at the sales rank graph, it's selling. You can see it's going up and down regularly. I feel pretty confident that it will sell based off of that information. The second thing that we want to look at is the pink line or the dots if it's an older graph. So you can see this one, there are some pink dots here, and then it eventually turned into a line. And so that's what we're looking at now. But ultimately, these dots to me are showing that, okay, back about a year ago at the time of this screenshot, this was selling at around $13. If I'm looking between the $12 and $14 price point, this was selling at $13. And then recently it's been up at about $15 whenever it is in stock. And the way that you know whether or not something has been in and out of stock is actually currently by looking at the seller trend graph in this bottom line. You can see that this bottom line or this purple line disappears at various times. And when it disappears, so does this price up here. And so that means that they are selling out of their product. Because they obviously are coming in and off of this particular product because they're selling out. So in this particular case, this would be something that I would test as long as I know that if it dropped down to $13 again, I'd be able to break even or make some money there. If I'm real close to breaking even at the $15 price point, I wouldn't test it because it most likely wouldn't meet my profitability metrics anyway. But ultimately, this is something that I would test. I like that actually it's hard for them to keep it in stock, that every time they come in stock, they sell out of the product. That means it has a lot more demand. And I also like that this has been a very stable price point. Now, I'm assuming this was something that was submitted to me because somebody may have been concerned about this being a private label product or a wholesale type product. There's nothing that you can really do to be 100% sure of whether or not this is a good thing to take a risk on. You can check to see who the seller is every time they come in stock on it if you'd like. But since it did used to have multiple sellers and now it's just something that doesn't stay in stock, I'm assuming it's not as much of a private label or a wholesale product because usually you'll see one solid line at the bottom with maybe a break here or there if it is a private label or a wholesale product. So I would most likely test this unless for some reason I'm looking at the seller name and the name of the product and they're the exact same. I've actually made a whole separate video on red flags to look out for on basically watching out for private label sellers and wholesale exclusives on listings. But this one doesn't, with the information I have right now, concern me. So I would test this based off the fact that it's moving up and down regularly. So there's sales, it is selling out regularly at this price point, and the price is fairly steady as well, or actually very steady at around the $15 price point. All right, so the second one, let's see what we got. Oh, this one's okay. Yeah. So this one's obviously a little bit weird. For many people, it might be something that you pass on. This is something that I would want to check the entirety of the listing because it doesn't have much history here. We're just looking at the year, which is what I usually recommend. But there's 3,588 days of history from Keepa. So if I were to look at this and see that it used to sell a ton, well, then I may be much more likely to test this out. But let's go ahead and look at those 3 options again. First, the sales rank line. Well, the sales rank line just recently appeared and is now skyrocketing up there. What this tells me is that it actually more than likely, I could be wrong here, and I'm just going to give that caveat, more than likely it's sold And so Amazon gave it a sales rank again, and now it hasn't sold again since that first sale. That's my guess. The second thing we want to look at is the pink line or the dots. Now, in this case, there's not much history there, but the pink line has stayed fairly steady for the last 3 weeks or whatever it is, according to this graph. And then lastly, the seller trend graph. There's actually 3 sellers all of a sudden, which I think is kind of odd that 3 showed up at the exact same time. 1 dropped off for whatever reason, and then now it's back up to 3. So personally, if I were looking at this, if I were outsourcing either in retail arbitrage or online arbitrage, I would want to see the full entirety. It does make me feel pretty good that I believe it did sell at least once very quickly. I would probably still, let's say we look at the entirety of it and it doesn't have very good history or you can't really tell well, I would give it a couple more months and just put it on a list to monitor. If you use Replen Dashboard or something similar, you can actually track products. So you could enter it in as a product to be tracked on Replen Dashboard if you want to use that at replendashboard.com. Or you can just set it aside into a Google Sheet and make sure to check it in a couple months, put it in your Google Calendar, whatever you need to do. But ultimately, you want to take a look at this probably a couple months from now. But again, if I were to look and see all the history and it used to sell like crazy and we're getting in early, I might actually test out a couple if that is what I was seeing by looking at all the history. So let's look at the next graph. Okay, this one's a little bit more normal. They did give a note and says that it does have variations. You can actually see that in the Keepa chart here. It shows variations. Whenever there aren't any variations, that little box doesn't show up. I've done a full video on this channel as well on how to evaluate variations using Keepa. Highly recommend checking that out because there's a ton of information and ways to do that. But without knowing all of that information, I'm just going to go just blind here and give you my first initial thoughts. So there's a few things that you can do whenever there are variations on a product. You have to realize that this first thing, the sales rank line, is typically going to be deceptive. You can see actually here where this product was out of stock, as we've already talked about before, that the sales rank was still going up and down. So Keepa is showing that it's selling. Well, that's not true for this variation because it was out of stock. It's impossible for the sales rank to go up and down. And that's the issue with variations, is it's very difficult to tell if something is selling by that sales rank line. So you have to almost discount it. If you see that there's variations on the listing, you could even turn off the sales rank line if that helps you. But I would do whatever I can to avoid looking at the green because that is deceptive and it's showing the entirety of the other variations connected to it, not just its own thing. So let's take a look at the second thing then, since we can't look at the sales rank line. The second is the pink line or dots. In this case, we've got a line there, but we also have mainly dots. It looks like the price, even if we're looking at the blue dots instead of the pink one, because maybe there's no buy box at this time, it looks like the price stays roughly around $10, between 10 to 15. I would want to make sure that I could break even at this $10 price point, since that's where it used to sell at. So even if I listed it at 13 or 14 bucks based off of its current pricing, I'd want to make sure that I could make some money if it dropped down to 10 again, or at least get my money back out of it by breaking even there. So that's not super concerning. It's not extraordinarily volatile in pricing. It's actually pretty decent, all things considered. But then let's look at the last thing, which is the seller trend graph. As I already mentioned, you can see that it actually went out of stock for a little bit here. So whenever we're dealing with variations, there's a few things to look out for. So first, the red flag that I see here is that there were a bunch of sellers that were slowly going down, and then all of a sudden they all dropped off. Now, that could be for a couple reasons. One, it could have been an IP claim, something that maybe the brand got rid of a bunch of sellers very quickly. Or it could have been something where maybe this was easily available as an online arbitrage product, and you had drop shippers that were on this listing technically illegally according to Amazon's policies that then couldn't find it anymore because it went out of stock at Walmart or went out of stock at Target or whatever, and now they took their listings down. That is 100% possible. Keep that in mind. It does look like more sellers have come on and off this listing. So I would potentially still try to sell this depending on who the actual sellers were. So I would double check that. As I mentioned earlier in the video, is the brand the one selling the product? Or is there anything, if you use AZ Insight /ASINZen, they've got an IP alert. You can look for IP alert and see if there's any IP issues with this brand. Or you could actually, if you're in the Facebook group, it's a free Facebook group, you could ask and see if people have had any issues with a particular brand as well, if you wanted to put that out there. The free Facebook group I recommend is the My Silent Team Facebook group. It's over 70,000 members at the time of this recording. I am a moderator in it, but it's a completely free group. It's bit.ly/M as in Mary, S as in Sam, T as in Tom, group, MST group, and the link's in the description as well for you. But you could post in there just to see if anybody else have had any issues with a particular brand if you wanted to do that. Ultimately, though, if I'm looking at this, I would potentially test this if I can break even at this $10 price point and those other factors check out. Again, you're going to want to see the variations video I did. I know I'm giving you a lot of things to kind of spiderweb off from this video, but ultimately, I think that that's going to help you the most in determining the variation. If you look at all of the different pieces of information, because you'd want to check different things like review counts on the particular variation. You'd want to check how the variation's doing according to this variation section of Keepa. And ultimately, that's what I would do. But if I'm just looking at this cold, I would say if it breaks even at $10, I would test it, because it looks like as sellers come in, they are selling out. More than likely, that is what is happening, unless it's an IP issue, which I don't believe it is, just based on the fact that multiple sellers keep coming on and slowly selling out, but I could be wrong. So it's just definitely something you'd want to check in. And then we'll go to our last Keepa graph for this particular product, or this particular video, I mean. This one, they say they can source it for $50. So this is actually a pretty typical graph for something that moves very quickly. I'm not sure exactly what the question is on here, but this is something that for some people may be very confusing. It does take a little bit more time to look at all the factors here. So again, sales rank line is the very first thing. We can see this thing is just crushing it, right? I mean, the sales ranks going up and down. It's almost indiscernible in some cases. So it's selling a ton. That's what we need to know. It's selling a lot. Also, I very rarely look at this middle box. I just want to make you aware of that in case you have any questions on why I haven't referenced it. It's pretty much the same as the top box. Sometimes it will be different, and in those cases, I will check it out. But 99% of the cases, I'm not looking at this middle box. But so the sales rank line checks out. We're good there. The second thing is the pink line, or the dots, and you can see that there's a lot of pink dots here. So there's so much activity that Keepa is recording a ton of different pieces of data and trying to show it on here. And it actually, these are all separate time points, but they kind of stack on top of each other. So to me, if I'm looking at this, I try to look at what the trend is even for the price. And it almost looks to me at this $100 price point, like this is pretty much the median price, and it's stayed there. However, over the last 5-6 months, it has started to kind of drop. You can kind of see that line going diagonally downward. It was up here just over 100, and now it's down to 89, 86, and it was recently a little bit lower. So that is a little bit concerning to me. The sourcing for $50 doesn't matter as much. What matters to me is that if it's profitable or not, and if it meets my metrics. At this $89 price point, you may be making $10 or $15. In that case, I wouldn't buy it because it's not enough money. If you somehow are making $30 or $20, then I would potentially buy that, because I like to make a minimum of 40% return on my investment. And so a 40% return on a $50 spend is going to be about it will be $20 at a 40% return on investment, or ROI. So that would be my minimums here. If I'm meeting those minimums, then I would potentially test it. Now let's look at this third option here, the seller trend graph. You can see that there are a ton of sellers. They sold out. This is not an IP issue. This is more than likely a Q4 thing. A lot of people bought this for Christmas. And so they sold out. A bunch of sellers have come on and off throughout the year. It's been slowly, though, going up. I mean, you can see that it's gone up and down at different points, but it has been going up if you're to just draw a line through the middle of this trend. And so that is concerning. So we've got the seller count kind of going up all at once if we were to average that out. And then we also, at the same exact time, have the price points dropping inversely to the sellers going up. And so to me, that is more of a red flag, because the price, because it's sourced at $50, it's currently selling around 90. I would probably stay away from it. I could be picking wrong. Maybe all these sellers continue to sell out and this price continues to rebound and I would have made 50 or 60 bucks. This one would be concerning to me because I know that if I'm spending 50 and it drops from this $89 price point down to this, $80 price point, I may actually be losing money depending on the size and weight of this product. And so those are the three things that I would look at. This one would be kind of a toss up. And so I guess that's why it was submitted. It's definitely a toss up because you can see that it sells super well. If you feel like you can break even, maybe you look at 75 bucks, right? Maybe $75 is your break even price point. Maybe this is a really small product. You buy it for 50 bucks. There's not many fees on it. And you can break even at 75. If that were the case, because it's never gone to $75, if I'm breaking even, I would test it. And the reason is because I know if I put in 50 bucks and at worst case scenario over the last year, it goes to a price that it's never been at in the last year of $75, then I'm getting my money back out. Like I don't lose anything. That to me is something that then I would test it. However, if I'm losing money at 75 or breaking even and losing money at a higher price, that is much more of a red flag in the case of this particular product. So in review, the three things you want to look for: one is the sales rank line. The second thing is the pink line or the dots if you're looking at some older information. And then the third thing would be the seller trend graph, which is that purple line in the bottom box. You want to make sure of that. Did you know that the concept of arbitrage is actually biblical? Well, in this video, I'm going to discuss that and 4 other things that you need to know about retail arbitrage. Before I get to that point, I need to explain to you what arbitrage is, and that's simply buying products for a lower price from one place and selling them for higher on another. Now, I actually do Amazon arbitrage, and the point of this is to show you that this business model has been around for centuries, and that this is something that is sustainable long into the future as well. Now, with retail arbitrage on Amazon, you're buying products from either a retail store, or you can do it from an online website, and then you sell them for more on the Amazon.com marketplace. You can do this on a bunch of different platforms, but ultimately, the one that I'm speaking about is Amazon Replenishable Arbitrage. So let's get into the 5 things that you need to know about retail arbitrage. And yes, I will be getting to my Bible example in just a minute. But the first thing that you need to know if you're someone trying to get into Amazon and selling on Amazon is that you can start with less than $500 with this model. Many teachers out there for Amazon selling teach you about how to do private label. They'll sell you a very expensive course, and they'll also convince you to spend $5,000 to $10,000 on inventory that you have to order overseas, import, deal with creating listings, pay for advertising, pay for influencers, just to get this one product potentially selling, and hopefully in the future you can profit from it. However, there's a much better model that you can start with less than $500, and you can do so profitably very quickly in comparison to the private label method. And that is by doing arbitrage and replenishable arbitrage, which is simply buying products over and over again, replenishing them from a local store or a website so that you can sell them on Amazon. This is something that I've done with over $6 million of sales on the Amazon platform. I've trained thousands of other students to do it as well, and I know that it is the low-hanging fruit opportunity still on Amazon today, and you can start with less than $500, continuing to roll that over and over again into the business so it can grow and scale into what you want it to be in the future. Now, the second thing to know about retail arbitrage is that you don't need to do it with discounts. Many people on YouTube that do talk about arbitrage say that you have to go and find those discounted stores. You have to maybe purchase liquidation lots and you can sell them because you're buying a product for $2, you can sell it for $30 on Amazon. Now, while that is nice and you should always take advantage of any discounts you can get on a product, you don't need that to be successful. What you need is to find a base of replenishable products, things that you can buy for full price on a store shelf or on a website, and send that into Amazon over and over again, making a margin along the way. Now, there are thousands upon thousands of products out there that exist like this, and tons of training that I give on this YouTube channel for you for free so you can learn about how to source products profitably using this method. If you're interested though in a 30-day free training where I send you an email a day for 30 days, head over to my website at askjimmysmith.com/free training. That link is below and in the description, by the way. Now, the third thing that you need to know about retail arbitrage before I get to my Bible example is that it requires hard work. Now, this This is a simple business model. You are buying products low and you're selling them for high on Amazon. However, that does take work. It takes time. And I recommend at least 10 hours per week to be able to invest into your business so that you can invest enough time to do it. Additionally, if you're someone that's brand new and you're doing this for a month or two and you're not seeing the results that you want, realize that it sometimes takes time to get those results. And if you're focused more on the activities that you're doing, buying products, sending them into Amazon, making sure that you're buying the right products and doing it over and over again, in a long enough time frame, you're going to be able to see the fruits of that labor if you've been buying the right products. And there's plenty of tools and software out there to help you do that, but you can also start, like I said, with less than $500. The tools and software that help you to do that, all you need to spend is approximately $20 per month at a minimum to be able to do well with analyzing products and looking at the buying history, selling history, and that tool is actually Keepa.com. Now, I'm not affiliated with Keepa in any way, but it is the one tool that you will need to buy so that you can find the right products, especially things that you can replenish, especially things that you can go out and find over and over again and have confidence that you're going to be able to sell them multiple times over. But just realize, even though this sounds super easy to some people anyway, this does take some hard work, and it is simple, but it will take your effort in putting it in over and over again to eventually see the fruits of that work that you're putting in, because I know people that will start with less than $500 and they turn that into tens of thousands of dollars per month on the Amazon platform. And as I said, I've done over $6 million of sales on Amazon using these methods, and I started with $1,000. So this is doable, it is possible, and it's up to you putting in the hard work to see the fruits of that labor in the future. Now let's get to my Bible example. Now in the Bible, in 1 Kings 10, it talks about King Solomon and his trading activities. And specifically, it talks about how he would send out ships that go to Tarshish and would come back 3 years later with gold, silver, and other goods. And during that process, there was an arbitrage opportunity happening. It was taking resources and supplies from the local area, selling them to other places that needed those resources and supplies. Even if you don't look at a biblical example, if you look at something just in the ancient times when they had to trade spices, every single thing that we do today is based off of an arbitrage opportunity if you're looking at business. Even if you're a service-based business like a plumber and you have to buy supplies for your plumbing business, you typically are going to be charging a premium because you're the one going and getting the products, bringing them to the customer's house, doing the work, etc. But also any private label or brand opportunity that exists out there. You're looking at Nike, right? Or maybe this St. Louis Cardinals hat. I can guarantee that this hat was created for less money than I purchased it for. And because of that, that is an arbitrage opportunity of buying low, selling high. With that, this is not just an ancient business model, but we see arbitrage in crypto. We see it on eBay, Walmart, Amazon. We see it in stocks. We see it in every single place from a business standpoint. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I have been hearing since 2015 that arbitrage is dead. However, it is not. The opportunity in general has been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years and still exists today. And any time that you can buy product for low and you have demand for that product at a higher price, that is arbitrage. And Amazon is the place to do it right now, where you can get started, get scaled, because they have the most customers, they have the most demand, and they have the most opportunity for you to be able to buy from another store and sell it on their platform at a markup. And the fifth thing that you need to know about retail arbitrage is that it is scalable. Now, if you do this from a discounted perspective, just going around and finding clearance products and you send them into Amazon, that's much more difficult to scale. I've seen people do it and they'll get a bunch of shoppers that are always looking for the latest deals and discounts. However, if you follow the replenishable model that I mentioned earlier of buying products full price from a store, sending them to Amazon and selling them at a markup, that is something that is truly scalable and allows people to do hundreds of thousands of dollars per month if they build it up big enough. Now, that's something that I've done, and I've seen many other people surpass my levels that have gone through the Replens arbitrage training. So if you're interested in just learning more basics about it and getting resources for 30 days, I recommend checking out that free training that I mentioned earlier at askjimmysmith.com/free training. I've seen numerous videos recommending that Amazon sellers should source from places like TJ Maxx, Ross, Marshalls, Burlington Coat Factory, and more. Do not do this. The biggest reason that you should not source from stores like TJ Maxx and the ones that I mentioned at the beginning of this video is because Amazon does not like it. Amazon simply will not accept receipts as proof of authenticity from these stores. And the reason is because their receipts don't have the UPC code that actually matches the product that you're selling. Typically, they will have some sort of internal store code that matches their discount on that product, but it does not actually match the UPC of the product that you're sending in. And while this is something that most sellers may not care about, and I know many sellers that do a lot of revenue and sales from these stores, they are significantly putting their business at risk by selling from these stores. Whether or not they want to admit it, Amazon truly does not like it, and you really need an excellent documentation process to be able to verify the authenticity of these products, and there's just too many other stores that you can source from that do not have this problem. Now, Amazon over the past few years has been much more caring about UPC codes, about making sure that they are legitimate and that they match the brand, the manufacturer, etc. And within that, Amazon actually goes to the standard for UPC codes called GS1. Now, GS1 issues these UPC codes and ties them to the brand and verifies that the brand actually owns these different product codes. And these product codes are put on all of the different products that we purchase from stores. And you'll see it's just a string of numbers. It's that barcode on the back of those products. And that barcode is tied to making sure that it is a verified and legitimate product for that brand. And if Amazon does not see anything that relates to that product, if it is a completely different string of numbers on a receipt, then Amazon cannot verify that this product was authentic and legitimate. And if you get an authenticity claim on your account that you cannot back up because the receipt does not match what is needed for the UPC code, Amazon will ding your account for that, potentially shutting down your account and causing many more problems for you to try to reopen your account. So in addition to the fear of losing your Amazon business because you're buying products from stores that don't have authentic UPC codes on their receipts, you also are not able to build a replenishable business model that you can count on as a good foundation for your business as you move forward. And what I mean by building a replenishable business model is that you can go back to your source supplier store and you can buy the same exact products month over month over month, knowing that they're going to restock them in the store and you can restock them in your Amazon account for any of the good products that you're purchasing. With stores like TJ Maxx and Marshalls and Ross, etc., they are getting a constant new supply of inventory and it becomes very difficult to find things that you can replenish from their stores. So you're constantly on the lookout for new products. It requires a lot more manpower, a lot more people that are able to go out and find new products each and every month so that you can keep up with the same sales and profit level that you've been accustomed to. With a replens model where you're buying products from Walmart, you're buying them from Target, you're buying them from regional grocery stores or local niche stores that are authentic distributors and approved distributors for these products, you know that you can go back to the store and buy the same exact product each and every month because it's always being restocked by that store. And having these products allows you to build and scale your business. If you were to buy $5,000 of products and you're able to replenish $3,500 of those products each month, well then $3,500 plus $5,000 is now $8,500, and then it knocks down to $6,000 and you add another $5,000, that puts it at $11,000, right? These things build on each other almost like a staircase, so that way you can grow your business in a predictable way with a good foundation of replenishable items. Now, the big thing that a lot of sellers that shop from TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Ross, etc. go back to consistently is that the profits are higher. And I do understand that. The profits can be higher at these stores. But as you're doing a higher profit business model from those stores specifically, you run the risk of losing your Amazon account. And it always comes back to that first reason that I mentioned in this video, because it's just not worth it. If you build a 7-figure business based on these stores, you're making money hand over fist, but Amazon catches 1 or 2 things that they don't feel is an authentic product, then that is a huge problem that you could lose a 7-figure business just in the snap of a finger because somebody decides to push the button, delete your account, because there's no way for them to verify the authenticity. And this is a big problem, which is why it's better to build your business with a foundation of products that Amazon can verify the authenticity and legitimacy of them if they ever come knocking at your door asking for this information, or theoretically come knocking at your door when they send you an email asking for this information. So if you shouldn't source from TJ Maxx, what is it that you should do? Well, as I've mentioned throughout this, you're looking to build a base, a replenishable foundation for your business that allows you to grow and scale. Those stores to look at, whether it's in-person stores, retail arbitrage, buying products from a local retail store and selling them higher on Amazon, or it's buying online arbitrage, which is buying from an online website and selling them for more on Amazon. These stores that you should be looking for would be authentic stores like Walmart, Target, regional grocery stores, local stores, niche stores, places that are authentic distributors for these products. They aren't bringing in discounts or liquidations. They are truly selling you products at full price, and you are finding those products, sending them in on an Amazon listing that people are willing to pay more for, and you're able to profit from that. Now, why would people want to purchase products that are typically full price on store shelves and they're paying 3 times as much on Amazon? Well, there are many reasons, but the biggest ones are convenience. People are used to buying on Amazon, and so they want to go to a website, to Amazon.com, buy a product, it shows up to their door in 2 days, sometimes even within the same day, and they're able to get that without ever having to leave their home. Maybe it's a family that doesn't have time to go to the store, and you are providing this service by putting these products onto Amazon, and they are getting them in their home, and they're willing to pay more for it. Another reason is simply people might move away. I moved from St. Louis, Missouri to Florida, and I no longer have access to some regional products in St. Louis, Missouri. So the only way that I can get these products shipped to me is by going to Amazon, buying from a seller that is purchasing these things from St. Louis, and I'm paying 2 to 3 times more money than what it would have cost me in St. Louis, but I don't have access to these anyplace else. And so whoever is selling these in St. Louis is allowing me to buy that product from them at a markup, and they're making a profit. I'm getting the product that I want, that I no longer have access to, and it truly is a good business model that serves everyone as best as possible. Today we're going to be discussing the scientific method of Amazon selling. Now, this is something that I have done since 2015, and I've really kind of done it intuitively just by having an inquisitive mindset about how to succeed with Amazon and how to succeed in business and selling online. But ultimately, everything that we do in life, whenever it's a new project or a new program, comes back to this scientific method. And I'm going to be discussing kind of the foundation of what the scientific method is, if you don't remember from middle school or grade school or high school, whenever it was discussed for you. And then I'm going to also discuss how it applies to Amazon selling and how the most successful Amazon and e-commerce sellers really utilize this on a day-to-day basis, because this is what brings about new ideas, new things that you can buy online, you can sell on Amazon, you can buy from wholesale, sell on Amazon or online. You can do private label with this method and see if it works and succeed with that online. And so it comes back to the same exact method. And so I need to bring you back all the way to whenever you were in school learning about the scientific method. So let's get into this really quick. Now, if we look at this is the typical pattern for the scientific method, just kind of a good little infographic of, hey, if you have an observation, let's just say you've got an observation out in the world, you see birds flying, all right? Now your observation is, cool, birds fly. Now you have a question, why do birds fly? And ultimately you come to the hypothesis, well, they fly because of their wings. That's my hypothesis. I believe that whenever they're flapping their wings, that allows them to fly, right? And then you run an experiment. Maybe you have some birds that you're able to experiment on, or maybe you watch all the other birds that exist and you're like, well, do they fly because they get a running start first? Or can some of them just, start flapping their wings and then they can fly? Some of them will dive down and they'll get into water. They'll grab a fish and they're able to fly out of the water. So is it their wings that do it? Or maybe there's something with their legs that do it. And you start experimenting. You run these tests and you see what works, what doesn't. If there's a bird with an injured wing, can it fly? Yes or no? Now you don't want to injure the wing of a bird, but you want to see, well, hey, I found a bird with an injured wing. Can it fly? Yes or no? And you're running these experiments and you're coming to an ultimate conclusion and a result from there of, yes, birds fly because of their wings. Now you could then say, well, now that I know the result, their wings do it. Well, what is it about their wings that allow them to do that? You can rerun the scientific method. Is it the shape of their wings? Is it the angle at which their wings are flapping, right? You can keep running these tests until you get to an end result of the full answer that you're looking for. And this directly applies to Amazon selling, to business, to anything and pretty much everything that we do in our businesses and in our lives. Now, the thing with this is if we were to take a look at it from an Amazon perspective. Now, let's look at arbitrage and wholesale. Now, arbitrage is simply just buying products from a retailer, whether it's online or in store, and selling it on Amazon. You are, selling it for typically 2.5 to 3 times, maybe a little bit more than that on Amazon from what you're buying it for. And wholesale is simply a similar business model, except you have direct relationships relationships with a distributor or a brand. And so if you're looking at arbitrage and wholesale, you are going to be reselling other people's products. And so we need to look at what these observations and what this really boils down to from an Amazon selling perspective. Now, I'm not a private label seller, although I have done some private label selling, but you could also apply this, right? Maybe you have an observation from a private label standpoint that, okay, this opportunity exists. Maybe I'm in a CrossFit niche, or I'm in the guitar playing space, and I observe that there's a particular thing that other guitar players or other CrossFitters need. And so that's an observation of mine. So I question that. I say, you know what, I'm going to ask my community and say, hey, if I were to create this product, would that solve this need for my guitar selling friends, right? Or would that solve my need for my other CrossFitting friends? Then you run the experiment. Maybe you pre-sell these things and you see, well, is there enough of a demand for it? And if you get enough sales and that works out, then you've got a conclusion and a result. And then you start to run that process over of, okay, how can I improve this product? Or what kind of ads need to be run for this product? That's how it applies to private label. But from an arbitrage standpoint, we need to look at step number one. So if we're observing things, what do we observe as the most likely place that you can find products to resell? Well, maybe there are certain, niches that make a huge difference in being able to succeed online. Now, niches are a great way to start finding products to resell, whether it is guitar selling or office supplies or arts and crafts or pet products or grocery products. Getting involved in a niche can be very helpful. And maybe you have an understanding of a niche that you can get into and you know everything about tools. And so you're able to look for these products online. And then once you start with niches, or you start maybe looking at different regional stores, which I talk quite a lot about. I'm sorry, this isn't writing as smoothly as I was hoping, but you can look at regional stores if you're doing arbitrage, or maybe there's particular types of brands that you want to reach out to for wholesale. Ultimately, you've got this observation that, okay, these are the types of things that work online based off of courses, communities, YouTubers, etc. And you see this observation. And so now it's time for you to question those things. Well, do arts and crafts, right? Let's just go with questioning. Do arts and crafts succeed on Amazon? Well, if you're looking at arts/crafts category, then you can start looking at different products. And so you need to start running this hypothesis. Do arts and crafts succeed online for me with arbitrage? Can I find good suppliers for that? And my hypothesis is that yes, any and every category in Amazon is going to sell well. And so from a hypothesis standpoint, we need to then start looking at different categories on the platform. And so that's when you start running these experiments. Okay, now I need to find a supplier. Now the supplier, let's say for arts and crafts, is Michaels, right? Michaels, the arts and crafts store. And you go there and you start to look at the products on michaels.com, and then you look at Amazon to see if things are selling at a higher level. And then you need to check on Keepa.com to see if the products are selling at a profitable price, to see if the competition's good, to see if they're selling consistently. And then you come to a conclusion that ultimately will lead you to a specific result. Yes, I'm going to test this product, or no, I'm not going to test this product. Now, after you decide to test a specific product, this starts over again, right? You test, let's just call it craft paper. You test craft paper and then you send it into Amazon. So you observed in this particular case that this one product that you were trying to test for a replenishable product on Amazon is craft paper, and so I'm going to see if this now works. Now then you send that product in, you have questioned, will it work? You have a hypothesis that it will work because you came to that result prior. Your experiment is by sending in 4 to 6 units of that to Amazon. You come to a conclusion after, does it sell well? Does it sell profitably? And can I continue to repurchase it? And then you continue that observation every time you restock that item. It's the same way with wholesale selling. Maybe you have an observation of, cool, this craft paper sells really well. I wonder, can I get a wholesale account from this? Well, my hypothesis is that I can, but I need to experiment. I need to look up this brand's particular distributors, or I need to contact the brand directly. And then after doing that work, you're going to come to a conclusion and a result from there of yes or no, you can get a wholesale account. This scientific method, being inquisitive about your business, is what's going to help you continue to push forward. If you're somebody that is like, okay, you know what, I'm making this observation, I'm questioning it, I'm hypothesizing it, but I'm not testing something. I'm not going to send in an ASIN to Amazon because I'm not 100% sure. Ultimately, you're not going to have that 100% sureness of being able to know if a product's going to sell profitably and well and consistently. But you need to experiment. You need to ultimately test products, okay? And whenever you're testing products, that's what's going to get you that result. And again, I apologize for my poor penmanship on this computer. But as you're testing products, you're going to see a result. And if you're testing properly, if you're hedging your bets in the way that I train on YouTube and other places, then you will be able to, at the very least, break even on these products or lose just a little bit of money. But that testing gives you more answers so you know what sells well or what doesn't sell well. And that ultimately will lead to the success that you're looking for. And so if we're looking at a time horizon here of what leads to that success, and you've got results here and then you've got time over here, well, as you're new and you're testing things, you may see some increases and then some decreases because you made some bad tests. But ultimately, if you continue to do these tests, then you may kind of start to see this pattern where you're starting to grow. And then eventually, as it is going up and down, you will probably see some sort of a moment where you're getting higher and higher of sales because you've run this test, this scientific method, enough times through the products that you are selling on Amazon that it allows you to have enough good results that outweigh the bad results of the things that didn't work out. And then you have done so well at running these tests that now you're running better and better tests because you know what does well on the platform. Now, I know this may sound confusing to some of you. I hope that it's not. Ultimately, what it comes back to is to be successful in your Amazon or e-commerce or whatever business, whether it's arbitrage, wholesale, private label, anything else that you do with Shopify or Etsy or Walmart, you need to be running this scientific method with enough of a long enough time horizon that you allow it to unfold and succeed so that then you can continue to learn and get better each and every day. So this is what will lead to people succeeding on Amazon and being inquisitive about, well, does this work or does it not? Because the important part, you might make a bunch of observations, right? I don't know if I could do this. You might make a bunch of observations. You might question things. You might have this hypothesis, but if you never test products because you're too scared to send them in, then you're never going to complete this loop, right? You're never going to experiment to see, does this product sell? You're never going to experiment to see if I send an email to a brand, will I get a wholesale account? Or if I call the brand, will I get a wholesale account? Which one works better? You need to be willing and able to test this and to experiment with this so that you ultimately get this result of the scientific method over and over and over again. And as you're doing that, and we see it here, you run this scientific method over and over and over and over and over and over, and sometimes you'll see bad results and sometimes good results, and you just keep running that in circles here, and then ultimately you may see a much better time horizon and graph for success. And if you were to look at it one day, you're going to look back and be like, wow, I can't believe that I succeeded so quickly with Amazon or with e-commerce or whatever venture you're doing. And that's not going to be the case, right? If you really break it down, it comes back to running dozens and hundreds and potentially thousands of tests to reach this point of your ultimate goal. So hopefully this is helpful and kind of sheds light on the reason why it's important to get good with understanding how to find products on Amazon and how to test products on Amazon. Tons of training on this channel for that. If you're interested in checking out communities or courses or anything, I recommend checking out the description down below. You can also find a lot of information on my YouTube channel for how to succeed with arbitrage, wholesale, and other methods of selling on Amazon. But that's all I got for you today. I hope this helps you and blesses you. Ask questions in the comments and I'll respond to as many as I can. I am excited to be talking with you about the Amazon Transparency Program. And this is actually a program that's been around for a few years at this point, but for some reason in my private Replens Facebook group and other groups that I'm a part of, I've seen a lot more questions come up lately regarding this program. So I'm assuming that that is due to more brands getting enrolled into it, especially the bigger national brands. If you're doing arbitrage or wholesale and you're seeing this pop up a lot more for some reason, then I wanted to make this video specifically for you as to what is the Amazon Transparency Program, how does it work, and how does it benefit and also potentially hurt you as an arbitrage or wholesale seller. But before I get into that information, I just want to remind you that I've been doing this on other videos and I plan to continue doing this in the future, that I'm actually running a contest on this video for a random comment that is posted on this video to win a free copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. And now this also comes with a free audiobook and a free mini course with it. So if you leave a comment, make sure to hit the notification bell and subscribe so that you can tune into the next video where I'll post the winner in the middle of that video for the one that won today. And you'll actually see a winner pop up in the middle of this video too. So it's pretty fun. I've seen a lot of people get excited about it and been able to send out some books that way as well. So feel free to join with questions, comments, whatever you might want in the comment section below. But let's get into the Amazon Transparency Program. Specifically, this is a program that has a code on the back of the product. And actually, this was kind of more impromptu. My book has that automatically. That's the transparency code, and you can see the little T right there. That means that this is enrolled in the Amazon Transparency Program. And because my book has been written and published on the Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing program, the KDP program, they automatically put those transparency codes, I assume, onto my books. I don't know why, but that's there. I didn't enroll it like we're going to talk about today, but that's what the codes look like. Now, a lot of Amazon arbitrage and wholesale sellers are seeing notices come through whenever they go to list products on Amazon, sometimes after the fact, after they've already seen that they're approved, and they'll go to sell something that they've already been selling, and Amazon will give them a notice that says, hey, you have to provide a transparency code for this product. And now, unfortunately, there have been issues. If there is no code, like I just showed you with that little T and the little QR code essentially, then you can't send that product into Amazon. And this can cause quite a bit of issues in the business. And so I wanted to talk to you about why this is a good program actually for arbitrage sellers, but why it's also hurting some arbitrage sellers. Now, specifically in the Amazon Transparency Program, Amazon is very, very specific in multiple ways. I've done plenty of research on this, that brands cannot enroll their products into the transparency program strictly to try to police their brand, so to speak. They can't do it so that it will only be used for them as a seller or their one exclusive distributor to be able to put codes on there and send them into Amazon, and then nobody else has access to them. When a brand enrolls into the Amazon Transparency Program, they are required by their contract to put those codes on every single unit of every single product that they send out to stores globally. So if they're manufacturing something like a water bottle, every water bottle packaging will need to have a transparency code on it, whether it's going to Amazon or it's going to Walmart stores or it's going to some other place in Europe, wherever it might be. They are required to put a transparency code on there for any GTINs that would match, so whether it's a UPC or a GTIN of some sort. And so that is the requirement. The issue is that I'm starting to see brands that are smaller or working with other wholesale distributors that sell products on Amazon. Those distributors will go to the brands and say, hey, we'll enroll your products into transparency. And then they're only putting the transparency codes onto the items that they're sending into Amazon. And this actually goes against Amazon's terms of service. And that's a good way in the brands or the Amazon wholesale company's eyes to police the brand and get any other sellers off the listing. That is a huge problem. And so this is something that has been creeping up, and I'm hoping that Amazon's going to kind of clamp down on this moving forward, because what it's doing is it's stopping legitimate sellers from selling authorized and true products on the Amazon platform in a legal way according to Amazon's terms of service for the program. So if you are finding products that are requiring transparency codes and you're buying them from authorized and legitimate distributors and they don't have those transparency codes on the products, that would be something that I would probably talk to Amazon about and say, hey, this doesn't have it, but I bought it from a legitimate distributor. Your terms of service say that you can't use it to police a brand. And so I would start opening cases to let Amazon know that this is happening, because it's technically against Amazon's terms, and that can get their brand registry account shut down and all types of other issues. I've talked to a lawyer about this to see what his thoughts were of wholesale companies doing this with their brands, and he was very adamant that that is completely against Amazon's terms of service. Now, the one way that this is good for arbitrage and wholesale sellers is having transparency codes on the boxes allows those sellers to prove legitimacy and authenticity of the products that they're selling. So you can't really get a counterfeit claim, because you're going to have to provide those transparency codes for every single product that you send in. And the issue is, though, if you try to send in a product without a transparency code and it gets to Amazon's warehouses somehow, then they can actually still hit you with a counterfeit claim if the transparency code wasn't on there and it was supposed to be on there. So you have to make sure that if your products require transparency codes, all of the products you're sending in have that code on them. You can't just find one with a transparency code and send all your others in that don't have them, because those others will be automatically a counterfeit claim that you will not be able to get off of there. You have to be very careful with this. Now, another way that this is good for arbitrage and wholesale sellers is that if you are selling products that have those transparency codes and you can't get counterfeit claims on them, that also helps you from a returns and refunds perspective, because as returns come in from your Amazon customers, they will also have to have those transparency codes on there so that you know that you're getting back a legitimate product. So that will also help. Now, Amazon may still accept the returns, but you have a lot more legitimacy to open a case on those returns that you got a counterfeit product because there was no transparency code on it. So that is something to keep in mind. I highly recommend that if you are doing anything from an arbitrage or wholesale standpoint and you see that transparency code thing pop up, if you're buying from a legitimate distributor, those products should have those transparency codes on them because it's required by Amazon for them to be on the product. If they aren't on there, then open a case with Amazon to let them know, hey, I've been buying this from a legitimate distributor. Your terms of service say that they have to be on every single product. They are not on this product, so it seems as if they are going against their terms of service with the transparency program, because that is a big issue and it can get the accounts shut down for doing that, and they'll get enrolled from the transparency program if they find out that this legitimately was happening, where they were using it to police their brand on Amazon versus using it for the worldwide distribution and proving authenticity of every single one of their products. Again, as an arbitrage seller, I think transparency helps, because if you find products with the code on there and they're profitable, you can send them in. It's guaranteed that they are authentic because of how this program works. Now, each of those codes do cost a little bit of money. I think it's like 0.001 cents to 0.005 cents per code, but it's because they're printing them on thousands, tens of thousands, millions of products, depending on the specific brand that is enrolled in the transparency program. And that's something that they're so cheap because they're supposed to put them on every single box of those products moving forward. So you have to make sure that they are the exact same products that you're sending into Amazon, and it does help you from an arbitrage perspective. Now, if you are a seller that is adding these codes specifically to only things that you're sending into Amazon, and you're working with a brand and you are breaking terms of service doing this, I highly recommend stopping that, because Amazon also has a transparency app. And within that app, you can scan a transparency code and Amazon will give them information about that product. If Amazon is only noticing transparency codes getting scanned from products on Amazon and not from products that are sold at Walmart, not from products that are sold on a bunch of other websites where this brand is being held, Amazon has data now that would support that 100% of the transparency codes that they are getting recorded are only from Amazon.com. However, this regional brand is listed on all these other stores and all these other websites. That can be a problem. And so I believe that Amazon in the future is going to be able to catch up to these bad actors by looking at the data points of where these codes are getting scanned from and where specifically these customers purchase those products from. And during that process, Amazon will be able to tell. And so if you are somebody that is breaking terms of service, I highly recommend stopping that, because if you get caught, you will lose access to the brand registry. The brand themselves will also lose access to that. You could get sued for that kind of a thing if the brand themselves don't know that you're doing this. So highly recommend making sure that you put the transparency codes on everything that goes out. Now, if you are someone that's selling branded bundles and you've got your own brands, there could be some workarounds there. I don't know the legalities of it, so I recommend talking to a lawyer, potentially even Jeff Schick at jeffschick.com. He's somebody that I recommend for account health. I've had him on videos on this YouTube channel before. But if you want to use the transparency program for your own branded bundles, for your own wholesale products where you're working with brands, or your own private label products, there's tons of information out there from Amazon on how the program works. And there's actually an FAQ and everything from Amazon that I can show you real quick right here underneath the brand services website for Amazon. It's got where's transparency available. Can you tell me more about these codes and how they work? Gives you tons of information for these frequently asked questions. How does it work in the fulfillment centers? After you begin applying the transparency codes, Amazon looks for and scans those codes within the fulfillment centers to ensure that only authentic products match the product listings or shipped to customers, etc. So I recommend looking and getting a lot of information on the transparency program, because it can help if you're doing wholesale or private label, branded bundles, things that are supposed to be your own listings. If you're doing wholesale though, and you are trying to help a brand establish this, make sure that they know they have to put it on every single product that you are going to be enrolling into the transparency program for them. Because if they don't, and you're just doing it for Amazon, you will eventually get caught and you will get into big trouble from Amazon. So there is my warning. And this is my information that I wanted to put together for my private Facebook group and all the other groups that I'm a part of on how transparency works from an arbitrage and wholesale seller perspective. I'm going to be diving into another Amazon FBA arbitrage tip so that you can find more products to sell consistently and profitably on Amazon FBA. And today isn't necessarily about finding more products, but how can you increase the sales on those products, those arbitrage products that you've already found. And so we're going to be talking about setting up ads, specifically 5-cent ads on each individual ASIN that you send into Amazon. So I'm going to go through the step-by-step of this. This is actually something we've been doing for almost 4 years now. Actually, whenever the video comes out, it'll probably be over the 4-year mark. But we're going to be talking about how to set up these 5-cent ASIN ad campaigns, why you should do it, and some of the, the things that you're going to have to keep up with as you move forward with this campaign. So I do have a presentation for you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. And I know some of you that love PowerPoint, you're going to love this. Some of you that hate PowerPoint, you might not, but hey, that's how I'm going to be teaching it today, because I need to show you how to set these things up. But let's go ahead and look at the results that we've had. Since it's, as you can see actually on the screen, July 24th, 2018 is whenever we set these up initially. And over the last 4 years, we have spent in our business $6,200 on ads specifically for the 5-cent campaigns for our arbitrage products. And we actually lump in some of our wholesale products too into this, because we put all of our ASINs into it. And I believe even some of our private label products fall into this. But either way, we're setting up automatic campaigns that Amazon is running, and we're bidding 5 cents on each of those ads that we're running. And with those 5-cent bids, we've spent $6,208.23. We've sold $210,327.86, which puts our advertising cost of sale, our ACOS, at 2.95% average. And over the 4 years, there have been some months where it was 6%, some months where it was 1.5%, but we've averaged almost 3%, 2.95% ACOS. And we've had over 50 million impressions on all of those products, which is pretty insane for me to think about. But this is why you want to do it. It gives us an additional boost in how our products do from an arbitrage standpoint. The ads only run if you have the buy box. And so if somebody's searching for something and an ad pops up that's yours and they click on it, you will be bidding 5 cents typically or less for that placement. And whenever they click on it, it's going to you having the buy box for that specific product. You're not paying for ads for somebody else the way that Amazon's ad system works. You're paying for ads for you being in the buy box. And whenever they click on that ad, you are the one that would be shown to the customer. And with that, we have spent only $6,000 and sold $210,000. So to me, that's very successful. And so I'm going to show you how to set this up step by step so that you can add in all of your ASINs and then what you need to do to keep up with it as we move forward. So the next thing is, how do we set this up? So very first and foremost, you got to sign into Seller Central. I know it's a big surprise for all of you, but sign into Seller Central, go to Advertising and Campaign Manager. And from there, you click Create Campaign. And then at that point, you're going to be choosing your campaign type. So under Sponsored Products, which is right here, the far left one, select Continue. You don't want to deal with the sponsored brands or the sponsored display for this specific ad campaign. And so this is just something that it may change in the future. Maybe, you're seeing this video a year from now and the setup's a little bit different. I want to at least kind of put up that disclaimer. Amazon changes their user interface all the time, but these are the steps as of July of 2022. And so after you select that you want to continue with sponsored products, the next thing that you need to do is you need to make a campaign name. And with that, we actually use all ASIN's auto campaign. And I believe we actually put 5 cents at the end of it, so we know which campaign it is. That's what we decide to name it. You can name it whatever you want. That's completely up to you, but we decided to just make it that basic all ASIN's auto campaign because it describes what it is. The start date would be today, and then there would be no end date. We don't put an end date on this. We want this to continually run. It's been going for 4 years and going well for us. And so we don't want an end date on the campaign. Now for daily budget, we actually use $10 as our daily budget because we didn't want to spend any crazy amounts on ads for some of these arbitrage products that don't have a bunch of profit in them anyway. I mean, there might be some where we make $2 profit. So why would I spend a bunch on ads for these products? And we typically don't even go over that $10 amount. However, I have heard a lot of people say that for whatever reason, $31 a day is the amount that Amazon wants you to spend at a minimum to know that you're serious about your ads. And so I've heard people say that whenever they switched over to $31, that it has helped them. We still have not switched over just because we've been happy with the way the $10 daily budget has gone. It also makes sure that we don't spend a crazy amount on ads. And so it just is something that we opted to do. I personally recommend for anybody that's just starting out with this to do $10 to see how it goes, so you don't start spending a bunch of money. And if you like how it goes after the first month, you can up the spend or you can leave it at $10 a day. But ultimately, we typically don't hit that $10 a day point. We are getting closer and closer to it as we've added more and more products, but it's still something that we like to have that cap on it each day. The next thing is it's going to ask you for targeting, which is where we choose automatic targeting. We're not targeting specific keywords. We're literally just putting automatic ads out there based off the ASINs that we send in. And so Amazon kind of takes care of the rest. And so for the campaign bidding strategy, because of that, there's multiple options, and we choose dynamic bids down only. We don't want our bids to go over 5 cents. We want them to be from 5 cents and less, which means that there are times when Amazon will have us, charge 2 cents for an ad because it's such a weird keyword, or maybe they look up a specific product or that specific brand and nobody's really competing for it. So we choose dynamic bids down only. We do not want to go over that amount. And then under the ad group name, we typically are calling it the previous month from whenever you're starting the ads. That would be my suggestion. So if you're creating ads for May of 2022, you would call it 5/22. So 5/22. That's how we've done it. So every month, and this is where we're going to talk a little bit about how to keep up with it. Each month, we go in and put in our ASINs for the prior month. And so if it being July right now, I just did the one for June. So I called it 6/22. That allows me to just keep up with it, know where I'm at in the ad system if I missed a month on accident. And so that's how we do it. But if you don't keep your SKUs organized by date, then that will be very difficult. And we'll talk about some other options as well here in a minute for how to add those. But the general gist of it is if you're setting this up for the first time, you can call that first group Group 1 for all I care, or you can set it up as 6/22 and put in all of your ASINs for that product. And it's not ASINs, it's actually SKUs. They want your merchant SKUs. And so we just put all of our merchant SKUs in there. Now, I do suggest that you can see I put 500 limit per ad group is what we do. We don't like the ad group to go over 500. So if you have more than 500 SKUs, what I suggest is to do 500 at a time and then create a new ad group, in which case I would call it 522B and 522C as I continued to add more and more SKUs to my campaign. However, you don't have to do that. You can go, I believe, I don't know what the limit is. I know there used to be a limit. We limit it at 500 just so we can see more of a breakdown of how each campaign is doing. But that's just our own personal preference. So it's up to you. You can put them all, 1,500 into one thing unless Amazon limits it. I really don't know. Didn't look it up, but we limit it to 500 in our own business per group. If we need to do more, we will just create a second one, as I mentioned earlier, with letters B and C, etc. You want to add all of your SKUs to this. It doesn't matter if you're out of stock, if you're inactive on them, ads won't run. So we add them all because even though we can still have those SKUs in the ASIN ad campaign, we aren't going to be running ads for products where we don't have the buy box anyway. So it doesn't matter if they're inactive. Just put all of them in there. It's very simple. You can enter a list of your SKUs, super easy, or you can go by search and search for SKUs if you wanted to have specific ones. But what I just suggest is to add all of them. It's very easy to do. Now, once added, you're going to want to scroll down under set default bid and change that to 5 cents. It most likely will default to some crazy amount, at least to me for this campaign anyway, a crazy amount. It might say like $1.36 for an ad. You do not want to miss this part. You want to make sure that you're putting it at 5 cents as the cap, and making sure also that it's the down bidding only so that you don't go over the 5 cents. Ignore the negative keyword targeting and negative product targeting options. That does not matter for these ASIN ads. Now, in the future, if you're seeing that one specific SKU is getting a ton of clicks, but no sales for whatever reason, you could add that in as like, hey, don't target this product, but you could probably just remove the SKU anyway. And so typically, we don't mess around with the negative keyword targeting or product targeting options. And then at the bottom of the page, you can click on Create Ad Group, and that will create your ASIN ads. So it's very simple. Repeat those steps until all the SKUs have been added. So if you added 500 into this group 1 and you need to do another 500 or 400 or whatever, then you would repeat those steps to add another ad group to that specific campaign. So you don't want to start a whole new campaign. You would be clicking into the one that you just created, adding an ad group, which I didn't put instructions for that on here. And it's very simple. Just follow those same instructions after that. Now, how do you keep up with this thing? Because it can be very easy for this to get either overwhelming. You might forget about it. You might just not even look at it and realize way down the line that, oh, I've been spending way too much money on my ads. So here's a couple of tips for that. Every month, you want to add your SKUs from the prior month. Now, typically, we are adding SKUs because we have them based off of the date that we added them to Seller Central. So we have our SKUs that they start with the date. And so it's very easy for me or somebody else on the team to go in and add those specific SKUs to an ad campaign for that month because we have them by our dates. Now, if you aren't doing it that way, then you've got a couple other options. In one case is just doing it every shipment. You could download your SKU list and add just a new one, a new ad group based off that shipment. Yes, you might have duplicate SKUs in ad groups, but that's totally fine. I've never had any issues with that, even though we've had, that case happen multiple times where we add the same SKU to different ad groups just by accident. And so it's never been an issue. So you could do it every shipment. You could just keep a track of all the new SKUs that you have added. You could go to Seller Central and sort it by the date added, and then download all the SKUs for those specific months. So there's multiple options to keep up with it. The essentials are that you want to add all of your new SKUs each month or each week or whatever's easiest for you after every shipment, so that you don't miss out on adding your SKUs to this ASIN ad campaign. Now, how do you monitor the ads campaign? You want to make sure to keep the ACOS, that advertising cost of sale, under 5%, because what that means is for every dollar you're spending on ads, we want to see that you're getting a good amount of return for that. So we had spent over $6,000 and sold, I believe it was around $250,000. So if you take the spend divided by the sales that you get, that's how you come up with that ACOS number. For us, it was almost 3%, which means that for every dollar we're selling, we are spending about 3 cents on an ad on average for our sales for that campaign. So we've sold way more than $250,000 of stuff over the last 4 years. We've sold probably pretty close to $5 million, maybe $4 million over the last, 4 or 5 years. But from the ad campaigns themselves, we've sold $250,000 and we spent $6,000. So for every dollar of a sale that we had on an ad campaign, you want to be spending less than 5 cents per dollar of sale. So ideally, just look at the ACOS number, make sure that it's under 5, and you should be good to go. The reason that I like to keep it under 5 is just because if you start getting more than that, depending on the price of your replens, that may be too low. So that may be too high if you're spending more than 5 cents per dollar of a sale, because for a $10 sale, that would be 50 cents, right? Maybe that $10 sale at 50 cents, is just too much that, ultimately you don't want to be losing on your profit for those products. Now, give it a full 30 days to test it out. So whenever you set up this campaign, I wouldn't be checking it every day to see if it's over 5%, because you might have it start out at like 10 or 12 or 15% those first few days. Or you might have it start out at 1% and you think you're crushing it. And then, by the end of the month, you're at 6 or 7%. And so we want to make sure that you're monitoring this, but give it a full 30 days to see how it works out for you. And then basically that's the steps for it. You just continue at the end of those 30 days, see how you're doing, see how your ASINs or SKUs did. Hopefully it'll be under 5% of an ACOS. If it's a little bit over that 5%, you could probably continue on with it and see how it continues to go, because I believe as it gets more and more time, it starts to perform better. But there are certain months where we've had months where it's like 7 or 8%. And so we can either go in there and choose to turn off a certain SKU that may be causing that. Or typically what we do is we just let it continue to run, and we look at the total ACOS of all of our ad campaigns, which has been whatever 4 years, probably about 48 different ad campaigns that I've got, or ad groups within that campaign. So we just let it average out, and right now it's roughly 3% total. So those are the things that you can do to monitor the campaign. There's nothing real specific. You're not getting very granular on how the ads work. You're not running it for specific keywords. You are literally just putting them all into Amazon, letting Amazon run an automatic campaign, and you're paying less than, or 5 cents or less per ad that runs only when you're in the buy box and only when you have active products. So I see no downside to this, as long as you can keep it under that 5% from continually adding your ASINs each and every month. So what next? Comment below. Let me know what your experience is with setting up ads on arbitrage products. Have you done this before? Is this going to be the first time that you're doing it? If you do, come back in 30 days. Let me know how it goes. It's no guarantee of success, but please let me know how it goes for you. We've been noticing some of the ads have started to go up a little bit more lately, but we still are averaging less than 5%. So please let me know what your experience is. Also, if you're looking for any Amazon or e-commerce Facebook group, there is a free group that I love. I've been in it for 7 years. I now am a moderator in it, but it is at bit.ly/MST group. You can see it on the screen there, as well as I'll put a link in the description for you. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I really appreciate you taking the time to check out this video. I hope that this helps you set up your ASIN ads. I tried to go step by step for you. You may need to rewatch this and set them up as I go through it. But ultimately, this is something that has helped our business, even a small amount. And so I see nothing wrong with setting it up in your business, especially if you're doing arbitrage or wholesale, and you just want to get all of your ads or all of your ASINs and SKUs into ads so that maybe you can get some extra sales. We're going to be talking about the only 3 things that you need to focus on for Amazon FBA success. Now, as somebody that's been selling on Amazon since December of 2015, and I've sold millions of dollars of products on the platform, as well as some other ones, I have gone through the ups and downs of what is required to succeed on this platform. And I've trained thousands of other people as well. And so I see consistent issues as well as consistent successes. And I want to make sure that people are focused on the right things, because it's easy to get distracted with all of the other things you have to deal with in an Amazon business, when really the only 3 things that you need to be most focused on to make sure that you're succeeding on the platform. Now, if we're to zoom out here, let's go ahead and pull this up. There are all these different things that we have to focus on within an Amazon business. You've got sourcing and purchasing. You've got creating standard operating procedures as you're trying to learn and grow and scale. You've got scaling teams if you're looking to build out a prep and ship team, or sourcing with virtual assistants, or sourcing locally. You've got getting reimbursements from Amazon. As they've changed rules recently, we have to do this every 2 months. And so this is another activity or a task. There's managing sales and making sure that you're dealing with discounts and trying to maximize your profitability. You've got obviously shipping and restocking and inventory management so that you don't miss out on the things that are your replenishable items. You've got software, continual learning, and community involvement. A lot of sellers, myself included, believe in the power of continuing to learn and grow while also being involved in a community that we can learn from. Handling cases with seller support. This one is a full-time job for some virtual assistants as well. So, I mean, this is a big one. Account health and managing your cash flow, trying to deal with the financial side of this business, tracking your leads so that you can have a system or just a backlog of items that you can purchase from month to month, dealing with new ideas that can distract you. In this online space, there are all these different ideas that come your way. And so it's easy to get distracted and just pull your focus away from the Amazon business. And then keeping up with terms of service. There's tons of other things as well, but these are the ones that came to the top of mind whenever I was thinking of the activities that we have to do as Amazon sellers. And so the 3 things out of here that are most important always come back to this one fact, which is that inputs will always lead to the outputs that you're getting. And so when we're looking at all of these activities, what are the things that become the inputs that are the most important in your business that will lead to your ultimate goal of those outputs that you're hoping to get, whether it's a sales goal, a profit goal, a time freedom goal. Ultimately, we have to be looking at what is this output that we want and what are the inputs that get us there. And so for most people, that's hitting $10,000 per month in sales, $50,000 per month in sales, $100,000 per month in sales. And ultimately, every one of those goals comes down to these same three things. Now, the very first one, I'm sure you probably guessed it by now, is sourcing and purchasing. The way to succeed with Amazon, the way to grow your Amazon business is by sourcing and purchasing items on a continual basis so that then you can have those products sell over time, right? If you are purchasing $1,000 a month of inventory, you're never going to hit $100,000 per month in sales. It's just not going to happen. And so ultimately, if your goal is to sell $10,000 per month, you need to be purchasing approximately $3,000 to $4,000 a month in inventory to hit that goal. And then if you're trying to hit $50,000 per month, probably need to be buying about $20,000 per month in inventory, right? So these are the things that we have to be focused on. It's easy, especially as newer sellers, that we want to distract ourselves from time to time. We want to focus on all these other things down here, evaluating our software, trying to get reimbursements from Amazon, trying to handle cases with seller support. And while all of these activities are important, we a lot of times will do them to pull ourselves away from the fact that we just need to go out, we need to source, we need to purchase items. And then the second thing, which is most important after sourcing and purchasing, is shipping. And so you need to ship these items in. I know whenever I was a newer seller, I loved the sourcing and purchasing part and I hated the shipping part. But shipping was just a part of the job, right? We had to get out there. We had to make sure that we were buying enough product. But then you also have to send these items to Amazon so that Amazon can then sell them in our Amazon account. And so this is the next important piece, right? If you focus on just these two items, you'll be fine. You can have a good Amazon business. These two things really are the driver of those inputs that lead to the outputs that we're hoping to achieve in our Amazon business. So sourcing and purchasing, very first thing that you have to do. You have to get good at that. And yes, there are details that go into it, such as reading Keepa charts and how do you find replenishable items and how do you deal with some of those discounts and sales and tracking every lead that comes your way, that kind of a deal. But ultimately, if you can just buy good inventory and you can send good inventory in, your Amazon is going to do very well. And so I just want to remind you, these are the two things that if you are struggling right now and you're looking at all of these different activities plus a bunch of other ones that probably could have been put onto the screen, ultimately just bring it back to the basics. And the basics are you need to buy stuff and you need to send it in. These two things, focus on that and you'll be good to go. Now there is a third one that I actually believe is very important to focus on for FBA success, which would be account health. Now I know this is a little bit of an odd one because it doesn't really lead to those inputs that ultimately lead to the outputs, but you do need to make sure that your account is healthy. And so you have to make sure that you're listing on the right listings. You have to make sure that you are dealing with some account management stuff such as stranded inventory or suppressed buy boxes. This is a key component, but most of the time this is going to be 5 minutes in your day of just double checking a few things in your account. And then if for whatever reason you do get some sort of an account violation or you have some stranded inventory to deal with, maybe it takes 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes in the day to deal with that. Or if you use a legal service that helps you with those account health things, you can outsource that. But ultimately, these three things are what's going to lead to the success, the outputs, the goals, the results that we want. If you are focused on buying items, sending them in, and then dealing with any account health issues that come up, those three things, you're going to far succeed the people that are only focused on all these other items. And yes, if I were to look at some of these other items, creating standard operating procedures, that is a byproduct of trying to scale a business in all of these areas. You can create standard operating procedures while you're doing these, right? You don't have to worry about this as a separate task. Restocking and inventory management. Ultimately, that just goes back to sourcing and purchasing. Managing your cash flow. That is a definite aspect of this, but that goes back to sourcing and purchasing, right? If you have $1,000 to spend, you need to be focusing on the best items to source and purchase and send into Amazon so that then you can have the best cash flow possible as you get the sales that result from it. If you're looking to scale your team, right? All of these are the first three things that you should be looking to scale your team with, not in any particular order, but just those three things. Software, yes, you can evaluate that, but there's really not a ton of software that you need to run a profitable Amazon business business, and I've done videos on this channel for the best software programs that you need. Tracking leads, that goes back to sourcing and purchasing. Getting reimbursements from Amazon, that can sometimes fall under account health, but this is something that can be outsourced on a commission basis so that you don't have to deal with it and you don't have to pay anything unless somebody else finds you reimbursements, right? Continual learning and community involvement. This one is key, I believe, to supporting these issues, right? As you have questions that come up and you're part of a community, then you can go ahead and ask questions about these three things or any of these other items. But ultimately, if you are looking for a free community, I have links down below, or even paid communities if you want to check those out in my channel, that's fine. I have ones that I highly recommend so that you can ask those questions, but this is an important piece. It's just not one of these three items that ultimately lead to your outputs. It supports these three items as best as possible so you can succeed at a higher rate typically. Dealing with new ideas that distract. This one, if at all possible, just delete that, right? You don't want to deal with that too often. But to me, this is something that we all have to deal with, but it does not support your end goal. And so if you're trying to succeed with Amazon, you realize you're getting distracted on a day-to-day basis by new things that come your way, either from a YouTube channel or elsewhere, then ultimately just get rid of it and focus on buying items, sending them in, and then dealing with any account health issues that come up. Things like managing sales or discounts from different stores, as well as handling cases, keeping up with Amazon's changing terms of service from time to time. All of that are the little details that can get in your way and can kind of fog your mind a little bit. And ultimately, just remember, these three things are all that you need to succeed on Amazon. All these other little details are going to be there. But if you just focus on, okay, what do I need to source today? Sometimes to source today is restocking and inventory management because you want to replenish your items. Sometimes it's getting new leads into your system or going back into your old leads that you have in Replen dashboard or some other software tool, right? Sometimes it's just going out and sourcing new product, but ultimately it deals with sourcing and purchasing. And then after that, okay, what do I need to do the next day to ship out all of these items? That's fairly simple. It does take some hard work, but that's the next thing that you have to do, because if you don't ship them in, it's just money laying in a pile on the floor at your house or wherever you have these items stored. And then the third thing is account health, and that's just a nice little, typically 10-minute check a day just to see how things are going. And if there's an issue that comes up that you have to deal with, then maybe it's an hour in your day. But these three things are all you have to focus on. If you're sourcing enough, you're shipping in enough, and you handle any account health issues, your Amazon business will most likely be fine. All these other details support these three, or are distractions that over time you should try to outsource so that ultimately you aren't dealing with all of these things and you're only focused on these three items. So if you were to build out essentially a business, an enterprise of an Amazon business that succeeds really well, you would want to build out a sourcing team, a shipping team, and an account health team. And those are the three things that you need to focus on, because everything else flows to these. I see a lot of questions from newer Amazon sellers that are getting stuck and held up by the account reserve on their Amazon account. And so I wanted to kind of give as best of a tip that I can for those of you that are newer and you're trying to deal with the account reserve on your Amazon payouts, and ultimately trying to figure out how to manage the cash flow that's coming in from Amazon, because it can be very difficult if Amazon's holding $900, $1,000 or more, or less even. If they're holding any amount of money, it can be difficult to plan for how much inventory you can buy and how much you can really grow and scale this business. And so I wanted to put together just a resource on what I think is the best way to handle it, which is utilizing the Profit First method of bookkeeping. Now, as I'll mention later, in the end of this, I've actually got a slideshow for you again today. So I know some of you love the slideshows, some of you do not, but it's the best way that I can talk about it. But there is a book called Profit First, and then there's also a book called Profit First for e-commerce sellers. And so I recommend checking those out. If you're just selling in e-commerce, then Profit First for e-commerce sellers is probably the way to go. If you're interested in the original book that is used for any business, then Profit First is the name of the book that you can check out. But just as a disclaimer, which I'll give whenever I open up the presentation, I am not an accountant. I'm not a bookkeeper. And I'm also not affiliated in any way with Profit First. So don't take my advice, as gospel, so to speak. Don't make sure that ultimately whatever you decide to do from an accounting and bookkeeping standpoint is done with an accountant, with a licensed bookkeeper, so that you're not just listening to my advice. These are just the things that I have heard and seen, and I wanted to give you my viewpoint on Profit First as a whole. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the presentation, and we can move forward with what Profit First is, why it's something that you can use, how it will help your business, and then ultimately how to set up your banking allocations in a decent way so that you can manage your cash flow and your Amazon payouts better. Okay, so as I said, this is the disclaimer. I've got a written one on here for you. I'm not a tax or bookkeeping advisor or specialist. I have nothing to do with Profit First, the company, in any way. These are just my opinions on it. So make sure to consult with your accountant or bookkeeper for professional advice. Obviously, I have to put that up there, and it's always a great idea if you're dealing with numbers, taxes, bookkeeping, to actually talk to somebody that handles that stuff. Now, actually, my mother is a CPA. She's been one for her entire adult life, and has currently an accounting firm that she owns that you can check out at ecommerceaccountingllc.com. That's ecommerceaccountingllc.com. There's other Profit First professionals as well that exist out there that if you're just looking for bookkeeping and not tax advice, you could go to as well. So just wanted to put that out there as well. Now, what is Profit First? So Profit First is based on Parkinson's Law. And Parkinson's Law essentially says that no matter how much money that you earn in your lifetime or in a year, that people end up spending the entire amount. And a little bit more than that on top of that entire amount. Their expenses rise in lockstep with their earnings. So if you're making, let's just say $10,000 in a month, well, then you're going to have, typically based off Parkinson's Law, you're probably spending about $10,000 plus maybe an extra $500 or $1,000, right? If you're making $5,000 a month, you're probably going to spend $5,000 plus a little bit more on top of that, which is typical. It's why we see so many issues with debt in the United States specifically. It's also why, it can be very difficult to get out of debt because our expenses tend to rise with the amount of money that we're making. So the more that you have, the more you spend, essentially, as well. The less you have, the more you conserve. If you went from $10,000 down to $5,000 in income, well, most likely you're going to lower your expenses down to about that $5,000 mark, and you're probably going to be still spending a little bit more, which is one of the issues that we can see just throughout the country and throughout the world as people get rid of debt and they've got more money. Well, then they start spending more money and it puts them back into debt. So ultimately, you want to make sure that whatever you're spending, you are making more than that amount, FYI. But essentially, Profit First is based off this principle, and it will help you to avoid that as much as possible. Now, it also starts with the end in mind. And I think this is extremely important. That's why it's called Profit First. This is the goal in business. The goal is to make money. The goal is to profit on your business. And so we are starting, as we get disbursements from Amazon or as we get cash into our businesses, we are starting by taking the profit first out of that money. And I believe that's extraordinarily important. It will motivate you. It's something that will keep you going because you're seeing profits start to build up in your account. You're not just getting $1,000 and spending $1,100, right? You're not getting $5,000 and spending $5,000. You're taking some profit off the top first for your business. And then also it prepares you for the expenses. So if you do have expenses in your business, as every business does, you're going to ultimately see that this helps you to allocate for those expenses as well moving forward. So with the typical business, you're going to see that usually what happens with bookkeeping is it's sales. So you're making $10,000 of sales in the month minus your expenses, everything that you spend equals your profit. And so whatever's left over is what you're going to make. But with the Profit First method, you're taking your sales, you're subtracting out a percentage for profit, and then you are left with how much you can spend on expenses. So this is going to help you to see, okay, well, I have this much money left over that I need to put towards the expenses side of my business. Obviously, this is a different way of thinking, but it is more motivating, and it is a better way to kind of prepare for some of the other things that can come up in business as you grow, because you're going to have some extra money in the profit account, some extra money in some of these other accounts I'll show you here in just a little bit. Now, here's some reasons to use Profit First. First, if you are not seeing any profit in your business, especially as Amazon businesses and new sellers, it can be easy to not see any profit because you're constantly trying to buy inventory. And so this will help you to start seeing some profits. Even if you decide not to take the profit and spend on yourself, if you decide to put that back into the business, which If you're new, that's typically what I recommend if you don't need to live off the money. But it still helps you to see that there is profit in the business because it can be easy to miss as you continue to buy inventory if you aren't allocating for it first. If you're having trouble managing the cash flow from your Amazon disbursements, as I mentioned earlier, I believe this is the way to kind of remedy that a little bit better. But again, talk to your accountant and bookkeeper to make sure, because they might have other ways that would be better for you. If you're panicking about tax bills, as you sell in your first year of Amazon and you go through the whole year and you're excited because you've made some money, whether you see it or not, the taxes are going to be due on that profit that you've made. And so Profit First also has an allocation to put away some money for taxes. And I think that's extremely important as well, especially some people are really good with managing money and some people aren't. And so having a separate account for your taxes can be very good so you don't get caught in a bad situation during tax season in the next year. Now, if you don't know if you can outsource, is the next thing, because this can help you to allocate for that. It can help you set aside profit for growth. It gives you a lot more ability to say, okay, I do have some extra money coming in, so I can put that towards adding employees or an independent contractor or a virtual assistant or some extra software. This will help you to do that as well. If you don't know how much you can spend on inventory, this will tell you. So if you're just like, okay, I see this money coming in from Amazon, but how much do I have to spend on inventory and how do I decide what to spend? This is the way that if you have one separate account for just your inventory, you can just look at your bank account and say, okay, I've got $2,000 or I have $15,000 to spend on inventory for this period of time, because you will have an inventory account in your business. And then if you don't know if you should buy that new course or coaching, this will help too, because you can look at your profit account. You can look at some of the other accounts that you've got in your business and say, cool, I do have that money. You don't have to worry about, well, if I buy this, then I can't buy inventory. You can say, awesome, I have some extra money here to buy that new course or coaching or whatever it is you're looking to purchase in your business. Also, businesses are designed to consume cash unless you design it differently. So Profit First is all about intentionality, making sure that you aren't just getting all this cash flow from your business and spending it because you have it. It's about being intentional with where you place your money into different bank accounts, and then being able to use those bank accounts for the purposes with which you set them up. You need to make sure you're designing your business differently and with intention so that you don't just spend the money on crazy things or willy-nilly. So you aren't buying a $5,000 coaching package from someone and then realize, oh, I have to put this all on a credit card because I don't have the money. You need to make sure that you've got the money set aside properly so you can use it in the right way. All right, now let's talk about Profit First allocations, because there are different bank accounts that you will need to be setting up with Profit First. So these are going to be suggested targets. These are not the rules. I've done a lot of research, whether it's from the books. I've seen different suggestions on articles and websites. So these are just suggested targets. They are not the rules that you have to do. So whatever I'm giving here, you can adjust them. You can meet with your bookkeeper and your accountant and adjust these targets, but these are the ones that I saw as most common. These are not my suggestions, just what I saw out on the interwebs. And so the first one is profit. So as we talked, it's Profit First. You're taking 10% of whatever money you receive and putting it towards a profit account. The next one is owner's compensation. So this might sound different, but profit is something where you're just taking additional money so that then you can, live accordingly. You can have that extra kind of bonus money, in my opinion, but you can also take that profit and pour it back into the business. Well, owner's compensation at 15% of the capital that you get is going to ultimately allow you to pay yourself. So you're paying yourself on each disbursement as well, if you desire. You don't have to. You can roll it all back into the business, as we'll talk about later, but you can do that and have owner's compensation at 15%. The next one is inventory at 20%. So you're trying to add additional amounts to your inventory budget each time that you get a payment, and it's 20% of that. Taxes at 15%. Again, this is very important, because if your taxes are going to be 30 or 40% because you're making so much, make sure that you have the right allocations set aside for this. So I would definitely talk to your accountant on that. Your operating expenses. So that's what OpEx is. Your operating expenses would be 40%. So whatever you're making, you are allocating about 40% of the capital to go towards your operating expenses, which could be warehouse, utilities. Sorry, I almost said inventory, but warehouse, utilities, employees, independent contractors, virtual assistants, software, etc. All these other things that go into your operating expenses, supplies, all of that. So that would make up the 100%, right? We've got 100% of the money we're receiving is now allocated in 5 different accounts. And so typically what most people suggest, and what I've seen at least online, is to set up 5 different bank accounts. One that's a profit bank account, one that's an owner's compensation bank account, one that's an inventory bank account, one that's taxes, and one that's operating expenses. So you can look at those specific accounts and see how much money is in each of those to be utilized in your business or for the purposes with which that you set them up for. So there are different banks. Some banks have ridiculous fees for doing this. Some banks are better than others. I did not look into what banks you could use. I'm sure you could find out fairly easily, but you just need to make sure they don't have some crazy fees for setting up so many different accounts, or monthly fees, or even disbursements. Sometimes banks will have different disbursement fees if you're taking it from one account and moving it into a bunch of different other ones. So if you aren't doing this currently, I suggest that you start with 1% or 3% or 5% to your profit account. You don't want to just take the money that you're used to receiving and placing back into your business. You don't want to just all of a sudden take 10% from that and put it into your profit account. You want to make sure that you're starting slowly and that you understand the system, right? You don't want to jump into the deep end of the pool without knowing how to swim first. And so it does take a process to get used to this. It will take time, but it will help as you get used to it moving forward in your business. You ultimately want to kind of go slowly with this. Maybe set up 1 or 2 accounts. Don't set up all 5, and then do smaller percentages first versus doing the whole big percentages that I gave earlier. Look at your business numbers and see what your actual percentages are. This is key, right? Maybe your operating expenses are only about 30% of your business. Well, if that's the case, sweet. Put the other 10%, and instead of it being 40, put the other 10% in something else. Or maybe your taxes are a 30% tax rate or tax bracket because you make so much in other things or in your business. Well, okay, then that means don't put 15% away for taxes, put 30% away for taxes. So definitely take a look at that with a licensed professional to see that your percentages are set up properly. Start slowly working towards the numbers that you want to hit. Now set one bank account up. So you probably have one bank account set up for Amazon, if we're talking about Amazon disbursements. So have that bank account, if it's best for this purpose, set up to automatically then spread the money to the correct accounts each month. You can get them set up that way. You just want to make sure that they're all connected so that you can do the disbursements either immediately, or you can do the disbursements maybe once every week or every month, whatever it is in your decision, you can do that. But if you have one main bank account that holds the initial payment, then you can spread out the others. Or you could take one bank account that's for operating expenses and have it all go in there and disperse the others out. It's up to you, but that's just the suggestion that I saw online and wanted to put it out there for you. Now, here's some problems with Profit First before we really get into an example. But in the early stages, it can lead to slow or no growth, right? If you're trying to, instead of pouring every dollar back into your business, if you're setting up multiple accounts for different things, well, it's going to slow down your growth a little bit, but it will give you the ability to ultimately be prepared for these different scenarios that can pop up, such as taxes and other operating expenses. And maybe you want to buy a course or coaching of some sort and adding money and taking money out of the business for profit. So it can lead to that. And I'll go through kind of my suggestion, depending on your situation, for how to use Profit First as best as possible. But the percentages can actually stifle your growth. So make sure that you set them up properly. You need to monitor your business and how your business is growing with this method, right? Maybe you get into it and you're doing this for 2 or 3 months and you're really struggling with growing. Well, maybe it's the allocations and you can adjust those so that you can grow more. Make sure that you're monitoring this. This is not just a hard and fast rule that works in every situation. It's something to work with your bookkeeper or accountant and get set up properly so you can continue to grow in your business. Now, having multiple bank accounts can be confusing and lead to more fees or expenses with your bank and your bookkeeper or accountant. Keep that in mind. Some bookkeepers, many accountants and many bookkeepers actually, instead of some, will charge you additional fees for having multiple bank accounts set up to be pulled into whether QuickBooks or whatever other accounting software you use. So it can add extra expenses by having these multiple bank accounts. If you're really good with money and you're fine having one bank account and having a spreadsheet set up for how much money you have each month in there based off of your disbursements versus how much you spent, you can do that. So maybe you set up a spreadsheet that each disbursement, you take the 10% for profit and the 15% for taxes, et cetera, and you just put how much went into that. And then you can see that, you can check that amount to see how much that you have willing and available to you to spend on inventory or other things. But you can also find banks that don't have a problem with this. You can find bookkeepers that don't add much to this or accountants that don't add much. It really depends on who you work with. I just wanted to say this is sometimes a problem for people that are using Profit First. Now, here's some example allocations. So as I went earlier, here's how it should be done based off those allocations. Again, this is not me saying you should do it this way, but this is how it should be done based off what we said earlier. So if you got $10,000 in sales, and that's the key number, that's just your total sales. Well, Amazon, let's just say they take approximately 40% of your total sales. So you're going to get a $6,000 disbursement from Amazon in this particular example. Well, your cost of goods sold and your inventory for those sales was $3,500 in the $10,000 in sales example. So you want to take off the cost of goods sold first. So you take your $6,000 disbursement that you received minus the inventory you used to purchase it, which equals $2,500 left over that now you're going to use for those allocations. So your profit is $2,500 times 10%. As we said, that's the allocation we chose. If you choose a different one, use a different one, but that would give you $250 into your profit account. Your owner's compensation at 15% would give you $375 into your profit account. Your inventory would be 20%. So that's $500 into your inventory account. Your taxes at 15% is $375. And your operating expenses at 40% is $1,000 for your software and other subscriptions and operating expenses there. Now, let me make sure. Yeah. Leave an inventory line. So the reason I'm saying that is because some people will take inventory out because they're already accounting for it in their cost of goods sold that they took out up here, the $3,500. So you want to have essentially an inventory line where you're saying, all right, well, the $6,000, I sold $3,500 of inventory. So $3,500 is going into my inventory bank account. But with that additional $2,500 that I have left over, I'm going to put an additional $500 in there. So now I have $4,000 to spend on inventory. So that will allow you to grow your business because instead of spending $3,500 on inventory, you can now spend $4,000 on inventory, which gets you to grow in sales. And then as you grow, then your inventory amounts continue to grow because you're allocating 20%, whatever's left over, the 20% there to go on top of your other inventory. So that's what can help you to grow in your business. That's the purpose of it. Now, I want to make sure that I address this. I bolded these first 4 bullet points. If you started this business, let's say with $1,000, and you're trying to get it to grow as fast as possible, technically you could take the money from all of these accounts and put them back into inventory to grow your inventory if you want to. But if you aren't the best with managing money and you're having trouble with managing it, then having these allocations will help you to make the best decisions moving forward. Maybe as you go through 6 months of this and you've built up your profit account, you can say, you know what, I want to grow a little bit faster. So I'm going to take all the profit out of my profit account and I'm going to put it into my inventory account to spend. All of these you can actually spend throughout the year. Now, taxes is a little bit of a different situation. You could technically continue to use that to grow your business until you get through to the next year, so that then you can sell a bunch of inventory to pay off the taxes. I don't really recommend doing that, but it is something that you can do. You want to make sure that you can pay your taxes at the end of the year based off of what your bookkeeper and accountant tells you. And I at least wanted to bold these things so you know that you can add those into inventory if you desire at any time, but make sure it's the right financial decision with your accountant. Now, let's talk about the profit and the taxes. So this is starting as a side hustle to grow your business. If you've got a full-fledged business with employees and all of that on Amazon or an e-commerce business, then you're going to want different allocations, maybe even more allocations for specific things. Maybe you'll have like an employee training allocation and it won't go into your operating expenses. It would be a separate bank account. You can do a lot of things as you grow your business, but this is just as you're starting a side hustle. Now, once you hit the point where you want to do this full time and live off of it, using Profit First will be beneficial. You want to make sure that you do allocate for profit. So it's up to you on how you want to do this. If you decide to use Profit First, it will be nice to have that extra profit account built up so you can continue to see those profits pour into your business. as long as you keep spending more each month on inventory, and that is key. You need to make sure that you're not taking too much money out, because if you're typically spending $5,000 a month, well, you're going to always be selling the same amount. If you're spending $5,000 one month and $6,000 the next month and $7,000 the next month on inventory, well, your sales should grow in alignment or in conjunction with those amounts of inventory that you're buying. So I believe it's extraordinarily important to continue to grow your inventory account and your spend on inventory if your goal is to continue to grow your business and sales and profit from there. Now with taxes, again, it's something you need to make sure that you have that money set aside. So it's up to you. Some people I do know will do profit first and they'll pour all the money of taxes back into inventory for 10 months so they can utilize that capital to buy inventory that's making them more money. And then in the last 2 months of the year, they're pulling out a lot of money from their allocations to go to taxes. I also know people that will do taxes and have a separate account that they use throughout the whole entire year. And at the end of the year, they've got the taxes there for them. There's a ton of options and opportunity there, but it is important to make sure that you allocate for this as you're growing your business. Now, a resource, I put resources, but it's one resource, Profit First for e-commerce sellers. That's the name of the book that I'd recommend if you're just doing e-commerce. If you want to see the first original book of just Profit First, which has, it was written by Michael Michalowicz or something. I can't remember how to say his name. I believe I have the book actually. Yeah, it's Mike Michalowicz. Yeah, Mike Michalowicz. So Profit First is the original book, but Profit First for e-commerce sellers was written by somebody that had more e-commerce experience, and they worked with Mike from the original book to make this e-commerce sellers version. Now, lastly, talk to your accountant or bookkeeper. Please do not take my advice on this. Obviously, I've said that multiple times. It's important to do that and to make the right decisions financially for your business. So hopefully this was something that helped you. I hope that ultimately you see this in a different light, that if you are struggling with having a certain amount of disbursements sent into your account from Amazon because they're holding back some capital reserves, well, then now you at least know where you should allocate the money as best as possible in your business. If you want to continue to pour it all back into inventory, that will help you to grow a little bit faster. But it can also become a problem if you're not taking out money for taxes or not taking out money for profit or for your own compensation. So it's really up to you. I wanted to put this out there for those of you that may be struggling with the disbursements issue from Amazon or any other platform you might be using. And hopefully this is something that helps, and you can find a bookkeeper or an accountant that knows about Profit First and can help you tremendously with that. I have a friend currently at the time of this recording named Chris Lovelace that does bookkeeping for Profit First sellers. And so if you need that information, just post that below in the comments and I can give you that information as well. So happy to recommend him. And also my mom for ecommerceaccountingllc.com. She does taxes. Again, she's a CPA and has an accounting firm to help e-commerce sellers with their taxes at ecommerceaccountingllc.com. Today, I have an incredible update for you all regarding Relay Bank, the official Profit First bank. Recently, Mike Michalowicz, the author of Profit First and the co-founder of Profit First Professionals, discussed why Relay Bank is the best banking platform for implementing Profit First strategies. And if you remember right, actually, back in December of 2022, I made a video saying the same exact thing, and wouldn't you know it, a few months later, Mike comes out and endorses Relay as the official bank. I doubt there's any correlation, but it still makes me feel pretty good that I was a little ahead of the curve from the official announcement by a few months. So today we're going to cover what Mike said and actually review the video, which is less than a minute long, and also discuss if Relay is right for your business. If you'd like to check out my prior videos, you can do that on my channel as well, and any of the other Profit First videos. So I did one on Relay back in December, and I've also done some other Profit First videos you can check out on this channel. So if you want to try out Relay Bank for the first time though, make sure to use my affiliate link where Relay will actually give you $50 when you place your first $50 into an account. You can actually check that out at bit.ly/Amazon Relay. The link is below and in the description. Now, before we do get started on this, I am doing a contest on this video for one lucky winner. If you want to be entered into a contest to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, All that you need to do is to drop a comment below on today's video and make sure that you hit the notification bell, because you want to tune into the next video to see if you won, since I'll put the winner of that into the middle of that next video. You'll actually see a pop-up in the middle of this one as well for this winner. And in addition to the book, you receive a free audiobook and the free mini course that comes with the physical copy of the book. Now, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into what Mike Michalowicz specifically said in the announcement of partnering with Relay Bank for Profit First.
My name is Mike Michalowicz. I am the author of Profit First and the co-founder of Profit First Professionals. I've never seen a banking platform perform at the level of Relay for Profit First, ever. The fact you can set up accounts instantaneously, and they are separate, legit checking accounts. If you use envelopes or some kind of subfolders, they are all still one clump of money. We want to pull money from accounts that are restricted. You can't overdraw those accounts. That is a key component for Profit First. The auto transfer rules are a cool add-on. I suggest you do it manually in the beginning, but there's a certain point where we can't miss a transfer. And if you're going to be away or traveling or sick, then let the system take over. So then I would just click that button, do the transfers automatically, and you are off to the races. Relay is the only banking platform that I know of that supports Profit First right out of the box. It is so easy to set up. I would go to Relay immediately.
Now, as you heard from Mike Michalowicz himself, Relay Bank stands out among all of the different banking platforms for Profit First. There's tons out there that can try to help you with it, but ultimately Relay is set apart from the rest, and is specifically done so now officially with the announcement with Profit First themselves. Relay Bank's ability to set up separate checking accounts instantaneously while keeping your money organized is truly unparalleled in the way that it works. And they also understand the importance of restricted accounts for Profit First, ensuring that you can't accidentally overdraw from them, because the whole purpose of Profit First is to make sure you've got the money in the right accounts used for the right purposes, and there's no ability to overdraw from them. So additionally, their auto transfer rules feature allows for seamless and simple allocation of your funds according to your Profit First percentages. And I've covered all of those percentages in my prior Relay Bank video, as well as in my prior Profit First videos, if you'd like to see that, specifically for e-commerce and Amazon sellers, more so than some of the other businesses. But obviously Relay Bank is the Profit First recommended bank for any type of business. Profit First was originally written for any kind of a business, and I am speaking to it from an e-commerce perspective. But either way, no matter what you do from a Profit First standpoint, Relay Bank is the one to check out. Now, Relay is specifically designed to support Profit First right out of the box. It does provide an intuitive, it's a user-friendly platform. It aligns perfectly with the Profit First methods. Whether you're just starting your journey or you're looking to streamline your existing, Relay truly has you covered with that. You can set up your Profit First accounts instantly, ensuring that your finances are well organized and allocated correctly. You don't have to worry about manual transfers anymore, although it is something that Mike recommends as you start out to still continue to do the manual transfers so you see the money coming and going. However, Relay Bank does have auto transfer rules to make it easy for you to automate the allocations once you're comfortable with that. So Relay has a lot of different compatibility with Profit First that really eliminates the need for workarounds or any complicated processes that you might have been trying to employ for your Profit First methods in your own business. And now that we've heard from Mike specifically and discussed the fantastic features of Relay Bank, let's explore a little more why it has become the go-to choice for businesses implementing Profit First. Like, how did this come to be? What specifically, regardless of the industry or niche, whether you're in e-commerce or not. And in fact, I've actually been keeping a close eye on the feedback and experiences of business owners, and Relay Bank consistently receives high praise for its exceptional value and convenience. I know tons of different people that have used Relay Bank and have used my links from the prior videos to get the free $50, etc. So let's take a deep dive into the 5 incredible features offered by Relay Bank that really makes it the ultimate banking solution for Profit First. Now, number 1 is instant account setup. Relay Bank allows you to set up separate, legitimate checking accounts instantaneously, providing the foundation for effective Profit First implementation. You don't have to struggle anymore with makeshift workarounds or complicated complicated setups, or going into a bank and trying to struggle with them to have different fees on different bank accounts you're trying to set up, etc. The ability to set up all of your profit first allocations in one bank and then automatically transfer them is a game changer. They truly are there structured for the profit first methods. Now, number 2 is the restricted accounts. Relay Bank understands the importance of maintaining the integrity of your profit first allocations. And with their restricted accounts feature, you can't accidentally overdraw funds from your allocated accounts, ensuring the sustainability of your profit first system. Because if you start overdrafting, there's obviously fees and different issues that come up with that. So you can't actually do that while using the restricted accounts feature. Now, number 3 are the auto transfer rules. So while manual transfers are recommended in the beginning to fully grasp the profit first methods from Mike Michalowicz himself, Relay Bank offers added convenience with the auto transfer rules that they have available to you. So once you're comfortable, you can set up automated transfers based on your profit first percentages, saving you time and effort. Or even, as Mike himself has mentioned in the video, you can do that if you're going on vacations. You don't have to worry about those allocations. They can just automatically go. And then you could turn off the auto ones and continue to go back to the manual ones if you'd prefer. Now, number 4 is the intuitive user interface. I really do like the user interface within Relay Bank. It is specifically designed with some simplicity in mind. For something like profit first, that can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming if you're used to trying to do it with spreadsheets or other things to get the allocations correctly. Relay Bank makes it a lot simpler. So navigating through the accounts, managing your transfers, monitoring finances, all of that's super simple, even to those that are new to the profit first methods. And then number 5, and there's plenty more as well, but number 5 is 0 account fees. So one of the standout advantages of Relay Bank is its commitment to keeping your costs down, especially as a business owner. So with 0 account fees, you can allocate your funds without worrying about additional expenses eating into your profits. Again, this is profit first, and Relay Bank truly cares about that. So as Mike Michalowicz mentioned, Relay Bank is the only banking platform that fully supports profit first right out of the box. It has a seamless integration with profit first methods, coupled with remarkable features that I already mentioned in this video, and it truly makes it the best choice for anybody, any business owner trying to implement the profit first methods. Let's take a look at the official banking platform for profit first. You can open the accounts there. Again, if you want to use my link and get a free $50, you can do that at bit.ly/Amazon Relay. And Mike said specifically in that video, the day someone opens a Relay account and sets up profit first is the day they become immediately profitable. Now, I'm sure there's some caveats to some of that, so that was his quote on the website, but ultimately it is something that can help you become more profitable if you do this properly. And it gives you different features of setting up this bank account. So instantly open up to 20 checking accounts with no monthly fees and no minimums. You can name your accounts whatever you want. So income, profit, owner's pay, tax, operating expenses, etc. I give those allocations in other videos on this channel that I recommend for e-commerce and online business owners as well. Set up auto transfer rules to put your allocations on autopilot. This is what it looks like. You can see the user interface currently in May of 2023 is very nice. I love the user interface. It's very simple. Additionally, here is that video that we just watched. And then the 3 steps to set up profit first in Relay. Very simple to do. Open the multiple real checking accounts, and then you can open the 20, like I said. There's no branch visits, no minimums, no fees, and they even give you the different percentages if you'd like that to happen. So your income, and then you've got profit, owner's pay, taxes, operating expenses. You can add more accounts as you see fit. The next one is automating your profit first allocations. So you can create auto transfer rules to automatically allocate the money from income to your other accounts, those sub accounts, on specific dates if you'd like that to happen. And then the third step is you can actually get help from a profit first professional directly in Relay. So you can give your profit first professional a secure role-based login, or really any accountant that you use, bookkeeper, etc. I recommend eCommerceAccountingLLC.com. That if you're in any kind of an e-commerce business, they are the specialists. They are not an official profit first professional, but they do work with profit first companies all the time. So eCommerceAccountingLLC.com is the place to go to check that out. If you want a profit first professional, you can find some within Relay as well. There's certified professionals as well that they recommend on their website. And then here's where you would go to open an account. Now it's gonna be a little bit different when when you use my link to get the $50 for free. But ultimately, if you open that account, they will put the $50 back into, I guess they'll add $50 to your account once you put $50 into it yourself. So they'll match it. Now, if you're ready to take your profit first journey to the next level, experience the convenience and the effectiveness of Relay Bank and the profit first methods, make sure to check out my affiliate link that I've mentioned a few times. And by signing up, you're going to take advantage of the exclusive $50 bonus offer by Relay, where they're going to match your first $50 placed into an account with an additional $50 bonus. So it's truly the perfect opportunity to boost your funds and start optimizing your profit first system. If you want to start or have already started an Amazon business, you might be wondering, should you be taking out a loan or credit cards to really ramp up your Amazon business? In today's video, I'm going to share my honest opinion on whether or not you should be taking out loans or credit cards for your business, as well as the considerations to think through as you're making this decision. Now, the very first thing to realize in this conversation is that I am not a CPA, I'm not a bookkeeper or tax advisor in any way, and every single situation is going to depend on your own personal situation that you have in your business and in your own personal life. So this is my disclaimer. Talk to your bookkeeper, talk to your accountant, talk to your tax advisor so that you make the best decision possible. So let's talk about credit cards. Now, in today's world, especially for Amazon sellers, we see people all the time that say, hey, if you just take out a credit card and you go and you buy these products, you send them in, you make all this profit, it'll all be great. Everything will grow and scale from there. However, there's a huge difficulty whenever you're trying to run your Amazon business solely off of the credit from credit cards because of multiple reasons. First, you could be making bad purchase decisions as you're learning the ropes of Amazon. So if you have no experience on Amazon, I don't recommend starting off your business by utilizing credit cards because the interest rates for credit cards, if you can't pay them off at the end of every month, are 20-25% sometimes, and that interest will kill the profit margins of your business. However, if you are somebody that's been doing Amazon long enough, or you feel comfortable in your buying decisions and you can pay off your credit cards at the end of every month, then that's where credit cards can start to make a lot more sense. So I would rather see somebody start out slowly and build up the skills, the expertise, the inventory required to grow their business before they were to take out credit cards that then could actually have worsened their business. And so we need to be smart about how we're utilizing credit, and specifically credit cards, because they can ultimately lead to the decline of your business. Another issue that I see with sellers that try to use credit cards and end up failing with them are if they are a smaller seller and they have learned the ropes for a few months and they elect to get a credit card that ultimately they aren't fully ready for. They don't have a good handle on their bookkeeping, they don't have a good handle on whether or not they're profitable, and they just think, if I get this credit card, I'll make all this money because I can put it all towards inventory. But if they're making bad purchasing decisions and you don't know if you are or not, then that can be a huge problem. So my recommendations from a credit card standpoint for Amazon sellers is that if you are somebody that's been selling for a few months and you have a good handle on whether or not you are profitable, then that is the time to start thinking more about when should you look into using credit cards and when you can maximize the points that you can get, what cards you should get, and how to best serve your business utilizing credit cards. Now, there is a lot of training that I've done on bookkeeping and the profit first method on my channel. Now, this isn't for credit cards specifically, but it is for learning the books for an Amazon and e-commerce business. I recommend checking out those free YouTube videos because it does give you a decent framework on what you should be doing in your business. If you are somebody though that is looking to get started with a bookkeeper and you want a CPA and tax advisor to help you with that, I recommend going to ecommerceaccountingllc.com because they specialize in e-commerce businesses. It can also do other businesses if you have those needs, but ultimately e-commerce is a different animal and a different game. And so a CPA that specializes in that, bookkeeping that specializes in that, that's what you'll need to make sure that you're doing a good job and you're ready to take out any credit cards, or our next topic, loans. Now, loans can make sense in some cases. I've taken out loans just like I've used credit cards extensively. However, there are big issues with loans, especially for those of you that are new, and you can kind of see this as a theme. I do like loans in many cases because the interest rates should be much lower than credit. And so with a loan, you've got a few other considerations to think through. So let's talk about when I would potentially use a loan in my business. Again, I don't know your situation, but when have I used loans in my business? The first time that I've used them was whenever I knew that there was a season coming up, such as the fourth quarter quarter. For Amazon and e-commerce sellers, it's a big time of year for retail. And so I knew that I needed more inventory to capitalize on that season. So I had a loan offer that had about a 10% interest rate at the time. I was able to take out that loan and then immediately apply that loan to buying more inventory. I think there are a lot of sellers that like to get a loan and then not use it all on good inventory. They might put it into outsourcing or put it into a building if you need a bigger warehouse, and those have their own uses. For my own personal use, I liked to use my loan for inventory because I knew that the interest rate on that loan was going to be paid for by the profit of the inventory I was selling. And so because I had a backlog of profitable inventory I wanted to purchase, and I knew how much that was going to be, that gave me the ability to get the loan, immediately apply that loan to those pieces of inventory that then I could send in the fourth quarter, make a bunch of money, and then I paid off the loan completely after the end of the fourth quarter, a couple months into the new year. And so those are the times that I've elected to use a loan for an Amazon business. I've used loans for other things as well, but that's the time when I think that it is best utilized if you know that you can take that money, put it towards inventory that is profitable and will sell, and you have that confidence in it, then you are on the right track. So let's talk about when I wouldn't take out a loan. First, as I've mentioned multiple times, if I'm still learning Amazon selling, I do not recommend that people take out loans. Don't even go to your friends and family for a loan until you're confident in the processes, until you're confident that you like the business and that you can find products and send them in and sell them at a profit. Second, if you're not confident that inventory will sell, don't ever take out a loan or a credit card to buy inventory that you are unsure about. Because if you do that, you may get hit in a bad way and it could crumble your business. And so we need to make sure that if you are using other people's money, that you're going to be able to make a wise decision and apply that money towards inventory that has a very high likelihood of selling. You don't want to put everything at risk and essentially gamble this loan or this credit card money, because then you have a huge problem that could be on the horizon if this inventory doesn't sell. Third, don't take out a loan to launch a private label product on a new product line that you have not tested yet. This is a huge problem that I see, especially with Amazon sellers, especially in the YouTube space, right? I'm on YouTube, so I'm a YouTuber, right? I see all these YouTubers that are like, hey, private label's the thing. You can have a sellable business, your own brand, maximize Amazon, use their catalog, all of these things. But as you're learning this process, you have to buy a bunch of inventory, typically overseas, sometimes in the United States. But with those, there's usually large order quantities of maybe $5,000, $10,000 that you need to purchase. And if you don't know these things are going to sell, then you have a huge potential problem on your hands. Now, if you have a private label brand and you have an actual product that you know will sell because you have demand for it, that's a different story. But if you're brand new or you're just trying to jump into private label, don't take out a loan for a private label brand that you don't know will sell based on some keywords and some traffic that you think is there. Only utilize loans and credit card money for things that you know will be selling. Because if you've got that brand and it's established, then yes, absolutely, there's definitely purposes for using a loan to get inventory. But if you don't have those things established, then you're just essentially gambling that money and hoping that it turns out good for yourself. And then the last thing is make sure that if you do take out a loan, if at all possible, try not to have it have a personal guarantee. There are plenty of loans, specifically SBA loans, Small Business Administration loans, that you can take out, and they have certainly many uses. However, they typically have a personal guarantee attached to them where you, as the person who owns the business, are guaranteeing that that loan will be paid back. And so they can come after personal assets. And if you do take out a loan, just see if there's a personal guarantee in there. You can ask the question. If there is, I typically would recommend avoiding it. I have taken out loans like that for other purposes, but in those instances, I did so with the advice of bookkeeper, accountant, tax person, lawyer, etc. And so make sure that if there is a personal guarantee that you are taking out, that you have the right people that you're surrounding yourself with, such as the CPA that I recommended earlier at eCommerceAccountingLLC.com. Those are the people that can help you make the best decisions possible. Now, what's great about the things that I teach on this channel and in my course and book is that there is a way to start with $100 or less, $500 or less, $1,000 or less on Amazon. That is a predictable, scalable model that might take you a little bit longer to get going if you aren't using credit cards or loans, but it is a safer model that you can test a bunch of products, see what works, see what sells, and then you can start to scale it from there as is needed. So if you're interested in anything that I offer, be sure to check out all the links below in this description. If you're looking for a course to check out, you can go to bit.ly/PAC course. That's PACCOURSE, and that will get you to the course that I have contributed to multiple times and has helped so many other people succeed with an Amazon business. So these are the things that I would consider before taking taking out a loan or borrowing money for my business. We're going to dive into the basics of finances for Amazon and e-commerce businesses, and really the importance of not counting your inventory purchases unless they're sold when looking at your profit and loss for the year. I've seen a lot of people get upset over smaller than expected profit numbers, but for many, it can be due to this one mistake. Now, as a disclaimer, I am not an accountant and I am not a bookkeeper, so please talk to your accountant for their advice and ignore mine if it's any different than what I'm about to say. Don't just blindly trust people online without vetting with a licensed professional first if it comes down to something like legal issues or finances. But I wanted to give that disclaimer because this is something that I personally do in my business, and I highly recommend that you would check this out and refer back to your CPA, bookkeeper, whomever helps you with your finances to make sure that it's right for you as well. And it could change in the future also, depending on taxes and how everything is recorded. So keep that in mind. I am recording this in April of 2023. Now, before we get started, I am doing a contest on this video. I've been doing this lately and I plan on doing it more for one lucky winner. So if you want to be entered to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, that is right here, plus the free course and audiobook that comes with it, all you've got to do is drop a comment below on today's video. Make sure that you hit the notification bell though, because you want to make sure to tune into the next video to see if you won, since I'll put it into the middle of that video, just like I'm doing in this video. Now, before we jump into the nitty-gritty of finances, it's crucial to understand why keeping an eye on your finances is so essential. Many new e-commerce entrepreneurs might overlook this aspect, but proper financial management can truly be the difference between your success and failure. It helps you do a few things. One, it helps you monitor your profitability. Two, it helps you to make informed decisions on your business. Three, it helps you manage cash flow. Four, it helps you to identify different areas for improvement within your business. And five, it helps you to stay compliant with tax regulations and different issues. So it's very important to stay on top of your finances for your business. And now that we know why understanding finances is important, let's talk about some key financial metrics that you should be tracking for your Amazon or e-commerce business. So the first one is obvious, it's revenue. And your revenue is the total amount of money generated from your sales. Number two is your cost of goods sold, or your COGS, C-O-G-S. You might see it mentioned in different forums and whatnot, which is the cost of producing or acquiring the products you sell. So for instance, if your revenue is $10 on a product and you spent $5 on a product, your cost of goods sold after that item has sold for $10 is $5. That would be your COGS. Now, three is your gross profit, which is just simply your revenue minus your cost of goods sold. Now, again, that is gross profit, not net profit. And so four is where we take into account other things like operating expenses. Number four is operating expenses, which are the costs that are incurred to run your business, such as marketing, rent, prep and ship supplies, virtual assistants, salaries, etc. All those other things that go into your business would be your operating expenses. And then number five would be your net profit. And now your net profit is taking that gross profit number, which was total revenue minus your cost of goods sold. Then you take that number and you subtract out your operating expenses to get your net profit, which is where I see a lot of people start to remove other things from their business, and they think that they're making way less money than they actually are on all the effort that they put into their Amazon and e-commerce businesses. Now, as an Amazon seller, inventory management is critical and definitely critical as an aspect of your finances, and it's essential to understand this one point, which is that you should not count your inventory purchases as expenses for your profit and loss unless they are sold. And I'll give an example in a minute. And the reason for this is because unsold inventory is considered an asset to your business, not an expense. So if you have purchased inventory and you have not sold it yet, it is an asset. It's something that you own that should be selling in the future. And so it's not yet an expense to be taken out of your profit and loss statement. Now, I know this is a lot. This video can be very mathy and numbery and, accounting and bookkeeping, all of that can be a lot to handle, which is why I recommend talking to your CPA, bookkeeper, whomever. But I wanted to give explanations for why this is so key, because I see people all the time think they're making no money or losing money when they're really taking their inventory purchases and adding them as an expense before they've sold, and they should not be doing that. That is not how this works. Now, when the inventory itself is sold, then the cost associated with that inventory is moved from the balance sheet as an asset to the income statement as an expense, which is then the cost of goods sold I talked about earlier, the COGS, C-O-G-S. Now, here's the example. This means if you've sold $10,000 in gross revenue, and I'm making this a very simple example, there's obviously different things that can go into this, especially as an Amazon seller. But if you sold $10,000 in gross revenue and the cost of that inventory was $4,000, then you have $6,000 of gross profit, because we're taking the $10,000 minus the $4,000 of the cost of the goods that sold, and now you have $6,000 of gross profit left over. Now, after that is where you're going to subtract out your other expenses, such as any kind of fees, or you've got your prep and ship, you've got marketing, advertising, virtual assistants, etc. And that is when you're going to be left with your net profit for your business. Now, for example's sake, let's say that you're left over with $2,000 of net profit. Now, the mistake that I see many sellers making, especially newer sellers that haven't, learned about this kind of stuff, is that they will then continue to subtract out other $5,000 of inventory that they've bought. And so they haven't sold this yet. And this can become an issue because that $5,000 of inventory is actually an asset. It's not yet an expense to be removed from your profit and loss statement. So while I can see why they do that, because to me, logically, you'd say, oh, well, I've spent this much in inventory, so I'm just going to subtract it from all the money that I'm receiving back from Amazon. It's technically not accurate. And the reason is because it is inaccurate at that point to say that you've lost $3,000, because let's say you had $2,000 left over, you subtract out the $5,000 of inventory that has yet to sell, and you're saying, okay, well, the 2,000 minus 5 is a $3,000 loss at that point. But that is incorrect, because the expectation is that you're going to sell that $5,000 of inventory in the future, which is why it's an asset, for roughly $12,000 to $15,000, and you're going to make a profit on that inventory down the road. And that's just using generic numbers, right? Typically, if I'm buying something for $5,000, I'm going to sell it for 2.5 to 3 times whatever I bought all that inventory for. So that'd be about 12 to 15 grand. So when we're running your numbers, you need to have an accurate view of what gets taken into account. It can be a major downer if you think that you're losing money when you've actually been making money. So if you've actually made $2,000 and you think you're losing $3,000, then that is a huge difference in the outlook of your business and whether or not you want to continue even doing this and putting effort into it. Now, keep this in mind too. Let's say that even if that $5,000 of inventory that had yet to sell, it's in an asset in your business, it's not an expense yet. Even if that $5,000 were all just bad buys, every single one of them were bad buys, and you lost 10% on every one of those items, that would only be a $500 loss to your business. If you lost 10% on $5,000, you're getting back $4,500 and you lost $500. So if you take the original $2,000 that you made in the beginning of this example, minus your $500 loss because every single other thing that you bought was a dud, you still made $1,500 of profit across the board of your whole entire inventory investment. That is a low amount of profitability and return on investment based off of the entire amount that I've been talking about. But ultimately, it is still a profit. You have not yet lost money in your business from this personal example. Now, the likelihood too of all that $5,000 of inventory purchases being 10% losses is very low if you're buying the right replenishable inventory based on the training that I put in my YouTube channel or in my book or even in my course, which you can check out the links for all those things in the description, by the way. But again, free stuff on the YouTube channel if you'd like to learn how to do that. So this is all key to knowing where you're at in your business, because if you're subtracting out every single dollar that you've put into inventory and that inventory just arrived at the Amazon warehouse and it's going to sell in 2 weeks, well, then you're really making your business look much worse than it actually is. And so I wanted to give you this information as some hope, because I see tons and tons of people just, in the Facebook groups that I'm a part of, being upset about where their business is at. But it's because they're also removing the amount of money they've spent on other inventory that has yet to sell, and they should not do that yet. So hopefully that explanation helps. Please post questions in the comments below, and that'll also enter you into that contest. But also consult with your CPA or bookkeeper. Now, while we're on the topic of inventory, I want to talk about cash flow, since we're talking about bookkeeping and accounting anyway. And cash flow, especially with an Amazon business, an Amazon arbitrage business is more of a cash flow business model. Cash flow is the lifeblood of any business, and specifically with this one, e-commerce is no exception. So when you purchase inventory, you're tying up cash that could be used for other purposes, right? You can put it into anything else. So if your inventory isn't selling quickly enough, it can lead to cash flow issues, and this is where people get concerned. And so I want to give you some tips to manage that cash flow. Let's say you've got that $5,000 of inventory that is just sitting at Amazon. Here's some different tips to help you manage cash flow better so you can make better purchases and know what it is that you should restock. So number one is you want to forecast your cash flow by estimating your future sales, your expenses, and your inventory purchases. You can do this through purchasing products properly. And I know that sounds, pretty obvious. Oh, we'll just purchase better products. But ultimately, if you're trying to forecast how much that you need to buy for new products, you can use a tool like Keepa, which I have tons of videos on this channel for and a whole playlist. You can make sure to test small amounts. You don't want to go out and buy 50 of something that only sells 2 a month. You'd rather test 2 to 4 or 2 to 6 and see how they sell, so that you can spread your money across more products and therefore test more things that will then start selling and will help your cash flow much better. Instead of getting it tied up into one main product, you can tie it up into 50 different products, right? And so that is the inch deep, mile wide approach to sourcing for your Amazon business that I highly recommend, and so many other people recommend also. Now, number 2 for your cash flow is to keep an eye on your inventory turnover ratio to ensure that you're not overstocking. Now, Amazon gives you this information through their IPI score, their Inventory Performance Index score, how often your inventory is turning. But you can also use a software like Replen Dashboard, which you can check out at replendashboard.com to tremendously help you with knowing when you need to restock your inventory, how often, how much. All of these things are easily tracked. And as a new seller, or actually anybody, a new sign up to Replen Dashboard, you get your first 500 orders or sales for free within the program. So if you're selling 50 things a month, it's going to take you 10 months to go through your free trial. So I highly recommend checking that out. Now, full disclosure, I own that company. I'm a part owner, and it's something that I helped build for this particular purpose. Now, to stay on top of your finances, it is essential to have the right tools and systems in place so you can manage that properly. And so here are some popular options for Amazon sellers and e-commerce sellers alike. Number 1 is QuickBooks, and specifically QuickBooks Online. QuickBooks is just a comprehensive accounting software that integrates with many different e-commerce platforms. A lot of people will use a software like A2X, which will pull in all the data from your Amazon seller account and put it into QuickBooks for you. I really like A2X. It is a little bit pricier, so talk with your accountant. Maybe they can get you a discount, or maybe they've got some other way of pulling in that information to QuickBooks. But that is the gold standard as of this point in time, in my opinion, for having accurate bookkeeping. Number 2 is Xero, which is spelled Xero, a little different, but that is a cloud-based accounting software with tons of different features and integrations. I personally like QuickBooks better. I think it's easier. I know a lot of the accountants I've talked to like QuickBooks better, and so that would be my recommendation, but I do know people that use Xero, again, spelled Xero, and so that's one that you can check into. And then number 3 is Inventory Lab, and really this isn't as much of a bookkeeping and accounting tool. In my opinion, it can help. It is a tool that's designed specifically for Amazon sellers that helps with inventory management, profit analysis, accounting, etc. However, they don't take into consideration everything like QuickBooks does. So I personally recommend using both Inventory Lab and QuickBooks. And the reason is that Inventory Lab can give you a quick snapshot of how your business is performing on an overall general level, because it can track all of your sales and your profit and loss and your cost of goods sold, as I mentioned in this video, properly. But QuickBooks is going to be a lot more accurate because it can pull in credit cards and get all your other expenses. And so I like to use both of those. Inventory Lab can also track how much inventory you have at Amazon and give you that number. And so it's a very helpful tool, is what I use, and that is what I recommend. Now, if you're looking for any help with managing your finances, then I recommend a couple things. One, check out my video on the profit first method of bookkeeping for e-commerce sellers. It's on my channel. It breaks down all the different things that you can do to help you manage your cash flow as best as possible. Profit first gives you a really good indication of where the money you're receiving should be allocated for taxes, for expenses, and profit first, as is the namesake of the whole entire method. And so I break that down in a video on my channel. And I actually recommend using a bank that's called Relay Bank. I've done a whole review of them on my channel also, if you decide to do profit first, since they're actually approved by Profit First, and they have automated transfers and all kinds of stuff to help you with that whole system. You can also use them if you just want one bank account. And if you're interested in checking them out, I do have an affiliate link, just full disclosure, where you can get $50 for free after putting $50 into a new account with them. So if you already have an account with them, this doesn't apply. But if you open a new account with Relay, they will give you $50 free after you put $50 into a bank account. You can check that out at my link at bit.ly/Amazon Relay. And you can see the link below and in the description as well. Also, if you need an accountant, bookkeeper, tax specialist, etc., then I recommend checking out ecommerceaccountingllc.com. This is a specialized team, deals with e-commerce businesses every single day, and that's what they specialize in. And so that's whom I recommend. So there you have it, the basics of finances for Amazon and e-commerce businesses. Remember though, don't count your inventory purchases as expenses until they are sold. By keeping an eye on your finances and implementing sound financial practices, you'll set your businesses up for success and long-term growth. If you're someone that's been concerned about Amazon's low inventory level fee ever since they came out with it in the fourth quarter of 2023, then I have big news for you, and specifically two big pieces of information. Now, ever since this fee came out and Amazon announced that this was going to be something that applied on April 15th of 2024 and later, the seller world for Amazon sellers has kind of been in an uproar of fear and worrying that this is going to kill the arbitrage model, potentially even some wholesale accounts and some private label sellers, because they're going to be hit with all of these fees from Amazon. But the reality is that Amazon has consistently been showing that they are giving us more detailed information on what the actual rules and requirements are going to be for this fee. And they also lowered on all of the ASINs, all of the products in their catalog, they lowered the fulfillment fees for every single one. So even if you got hit with a low inventory level fee, you'd be kind of in a better off place because you had a lower fulfillment fee on all of your other products that weren't hit with this. And you'd actually have a lower fulfillment fee on this product too. You'd just be getting hit with an additional fee on top of it for having low inventory. What this means is that Amazon has now started to give us more information for how this will be applied. Whenever I first saw this fee come out, I made 2 breakdown videos on YouTube, just doing a full breakdown of everything that their policy said and trying to decipher what they meant by it and go through all their math formulas, etc. And what I thought at first was that this was going to be on the entire ASIN, that Amazon was just going to apply this inventory level requirement for every single ASIN across the board. However, in the second video, I realized that it's probably going to be more seller specific, but it still wasn't very clear. And so by seller specific, that just means that Amazon would be charging a fee only based on the seller's data. Well, luckily, Amazon has answered that for us in their policy, and I'm going to go through it in just a minute. Now, as you can see here, this is the low inventory level fee page, which is linked below in the description. Here is the basic overview. A low inventory level fee will only apply if a product's inventory level relative to historical demand, known as historical days of supply, is below 28 days. Now, they're actually only going to charge a low inventory level fee when both the long-term historical days of supply for the last 90 days and the short-term historical days of supply, the last 30 days are below 28 days, so 4 weeks. So for example, if a product's short-term historical days of supply is above 28 days, but long-term is below 28 days, the low inventory level fee won't apply. So essentially, Amazon is giving us the ability to kind of determine if we're going to get this fee. And it's because if we've got enough inventory for the long-term historical needs, Amazon's not going to apply the fee if we're too low on the short term, and vice versa. We didn't have enough inventory for the long term, but we do on the short term, they're also not going to apply the fee. So we've got a few different ways to get out of that. And again, I recommend watching some of my other videos or reading through this policy to get a full breakdown of what that means. For those of you that have been trying to figure out the answer to what I was just discussing of whether it's ASIN related or seller specific, Amazon has put that information into the policy. We can see here, it's actually midway down the page now. It's the only place that I've seen it. And it's above this question. How will the low inventory level fee affect different product types? For example, seasonal products. So right above this question, it's in this paragraph. It says, the historical days of supply is a seller specific metric, which means that we only consider the seller's inventory units and shipped units in the metric calculation. So this is good news because as a seller, that's what I care about. That just means that if I am able to get 4 units and send some into Amazon, and whether they sell or don't sell, I'm only getting charged a fee based on my own inventory and my own data. I'm not worried about all the other sellers out there on an ASIN. So this is good news. And they actually make it very easy for us to see this information in our inventory, our manage inventory section in Seller Central. We can see how Amazon is calculating this data and what they recommend that we have to purchase to avoid the fee. Now, the second piece of information that they have added is actually in the FAQ, which is further down the page. If we continue going down this page and scrolling to the FAQ, it says, what happens when my product has no sales for the past 30 or 90 days? So if your product has had no sales in the past 30 or 90 days, that is your average daily shipped units is 0, then your historical days of supply will be above 28 days and the product will not be charged the low inventory level fee. So on your FBA inventory page, the historical days of supply metric will be displayed with this symbol, these 2 dashes. And so this is good. The reason that this is good is because that means if for whatever reason, maybe we had an old product in our account that we haven't sold for a while, if we decide to send some more in because now it's profitable again, then we're not going to get charged a fee until Amazon's able to calculate this seller specific metric. What this also means is if we've never sent anything into Amazon and we're testing ASINs like I recommend for replenishable products on Amazon, doing arbitrage or wholesale, if you're testing these products and you're sending in 4 or 5 of them, then Amazon has no basis to apply a fee to your account for those units until they get there and they start selling. Now, if they get there and they start selling, then I'm assuming based off this information, we have 90 days until Amazon can fully calculate whether or not we are hitting this low inventory level fee or not. So if Amazon doesn't have the data for 90 yet, we shouldn't be hit with the fee. That's my assumption. Now, at the very least, we have those 30 days to test the product and see how well it's going to sell and if we need to send more in. So while this isn't a comfortable fee for any Amazon seller, specifically arbitrage or people that keep a low inventory basis across a bunch of ASINs, it's not comfortable, but it does give us some more comfort knowing that it's based on our own inventory, also knowing that we can test products, and also knowing that if we haven't sent something in for 90 days because it wasn't profitable during that time or wasn't in stock, then we can go back and we can send in more units so that we're able to avoid this fee because it's been so long since we've sent anything in. So I'm excited because at least I've got these answers now for sellers that continue to ask me, hey, has this been determined yet, etc. It's been all guesswork. Now we know based on the policy that this is a seller specific metric. And if you're testing products or if you don't have any inventory for the last 90 days, then you can send them in without a low level inventory fee that Amazon will be calculating because there's no data for them to calculate it based on. So hopefully this helps you. Be sure to read the terms of this new fee in the link below in the description. Also, if you're interested in connecting with a community of other sellers on all things Amazon, specifically with this fee level, I recommend joining the My Silent Team Facebook group at bit.ly/MST group. That link is below and in the description. It's completely free. Over 75,000 Facebook members in that group asking questions, answering, helping each other. I've been in it since 2015 and I actually helped lead it and moderate it now. It was an excellent place to be. Another new Amazon fee fee for 2024. This time it is the returns processing fee, and this goes into place on June 1st, 2024. So we're going to be breaking down in this video what is this fee, what you can do about it, and really what it means if your business is getting hit by this fee. So let's go ahead and get into it. All right, now as you can see here on the screen, I've got the returns processing fee up. So we're going to go through the actual policy, kind of discuss how this is going to work for your business and all the other businesses that sell on Amazon. But before we get into that, I want to let you know that I have a free 30-day training that will come to your email inbox each and every day for 30 days on how you can get started with your own Amazon business to grow and scale that into something that goes from a side hustle to a full-time income. All you have to do is go to askjimmysmith.com/free training. Now, within this returns processing fee, you can actually see that this does start June 1st, 2024. Now, what this fee is going to do is that if Amazon is getting too many returns on a particular product for the category that it's in, then they're going to start charging you as the seller a fee for having so many extra returns and what they deem as an appropriate amount. Now, let's go ahead and read this policy a little bit deeper. Really, here's what it says. A returns processing fee will go into effect for all products except apparel and shoes, which actually that's very fair that they didn't do clothing and shoes because they have such a high return rate anyway. I'm really glad that wasn't in here. Now, they're going to go into effect for all products with a high return rate by category to address the operational costs of returns and to reduce waste. The fee will only apply to products that have return rates above a threshold specific to each product's fee category. The fee applied per unit is based on the product size, tier, and shipping weight as per the rates shared below. Now, this return rate is going to be the percent of your product shipped units in a given month that's returned by customers over that month and the subsequent 2 calendar months. So they're going to be using your actual data for recent months history. And for a given month's shipped units, the returns processing fee will be charged for each returned unit above the category's return rate threshold. So for a particular month's returns, return processing fee charge will be made between the 7th to the 15th day of the 3rd subsequent month. As is common with Amazon, they have to make this even more complicated with how they're going to charge it and all of these things. But essentially, they're going to come up with these return processing fees, and then you will get charged for a particular month's returns a couple months later, between the 7th and 15th day. That's when you're going to get charged with these fees. Now, if I actually scroll down all the way to the bottom of this, where we get into frequently asked questions, where it says, where can I see the charge details for returns processing fee for non-apparel and non-shoes items? It says, for a particular month's returns, you'll see this fee charged between the 7th and 15th day of the 3rd subsequent month. So for example, for units shipped in June that are returned and are subject to the fee will be charged between September 7th and the 15th. So it will be 3 months after the end of the month where you had any returns that applied to this returns processing fee. I know it's a little bit confusing, but if you're getting charged a fee in September, that means that this started in June, and this was the problem that they are now addressing from a few months prior. Anyway, that's how the fee will be charged. It will just be a few months after you go over these thresholds for any units over that particular amount. Now let's go ahead and get to examples of the returns processing fee. So for example, 1,000 units of a product were shipped to customers in June. In June, July, and August, 120 of the 1,000 units shipped were returned. The returns threshold for this example product category is 10%. Again, this is just an example. As a result, returns that exceed 100 units or 10% of the 1,000 that were shipped during the shipment month and subsequent 2 months will incur returns processing fees. So in this case, 120 units were returned, so 20 units would be charged the returns processing fee. The fee will be charged between September 7th to the 15th. Now it's confusing because each month there's going to be a new one. So if you sell products in June, then a few months later in September, you're going to get hit with those returns processing fees that happened between June and the end of August. And then in July, whatever you sold in July, you're going to get charged in October for anything that got returned from July, August, and September, and so on and so forth. And so that's how they're doing this. It's based off of how many units were ordered in that month, and then the percentage of the returns that happened for the next 3 months, and then you're going to get charged the fee basically 3.5 months after that month that you sold the items in anyway. So that's the essential basis of it. It is confusing. You may not need to really know how this particular works, but what you do care is going to be this information about the category. So we care about the category because each category has a different return rate threshold. Now, just so you know, my Replens business has an average of 2.9% returns across the board for every category that I sell in. I'm not exactly sure of each category individually and what each of them have for returns returns, but I do know that for the entirety of the business is about 2.8, 2.9% on average. Now, if we're looking at these and we're looking at the automotive category, they have a 9.1% rate threshold. If we're looking at baby products, a 9.3% threshold. Now, the lowest one I believe that I've found, is the grocery and gourmet category is 2.9%. I believe that's in part because it's hard to return things anyway in the grocery category because Amazon doesn't allow many returns there. But ultimately, a 2.9% would be the lowest absolute return rate threshold, and that is for just grocery and gourmet. Everything else, for the most part, we've got 4% with office products, but everything else seems to be at 4 and up, 5 and up for sure, and just a few categories are under 5. And so depending on the categories that you sell in, it may be more of a problem than in others. But I do want to point out this one thing, that if we're looking at this and we're saying, oh no, another fee, really Amazon is setting this because this is for excessive returns. The thing that you should not be as worried about is the fee. What you should be more worried about is selling so many products that are getting returns in the above 11%, above 9%, above 4 or 5% category, because we want to make sure that the products that we're selling are matching the description of the listing, that they are in good condition whenever they get to the customer, and ultimately that you aren't getting very many returns. I think a healthy Amazon reselling business, arbitrage or wholesale, excluding shoes and apparel, would be at a 5% or less returns rate anyway. And so if you're getting anything over 5, which are the majority of these categories, then you most likely for that particular product are selling something that really shouldn't be sold anyway, because there's probably something wrong with the product or something wrong with the listing, something wrong with the way that it showed up, or maybe whoever packaged those items and sent them into Amazon. There could be something wrong in that process. And so this is more of an indicator of what you may need to look at and fix whenever you do get hit with this. I don't believe many people will be hit with these things unless they're selling products that are poor, that were put together and shipped improperly, or maybe the listing is just inaccurate and you didn't realize it whenever you sent in those items. So to me, this isn't a huge concern, although I know that there will be a concern and people will get it with the fees. They're going to freak out a little bit because everyone does whenever there's new fees, but this one doesn't worry me as much as some of the other fees that I've seen come out in 2024. Ultimately, here are the rates for how much it's going to cost whenever you do have a return processing fee applied based off the size of the particular product. And again, this should be excluding apparel and shoes over here. And so you can see here that if it is excluding apparel and shoes, it's going to be a higher fee because essentially you're getting charged that return rate penalty, versus with apparel and shoes, this is just the typical return processing fee. Okay, now we can see here there are examples if you'd like to see some of these based off size, based on how much if it will apply in your business. But these examples, if you want to go through them, feel free to. Again, if I were to see a returns processing fee hit in my account, I would be more concerned about the product that I'm selling than actually concerned about the fee. It does stink that Amazon's now taking more money from us for a return, but ultimately if it is a bad product and it's getting excess returns, then we probably shouldn't be selling it anyway. You can actually see the product's returns rates on the FBA returns page. It will be updated. It says 3 times a week, so it allows you to monitor your returns and return rates for given month's shipped units. They're giving us all that data. If you want to monitor it or have a virtual assistant monitor it, that will help you to be able to stay on top of any of these returns fees that you may be getting charged, or trying to stay on top of it before you get charged for these items, that you can see, oh wow, this one's starting to climb up. I need to make sure that I avoid sending in more of that product. I need to check and see what's going on with this product. This is more of an indicator, in my opinion, of what is going wrong on an ASIN versus an actual fee that Amazon's charging just because they want to take more money from us. Yes, they are doing that, but ultimately it is because these products are getting excess returns, and you need to be caring more about that problem in your business than about the actual fees that they're going to be charging. So hopefully this helped to shed some light on the returns processing fee. I know it's no fun to see another fee come through, and I know Amazon has added and changed a lot of new fees in 2024. To me, it's more of an indicator of a problem within your business versus an actual issue with the fee that Amazon is now applying, especially since they didn't apply this to clothing and shoes, which notoriously has a 10 to 15% return rate if you're doing well, and it could be 20 to 25% return rates if you're not doing as well in the clothing and shoes category. So I'm glad that they didn't include that one. Let me know your thoughts below. I know it's probably not going to be the best to have comments turned on for this video, but I do have them on, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on this fee as well as some of the others. Do you think this is a big deal, or do you think ultimately this is more of just an indicator, as I mentioned, of some problem going on in your business that will alert you to actually look into this more and maybe no longer sell that product, maybe fix the listing, maybe to fix something in your prep and ship process so that you aren't getting more and more returns? What is it in your opinion? Let me know in the comments below. And as I mentioned earlier, I do have that free 30-day training. If you go to askjimmysmith.com/free training, you can sign up for that. You'll get an email a day for 30 days. Hope this video helps you and blesses you, and you have a great rest of your day and a blessed rest of your week. Recently, Amazon came out with a change regarding how they are going going to reimburse sellers for any damaged or lost items in their warehouses. Now, for some of you, you may or may not realize that Amazon actually owes you money, sometimes hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, depending on how long you've been selling, how much you're selling, and how your inventory has done in their warehouses. And so we're going to cover not only the fact that Amazon does owe you money, we're also going to talk about some of these changes because it's going to change the way you operate. It's also going to change the way some service providers have to operate. These service providers a lot of times will get you money back in your account. They'll take a commission for that, and that's totally fine because they handle the process. But ultimately, we need to discuss these changes because Amazon does owe you money. Amazon is holding money in their bank accounts that should be in your bank account. And if it's a couple $100, okay, that's fine. But ultimately, it can add up to thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. So this is an extremely important thing to know because as you move forward in your business, you're going to need to have a great understanding of your bottom line, the profits that go into that. And sometimes Amazon's holding a lot of capital that should be in your bank account. So let's go ahead and get into these changes real quick. I'm going to pull up the Amazon FBA news that just came out. And so here's the update on the reimbursement automation and eligibility window to file reimbursement claims. There's a couple major changes here. First off, I do want to point out that this starts November 1st, 2024. And what Amazon is saying is that they're going to proactively reimburse you for FBA items that are lost in their fulfillment centers. Now, this is great because being proactive about it means that we don't have to pay other services to do some of these things. However, Amazon has been proactively reimbursing sellers for things that they owed sellers for a long time. And ultimately, these services continue to grow because Amazon doesn't do a very good job of it. So only time will tell if this change actually makes some of these services obsolete. Also, some of these other service providers out there may be able to find other reimbursements that Amazon owes you that aren't just for items that are lost in their fulfillment centers, whether it's damaged items or other things that you are owed by Amazon. It's still a good idea to look at some of these services, and I'll discuss that in a little bit. Here's how Amazon is planning to do this. Now, they're going to issue the reimbursement as soon as an item is reported as lost by the fulfillment center. So in the past, these services would have to go in and look for any items that were lost in the fulfillment center, and then they would reach out and file a claim for you. Or if you were doing it yourself in your business, you would have to do that process. Ultimately, Amazon's saying, hey, anytime something is reported as lost by the fulfillment center, then we're just going to automatically reimburse you. You don't have to deal with these additional services, which is nice. It does save some money from having to pay for these different service providers. Ultimately, though, it says that you can also track these in the reimbursements report on Seller Central. So this more seamless experience saves you time and money by minimizing the need to manually research and file claims for lost items. I'm totally on board with this. Anything that helps with that, that's great because us as sellers don't have to deal with looking for these things in our account and reaching out to Amazon. Also, we don't have to pay a service to do that. But again, as we've seen time and time again, Amazon is not 100% surefire in being able to get you money back or being able to do these things in the way that they say that they're going to do. So we need to make sure that we have every bit of money that Amazon owes us back into our accounts. Now, here we go. Almost all reimbursement claims related to warehouse lost and damaged and customer returns cases will now be proactively reimbursed. Now, here is the key word in that sentence. Almost all. Okay, so two words, sorry. Almost all reimbursement claims will be proactively reimbursed. And so they go on to say, hey, we make mistakes. However, if you do not receive an automatic reimbursement, you believe that your inventory has been lost or damaged, you will need to file a manual claim. This sounds a little sketchy to me. It's saying if you don't receive an automatic reimbursement and you believe that your inventory has been lost or damaged. So this means that Amazon's not exactly reporting to you that there was a lost item or a damaged item, and then you're going to need to file a manual claim. Only time will tell to see how this actually is going to play out. If they're going to say, oh, sorry, we didn't report that as lost, and so you can't file a claim on it, or if they're going to require you to provide evidence that these items were lost, I'm not sure. Ultimately, I think that it's a great idea to continue on with your services that you may be utilizing to get money back in your account and just monitor how this goes. What's great about the services is typically they're going to be commission-based. Now, there's services such as Keepa, there's services such as Legendary VA's account management, which I'm going to show you here in a little bit because that's one that I'm the owner of and I've done since 2019. Ultimately, I know this is a little bit self-serving, but I do do believe no matter the service that you are using, you should continue to use them because they are commission-based, don't cost you anything typically to just utilize them for reimbursement services, but also because they're going to find these things that Amazon is missing and you don't have the time or the desire to do that. And so if you're interested in checking that out, I'm going to go through it in just a minute, but you can go to askjimmysmith.com/AM, the 2 letters, AM. That'll bring you to the account management page I'm going to go through. Or you can check out Keepa or some of the other services that exist out there. Ultimately, just get somebody doing this for your account. Now, additionally, all removal claims will still need to be filed manually. Okay, so this is still a manual process for any removal claims. Also, starting October 23rd, we're updating our eligibility window policy. All manual claims, not the automatic ones, but the manual claims must now be submitted within the following timelines. The reason to me that this is so key is because not only is Amazon shortening the timelines that we have to file these reimbursement claims, but they are also telling us that, hey, we're going to do this automatically for you, but they don't really give us the full timeline of when they're going to do this automatically. And so we have to trust that they're going to do it automatically. And yet, if they don't, then we have to, in a shortened time frame, get them to do it manually for us. So I'm a little concerned about how this is going to play out. I think that it's best to reach out to Amazon and say, hey, we've got this money that's missing from our account. There's these lost items. They're going to reach out and Amazon may say, hey, we see that, we're going to automatically reimburse you for this. So that's fine, right? But if they miss it, then you can catch it. So we need to be very proactive in how we are trying to get this money from Amazon. Now, a fulfillment center operations claim for an item that is lost or damaged in the fulfillment center. So you send an item to Amazon, they lose it or damage it. It must be submitted no later than 60 days after the item was reported lost or damaged. So you need to have a process or a service that is able to keep up with these things consistently. I recommend on a monthly basis, if at all possible. This is something that will be very helpful to you so that you don't miss something. Now, also, an FBA customer returns claim can be submitted between 60 to 120 days after the customer refund or replacement date. So claims must not be submitted before 60 days to ensure the customer has time to return the items to us for processing. So if the customer gets a return that ultimately is refunded to them and then they never return the product to Amazon, we should be able to submit claims after 60 days from the date that refund was placed, but we don't have any more than an additional 60 days after that, so 60 to 120 days after the customer refund. So it's very specific in how long you get. It seems to be 2 months in each of these 2 cases that we're going to get, and then just the timing of when you can do it, it depends on the type of claim that you're making. Now, a removal claim for items that are lost in transit can be submitted 15 to 75 days from the shipment creation date. Claims must not be submitted before 15 days to ensure the shipment can be delivered back to you. So this is another date that is just making it a little bit more complicated and complex for sellers to keep up with. Again, why it is nice to have a process so that you make sure that you don't miss out on these things. And then all other removal claims must be filed within 60 days of the shipment being delivered back to you if there are any claims that you need to make. Now, we understand that you may need to make changes to your current processes to ensure that all claims are submitted within these new eligibility windows. To ensure you have adequate time to adjust, the new policy will go into effect on October 23rd. I'm not sure why it says October 23rd and then it says November 1st. I believe this is going to be the policy for, okay, here we go. Yeah, this is for starting on October 23rd. This is the eligibility window policy. That's when that starts. Whereas November 1st, Amazon's going to proactively reimburse us. So there's 2 different timelines here. The end of October basically is what you have to keep in mind. Additionally, if you want to see the FBA inventory reimbursement policy, it will be updated once the policy goes into effect on October 23rd. You can check this out. This link for this article or this news from Seller Central is going to be in the description if you'd like to read this and click anything else that you want to see. It's also in your Seller Central account, or most likely it's also emailed to you as well. Now, there's a couple of things with this that I just want to point out. One, we want to make sure that we are now continually monitoring if Amazon is actually reimbursing us for these items that are lost. 2, Amazon has more things than this that you can get refunded for, and so you need to make sure that you are staying on top of every single thing for the inventory reimbursement policy. 3, this eligibility window is a huge limitation of what they had prior, and so we need to make sure that you're staying on top of that. So what I recommend is that you utilize a service, whether it's a virtual assistant service or it's just a service provider that has software that helps to automate some of these things for you. You can even have multiple services if you wanted to. It just really depends on what you need. If you've got a software and then you have a virtual assistant that's more manual, so that way you're not missing anything. Because ultimately, if you are looking at your business and you're saying, well, Amazon could be holding $100 of my stuff or my money, or maybe maybe they could be holding $1,200 of it. Well, it makes no sense to not have something set up that allows you the ability to try to get money back from Amazon. Because if you just had $100, you're like, here you go, Amazon, you hold on to that. And you know what? If it's after 60 days, you keep it. That makes no sense. So you need to get something set up. There are services out there like Keepa. There's other software programs that pull in these opportunities for you to file claims on reimbursements. Ultimately, the one that I utilize, recommend, and set up back in 2019 is actually called the legendary VA's Account Management Program. I did set this up back in 2019 with a friend of mine named Ryan Rieger. And so there's different packages that vary depending on what you need. Now, if you simply just go to askjimmysmith.com/AM, the two letters AM, this will bring you to this page. You can see since 2019, there's been over $164,000 refunded since we started in this program. One person last year got $4,000, another person last year got $7,000. And so it all comes down to Amazon's holding a bunch of your money. So you need to be cognizant of that fact. Now, what's great about this is that they're actually based on commission. Same with Keepa, same with all these other services. It is based on commission only. Now, there may be some changes to this because we've always done it once every 6 months. So we're going to be updating our processes and our policies to make sure that we are filing claims proactively for people's accounts. Ultimately, it's 25% commission. That's what you see in a lot of different services. Now, if you're a Business Building Legends member, which you can access at askjimmysmith.com/legends, you can apply to join. You actually can get 20% discounts on this. So you'd be paying 20% of the recovered amount. And also you can get free reimbursements every year, up to $2,000 per year with an active subscription to this high-level mastermind. So there's just additional benefits for being in Legends. We want to make sure that it's a profit center for people. And this is one way that we can help do that. If you're interested in checking that out, you can go to askjimmysmith.com/legends, or you can email this if you're already a Legends member and you're not taking advantage of some of these things. This is something that we are working on continuing to build out for the Legends community. Additionally, if you want to make sure that these things are done monthly and you're looking for stranded inventory, removing negative feedback, inventory adjustment analysis, all of the same things, plus the reimbursements, you would never have to pay the commission. You can just pay a monthly fee. That's what we have for basic, professional, as well as premium if you're looking for a lot of different things like enhanced listing editing and fixing suppressed listings, etc. And then we have an enterprise version. So all you have to do is go to askjimmysmith.com/AM, click on this. You can sign up doing that, and it will just be on a commission basis. You don't have to pay anything for this one up front. If you're looking for more account management on a consistent monthly basis, then you can pay depending on which option that you would like and which tier that you would fall under from a sales perspective. So again, this is something that's an extremely important change because it matters to your bottom line. It's not just your top line revenue, which yes, that hurts, but it matters to your bottom line. If you have $100 of stuff that you've paid for and it's sitting at Amazon, or $100 of money that's sitting at Amazon, then that's $100 that's not in your bottom line pocket. Now, yes, it should have sold and made you more profit, etc. But ultimately, this is something that you can get direct money back into your bank account if you're keeping on top of it. Luckily, Amazon is going to be trying to be more proactive with it. So in some cases, these services that are commission based will be lowering their revenues because they're not going to be able to get as much commission from that. And that's totally fine. Ultimately, as a service, whether it's Keepa, the legendary VA's account management that I just showed you, ultimately, we want to make sure that sellers are getting money back into your accounts. And there's tons of services out there. You don't have to use the one that I recommend. Obviously, I'm a little biased since I own it and helped set it up and have used it for years and years and years at this point. I am excited to be talking to you about a free company, a free software program that can help skyrocket your Amazon growth because of the importance of getting reviews on not only your seller account, but also on the products that you are selling. And I actually recently did a webinar with this company through the Proven Amazon course, which is a monthly paid course that you can actually access at bit.ly/pack course. That link is below and in the description. And I learned all about their service, and I love that it is free. And so I wanted to bring it to the YouTube channel so that you know if you are a newer seller that is looking to grow and scale your Amazon business and you need reviews, maybe you have 0 or 1 or 5 reviews on your seller account and you're looking to grow, this is an easy, simple solution to be able to integrate into your business to grow those reviews following Amazon's terms of service. But also if you're a private label seller that is starting out with your products, or even you have a bunch of other products and you're looking to get more reviews on those, this is also a perfect solution for you. But before we get into this service, I do want to mention, as always, that I have a contest running on this video. For anybody that leaves a comment down below, you could win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. Now, if you leave a comment down below and you like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel, and show up to the next one, then you will see the winner of this video in the middle of the next video. So that is how I announce the winners of the book. So let's go ahead and get into this company that I'm really excited about, which is called Lonesome Labs. And they actually have a lot of different software products, but this particular one is called High Five. And to access it, you can go to bit.ly/AZ High Five. That's HIGH FIVE. And if you go there, you'll be able to find out all about the service. Now, here is what the website currently looks like. Now, the reason that they have this as a free service, I'm just going to go ahead and address this right off the top. They actually put this in the frequently asked questions. Is High Five really a free product? Yes, it is free. It will also stay free. Why? We offer High Five for free so people know our brand and try other apps, which are paid apps. So this is something of a lead magnet, I would say, so to speak. It is a very good software from the people that I've heard that have used it. I have yet to try it out in my own business, but it is something that is easy and simple to get started with. This is not an affiliate. This is not a sponsored video at all. I just really love the idea of this service and what they do. Now, one of the really cool things is they are fully compliant with Amazon. One of the risks that you run at any time with any kind of a review service is that you could be breaking terms of service on Amazon's platform, and that can get your account shut down. In fact, many Amazon seller accounts have been shut down for review manipulation, and specifically with private label sellers, a lot of times, there can be some bad actors that will pay for reviews and do all of these things that are against Amazon's terms of service. But what's great about High Five is that they are fully compliant. They use actually Amazon's request a review button, and it's therefore 100% safe and compliant. So each buyer will actually get an email from Amazon requesting a review and requesting that feedback for you. And so they aren't actually sending out their own emails. What they've done is they've set up the software program to essentially do the pushing of this button for you so that Amazon is sending the emails out for you on every single order in your account. Now, what's great is you can actually, with this email that Amazon has already set up and will be sending out automatically through the service, is you can see here, you can rate the item. So for you private label sellers, this is huge because this will help you get more reviews on your products, but you can also rate your experience with the seller. And so if you are a newer seller or an experienced one that wants more reviews on your Amazon account, this is where that would come through. So it all comes through in one email. It is something that Amazon is sending out for you, so there's much less risk of breaking terms of service because of this, and they are essentially just pressing the button automatically for you with this service. So if you have 5 orders a day or you have 1,000 orders a day, they are going to be sending this out on a timed schedule. Now, their software is actually very intuitive as well. Again, it is free, and they will be able to track these things for you in your account on the different email requests per ASIN, the review request emails, as well as the amount of reviews that have gone up. So they've got some really good statistics by product, by all the different ASINs in your account, and the dashboard is very simple as well. Additionally, if you are a private label seller, obviously the importance of reviews is that it helps your product to stand out. And so if you're selling products that are private label, getting more reviews will push you up further in the Amazon algorithms, especially if done according to terms of service. This is not something that can get you more reviews as a private label seller if you haven't been selling the product. So your product needs to be selling. You need to get these in the hands of people, of customers for your business. But ultimately, whenever it comes down to it, once you have the sales, then this service can really come into play for your business, which is why for Amazon arbitrage and wholesale sellers that may do a lot of high volume or are trying to do a lot of high volume on the platform, this can come in huge for your seller account. If you are new and you've got less than 5 or 10 reviews, adding this into your business will help your reviews to go up because you are selling more products. You're trying to get that volume up. And Amazon does look at seller reviews in terms of dealing with placement on the buy box. And if you haven't heard of that before, you can check out my video on this channel about the Amazon buy box. There's a free guide for how the buy box works, at least how most people think that it works. And so that can be huge huge, because if you have less than 10 reviews, Amazon looks at you differently than if you get to 10 reviews, and then you get to 50, and then 100, and then 250, then 500, then 1,000. All of these things are different thresholds in your Amazon seller account and really do play into how often you get the buy box, which is why reviews are so important, not just for private label sellers and the physical products themselves, but also for your seller account. What's great is technically this is something that you could do for free if you wanted to. Now, if you wanted to go into your Amazon account and go into all your orders and then click request a review, Amazon will send this email out for you. But it does save the time and the effort. It is automated for you. You can turn certain ones off if you don't want it to request the reviews for particular products. But as an Amazon arbitrage or wholesale seller, I don't know why anybody would turn that off, because to me, it's kind of a no-brainer to have it on unless you're seeing a lot of bad reviews come back. And if you do get bad reviews, then that will indicate to you that you need to go and fix that problem and potentially turn off the automated request for the review. Again, you do have the statistics there, and they have a lot of great frequently asked questions as well. Ultimately, if you are looking to add this into your business, it is an extremely simple and easy thing to add in. And yes, they do have other paid software programs. I have not checked any of them out at this point to see how good they are or to give you any kind of my own testimonial, but I do know people that have used certain paid products of theirs and enjoyed them. So if you do want to check out the free software, as I said earlier, this is not an affiliate or a sponsored video. You can access it at bit.ly/AZ-high5. Again, the link is below and in the description. As always, I'm going to remind you the contest is running to win a free copy of my best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. If you just leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, tune into the next video, you will be able to see if you are the lucky winner of the book. This question revolves around prep centers. First, the pros and cons of prep centers, and I actually have 6 of each for you, although I'm sure I could figure out a bunch more pros and a bunch more cons, but I went with 6 pros and 6 cons. Also, I wanted to talk about my experience with prep centers, what I recommend, and actually a resource that I recommend that have vetted prep centers for you to check out. And additionally, maybe some other questions that this commenter had left in regards to specific uses for prep centers, if you wanted to use it for a subset of your products or not, if you wanted to do all or nothing, etc. So that's what we're going to be covering today. All right, but before we get into the content on answering those questions from the audience member, I wanted to point your attention to something that I have recently gotten a much more of a passion project around, which is helping people to grow and scale their Amazon businesses. And so if you know anything, you've been around my content at all for any length of time, I've written the book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, from $0 to $100,000 per month with retail and online arbitrage. But about the first half to 60% of the book is on the first starting phases of your business, going from $0 to $10,000, and just how to learn how to source products. And we've actually had over 1,000 different success stories come from the content in the book, as well as my course. And you can find all the information for that at askjimmysmith.com. You can also see all the success stories, or at least over 500 of those 1,000 at askjimmysmith.com/success. But the passion project of mine over the last year has been truly focusing in on helping people to scale their businesses, which is why I'm excited to talk about prep centers today. But is to be able to scale their businesses. And so I did a program a while back, about 6 months ago at the time of this recording, called the Advanced Replens Mastermind. And it was a mastermind of 30 different sellers that are all doing over $10,000 per month. And I'm actually doing another mastermind on that, where I give away over 60 of our standard operating procedures. It's a 10-week program, meetings at least twice a week, where we are very intensive on how to scale your business from $10,000 and beyond with the replens and or wholesale Amazon models. So if you are interested in that and applying to be a part of that, please head over to advancedreplensmastermind.com. That's advanced replens with an S, mastermind.com. And you can put in an application there, and I'll make sure to have somebody on the team reach out to you. It is something I plan and hope to do on an ongoing basis. And so depending on when you see this, then it may be a waiting list for the next round, but I just wanted to put that out there for this video. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the question. And so the question that was left, first and foremost, what are the pros and cons of using a prep center in your Amazon FBA or merchant fulfilled business, whether it's replens, arbitrage, wholesale, private label, anything? So I'm going to start off with the pros. So the 6 pros that I came up with, and again, there can be plenty more for pros and plenty more for cons, but I don't want to overload you with everything. The first one is that obviously with a prep center, it is outsourceable, which I don't even know is a word, but it's outsourceable and it's easily scalable. So I combine that into one. You can easily outsource the task of prep and ship, and you can easily or more easily scale the business because you don't have to worry about training, employees, procedures, etc. They already have all of those procedures set in stone in their business, and they're already used to working with clients. So you can basically add on that service into your business with systems that they already have in their business to help you to scale the business much quicker because you're using somebody else to do the prep and ship. The second pro is that there are typically set fees that you can build into the profitability analysis whenever you're sourcing for either arbitrage, wholesale, or even private label. You can build those fees in. There's not a ton of variables, like maybe an employee's going slower one day if you had your own warehouse, or maybe there's different things that can go wrong. Either way, with a prep center, if it costs $1 per unit, that's how much it's going to cost you. Now, there are caveats, and this is actually a con I'll get to in a minute, but there are some caveats with the pricing, that there are other variables, but you typically know what those are. Like bubble wrap can cost more money, or a poly bag can cost more money, or a certain size box can cost more money, but you know that up front, so you can build that into the cost. That is still somewhat of a pro on the pro column for using prep centers. The third one is that it is typically a simple and easy process. Now, the first time you do an order with somebody or with a prep center, it might be a little bit cumbersome trying to figure out their processes and their procedures. But once you get used to it, it is a fairly simple process. You know the address to send stuff to, you know the costs that it's going to cost you to prep those items, and you just follow that procedure each time. Again, very simple and easy to follow. I know plenty of people that have completely outsourced all the prep and ship of their business. They can do this from anywhere in the world. They can do their online arbitrage, their wholesale, their private label from anywhere because they have a prep center doing all of this, because it is so simple and easy with many of the prep centers that are out there. And again, not all prep centers are alike, so there might be some bad ones, but for the most part, they're going to have very good processes for you to follow. The fourth pro is that there are no employees for you to manage, at least for the prep and ship side of things. Now, you could hire virtual assistants or employees to shop for your business, but ultimately for prep and ship, you don't have to deal with employees to manage. And that can be a very big headache. While I love the employees that we have, it can be very difficult to deal with schedules, to deal with any kind of interpersonal conflicts, to deal with people getting sick, or maybe they want to take a vacation, and then that sets you back. Obviously, they're entitled to take a vacation, but that can set back a business. Whereas if you're using a service and they have their own employees, they've got their procedures, you don't have to manage those people. You don't have to deal with the communication or any conflicts or hiring people or firing people or any of the human resources side of things. You can just completely offload that to the service side of that business, the service business that you'd be using. The fifth pro for using a prep center is that they can accept pallets much easier. Now, yes, you could rent a warehouse, but many, especially newer arbitrage or wholesale sellers, might not want to get a warehouse just yet, or a storage unit or whatever. And even some of the warehouses that you get may not have the ability to accept pallets. They might not have a dock where a truck can go up to. And so if that's the case, then you need to get a truck from the company that's shipping it to you that has a lift gate so it can drop it down, or you need a forklift so that you can get the products out of their truck. So with this service, with using a prep center, and if you ever get pallets, you don't need to worry about the fact that they can't accept pallets in most cases. I guess I shouldn't blatantly say that, because there may be a prep center or two out there that can't accept pallets, but they should be able to, because most of them focus on wholesale and private label. So that makes it much easier for you to expand the business into bigger suppliers, into doing private label, into doing wholesale, because you've got the ability to buy a bigger amount in bulk. So then the sixth and final pro that I have listed here anyway for this video, and please in the comment section, please let me know other pros, other cons that you can think of, because that would be great. And maybe if I get enough of them, I'll just use your comments and make another video so that it can be more encompassing. But the sixth and final pro for using a prep center is that you don't need to buy or lease a warehouse. And I know I just mentioned warehouses, but this can become a pain depending on where you're at. You know, if you're in a rural town, and I know somebody that was in a rural town that was only paying like $400 a month for this massive warehouse because nobody else was going to use it. And so they got a pretty good deal. But if you're in New York or you're in California somewhere, your lease deal might be ridiculous to worry about. Where we're at in St. Louis, we got very lucky. Typically, you would be dealing with a triple net lease where you've got to pay for your portion of expenses on the roof or anything that goes wrong. We got lucky that it's a single net lease. All we have to worry about are our utilities, and we have to worry about paying rent. If something breaks in the warehouse, we aren't responsible for our portion of that warehouse, because as long as we didn't break it, right? If we broke it, then we would be responsible for it. But if like the roof starts to leak, we don't have to pay our portion of the roof. Whereas with a triple net lease, you do. Also, if you're in a bigger town, many times they're going to require 2 to 3 year lease agreements. Whereas if you're in a smaller town, maybe it'll be year to year or month by month, depending on where you're at. But that can be kind of a headache depending on where you're at. So by utilizing a prep center, you can have the ability to not have to deal with any of that warehouse stuff. You don't have to set up new internet. You don't have to set up trash service. You don't have to set up electric and Wi-Fi, or I guess I said internet, but all these other utilities that go into it. And you also don't have to worry about something leaking into your warehouse that you then have to shut down operations while those leaks are getting fixed. So all of that to say that is another pro, that you don't have to deal with the cumbersome nature of getting a warehouse, getting employees, trying to figure out all the systems and templates and processes and all of that. Now, that is again why I'm doing the Advanced Replens Mastermind, because we have a warehouse and I help people to build their systems and processes. And I give them the ones that we have for the warehouse, as well as teach them on how to do them if they're using a prep center or something else. So that is one reason that I talked about that at advancedreplensmastermind.com. But let's go into the cons of using a prep center, because there are 6 cons that I have. Using a prep center isn't all, easy breezy, so to speak. And so the first con that I have is that online arbitrage orders can get canceled very easily at a prep center. Some of them they won't for whatever reason, but many of them they will get canceled because depending on the store you're buying from, they can see that prep center gets ordered to constantly. And if that store does not like people doing what we do from an arbitrage standpoint, they can cancel the orders because they don't want sellers to sell these products. Typically, you'd see this with Target or other retailers that don't like online arbitrage sellers to be buying stuff from them. And so that can be a big issue. And I know there are a lot of international sellers that sell on Amazon and have been successful through my courses and book and whatnot, but they have this as an issue, that there are certain online stores that they can't shop at because they have issues with orders getting canceled at the prep center that they decide to use. So if ultimately you can work around it, you can find other suppliers, you can potentially find a prep center that doesn't have that issue. Some prep centers actually have workarounds for it, which I don't know what they all are, but some of them do have workarounds for it that they can tell you. But ultimately that can be a pretty big con if you're doing only online arbitrage, that those orders can get canceled. The second con is that the cost is typically higher per unit than if you're using your own warehouse and employees. For instance, it might cost us 40 cents per item on a specific item for prepping at our warehouse, whereas at a prep center, it might be $1 per unit. And so that can eat up a lot of the costs. But again, we have to deal with the headaches of a warehouse and managing employees and all of the things that come with that. So it's kind of a trade-off in my opinion, but it is still a con that the cost is higher per unit. And so typically that means that's going to eliminate some of the products that you can sell, because the profitability is going to be much lower for you if you're using a prep center than it would be potentially for me when we're using our own warehouse and employees. The third con is that some prep centers are just bad. And I hate to say that, but based on my experience, based on the experiences of other people, there are just some prep centers that are no good. They're not good at communicating. They're not good with online arbitrage or retail arbitrage. They're not very good at accepting certain orders. Sometimes they won't listen and they'll just send out products right away instead of holding them for a bigger shipment. So that's just a risk you run with any service that you pay for, is that service provider may just be bad. The good news is you can switch to another one if you wanted to, but you run the risk that if you select one that's no good, then you're going to have to deal with those problems and those headaches. And we've had that experience in the past for ourselves as well, because we have used prep centers in the past in our business multiple times, actually, even with the warehouse that we have. The fourth one is that some prep centers don't do arbitrage items. So if you're trying to do online arbitrage, or you're looking for a local one for retail arbitrage drop-offs, there are many prep centers that will not do arbitrage at all. But again, the good news is you can find another one that potentially can. The other issue, though, if you do use a prep center with arbitrage, if there's expiration issues, or if something comes damaged, and there's other, potentially returns that you have to deal with because the product arrived damaged, that ultimately can add up in additional fees for you to have your prep center deal with those things. But it just depends on the prep center and how they handle the arbitrage products. The fifth con that I have is that there's less control over when your items go out. So some prep centers will allow you to select, hey, I want all my items to be sent today. So they're going to store them until you tell them to ship them. But many prep centers will ship upon receipt, and they will just ship as many things as they come in. They'll ship them out immediately because they're trying to hit a turnaround of 24 to 48 hours in many cases. But if, employees are sick and things happen, or they're just super backlogged, you can't control when things get out because you don't have your employees on them. And so with the prep center, if they are backlogged in Q4 at any other time, maybe it takes 72 hours, maybe it takes a whole week for things to get out because they are overwhelmed, and you have no control over that. And so that is an unfortunate piece of working with a prep center, is that you do lose a little bit of that control, actually quite a bit of that control over when your items can go out. And then the sixth and final con that I have for this video anyway, again, leave a comment if you've got some more, but is that there are additional fees for everything. There's additional fees for everything with some prep centers. And I give that caveat because there are some prep centers that are very easy to work with. It's just, hey, this is the flat fee for this is the flat fee for that, and that's it. There are some prep centers that'll say, this is the fee to prep, but then there's a bubble wrap fee, and then there's a poly bag fee, and then there's a sticker fee, and then there's a box fee. And then there's a bundling fee, and then there's a multi-pack fee, and then there's all these different things. And you'll see that some of honestly, the biggest prep centers typically have all those little fees because they have more operations and just more business that they have to deal with. And so having those fees makes sense for their business, but they're also more professional and typically a little bit quicker. But it is hard for you then to figure out, at least quickly, how much it's going to cost you for prep on your specific items, because you don't know until the items show up. Maybe you can't tell on an OA online arbitrage order if something is glass versus if something is plastic. It can be difficult sometimes. And so that could be an issue. You send something thinking it's plastic, but then you find out it's got bubble wrap and it's a 5-pack instead of a 5-pack of plastic. And so that adds an extra $1.50 to your prep cost that you weren't expecting. And so that can become an issue. Also, additional fees for returns for damaged items. If you want your items from Amazon to be returned to your prep center, sometimes there will be fees for that. Storage fees, that kind of stuff. All of that can add up. So I highly recommend checking out recommended prep centers. And I'll give you that resource here towards the end, where I recommend going to find a list of vetted prep centers that have been highly vetted by a team that I trust. But so those are the 6 pros and the 6 cons for using a prep center. One of the other questions in that initial question on the YouTube video was, have I used a prep center in the past, or do I currently use one? Now, currently we do not use one. We've got our warehouse, and we've had our warehouse for a few years at this point, and we'll continue to have our warehouse because we enjoy it. We've got a good process. It's good from a pricing standpoint, et cetera. But we have used prep centers in the past. The first time was before we ever had a warehouse. And that prep center was good for a while, but then they had some issues with checking our products, and they sent in a bunch of broken products and charged us extra for that, for receiving them back, even though it was their fault. And so we had that issue, and we stopped using them because it was just a bad experience. And they're still in operation today, and I'm not going to say who they are, but ultimately, they're a great prep center. I'm sure that they've fixed those issues, but for us, we had a bad experience. So we stopped using one and decided to do a warehouse. Now, we also used one in the height of 2019 when the virus was out. and everything was shut down and Amazon was exploding. Well, we decided to use a prep center because we were too full in our warehouse. So we used the prep center as kind of an overflow, and they were able to prep things for us, FBA, as well as a lot of fulfilled by merchant things, because canned goods at the time were doing very well in May of 2019. And so we decided to, to send those products to the prep center, and they fulfilled them for us. And it was a very good experience. We don't need them anymore as the business came back to normal levels, over $100,000 per month. And that was the last time that we used a prep center in that capacity. So that was our experience. One very good, one a little bit more poor. Actually, the prep center I'm talking about that we just used that was very good is actually no longer in existence. The owner moved, and that was perfectly fine. But they did an excellent job, and I would highly recommend them if they were still around. But in terms of where I recommend checking out to get a prep center. So there is a list of vetted and checked out prep centers, both actually in the United States and international prep centers. So there's Canada ones. I believe there's an Australia one. There might be ones in the UK as well. If you go to prepcenternetwork.com, that's prepcenternetwork.com. There's a list of vetted and approved prep centers by Jim Cockrum and the My Silent Team community, which that my course goes through, and the Proven Amazon course, et cetera, all goes through them. So I highly recommend that list. Additionally, there is one other question that I wanted to make sure that I answered from the commenter who left the question on the video, which was, what about using a prep center for a subset of your items versus being all or nothing? And I kind of explained our experience with that. So we did use a prep center all or nothing at one point and decided that was not going to work out. But that's not because of the model. It was just because of the prep center at the time. But ultimately, I do like having a prep center as a backup for anything that, maybe you run out of space at your house or run out of space at your warehouse. It's good to be set up with a prep center no matter what. So I would probably reach out to a prep center, make some plans, get integrated into their system. And so that way you can test out how it works, see if you like using the prep center. And then maybe one day you're going to come a time where you're like, hey, this house of mine or this warehouse of ours is it's too full and we need to use a prep center. We're already set up with prep center A, and we're going to send these things to that prep center. Or maybe you send specific suppliers to a prep center, right? But you send other suppliers to your house because they don't like to send to a prep center, if that makes sense. Maybe, like, for instance, I mentioned Target. Target doesn't like to send to prep centers because they don't like resellers on their products. Well, instead of sending your items from Target to the prep center, you send those to your house, you prep and ship those, you send everything else to the prep center, right? Or maybe you do fulfilled by merchant at your house and all the FBA goes through the prep center, or vice versa. Or maybe you do all of your retail arbitrage stuff, you prep yourself, and then you send all of your online arbitrage stuff to a prep center, or wholesale just to the prep center, private label just to the prep center, et cetera. So I do think that it's actually a great idea to not have all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak, by having to do all of your own prep, or by having to send all of your stuff to one prep center. Even if you love one prep center, I highly recommend having 2 or 3 prep centers in case that one prep center goes bad, that one prep center is full, that one prep center goes out of business, and you have other ones that you can pivot to. So check out prepcenternetwork.com for the list of vetted and approved prep centers. Very great prep centers on there, and I highly recommend checking that out. Additionally, if you're interested in any of the information that I said about scaling your business past $10,000 a month, so if you're already at $10,000 a month on your Amazon business and you're looking to grow that with systems and procedures over a 10-week time period, we form masterminds for everybody that go farther than just those 10 weeks, then please head over to advancedreplensmastermind.com. And also check out my website, askjimmysmith.com, if you're interested in the course or the book, or even all of those success stories. All of the links are below in the description, so you can check those out at your leisure. If you're selling on Amazon or shipping products at all, knowing about this one tip, specifically dimensional weight, could save you a fortune on your Amazon FBA shipments and even other shipments that you're sending for Merchant Fulfilled and other platforms. So we have a ton of stuff to really unpack unpack today. And ultimately, this might just make the difference between maximizing your profit and overspending in your Amazon FBA business. Now, I actually have a tool that I'm going to be going through a little bit later on how to use it, why it's important. You can actually get that for free at my website at askjimmysmith.com/FBA shipping. See the link below and in the description. But ultimately, this tool is going to make sure that you aren't overspending on your FBA shipping boxes. And I'm going to discuss how this tool works as a free download and spreadsheet for you to just easily implement into your shipments today. So if you've ever wondered why your shipping costs on Amazon are super high on some of your shipments, in many cases, it just comes down to something known as dimensional weight. And so what we're going to do is dive deep into this concept, which can be a game changer for your bottom line. But before we do dive in, let me remind you of our contest. You could actually win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, and get access to the free course and audiobook that comes with it. So to participate, simply leave a comment down below and ensure that you've hit the notification bell and subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss out when we announce the lucky winner in our next video. Also, if you're interested in joining or applying to join an advanced community of e-commerce entrepreneurs to learn and grow and scale your business, check out the Business Building Legends community that I own and operate at askjimmysmith.com/legends. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. What exactly is dimensional weight? Now, don't let that term scare you off. It's not as complicated as it might sound. Dimensional weight, which you might also hear being called volumetric weight, is a pricing technique that's utilized by every shipping carrier, at least as far as I know, it's every shipping carrier. So the idea is that the cost to ship a package shouldn't solely be about how much it weighs, but also about how much space that it occupies. So the carriers aren't just considering the actual weight of your package, they're also paying attention to its volumetric or dimensional weight as well. So imagine you have a huge box filled with styrofoam peanuts, which isn't allowed on Amazon, but just stay with me here. Sure, it is extremely light, but it's also taking up a lot of space on a delivery truck. So it's a massive box with something very light inside. Now imagine another box that is very small, but it's packed to the brim with lead. It's small and it's fairly heavy though in terms of weight. Well, it wouldn't make sense for that massive but light package to be cheaper to ship just because it's super lightweight, right? That's precisely where dimensional weight comes into the equation. So understanding the dimensional weight can make a world of difference in your Amazon FBA business, especially when it comes to managing your shipping costs and maximizing your profits, because you may have a bunch of lightweight products in a big box, but due to the dimensional weight of the box, you could be overspending on the shipping charges. So the key is to get the actual weight of the box to the dimensional weight minimum or higher, so you are truly paying for the weight you are shipping. We're going to be looking at this example for that free sheet in a little bit that I mentioned at the top of the video. But before we get to that, let's take a look at this article by carbon6.io on Amazon's dimensional weight pricing. Okay, so as you can see, I've pulled up this article on dimensional weight pricing. There's table of contents and everything. We'll make sure to link this down below in the description if you'd like to read the whole thing. But it talks about what is Amazon's dimensional weight pricing. And here we can see that dimensional weight pricing is a method used by Amazon to determine the cost of shipping a package based on its size and weight. This pricing method takes into account the amount of space a package takes up on a truck or plane rather than just its actual weight. If you actually want to know the formula for this, by the way, here it is. The formula used to calculate dimensional weight is typically the length by the width by the height of the box in inches divided by a dimensional weight divisor. So in Amazon's case, that divisor is 139, which is the most common within the US shipping industry standard. It is 5,000 for calculating the dimensional weight of packages shipped across the UK and Europe. But since this video is specifically geared towards Amazon FBA sellers in the US, same with the tracker or the calculator sheet I'll show you in a minute, all of this is for US sellers. But this is the divisor that Amazon uses, 139, currently as of the time of this recording in July of 2023. Now, other shipping carriers use larger or smaller numbers. I believe they're almost all larger numbers, but Amazon uses the most common one within the US shipping industry, and therefore currently we're doing shipments through UPS. That's the partnered carrier with Amazon at this point. So this is how UPS also calculates these things for Amazon shipments. So the resulting number is then compared to the actual weight of the package, and the greater of the two values is used as the package's billable weight for shipping purposes. So simply put, if a package is large but relatively light, it would have a higher dimensional weight than the actual weight. So the dimensional weight would be used as the billable weight. So for example, if I'm going to be talking about this just pure example's sake, let's say you have a box that has a 25-pound dimensional weight, but you are shipping in the actual weight of 15 pounds. In that case, Amazon is going to charge you for 25 pounds because the box is so large that they are using the dimensional weight instead of the actual weight. However, if you have a box that is 25 pounds of dimensional weight and you are shipping in 40 pounds, then Amazon's going to use the 40-pound number. So you're actually getting charged for every pound that you're putting in. You aren't getting charged more because you put in a light amount of weight. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, you want to be at the dimensional weight or higher to be maximizing the value of your shipments, and that's where this calculator will come into play. Now, in addition to the FBA shipments, we aren't going to get into this too much, but dimensional weight is also being used across its entire catalog, across Amazon's entire catalog, excluding apparel, and that's as of 2022. And it's used to calculate the fulfillment fees for large standard size SKUs, as well as small, medium, and large oversized SKUs. And it applies to multi-channel fulfillment and small and light, which that program is going away in August of 2023. Ultimately, though, we are talking about this from a FBA shipment perspective. So you can kind of ignore some of this. If you really want to dive deep into how this all plays out, you can go look at Amazon's information, their terms of service, etc. Here's two big issues that Carbon 6 says for dimensional weight pricing causes Amazon sellers, and one is the increased shipping costs, which that's what we're discussing today. So here, think of it as a ton of feathers versus a ton of steel. They both weigh the same, but because feathers are less dense than steel, the feathers could take up more room and resources. So the feathers might be 10 times the size of a box as the steel. And so the feathers, even though they weigh the same, might cost way more to ship than the steel in that particular example. And so we're going to have the calculator here in a second. And this is kind of how the dimensional weight calculation plays out in case you are curious of doing this calculation yourself. All right, now let's get into this free calculator that I actually got from a friend of mine named Travis Hettenbach. He actually owns a prep center called ICT Prep and Ship. If you're interested in a prep and ship company, you can email him at travis@ictrealinvestments.com. The information is below and in the description for his email address if you're looking for a prep center. Now, if you'd like to get a copy of the sheet that we're going to go through, you can head over to askjimmysmith.com/FBA shipping. Again, link is below and in the description. So let's go ahead and pull up the calculator sheet. All right, so here's the sheet. You can see that this is just an example where you can actually start storing boxes. So if you have a miscellaneous box that you always use that is this length, width, and height, it will calculate the dimensional weight for you. We've got ones for like Lowe's medium, Lowe's small. You can store your boxes over here. And if you wanted to add more rows, you could just simply add these things or bring them down, and it will calculate these things out for you. So if I were to put in 12 by 12 by 12, it will calculate that that is a 13-pound dimensional weight box, and you could put in the information here if you want to. Now this link won't be on the download whenever you get it. This is just for the purposes of the video if anybody's interested, but that is how this works. You start to store which boxes, so that way you don't have to enter in and use the calculator every time. You know that a Lowe's medium that's this size, for example, has 38 pounds of dimensional weight. That is your goal weight for your shipments. You're trying to get, any time that you use this box, you're trying to get the weight to 38 pounds or higher. Because if it's at 30 pounds, then you're paying for 8 pounds more than you should be based off its dimensional weight for that example. So this is a very good tool to just quickly know, but even post these common box sizes in your warehouse, at your prep center, whatever you're using, post that near a computer so that people know when they're packing boxes where they need to get them to from a weight perspective. Now here is a simple calculator if you're just curious On the dimensional weight, it only has space for 7 boxes at this point. If you know Excel, you could probably extend this out a little bit more. But ultimately, if you were putting in box sizes that were 18 by 18 by 16, here's the dimensional weight. And 24 by 18 by 24, here's the dimensional weight of 75. So these are important things to know because Amazon only allows up to 50 pounds in a typical shipment, unless there's reasons that it should be over 50 pounds, which are very few and far between. But for the majority of people watching this, this is an important thing to know, because if you're shipping a box that has a dimensional weight of 75, that means that even if you packed this thing to 45 pounds, you are paying for 75 pounds instead of 45 based off of its dimensions. So if you have a 50 cents per pound shipping rate on average, that means that those 30 pounds are going to cost you another $15 to ship that particular box in this shipment. So it's very good to know. And so let's say we did 45, and here we did 40 pounds. So we got over there, and then here we did 45, and then we did another 45, and then we did a 25, and then a 20. Well, you can see that you've got 245 pounds of actual weight, but the billable weight that Amazon will charge you is 428 pounds. So if I were to just do the calculator at a 40 cents per pound rate, that means you're going to get charged $171 instead of 245 times, instead of $98. So this thing, if you are able to see this up front and start planning for this, then you know, okay, well, how can I get this box from 100 down to something that is at 45 or below? Even if you use this miscellaneous box of 22, 17, 17, if you were to change this to that 22 by 17 by 17, then you know that you're only 1 pound off. So that makes that a little bit easier, right? So this is a very important calculator, because depending on how much your average cost per pound to ship into Amazon is, this makes a huge difference. Ultimately, as you move forward, you want to get it as close to the billable weight as possible. So let's say all of the dimensions here are 38 dimensional weight is 38 pounds. Well, if you can change all of your boxes to be this size, then you are only shipping, or you're shipping in 245 pounds of weight, and you're here getting charged for 289. It's much lower, right? So it can really help you to make a big difference. Now, if you could then maybe move some things around and say that you're now at 45 and 45, just for example, then you're going to see, let's move this one too. You're going to see that now the actual weight and the billable weight match, because you are greater than the dimensional weight on each of those things. Hopefully this makes sense. The idea is you want to make sure that the dimensional weight is equal to or less than your actual weight of a box that you are shipping as much as possible. Get them as close as you possibly can. And you can start to store your boxes over here and measure the ones that you're used to using. Measure them from the outside, because technically on those boxes, if you get them from Lowe's or Walmart, they're going to have it on the inside, the measurements. So if it says 16 by 16 by 17, that's the inside measurements, not the outside measurements. So keep that in mind. You're going to need to build a box and measure it from the outside to make sure that you have the right length, width, and height for building in these box prices. So there you have it. I hope that this clarifies the importance of knowing shipping weights for the boxes that you are sending into Amazon FBA. In today's video, we're going to be discussing how to save money on your Amazon FBA shipments, and really on any e-commerce platform, how you can save the most money on your shipments. And there are really a few things that this comes down to. So first, the biggest thing that I have seen from most sellers that they don't know about or aren't aware about is dimensional weight. And so we're going to talk about how dimensional weight affects your business. Now, the second thing is also your prep and ship supplies. You may be wasting money through buying very expensive supplies that aren't providing much more value than some cheaper options, but you also may be wasting time by spending as little as possible on prep and ship supplies that break or that cause you a lot more headaches than they're worth. And so we're going to discuss those two main things here. Now, the first one is dimensional weight. I've done a full video on how you can save by knowing more about the dimensional weight of of your shipments. Essentially, the way that Amazon and most shipping carriers actually work is based off dimensional weight and not off the actual weight of the products that you're shipping. So if you have a huge box and it's filled with styrofoam peanuts, for instance, this box is massive and it probably weighs a few pounds because these styrofoam peanuts are very light. Now, if you were to ship that, whether it's Amazon or UPS or some other shipping carrier, they're going to charge you based off the size of that product. You may be getting charged for 50 pounds, even though it is filled with packing peanuts or feathers or something very light. And so the dimensional weight of the shipments that you're sending into Amazon or into Walmart fulfillment services or just in your own merchant fulfilled items, that dimensional weight makes a huge difference. And so it's very important to pack your items in your shipments in a way that reduces the dimensional weight. The goal is to get the weight of your shipment to be higher than the dimensional weight that your box that you're shipping things in actually provides. And so if you're doing these shipments to Amazon, having a calculator to help you with that is going to save you tons of money. If you typically are seeing a 50 cents per pound shipping rate and this box is being charged at 40 pounds instead of the 20 pounds that's the actual weight, you're getting charged an extra $10 for that box, which would be the 20 extra pounds times 50 cents. That's $10 extra for that box than what you would have to if you got the dimensional weight down to 20 or less, which would be lower than your actual weight. So this is very important. I know this may be sounding confusing, but I do have a free calculator that I recommend that you check out at my website. It's at askjimmysmith.com/FBA shipping. When you go there, you just fill out the form and it'll send you this calculator that'll show you all of the information that you need to be able to save money on the dimensional weight of your shipments. You can use this for your FBM shipments. You can use this for FBA shipments. You can use this for Walmart fulfillment services. You can even use this if you're trying to send something to your cousin across the country. This will help save you money if you can get your dimensional weight down. There's some tools that can help with this, such as a box cutter, or you can just have a bunch of different box sizes that you know what the dimensional weight's going to be, and you can start filling up those boxes based off of the dimensional weight that you know. And so if for some reason you've got a bunch of light products, trying to get that in as small of a box as possible is going to help you more than if you've got some heavy products and you can fill those up in the boxes that have a higher dimensional weight. Now this brings me to the second point, which are your prep and ship supplies. Now there are a bunch of prep and ship supplies companies that exist out there, and there's one that I personally recommend. Ultimately, if you are getting your prep and ship supplies, you may see things like poly bags that are very cheap, whether it's on Amazon or another website. And those cheap poly bags may save you some money up front. They may save you a few pennies per poly bag, but what you're getting from that are poly bags that will rip really easily, or you're getting ones that when they get to Amazon, they start to rip and tear and become a problem with your actual customer fulfillment, losing you more money than what you're spending on the poly bags or saving on the poly bags. Additionally, if these poly bags that you're getting are adding extra steps to your shipping process, such as there isn't a ready to ship label already on the bag, or the product's glue doesn't hold strong enough on the bag and they keep ripping open. If you have these issues that are causing extra time delays in your shipments, then you're going to be slowing down your process, which is costing you more money. And so I recommend that you check out some more premier poly bags. Now, there's poly bags that I like to see and that people have used in the community from I Love Supplies. I Love Supplies is an excellent company. They are premier high quality poly bags. They do cost the most. The ones that I'm currently recommending is based off of a company that I helped to start actually, and it's called Supply Legends at supplylegends.com. So Supply Legends is going to be a little bit cheaper than some of the most expensive poly bags that exist out there. However, they are still very strong. They still have ready to ship labels right on them, so you don't have to put that label on your poly bag whenever you're doing your shipments. And sorry, my camera is not able to zoom in on this since it's clear. It also follows all of Amazon's compliance, and you can save money just by using Supply Legends. Now, if you're in the Business Building Legends community that I serve in and that I also run, they get exclusive discounts to being able to use these poly bags, and so they're saving a bunch of extra money. But ultimately, these bags are still very strong. They hold very well. So let me show you a quick example. Once I take this off and we get the little strip off of there, put this into the poly bag. These are permanent seal, and so they don't easily come off whenever you're pulling on them unless you're really trying to open these things. So they're very strong poly bags. that don't easily open, which is very important for your shipments. And so I highly recommend checking out supplylegends.com. Again, if you're in Business Building Legends, which you can apply for in the links in the description, you get an additional percentage off just for being in that community. But if you are not in it, you can still save some money with very high quality poly bags, and that will help you to be able to speed up your shipment time while also saving a little bit of money from some of the much more expensive providers that exist out there. Plus, based in the US, shipping straight from US distribution facility. And so I'm really excited to be able to bring this to you on the channel. Now, if you have any questions, please post them in the comments down below. One thing that I do want to give you is like a pro tip. If you're dealing with poly bags, whether it's from the cheap suppliers or the really premier ones, or, you know, some of the ones in between, you can actually deal with some of these little strips. If you just put down a piece of tape on your workstation, you can just have that there. And whenever you're taking off the strip, you can put it onto that piece of tape and it will stick and not be on your hands anymore. I know sometimes people have issues with them being stuck on their fingers and they can't get them off. And so I just want you to be aware that that's a very easy hack. Put down a piece of tape, take off that little piece of poly bag label here, and you just stick it onto that tape and it will stay there and not be stuck to your fingers. So hopefully this helps you optimize a couple things in your shipments. Ultimately, whenever it comes down to prep and ship with Amazon, you want to look at the dimensional weights of your shipments because that can immediately save you profit in your business. You want to make sure that you've got high quality products that don't cost a ton of money, so you can save some money on the products financially, but you also have high quality so they aren't tearing, they aren't adding complexities to your business. And you also want to make sure that you are setting up as much as you can to be as efficient as possible with little things like having tape that then you can put these strips onto so that it speeds up your prep and ship process. If you're an Amazon seller that does fulfilled by merchant shipments or is looking to do fulfilled by merchant shipments, then this video is very important because Amazon is changing their rules and requirements that could affect your account health starting on September 25th, 2024. Now, if you're watching this video after that date, you still should be watching this to make sure that you have your shipping settings set up properly to protect your account as much as possible inside of Amazon Seller Central, because ultimately this is something that is a new policy that will be retroactive, affecting people that had these issues prior to September 25th, 2024, but it's also going to be proactive because these changes will be around for the long haul. And so ultimately this is something that can affect not only your shipping settings inside of your Seller Central account, but it can also affect your account health and your account itself if you don't follow these rules and ultimately fall below a set metric that Amazon has for on-time delivery rate. Let's get into it. This is going to be a detailed video on a lot of stuff inside the Amazon Seller Central terms of service for fulfilled by merchant settings. Ultimately, I don't do a lot of fulfilled by merchant myself in my business. I do all FBA at this point. I have done fulfilled by merchant in the past. Now, this is a topic that actually came up in my private community called the Business Building Legends community, where I was discussing with a bunch of sellers on a mastermind call, and Bradley Leitner, one of the members of the community, brought this up to all of us that this is going to be a huge change. And it was something that I didn't even hear, even though I keep up to date on all of this news. And so once I found out from this, I got his permission to share his name in this video because I'm so thankful that he brought it up, because I think it's going to be a huge problem for a lot of sellers that needs to be addressed right now before September 25th, 2024, and even after the fact, because it will be a retroactive policy that may not actually be turned on into your account. And if you're interested in checking out the Business Building Legends community that I have, you can check that out at askjimmysmith.com/legends. And ultimately, this is a community for motivated and advanced sellers that deal with these types of things and help one another along the way as they're growing and scaling their Amazon, Walmart, eBay, and other online businesses. Now, let's go ahead and get into the policy. So as you can see here, we're on Amazon's page for frequently asked questions about on-time delivery rate. This is what is changing, is how Amazon will be penalizing sellers for on-time delivery rate and how you can get on-time delivery rate protection by following just a few simple rules. And you can see here, what is Amazon's policy for on-time delivery without promise extensions? There's a lot of words there. Essentially, on-time delivery, for anybody that's brand new, is whenever you have a delivery promise for when a product will be getting to a customer through fulfilled by merchant, whenever you're the one fulfilling the shipment to one of your customers, that product needs to be delivered on time. If you say that there is a handling time of you getting the order, you putting it into a package, you sending it out to the customer, that handling time is 1 day, and then you have 2 days for that delivery to make it there, then there's 3 days for that product to be on time delivery. Now, if that product also has a promise extension, sometimes Amazon will apply a 1-day extension for whatever reason, if that is on there, then it will still show up as on time from the customer's perspective. But from Amazon's perspective, we're talking about an on-time delivery without those promise extensions. Okay, so this is a very specific rule here that we're discussing. Effective September 25th, 2024, you must maintain a minimum of 90% on-time delivery rate without promise extensions to have seller fulfilled products listed on Amazon.com. An on-time delivery rate below 90% can result in restriction of your ability to have seller fulfilled products listed. For a great customer experience, we recommend that you maintain a 95% or greater on-time delivery rate for all seller fulfilled orders. This does say if it's below 90%, you can get your ability to have seller fulfilled products listed removed. I've also seen people have issues with their account if it ever falls below this, because ultimately this is something that can affect your whole account if you aren't meeting those delivery promises. But what's great is Amazon does typically have on-time delivery rate protection, but now they're adding in additional rules that you need to be aware of. So here is what is changing. Our updated policy requires a minimum 90% on-time delivery rate without promise extensions to have seller fulfilled products listed on Amazon.com. If it's below 90%, it can result in restriction of your ability to have seller fulfilled products listed. To help provide this customer experience, we recommend the 95% or greater OTDR for all seller fulfilled orders. We are also changing the way we measure OTDR to now measure the percentage of your tracked seller fulfilled units that were delivered on or before the seller promised delivery by date or deliver by date prior to promise extensions being added. So tracking this other metric here. Before this change on September 25th, 2024, the on-time delivery rate was measured after promise extensions were added. And so basically, if you got that additional day, as I was describing earlier, then Amazon would take that into consideration and you would still get, even if it took 1 day longer than what you had initially expected it to do, because that extension was added onto it. Now they are removing the promise extensions. They're starting to track what your deliver by date is prior to the promise extensions. So the promise extensions are additional days that we may add to the delivery date to account for logistical factors that may delay a delivery, such as extreme weather, transportation network constraints, or recent history of a seller delivering shipments after their set delivery date. This policy does not apply to offers using FBA because sellers are not responsible for on-time delivery promises for FBA orders. So essentially, they're getting more stringent rules. They're starting to track now if there is a delay in a shipping carrier, like something gets lost for a day and then it shows up a day late, that's going to be something that you are penalized for because you're not meeting the on-time delivery rate without the promise extension. So there are a few things that you can do to protect yourself from this, and so that's why I'm making this video. But ultimately, you need to make sure that you have these new settings turned on, because that's what's going to protect you as we get into the Q4 season or busy seasons, or maybe just a shipping carrier is running late on some products. Then ultimately, you will have some more protection. Now, here's what happens if the OTDR, the on-time delivery rate, falls below 90% minimum requirement. This can result in restriction of your ability to have seller fulfilled products listed. If that happens, we'll notify you of the policy violation, and you can appeal this by submitting the appeal at the top of your account health dashboard to request reinstatement of your capabilities to list seller fulfilled products. Now you have 72 hours, or the request will be reviewed within 72 hours, and it should include all of this information, issues that led to that, actions you'll take, steps that you've taken to prevent future issues. And then on subsequent policy violations, if the OTDR is still below 90%, you can appeal by clicking submit appeal at the top of your account health dashboard. And so this is how you would get reinstated. Here is the important factors of what is now changing. This is what Amazon wants to see on all of their seller fulfilled customers, or all of their seller fulfilled sellers in their accounts. So sellers on individual selling plans or the professional selling plan, but shipping from outside the US must submit an appeal request indicating how they will improve their OTDR. For professional sellers that ship domestically within the US, they will be required to meet the 90% OTDR requirement by using the following Amazon free-to-use fulfillment and shipping tools for their seller fulfilled orders for the next 180 days. Now, this is for reinstatement. And so if you do get your shipping count suspended or restricted for these seller fulfilled shipments, then you can appeal and say that you're going to turn these things on. But you also want to make sure that you're turning these things on proactively. So one is the shipping settings automation, which we're going to go through that. This sets accurate delivery dates through automated transit time calculations of your preferred shipping methods, and automated handling time to set accurate handling times per SKU based on how long it usually takes you to pass each SKU to the carriers. For new SKUs, the default handling time will apply until there are enough shipments for your automated handling time to be calculated. And then Amazon Buy Shipping, to buy shipping labels that use highly reliable shipping methods methods for both professional and individual selling plans. You can use Amazon Buy Shipping through Manage Orders, Shipping API, VCO or VQ, however you say it, or select multiple channel integrators with access to Amazon Buy Shipping. So buying your shipping templates through Amazon is becoming even more important than it already was. And one thing I've always recommended is buying your shipping labels through Amazon, because you get further protections by Amazon if there was an A to Z claim or other issues. That's a separate topic, but this just further reinforces that if you're buying it through an Amazon preferred carrier, then this is going to add more protections if you have these other two things in place: shipping settings automation and automated handling time. Now, here's how the OTDR is calculated. Essentially, they will be considering a 14-day window of time. They pull data from shipments that had a promised delivery date in the last 21 days and exclude the most recent 7 days, as the shipments from those last 7 days may still be in the process of being delivered. So for example, if you had 130 units with a promised delivery date in the last 21 days, and 30 of those has a promised delivery date in the last 7, OTDR will be calculated excluding the 30 units from the last 7 days. So 130 minus 30 equals 100 orders that they're going to be using for this rate. Of those 100 units delivered, if 90 were delivered on or before the promised deliver by date, your OTDR would be 90%. And in that case, that would be at the bare minimum of what Amazon is requiring. The seller's promised deliver by date is calculated using seller set handling and transit times prior to the addition of promise extensions, as I've mentioned multiple times. This date may be different than the delivery date shown to customers if promise extensions were added. So for example, for a seller with a set handling time of 1 day and a set transit time of 2, the promise delivered by date will be in 3 business days. So if an order is received on a Monday, this order would need to be delivered by Thursday. The seller promised deliver by date to be considered delivered on time. However, if 1 day of promise extensions was added to that offer, the promised delivery date the customer saw while purchasing would have been Friday, irrespective of the date shown to the customer. So even if they were shown that it'd be delivered Friday, sellers still must deliver by their set deliver by date on Thursday for the shipment to be considered delivered on time. So even though the customer thinks it's going to be there on Friday, Amazon is saying that because of our shipping settings and our handling time, our deliver by date, all of that, they're going to be basing their decisions of the on-time delivery rate on what we have set inside of our Amazon Seller Central. So if it's there on Friday and the customer sees it as, hey, cool, I got it on time, Amazon's going to see it as it was delivered 1 day late, and that will be affecting your OTDR. Okay. Now, shipped units will be considered as OTDR compliant if either the delivery date occurred on or before the deliver by date shown on Seller Central, or the following 3 conditions were met. This is key. Okay. So you can be compliant with OTDR if you're always on time, right? So if you're always meeting that on-time delivery day without the promise extension, that's fine. That is the one and only thing that really Amazon cares about. However, they do give one other thing that can protect your Amazon selling account and your shipping settings by having these 3 conditions met, which we just discussed up above on the reinstatements, but let's just go through it again. The shipped SKU was assigned to a shipping template with shipping settings automation enabled. Your account has automated handling time enabled, and you bought an OTDR protected shipping label on Amazon Buy Shipping. These 3 things will protect you even if it gets there late, because you have followed Amazon's rules. So that is key, because as we're coming up on, some times of the year with the 4th quarter and just busier shipping times, things will get there late, and it's going to happen probably more often than not because of the crazy amount of shipments that go through the country. So this is something that I highly recommend doing. Even if you don't like it, I think that ultimately it's a good decision to have to protect your account, to protect your ability to do FBM shipments and other things. Now, there are some tools that can help you improve your OTDR and meet those requirements, which we're going to discuss here, these 3 options. Additionally, there's some more examples. And so I'm going to go through that before we go through these 3 options. Scenario A, if a seller did not use all 3 of Amazon's free fulfillment and shipping tools for any of those 15 late deliveries, all 15 of those late deliveries will negatively impact your OTDR. So as a result, their OTDR will be 100 minus 15 divided by 100, it's 85%. So you would fall below Amazon's required 90%. Most likely you would get your shipping removed for the ability to do FBM shipments until you got reinstated. Now, scenario B, if a seller used all 3 of Amazon's free fulfillment and shipping tools for 5 of those 15 late deliveries, only 10 late shipments that were not using Amazon's tools will negatively impact the OTDR. As a result, the OTDR would be 90%. So Amazon is giving leeway. If you used all 3 of these things right here, SSA, automated handling time, and Amazon Buy Shipping, then you will have, if you use that on all of the orders, you would have a 100% on-time delivery rate, even if it showed up a week late, because you used Amazon's free tools, is what they're calling it. They're free fulfillment and shipping tools. Now, can I be exempted if your delivery days are caused by weather or carrier network issues beyond my control? It says sellers must meet the 90% requirement without promise extensions. However, if there's a major disruption event, so something that impacts all sellers shipping to a specific region, Amazon will not count deliveries that are late as a result in your OTDR. Whether a disruption is considered to be a major is a discretionary decision made by Amazon. So you don't want to risk it. That's basically what Amazon's saying. You want to make sure to have these things on. They're basically forcing your hand to either ensure that you have these 3 things on or be able to ship so much that you're seeing a consistent on-time delivery rate. I'm not sure how you would do that. I personally think you should have this on. Now, what changes are you making to handling time and transit time settings? There's just more of a shortened description of everything that we just read above for transit time changes as well as the handling time automation. How can you view this report? Now, again, I don't do OTDR or I don't do any fulfilled by merchant stuff, but if you go into your account health, then you can find the shipping performance account health. This is where you'd find on-time delivery rate. Here's the target, over 90%. I have all NA because, again, I don't do FBM. But as you can see here, it's using a time window of 14 days, a promised delivery date of these days as of the time of this recording. And here is all of the information on-time delivery rate without promise extensions and some other links to the policies if you'd like to see those. So that is where you can find the on-time delivery rate metric and report, just by following these instructions. How do you maintain a healthy OTDR? Again, all of those things that we just discussed. So let's get into some of those. Now, first is the automated handling time. So this is if your account has automated handling time enabled, your handling time and order handling capacity is set automatically based on your historic performance for each SKU. The setting allows customers to see a more accurate delivery date, which is typically shorter and usually results in more sales. More information, you can go on to modify order handling capacity, which I believe I have right here. Essentially, this is just showing how this works. You can actually set a little bit more leeway by giving yourself some order handling capacity. So you could set that you can only handle 100 orders in a day or 50 orders in a day. And so essentially, you can set this capacity based on the number of orders that your business can manage within a day. If you receive additional orders beyond this capacity, then those additional orders will have 1 day automatically added to the handling time. So here's the example. If you set your order handling capacity to 100 orders per day and you have a 1 day default handling time, for those first 100 orders, you'll have 1 day to fulfill them. Now, every order after the first 100, you'll have a handling time of 2 days. 1 day default handling time plus 1 day adjustment for the order handling capacity. So this is really nice if you are limited, you're selling a bunch of stuff during Q4, you've got maybe 200 orders that come through in a day and you had a 100 order handling capacity, then you would just have the 1 day to fulfill those 100. You'd have 2 to fulfill the extra 100. And so essentially the buyers will see an expected shipping time that is 1 day longer, and Amazon automates this. And I'll go through how to set this up in just a second, how to set your order handling capacity. But it actually plays in to the automated handling time. So you don't have to constantly update your default handling time and manually configure SKU specific handling times. Automated handling time configures the most accurate for each SKU based on your historic performance. Now we have to trust that they're doing this properly, but ultimately it's a fairly simple thing to get set up. Now, anything with exceedingly long handling times, the automated handling time will set more accurate and shorter delivery promises. Here's the order handling capacity that we just discussed. If you use automated handling time, it uses your historic data based on the maximum number of orders that you've fulfilled in the last 90 days to calculate the number of orders that you can handle in a day. So it will kind of help set that capacity for you. And then once the limits reach, customers will see a delivery promise 1 day longer, as we discussed. So here's how you will set this up. It's very simple. All you have to do is go to your shipping settings, general shipping settings tab, scroll down to handling time and click edit, and then toggle to turn on automated handling time and click save. So if I go over to that screen, this is what this looks like whenever you follow those instructions. Handling time right now, automated, is not active. I have a default handling time of 1 day. There is no capacity currently set, and then there are SKU level handling times if you want. Now, essentially, to change any of this data, all you have to do is click on edit, and whenever you click on edit, you will be taken to this page, which is the order handling settings. Now you can turn on your automated handling time by clicking this button, and that will allow you to turn that on, and that way you're compliant with one of the 3 rules for Amazon's OTDR OTDR protection. And you can also have a default handling time. 1 day is typically what most people use. If you are really quick with it, you can do same day, but ultimately I would do 1 day. And then order handling capacity. You can set this up however you want to. Ultimately, if you just want to do 15 orders in a day, you can do that. If you want to do 50 or 100, that is up to you. Obviously, the more that you have, the faster delivery times that Amazon will show to the customer, but you must hit those metrics because that's one of the rules, right? If you're trying to have OTDR protection, you need to make sure that all of your shipments get out within this order handling capacity that you set, because ultimately, if you miss that handling time, if you're a day late on the handling time, you will not be protected. You need to make sure to hit this handling time either way. So ultimately, that has always been the rule. You need to hit the handling time, and then ultimately the delivery date will be next. Let's get into the shipping settings automation. This is the second out of the 3 rules. So this is a feature that will, or on your shipping templates, that automatically calculates more accurate delivery dates for your customers based on your warehouse location, the location of your customers, and up-to-date carrier transit time for the shipping services you use based on data from their past deliveries. So it will set automated transit times that reflect carriers' actual delivery capabilities for the shipping services you already use. This isn't doing anything different. These are the shipping services you use. This avoids manual transit time calculation efforts. It will also let you provide customers with more accurate delivery promises, which increases the likelihood of them making a purchase and helping you to be featured more frequently. So I know this is a lot, but ultimately it's pretty easy to get set up. Here's the benefits of doing so. It just kind of talks about some of those benefits. And here's how you enable the shipping settings automation. It's a pretty lengthy, 12-step process, but it doesn't take too long. All you have to do is go to your settings, go to your shipping settings, go to your shipping templates tab. Now, if you want to create a new shipping template, such as my self-fulfilled shipping, you can do that. Or if you already have shipping templates, you can just edit those templates on that side of the screen. And then you're going to turn on shipping settings automation. And then you're going to select all of these things, your ship from location that you want to automate self-fulfilled or self-fulfilled shipping settings. Then you answer all of these questions, and it's pretty simple process. So essentially you would go over to your template. You would have whatever template you currently use here. You would either be creating a new one or editing an existing one. And then you'll turn on shipping setting automation here, and then follow those steps to set it up for those carriers that Amazon has available for you. So that's where you're going to see all of that. You're going to review your preferences, click confirm, edit your shipping fee for your shipping regions, click save template, and then you are ready to go from there. And so it's a very simple process. Ultimately, there are some other frequently asked questions here in terms of order fulfillment requirements and all of these things. But when you do this, when you set up the 3 things that Amazon is going to be requiring: shipping settings automation that we just discussed, automated handling time, and you buy your shipping through Amazon's preferred carriers and through Amazon Buy Shipping with one of these methods: manage orders, shipping API, VCO, or select multi-channel integrators with access to Amazon Buy Shipping. And if you choose shipping labels marked as OTDR protected, then you're good to go. Every time that you ship an order to a fulfilled by merchant customer of yours, you are protected. Your shipping settings will be protected if you follow this process. I know that it's kind of a lot. This has been a longer video than I even expected that it would be, but Amazon is really clamping down on this, and they're doing it right before Q4 intentionally because so many delivery packages get delivered late during Q4. So you need to make sure that you are following those settings. Ultimately, you can find that. You can search for this on Google if you'd like to find it, or you can search for it inside of Amazon's help articles and policies. If we go up to the top, frequently asked questions about on-time delivery rate. Ultimately, you could also find the on-time delivery rate inside your shipping performance and click through to see the policies and all of the details of that to find this. Now, it can update. This may change in the future. I'm making this video, before September 25th, 2024. So this could change in the future depending on when you see it. But either way, if you're seeing this before that date or after the date, you want to make sure that you're following these tools and these new requirements, because it will protect your ability to do fulfilled by merchant shipments. Ultimately, this is a lot here. It will be very quick to set up. I mean, you saw how quick it was to get to the automated handling time. Just turn that on, add in some of the additional information for giving yourself a certain amount of orders that you're going to handle in a day, and that's very quick. It'll take less than a couple minutes to do that. The shipping settings automation also is fairly quick. You just have to select which shipping carriers and what you typically like to use for your shipments. And once you're done with that, then that is all set up, and then you just have to buy your shipping through Amazon. Fairly simple process. Once it's set up, you're done. Make sure that everything is listed on the right template if you you're listing SKUs with a shipping template and you have multiple, make sure you're listing on the ones that have both of those enabled, because ultimately that is a huge piece of this. If you're listing on the wrong shipping template, you're not going to be covered because you have to use the right shipping template in this exact instance. But if you have any questions, leave them down below. Again, I'm not a fulfilled by merchant expert in any way, but with Q4 coming up as of right now and there's new changes coming up, this could result in people losing their ability to do fulfilled by merchant shipments because of the changes in the rate, because of the changes in removing the additional promise day delivery. They're only doing it based off of the amount that you set, not based on that additional day that sometimes they give to those orders. A lot of big changes, but ultimately if you set up these 3 things, you will be good to go. If you're interested in checking out a free community for Amazon and e-commerce sellers, I recommend going to bit.ly/MST group. That link is below and in the description. Additionally, if you're looking for a paid community of motivated sellers, experienced and advanced sellers looking to grow and scale their business, you can apply to join the Business Building Legends community that I mentioned at the beginning of the video at askjimmysmith.com/legends. As an Amazon seller, it can be difficult to know what repricer you should be using in your business, especially with all the different software tools out there. So in this video, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of the 4 main ones that I have seen utilized in my circles, the ones that I recommend as well, and give you kind of some of the pros and cons of each of them, as well as the one that I personally use in my own Amazon business and why that is. Now, first, let's get into a big repricer that many people know, like, and love, and I have used in the past as well. That repricer is called BQool. Now, it's spelled BQool if you're interested in looking that up. I actually do have a link for that. You can check out any of the links for the repricers in the description below. But BQool specifically, you can go to bit.ly/replensBQool. Now, when going to that link, there's actually an extended free trial there. You can check it out. I recommend trying these different repricers and their free trials and seeing how they affect your business. BQool is one of the longest running repricers out there. I personally don't use this anymore in my business. I have moved on to one of the other repricers we'll discuss later. But BQool has a lot of customization and functionality that you can use in your business to kind of have a better handle on the repricing. They do have some good pricing structures and tiers. The one though that I would recommend is the one that does instant repricing, or at least as fast as possible. Don't get a repricer that does 15-minute repricing schedules. I think that can be a waste. You're going to be way behind the other sellers, and that's one of their lowest tiers. So you're going to want to go into their middle tier, which I believe is about $100 per month to get the instant repricing. Now at that level, you can set up conditional repricing. You can change your repricing structure based off of different conditions for products that you're selling, based off sell-through rate, based off a ton of different options. And so I do love that with BQool, that they do have conditional repricing in there that will automatically change the strategies of your prices for your Amazon products in your business. That is a huge feature that I really do love, but a lot of these tools also have similar features and functionality. The one issue that I had with BQool for a while was just I didn't exactly like the user interface and some of the layout there. It was a little bit clunky in my opinion for the price. And so for me, I like to have some easier functionality, but BQool did a great job in repricing my products. And I know tons of people that love this particular repricer. I have seen some issues with some of the customer service side of things from time to time. It's not blatant or a huge problem, but that is something that I have seen, that there are repricers that have better customer service. That doesn't mean BQool's is bad. I've just seen better from other places. And I only use one of these repricers that I'm about to mention here in a minute. So ultimately I'm going to lean towards them. But with BQool, they were an excellent repricer while I used them, and I decided to move on for different reasons in my business, just for the ease of functionality and some of the things I was looking for. BQool also does have a bunch of different repricing strategies that are pre-made for you, some that are through AI or algorithmic repricing strategies, and they do integrate with a lot of different tools such as Inventory Lab and Seller Amp and some of these other software tools that you can add into your business, and they can talk with each other, which is a cool feature. Now let's move on to the second one, which I see a lot of new sellers use that I personally do recommend, and I have seen a lot of people love it, which is called Profit Protector Pro. Now Profit Protector Pro is one that I personally have not used in my own business, but I've seen a lot of people have success with it and love it. Now they do have cheaper pricing plans typically. It's a great starter repricer with some additional functionality such as conditional repricing and a lot of other repricing strategies that are pre-made for you. So you don't really have to think as much. You don't have to go through and manually make your own. So I do like that about Profit Protector Pro. Again, I do have an affiliate link if you'd like to check it out. It is at bit.ly/PPP repricer. This particular one, again, does start a little bit cheaper. So if you're just somebody that's looking to get started with a repricer and you want to check it out and you want a little bit more control over some of the repricing strategies, then you can check out Profit Protector Pro, because it's a good option to try just to get get something turned on in your Amazon business that is keeping up with your repricing. They do have multiple pricing plans depending on the size of your business, and it is a great place to start. Now, I personally also didn't like their user interface that much, so that was one drawback for me. Plus, I do think that as your business grows and scales, you may need some more advanced features that are going to be with Be Cool or Seller Snap or Aura, which we're going to talk about these other two in a minute. But Profit Protector Pro, people have left them and gone to a different repricer and then come back. And so there's ultimately, it's going to come down to a decision in your business that you would like to see have happen. And I think that PPP or Profit Protector Pro is a good place to start if you're just trying to get going with a repricer. Now, the third option is the most expensive option in this list anyway, and that is called Seller Snap. The one great thing with Seller Snap, I have never heard one complaint from a user from Seller Snap. However, they do start at a pricier option of around $250 per month. So I wouldn't recommend Seller Snap until you get to a much higher level in your business where you can afford the cost to use Seller Snap. Now, it is a great repricer. It has true AI repricing strategies in there, and I recommend using it if you are at probably over 50K per month at a minimum. I wouldn't do it before then. You want to be at a higher level just because of the cost of it. But people that use it rarely have a bad thing to say about it. The only bad thing I've ever heard is it's a little pricey for what I want to pay, and I'd rather pay a little bit less or use a different software that gets me 90%, 95% of the same results, right? And so it depends on the types of products that you're selling. If you're doing wholesale, you're doing private label, and you're doing arbitrage, if you've got a mix of these types of things, then Seller Snap is an excellent place to be. Their customer service is excellent. They have been a long-standing repricer in the industry, and ultimately they do have a true artificial intelligence repricer, which is very helpful in competing against different types of sellers and staying up to date with your prices as best as possible. And now this brings me to my favorite one, which I've done a bunch of videos on my channel about, which is actually Aura. There's a reason that I love Aura, and this is the one that I personally use in my Amazon business right now. I have heard nothing but great things about their customer service, about the way they treat their customers, and I love that, as well as, I've heard that about some of the other companies on here as well from this video. But also, they have a true AI repricer, just like Seller Snap does, and they have only one AI strategy, but they have also figured out ways to get near instant repricing. It's called hyperdrive on some of their products. Now, you can only do it for a subset of your products, the ones that you really need the quick repricing tools on, but hyperdrive has been a huge help in my business for some of my faster moving products that I really need the repricing strategies turned on for. I've also seen in my own business prices going up, and I've been selling products for a higher profit margin as I've used Aura. Again, I've never personally used Seller Snap or Profit Protector Pro, so I can't speak to that in those repricers, but I just know a lot of people like them and use them. But with Aura, the other thing that I personally love is I have had good conversations with one of the co-founders, Dylan, and I've worked with some of their customer service on different things, and I see that they have a heart for sellers to succeed from an early stage point in their business and then beyond from there. We hear all the time from a repricer standpoint, and I've even said it in this video, if you're looking for a starter repricer, try this repricer. What Aura has done is they've come out with an early stage program for those sellers that are under $10,000 per month and have been using the tool for less than 12 months. You can check out their early stage repricing program for $27 per month, and you get the full suite of access. You're not getting a limited or a reduced amount of features in any way. You are getting the full suite of everything. So it's not like repricing goes down to 15 minutes or anything like that. It is still their best of the best repricing strategies in that $27 per month plan if you're a newer seller. But then as you scale your business, you can stick with the same repricer because they are an advanced AI repricing company, and they're moving forward with really good user interface and a lot of functionality that I think has been missing in the repricer marketplace for a long time. Again, those two other companies that I have not used, I can't speak to some of that. I know Seller Snap is very good as well, but it is more pricey. So that's why I personally use and recommend Aura, because it gives you the opportunity to start with a very high quality repricer early on and then move into an advanced feature set as you grow and scale your business. You don't have to switch repricers now that your business has grown. You can stick with the same one and grow and scale from there. Now, if you're interested in the early stage program, I recommend checking them out at askjimmysmith.com/early stage. Again, that is an affiliate link, and all the links for these repricers are below in the description. If you'd like to check any of them out, you can use the free trials. Just check them out. See how they work in your business. I will tell you, just about any repricer you switch to, you'll see a bump in sales right away, and then there's probably going to have a taper off. And what you're looking for, what you care the most about, is not that bump in sales, which is great, and you don't care as much about that drop off, because that's going to happen once some of the repricing is kind of steady and working as a foundation. What you care about is, do you understand how the company is working? Do you understand what they're working towards and that you like their mission and what they are trying to do for sellers and in your own business. And then you allow that foundation to build over time as you scale. So these are the 4 that I personally recommend for any seller at a lot of different levels, whether you're newer or you're more experienced. For me, Aura is the one that I like. For other people, Be Cool is the one they like. For other people, it's Seller Snap or Profit Protector Pro. Ultimately, test them out in your business, see what you like the most, and go from there. If you're a new Amazon seller or a seller doing under $10,000 per month on Amazon, then you need to be checking out this Repricer. Now, for those of you that may not know, in layman's terms, a Repricer is going to be automatically updating your prices at set intervals throughout the day, so that way you can be as competitive as possible. One of the things that I have done on this channel is reviewed and demoed many different repricers and given you a bunch of options to check out what would be best for your business. But as a newer seller and someone looking to grow and scale your Amazon business, there is one repricer that has consistently been standing above the rest regarding its treatment for new sellers and its desire to grow with technology and get better and better each and every day. And that repricer is Aura. They recently came out with a new program for sellers that are under 10K per month in sales and that are new customers to Aura called the Early Stage Program. Now, if you're interested in checking this out, I've got this whole video dedicated to speaking with Dylan, one of the owners and co-founders of Aura, regarding this program, as well as regarding how Aura reprices products, how it uses artificial intelligence, and how it can help you with its hyperdrive features as well to reprice as instantly as possible on a set number of products. But if you are newer, then you want to check out the Early Stage Program at askjimmysmith.com/early stage. That link is below and in the description. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and check that out. But be sure to stay tuned for this interview with Dylan because there's so much value packed into this. We talk about a lot of different topics regarding repricing your inventory, how to really determine the differences between repricers and what's true AI versus what's not true AI. All of these different topics are so important. And so let's go ahead and jump into the interview with Dylan. Hey, Dylan, thank you so much for joining me today, man. I'm super excited to have you back on the channel.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's been quite a few videos. I feel like we've done at least 2 on the channel right now. So this will be the 3rd one. And specifically, I'm really excited about this one because I know that we both have the same heart behind the reason for this video, which is on Aura's Early Stage Program for new sellers. So I guess if you wouldn't mind, just kind of let everybody know in the audience here what the program is and kind of why it exists, because there's so much power to this particular program that you've set up. So I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, no, we're pumped. So as a lot of people know, we spent the last, well, at this point, it's been a few months, but 18 months basically to rebuild Aura, the software from the ground up. Every line of code, like new language, we redesigned everything. And we took everything we learned and we basically burnt the company down in a positive way and said, okay, cool, let's rebuild first principles, knowing what we know now. And we looked at the gaps in the market for us. And on the higher end, there were features that we wanted to be able to support that historically have only been available on higher price tiers. And that was its own thing, right? But then on the lower end, there was a big gap there too. And so a lot of what we did was not just make the product better, we wanted to make our pricing and packaging make sense. And so the first thing we did, our first version of going from 1 tier to multiple tiers, was from 1 to 2. And we intentionally really went on the higher end because we had no data. Like as a software company, when you're making pricing changes, you need data to know kind of what to do. You can't just be like, hey guys, what do you want to pay, right? Like everybody's gonna say 0, right? You have to look at the actual, and that's just pricing, right? You gotta look at packaging too. How do you create feature sets and where do certain features exist and maybe not exist? And so when we came out with 1.0, we had the Pro tier, which we still have, but it was $100 more, and only Pro had access to Maven, our AI model. And we got a bunch of feedback, which was fantastic. And this was the whole point, right? We weren't trying to hit it out of the park day one. We just wanted to say, we're going from 1 to more than 1. Give us the feedback. Let's make it better and let's go from there. And so luckily we got a bunch of amazing feedback and we said, you know what, let's go ahead and think about how do we structure this based on what our users want and what makes sense for us as well. And we found this good balance. So we actually said, you know what, everybody wants access to AI. Makes sense. I do too. So let's make that accessible no matter what tier they're on. We also started to look at things like the Pro tier pricing. We dropped that by $100. We added a middle tier and we got to a really good place there. but there's still this empty gap for us where we're like, we've been sellers, we care about the new seller, and a lot of people come to us from other tools that are cheaper. And when we say, hey, why'd you go that route instead of just starting with us? Because the feedback we get is phenomenal in comparison to our competitors. They say, well, it was cheap. It's not really good, right? Like, cheap is not necessarily good. So we said, well, I don't want you to have to go through that. What if we created something better, objectively better? And so we put our heads together and we said, okay, let's create a program. We're a tech company. We're a startup in our opinion. And all the tools we use have something called a startup plan or a startup program. If you apply to it, you have to be a small enough team, blah, blah, blah. But if you qualify, you just get access to the tool at a very steeply discounted rate for some period of time. So it allows you to get up and running, which is amazing, right? And so we said, why don't we just do the same thing? Let's come out with something that gives every seller, the smallest seller, access to all this cutting edge stuff that historically has only been, reserved for people doing multiple six figures a month in revenue. Let's just give it away. And so we said, okay, it's a program, not a plan. It's 12 months. And basically you have to be doing less than 10 grand a month to qualify, and obviously not currently using Aura. That's the only two criteria. Everything else we don't care about. And for up to 12 months, you get access to Maven, Hyperdrive, which we can talk about, mobile, our support team will onboard you to, all that, everything for $27 a month, right? So for that price point, you can be on that for up to 12 months. If you happen to grow past the 10K within 12 months, we'll actually give you a 50% discount on the first 3 months of the next tier you grow into. So what we're trying to do is say, hey, there's a better entry point now. There's a lower entry point. And as you're growing, we'll smooth things out for you. And so that's what we've been working on. So we basically did a beta test for about a month, and we had hundreds of people come in while in stealth mode, which is still kind of crazy to me. And the data was phenomenal. The feedback was phenomenal. So we said, you know what, we have the data here to have confidence. Let's go public with this. And that's what we're doing now. And so we're really promoting it heavily. And we want people to have access to modern repricing without having to wait until they can afford $100 a month.
Right. Yeah. And I love that. And it's one thing too that I've loved about Aura for so long. I mean, you have been, even right out the gate, whenever Aura came out, I considered a high tier repricer. And I feel like a lot of repricing programs come out and they start really small, and then over time they kind of build a good following. But for the way that you had it set up right away, has always been, like, hey, Aura is a place to go for if you're serious about repricing. And that's still the case. I mean, you've only made it better with some of these things. And so I'm excited to talk a little bit more about those, but to give access to newer sellers to a repricing tool that is typically reserved for a much higher tier of sales, you've got a lot of an advantage as a newer seller if you jump into something like this with Aura. And so I'm really excited for it. It's called the Early Stage Program. And for anybody interested, you can check it out at askjimmysmith.com/early stage. That link will be in the description. But let's talk a little bit about some of those advanced features that you've recently added. So Maven and Hyperdrive, can you kind of go into those two features and why not only does it help advanced sellers, but also new sellers?
Yeah. When we sat down to rebuild Aura, we re-architected the backend, which is nerd speak for we remodeled everything. It's like kind of taking your house down to the studs and be like, all right, blank slate. And we kind of paused and asked ourselves a question, like, what is the problem currently? Because legacy Aura was built, half a decade ago at this point, a little over. So we wanted to start with first principles and say, well, what is the problem now? Because things evolve, things change. And we realized there's two: complexity and speed. You have far more things you need to handle far faster. Okay. So that's what we focused in on. And we found we developed two features that solve each one independently. I'll talk about Hyperdrive, which is speed, because that's a little bit easier for me to explain. Hyperdrive is really fun. When we say instant repricing, that does not mean literally 0 seconds and like it's all good. Instant really means that in our system, we are submitting a price change instantly. We're not delaying you. So if you're paying for anything less than instant, you're just doing yourself a disservice, basically. But that does mean that when we submit a price change, it's going to take on average 1.5 to 2 minutes round trip for that to come back to us and say, that's confirmed by Amazon, it's accepted. So instant really means 1.5 to 2 minutes on average. Now, Hyperdrive is something we developed, which is amazing because we can do that round trip in less than 10 seconds. Now we can only do that up to 50 SKUs. There's a technical engineering limitation there, but for your most competitive listings, you're talking like a 12x almost increase in speed, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now that's speed. Complexity is a whole different bag. For us, we were like, okay, cool. You know, AI is awesome. I definitely geek out with AI. I love it. I use it daily in some way, shape, or form. But you have to, again, ask yourself, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And then what is the best solution? You can't just say AI is better. It's not actually true. It depends, right? My stepson gave me this cool little rubber duck for my desk. If I say this has AI, is that better? No, it's irrelevant. So you need to pause and again, further define the problem. For us, we said, okay, well, in an ideal world, what should happen? In an ideal world, every single one of your listings should have a strategy designed for it, and it should change moment by moment. Good luck. Can't do it. So what you don't need is more strategies. What you need is a model. We're taking a step back, right? It's kind of like, don't look at the tactics, look at the strategy behind the tactics. That's what Maven's designed to do. So Maven is designed to find the balance between sales velocity and profitability. These are the only two levers you get to pull, right? If you want a liquidation strategy, velocity, profitability. In the early days when you first come in stock, it's the inverse, right? You're very conservative. So everything in between here is kind of fair play. To make this simple, we said, well, why don't we start with a model that finds that balance? And by the way, this balance shifts up and down. That's what's so crazy. This balance we call the optimal price. So it's an actual value, it's a calculation. And this changes moment by moment in a lot of cases, kind of like the dynamic max. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So anytime you're talking about AI, you need to be able to say, here's how we define success. What is it designed to do? Again, you can't just say AI, it's not magic, right? Yeah. So it's designed to get you in the buy box as often as possible to the optimal price. Now, the optimal price tends to be slightly higher than the current buy box, which makes sense because you have competition that's going to compress the price. So actually it should be a little bit higher. So where things get really magical, in my opinion, is we know where we want to go, but what do we know about the facts now? This is so important. What we want to do is we want to understand every one of our competitors. What are they doing? What's true? What's the BSR? Things like this, right? If I do X, are you going to do Y? And so what we can do is we can study your competition. And we know that for every decision we make, what your competition is going to do, every single one. So now we can go from this reactive of, somebody did this, so I'm going to do that. We can transition from that to, I'm going to do this, and I know that you're going to do that. And that's okay. That's second order thinking, right? So we have the facts of what's true. We store this in what we call AI memory. So we have a lot more memory that we're storing. We can take that and say, okay, well, we know what's true. We know where we want to go. What behaviors, what price changes do we need to make to close that gap? That's where things get magical. And what exists here is a lot. And what's nice about the fact that we built this more like a model than a strategy is that we can go in and tweak the model. So like over the weekend, I have a Tesla Model 3 and version 12 of full self-driving became available. So I said, yes, please update the software, got in, and my car was better. Now, I didn't do anything. I didn't have to really learn anything new. That's because that's a model. Now, if you came in and you changed the motor and all that stuff in a regular car, like, hey, like it drives differently, I now have to learn that. That's the analogy between rule-based and an AI model. So what happens in a world where we're able to run experiments on the model and say, let's factor in age of inventory as an example. Did that make it better? Did that increase performance? If it did, great, we can roll that out to everyone. You don't have to, there's no new setting. And this is the issue. When you're talking about updating repricing settings, and especially rule-based, which by the way, tend to have 15 to 30 settings per strategy. Maven has one. But think about this. How do I make a strategy better? I have 3 levers. I can add a setting, I can remove a setting, and I can change the definition of what a setting means. Every single one of these 3 cases requires you to relearn, and possibly I just broke your strategy because your settings are relative to one another. So if I change the definition, I just change your entire strategy. That becomes a problem. So every time a repricing company wants to make those changes, they break something. By definition, you kind of have to. So you kind of don't want to do that, right?
Mhm.
But with a model, it's very different. I can very clearly show this model is better than the previous version, and we're good here. And we can just roll that out and say, hey, welcome, here's an email. You're on version 1.5 or version 2, and it factors in this. There's nothing you need to do. Enjoy the added benefits.
That's awesome.
For us, it's technical leverage, right? Like, how do I help sellers handle far more complexities? Because our world's getting more complex. It's going to continue. How do I help you handle more of that complexity by you doing less and having to understand it less? That's impactful. And so I mentioned, rule-based settings tend to have 15 to 30 of those that you have to understand and set yourselves. We call them strategies because it sounds friendly. They're really algorithms. You're designing an algorithm. But with Maven, you have one setting. How do you want to set your min prices? We take care of everything else. Auto max prices, those are dynamic. They change in real time, just like the optimal price. Everything else is handled for you. And so we tend to see dramatically better performance in people literally going from rule-based, which takes up more of their time and effort, to Maven, which is like a lot less, which is just crazy.
Yeah. So obviously you said that AI isn't magic, right? And so I love the thoughts behind all of that. What happens though? I mean, so this happens to sellers all the time. Buy a bad product. Well, if it's not selling at the minimum, maybe the price tanks. What's your recommendation then? Is it just going to say, hey, the price is below your minimum now, we recommend changing that or checking it out? How does the repricer act?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's going to still try to operate in the bounds that it's given, right? So if the buy box is beneath the min price, it's going to do what it can, but there's no fixing that.
Yeah.
I like to say there's no fixing a bad buy, right? So repricing, I don't care what kind it is. You could go to the future, bring back something crazy. It's only as good as you're buying. So some of our larger sellers are like, yeah, I just put everything on Maven and I buy really well. And like, I put my minimum at 0% ROI. Because I'm good. So it depends. I've only ever had one person that came through where all of their buy costs were at or above the buy box, and they're like, "What can we do?" I was like, "Nothing." I refunded their money, and they're like, "Well, what tool do I go to?" I was like, "None. Nobody can do anything for you here." So we can't fix bad buys, unfortunately. Wish we could. We're not quite there yet.
Right, exactly. That's why I wanted to at least ask, what happens in those scenarios. But also, let's say it is a good product. You've got sellers, you just said, that do 0% as their minimum, 0% ROI, which makes sense, right? Because if you have high volume, you can't really keep up with all of those minimums, right?
Yes.
However, you do have the dynamic maximums. How does the repricer then respond in those cases? Is it testing prices early on, and then you're going to get more, let's just say, better repricing after a month? Or how does that typically work?
Yeah, so it doesn't take quite that long. It depends on how much data we can get. So in the average case, a few hours is enough for us to figure out what's happening, and we can kind of start to optimize. If it's really kind of a staler listing, it could take up to a day, is kind of what we've seen. We don't need a ton of data, but we need enough data. And what we'll intentionally do too is every seller is in a different life cycle of their products, right? So when you first come in stock, you're very conservative. As time goes on, you become more aggressive. Every one of your competitors, let's say you got 20 people competing on a listing, every single one of those is in a different slice of that phase or of that life cycle. So we will intentionally forget how your competition will behave to relearn it, because it itself can change, right? So we do come on, we start to immediately experiment and understand. One good example of this actually is, if let's say we need to reprice below you and we go 1 penny below and we don't pull the buy box, does 2 work? Does 4 work? Right? We'll figure out what works, and we'll save that only for that competitor, because another competitor, we could probably be 2 cents above and actually pull the buy box. Great. So why would I want to be 10 cents below that competitor if I don't have to be? So we try to contextualize everything we're doing to the exact competitor we're going against in that moment.
Okay, that makes sense, especially since the point of this is about the early stage program. Sellers doing less than $10,000 a month typically have less seller reviews, and they're competing against sometimes wholesalers with tens of thousands or even sometimes hundreds of thousands of reviews. So in that case, is that where you're going to be testing, how low do we have to go before we get the buy box? Okay.
Exactly. And we do it within reason, right? Like that's like an infinitely played game.
Yeah.
So we do it within reason, right? Like we're not, like, Maven's designed, again, that balance between sales velocity and profitability. So if we see that we're really starting to tier too far, we'll pull it back. So, there has been some concerns of, well, I use this AI and basically took me to my minimum price. Like, yeah, we don't do that. Like,
Okay.
it doesn't make sense. So it's designed for that balance. And I think that's why I like to kind of start with, how is it designed? What is it designed to do? Because some people have used what was called AI, which is not really AI. And unfortunately, it didn't go well. And now they're like, AI is scary. I'm like, yes. But if it's built correctly, that's not the case.
Okay.
So, there's, as you're transitioning, especially if you're coming from another tool and you're used to like role-based and you're going to Maven, I never recommend going 0 to 1, right? Don't just flip the script on everything. I've seen that happen and it's been fine, but just behaviorally, I think, pick a percentage of your inventory, 10, 25%, go Maven. Be comfortable with it. It is slightly different. I think this is so important, right? Transitioning from how you think about repricing with rule-based versus an AI model like Maven is kind of different. It's not majorly different, but you got to view things differently. And so one of those examples is the min price. A lot of times we recommend, if you're setting your minimum at, let's say 30% ROI with a rule-based, you should not set it at 30% with Maven. It needs more range. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to go lower. It's just, it has more range, because we're transitioning from a world of how many price changes did you make for me and then maximizing that volume to precision. And so it has to be able to push down and pull back up sometimes, right? There's a lot of strategy there. And so we had somebody doing hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in revenue. They transitioned 100% from role-based to Maven. They're like, I'm just not really seeing the result that I expected. So we jumped in. We're like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and start to lower the min value. And sure enough, in 2 days, things took off. The margin went up, by the way, not down.
Wow.
The velocity also kicked back off, right? So you kind of have to think about, if we have this model and I add a bunch of constraints to it, is it going to perform better or worse? Depends. If you add the right kind of constraints, it'll increase the performance. But if you sort of add too much, it becomes constraint, and now it can't do what it needs to do. And so what we're trying to do is find the constraints that we can do for you, so you don't have to deal with those. And then you allow us to basically have the range, and then we're fine. So there's those subtle differences. It's super easy to get comfortable with it, but it just, for people making that transition, I like to highlight that of like, hey, if it feels a little different, you're not crazy. That's totally normal and expected, and actually a good thing. Because once you experience that, it is a game changer. You really just feel like, wow, I went from this like hard-coded thing to like this level of intelligence that like, I just feel like I have like this assistant that's in there doing it for me, which is awesome.
Yeah, that is. So regarding some of the, I know you mentioned inventory age, that's always a concern. And typically repricers have the conditional repricing features, and you have to set them up that, between these days, et cetera, all of that. So Maven would handle all of that, and kind of in the back end that, hey, we're seeing that this isn't selling through quickly enough. And so Maven's going to essentially handle that from the artificial intelligence side.
That's where we want to get to. So age of inventory is not factored in yet. I use that as an example because like I definitely see that being the case. But yeah, it's like, again, I don't want to add functionality that creates a 5 to 7 new settings that you now have to go and tweak and figure out when we already have the data.
Right.
I can just basically set it as a default that in the data has the highest performance. And if you need to tweak it for whatever reason, because you're the exception, you can do that. And so like, for us, the challenge is, how do we design something that is so complex on our end that we handle the complexities, we set the defaults in a way that is the highest performing, so you don't even have to become a repricing expert. We're doing that for you, and we abstract away the complexities. It's like you don't understand how an internal combustion engine works, but you can drive your car.
Right.
Right. It's like same thing, right? Like that's what we want. And I think for us, it's like we more so want to be the Tesla of it. It's even less complex, but does more. Like that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and you have been consistent from at least as you've been doing the I guess Aura 1.0, right, version 1. You've been consistent with, hey, this is where we're going, and so I love that that's been consistent. It hasn't changed, but that you've also added the ability for newer sellers to do these things. And so what with the newer sellers or even experienced sellers, let's say you're looking at a bunch of different repricers, and the buzzword that's a hot topic is AI. So how do sellers tell the difference between a genuine AI versus the buzzword of AI that can be in a lot of other programs?
It's a real tough one. AI is a very broad term, so a lot of things can qualify. I think if you have dozens of versions of AI, it's not AI.
Okay.
Listen, there's one GPT, right? So OpenAI, right? Are there different versions of it? Yeah, but the new version isn't in parallel. It's replacing the old one. So GPT-4 replaced GPT 3.5, and it was better, right? You got migrated.
Yeah.
If OpenAI tomorrow came out and said, we have GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT-4, you choose. That tells me they don't do anything. Like, that's not the point. And unfortunately, when you have so many versions of AI, it creates a decision fatigue for you because you don't really know what you're doing. And if there's still a ton of settings inside of it, it's not AI.
Okay.
What a lot of people are doing right now is they're taking strategies, multiple strategies, and then putting an if-then statement on the top. That's basically what it is. It's more complex. Awesome. It's not the same, right? Okay. So when you're looking at and you're trying to understand, like, is this actual AI in any way, shape, or form? And that is difficult, even for me. And I'm like in this space, right? You have to be able to ask clear questions. And this is why I like to start with this. What is it designed to do? What's the end outcome? And then what does it factor in to get there? If you can even just answer those two things, you're probably in a good position. Now, where things get difficult is some versions of AI are useful in some areas, but not nearly as useful in others. So you can hear terms like machine learning. Is that better? Depends. I think for what we do, it's actually not better. I think for private label, where you're trying to set like a specific price and your competition is not really factored in, that's fine. For what we do, it's highly competitive. So if you were to if we were to take all of our pricing data and trade a model, could it predict a price? Sure. But if it's not factoring in your competition correctly, it doesn't matter, right? And so it's less about looking at the historical of like, well, here's kind of what works, because things change, right? If you have a model trained on a period of time and like the thing it's trying to interact with, aka the Amazon platform itself, is changing, and the model's already outdated. And so you need to be able to be as real time as possible. And it's not about what has historically happened. It's what is that individual competitor doing right now. I don't care what happened 6 months ago. I care about what's happening now. And so depending on what you're doing, you kind of have to think about like what actually makes sense. And I know that's hard, right? Because I don't think the average seller needs to go learn about game theory and machine learning and deep learning and reinforcement learning. You don't need to, but just be able to ask clear questions. And there's some things that I can't answer because people are like, well, what happens in this case? I don't know. I need to see all the data to tell you kind of what would in theory happen. So some things are a black box where I can't just be like, well, if my competitor does this, what do I do? I don't know. Depends. There's so much more, right? Complexity. But I can tell you what it's designed to do, the behaviors it has at its disposal, right? So its tools, if you will, and then how it's going to run its own experiments and understand that and save that to its memory. I can break down the model aspect of it first and foremost. So I think if you're presented with tons of variations of something that seems very similar and they tell you exactly it does X, Y, and Z, it's not quite there.
Right.
So,
and from a new seller standpoint, having one setting that you have to set, right? The minimum price. What do you want that based off of? That's way easier for a new seller to have to get into this. I mean, years ago, probably in 2019, I had a Repricer settings sheet that people could get from me. And it was like 30 different things for how to set up the Repricer. So the evolution of that, the change into what you have now for new sellers and experienced sellers is really amazing. So, and I'm excited too to continue to see people using it. I've got a lot of people in my audience that use Aura and that love it, but I'm excited to see how, as the AI, the Maven, continues to change, continues to get better, to see the results get better for people too. I'm sure you've seen that yourself recently.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. For me, technology should make our lives easier. I'm a big Star Trek nerd, right? So I'm like, my whole bias is like, no, you build technology to make your life easier, not more complicated. And so if you're looking at something and you're like, that's overwhelming and complicated, it's probably not built well, to be honest. Like, that's just the reality. But no, in the early days when we transitioned from alpha testing Maven, so internally, to testing beta with some of our users, we saw a few interesting things where somebody would get a sale at like $30 and 30 minutes later get a sale at $60 for the same SKU using Maven. We're like, oh, it's kind of cool. Like it's not just designed to do that necessarily.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. You kind of meant to log. And then as we rolled it out to more people, especially people we didn't like really personally know that are users, we jumped on Twitter. We're pretty active on x.com, Twitter, and we started to see screenshots. And I saw 4, I think this morning, they were like, yep, 60, 90, 80, 85, right? Like back to back. And we're like, oh, this is actually way more common than we thought it would be. Wow. And so even from a behavioral standpoint, it's like, wow, we're seeing people get sales 30 minutes later, 20, 50% above where the buy box previously was.
Wow. That's
like,
awesome.
There's something there, you know? And so for us, it's like, how do we take that and do more with it, right? There's obviously limitations in what we can and can't do, but that's just one thing that like emerged, right? Is like this emergent kind of behavior. We're like, wow, we just didn't expect that. But imagine that at our scale and the impact. We're talking like millions of dollars a month with just literally using a strategy that requires less work from you.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Now for new sellers too, then if they're using Hyperdrive, right? And there's only a certain, you said there are 50 SKUs, I believe, that you can do that
to the top. Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends on what tier you're on. Yeah. We basically create different credits for different tiers. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you recommend people decide what SKUs or ASINs go into that?
Yeah, this is a great question. For now, it is manual. We definitely see a world where you could have one additional toggle that just says auto do this for me, right? Put this on autopilot, and then you choose every hour which, X number need these. But for now, a good framework is just thinking about which of your listings are the most competitive. And by competitive, I mean have the most price changes, have the most competition. My go-to example is toys in Q4. Probably a good idea, right? Where does speed have an impact? And there's some listings where it's like, oh yeah, I threw Hyperdrive on it. I'm like, yeah, when we need to reprice, sure. But like, it's just not competitive that like, it's not really worth the credit, if you will, right? So like my philosophy on this is if you have 50 credits and you have 50 listings, yeah, put it on everything. It's not going to hurt anything. But the moment you go to 51 listings, you now have to make a decision. And for me, that decision comes down to where can I apply this where speed will have a positive impact? And that tends to come down to the number of competitors and how many of us are actively repricing on a listing. Okay. As that goes up, that's kind of how I would think about that.
That makes sense. So it's not necessarily, oh, I've sold 200 of these things in the last 3 days, so I should put Hyperdrive on. Or it's not, I've sold 0 in the last 3 weeks. It's more about, hey, what's the competition at? Where's, how's everything kind of shaking out from that standpoint, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay. Because I think that, obviously for new sellers, put it all on there for whatever you can until you get over that amount. But then you have to make these decisions. So it may just also be best to start making those decisions one by one on this has the most competition or this will have the most competition because of the season. Okay.
Exactly.
Awesome. I really do love this. Again, you can go to askjimmysmith.com/early stage if you're interested in checking this out. I think really the heart behind it for new sellers is how can we, and you specifically with Aura, how can we allow new sellers to get the best jump start, the best early go as possible? And so I'm really excited for this program. And I've seen so many people jump into it and just have some success with it. So is there anything else that you're excited about coming down the pike for Aura and some of the changes you're going to be making that people should be aware of?
There's a lot. There's a lot I can't talk about.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, there's some simple quality of life stuff that is just fun, dark mode, all that good stuff. One thing, if anybody's unaware, this is an actual live account here, so it works on mobile really well. So that's all obviously exciting stuff. But yeah, just more marketplaces. Updating Maven's functionality and adding and updating to the model, I think is probably going to be one of the more impactful areas. But also just looking at types of data that don't obviously seem valuable, but we could experiment with, and just there's all these things that you think are going to work that don't, and things that you don't think that are going to work that work incredibly well. And so I think our challenge is figuring out how do we experiment in a way that we can find those things very quickly and then bake that into the model so that performance goes up? That's the big one for me. Furthering AI, I'm very obsessed with it as an individual, and the team is too, but we're just kind of thinking through, like, how do we add AI in every area of the business in a way that actually provides value, not just because it sounds cool and it's hypey, but like, does it meaningfully increase the quality, the performance, or there are features we can build? Like, could you talk to your data, stuff like that, right? Can I just ask, what are my worst products last 30 days? So that's exciting. And then looking at interfaces, I think we're really well known for our product, and like the term intuitive Apple vibes comes up quite a lot. But there is a potential world, because things are changing so fast in tech, that you may have AI generate the UI in real time as it needs to. So you're asking questions, it goes, here's the table, I just created that table for you, right? Here's a checkbox, I just created that for you, because you only need things as you need them. And not to say that we're gonna go that route, but these are internal kind of conversations of, do we go to that world, right? Like, software is changing very rapidly. And I think this is one thing that I'm very grateful that we rebuilt, and why we call ourselves kind of like the first modern repricing tool, because we just literally wrote it from scratch again, is like, we're so well positioned to take advantage of this new technology as things are moving rapidly, so can we. And so right now we're just watching a lot of how things are changing and seeing how the software companies that are experimenting more heavily are doing, and as things emerge that add value, we're wanting to adopt those things. So there's really, it's weird, like, things are changing so fast right now that it's hard to keep up with. And our challenge is, how do you pick the things that are worth implementing now, and how do you wait for things that are impactful but are going to change again in 3 months and it's not really worth building yet, right? So it's like picking when you execute on certain technology innovations. That's difficult, actually. But it's this massive open canvas of possibilities right now, and it's fantastic. It's amazing, to be honest.
The speed, I still remember, what was it, a year and a half ago? Like, I didn't know of ChatGPT, and then it exploded onto the scene. Now everything is about AI. I mean, even the updates Amazon is making, integrating more AI into things, not just for customers, but also for sellers. There's a lot changing. So I can only imagine having something with some artificial intelligence, being difficult to make sure that you're keeping up to date with all of that. So
it's daily.
Exactly. So what I do have a question on, one thing that I used to talk about is, hey, after you get a repricer set up, you should be repricing your repricer, because there's a lot of back-end management with old repricing strategies, more of the custom strategies and whatnot. So what suggestions do you have for Aura users for what do they have to do on a daily or weekly basis to really keep up to date with everything?
It kind of depends. The introduction of Maven meant less management, right? Because a lot of what people used to do is have 5 to 7 rule-based strategies, and then they would say, okay, well, this listing went from scenario A to scenario B, so let me apply my scenario B strategy, and like, that's that managing your repricer kind of thing. Maven gets rid of a lot of that, not 100%, but dramatically more of it. Now, if you need to liquidate things, that's its own strategy. Maven's not designed to liquidate, right? So you still need to look at your inventory. I would say, like, it's funny. I think if you're getting in there to manage things, at minimum once a week is good to get in there and kind of tweak whatever you need to. Funny enough, most of our users leave Aura up as a dashboard. So we have something called auto refresh on the dashboard. So if you have that enabled every 5 seconds, we just update the data if there is new data. So when we started to interview people, we said, hey, how often do you open Aura? And they're like, I don't close it. It's always on a tab, right? So it depends on how you're using it, I guess, is my point, right? Like, sometimes you're just looking at the data as a whole, like, how are we doing? A little check-in, cool. Or you're going there to find problems, in which case, or you have something you need to go do. I need to go update my min price for this SKU. Great, jump in, do your thing. So funny enough, people use it daily. It depends on how, like, what their task is, I guess, right? But at minimum, you need to be jumping in, looking at listings that fit into certain criteria. So they don't have a repricing strategy applied, or they're not using Maven, and then repricing is not enabled. So naturally, we're not doing anything. You want to make sure that every listing is well positioned, and well positioned means repricing is enabled, they're using at least Maven, ideally Maven, I would start there. And they have a minimum cost. If we have those three things, we're good. We're totally good. And what's nice too is we really updated the notifications in 1.0. So we have reds and yellows. Yellows are things that we want you to take a look at and ideally fix, but it's not that it's broken. It's just that we think that the recommendations we're giving you will actually increase the performance. And then we have reds. These are things that we're like, you need to fix this. Like a red is you have repricing enabled, but no strategy. That's a problem because you're assuming that it's repricing because you have it enabled. And that's not the case. So we want to highlight that. So if you see a red dot, click into there. You can click on each card and we'll take you directly to those listings that fit that criteria for you to fix. So even at minimum, if you're just fixing your notifications, you're in a really good position.
Okay, perfect. And so for anybody that did need a liquidation strategy for bad buys, what would be your recommendation then? So don't have Maven on and do something different? Okay.
Yeah, just rule-based. What we tend to say there, minimum ROI is set to 0% because you're not worried about making money here. We're trying to get our capital back. I would have it target the buy box value itself, so the buy box price, and then reprice below by a penny at least. Because again, this is where when people are like, oh, price tanking is horrible. Yeah, but sometimes you need to get your capital back. Let's just be frank. So sometimes that's okay. If you're doing that, you're probably in a good position. We have videos and articles on exactly how to create like the liquidation strategy and stuff like that. And one thing I will highlight is our support team. We don't outsource anything, by the way, like nothing in the company. So you're either going to talk to Casey, Finn, or myself. You're going to default to Casey because he's day-to-day on support load there. But you can reach out and just be like, hey, can you add a liquidation strategy to my account? Yes, got you covered. Like we'll do it for you. So we're very collaborative, very consultative. So whatever you need help with, like we're always available to be able to jump in and answer questions, deep dive on things. If you need to be personally onboarded because you're jumping into a repricing tool for the first time and it's a little overwhelming, that's totally fine. Like we can handhold the whole way through. We'll jump into a 20-minute call and we'll basically take you from overwhelmed and concerned to feeling like a power user and super strong, and you're good to go. So whatever we need to do, we got you covered.
Right. And another note for people, I really do love the emails that you guys send out all the time with like blog posts, and you also do open office hours. Would you mind just kind of talking about that for any new sellers that may want to join those open office hours?
Yeah, so we're doing it tomorrow. So every Wednesday from 2 to 3 p.m. EST, it's at goor.com/office hours. It's Casey and I, right? So we just jump in. We'll start with a little content, maybe a topic we want to jam about. But then as people jump in, we just say, hey, ask us all the questions you have. And so it's kind of like when I was in college, professors had open office hours. You could go and just be like, I have questions. They're like, great, throw them at me. That's kind of the same thing. So, sometimes they go really deep into features of Aura. Sometimes they get really meta on just being a seller and like, how do I solve this kind of problem? And then maybe I'll bring up a resource that I know about or say, hey, go reach out to this person who's knowledgeable in that. So it's just an open hour where you get to ask any question you want, and we're live jumping in, helping whatever we need to. If we need a screen share to show you how to set up a certain workflow or a strategy, like the liquidation strategy, we'll do that.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. So cool. Well, Dylan, thank you so much for joining me today, man. I'm really excited for what this program has been doing and will do for new sellers moving forward. Again, you can go to askjimmysmith.com/early stage if you're interested in checking it out, applying for it. It's anybody under 10K per month. That's correct, right? Anybody under 10K per month. That's the only limitation, and not a current or a user. So somebody that is brand new. So if you're those two criteria, go check that out. I'm really excited for it. So thank you so much, Dylan, and looking forward to seeing all the success stories. If you're a new Amazon seller and you're trying to go through all of the different software options and figure out what's best for you or what's not the right thing for you, how do I afford all of this software? Then today I've got the video for you. As someone that's been selling on Amazon since December of 2015, I have gone through many different software programs. I've reviewed and demoed many of them as well on this YouTube channel. And so I want to bring to you the top 5 software programs as a new Amazon seller, whether you're doing arbitrage or wholesale, that are going to be the best things that you can get started with at a low cost that can help drive the most growth in your business as you move forward on this Amazon journey. The very first tool that I've done dozens of videos on is actually called Keepa. Now, this software gives you all of the pricing history, the competition history, the selling history, and so much more of all of the different listings on Amazon. So this tool can actually save you a lot of money by making sure that you don't purchase bad buys, as well as make you money by helping you to find good things that you you know that with a high likelihood of success that you'll be able to buy from a retail store and sell online on Amazon at a good price and a good profit. In addition, Keepa has a tool called the Keepa Product Finder, which allows you to put in a bunch of different metrics that pulls back all of the ASINs or all of the products that meet those metrics, so that then you can sift through a high quality list of different products that potentially you can find online to sell on Amazon. Now, I actually recently did a video on a full Keepa tutorial going over the Chrome extension as well as going over the Keepa Product Finder that you can check out after this video. I highly recommend watching that. And I also have a free Keepa training guide at my website. It's 16 pages. I've trained thousands of people how to read Keepa charts with this guide. You can head over to askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide for that free information. Now, the second tool that I recommend for newer Amazon sellers, if you're getting into arbitrage or wholesale, is to have some sort of an on-screen profit calculator. Now, there are two that are the most used in the communities that I'm a part of anyway, and that would be RevSeller or ASINZen. Now, what these tools are going to do is give you the ability to see all of the profitability metrics for a particular product so that you can quickly speed up your sourcing, and you've got a bunch of other tools that can come with it, such as being able to export leads from Amazon to a Google Sheet, or being able to get a little bit deeper into the product sourcing on a listing, or being able to see Keepa graphs within the Chrome extension that you're looking at. Additionally, it will show you things such as sales rank. It will show you things such as the estimated amount of sales per month. It will allow you to see how many sellers and just have easy clicks so that you can do your normal sourcing in a fast way. Now, I actually do have affiliate links that you can check out down below for free 30-day trials and other things, but ultimately all of those links will be in the description. And I've personally used both RevSeller and ASINZen. I actually have subscriptions to both of them. I like the layout of RevSeller better. It's something that I started with, and so for me, it's a little bit easier to read. However, ASINZen has a lot more functionality than RevSeller does on their Google Chrome extension, and so both of them are worth checking out. If you're looking for a higher tool set, I would look at ASINZen, but if you're looking for something that's a little bit easier to read and use, then I believe that RevSeller may be a better option for you. Now, the third software program that I recommend that you get as a new seller is called Replen Dashboard. Now, the reason for this is as you're getting into Amazon and you're buying items and you're selling items, you need to stay on top of the inventory that you need to repurchase or restock or replenish. And Replen Dashboard helps you to do that from an inventory management perspective. There's an in-store shopping app that you can also use if you're doing retail arbitrage sourcing instead of online arbitrage sourcing. So that way you can build out buy lists, you can build out shopping lists for your team of shoppers or just yourself, so that whenever you're in the store, you can follow along and purchase the things that you need. But additionally, Replen Dashboard has the ability to track leads. So as you're going through and you're doing your sourcing, maybe you find things that aren't the perfect lead for you to buy yet and send into Amazon, but you don't want to just get rid of that information and pass up on it. You want to store that somewhere. And if you store it into the lead tracker, Replen Dashboard will allow you to see updated buy box information, updated profitability, updated sales ranks, and number of sellers, etc., on all of these leads that you are tracking in the system. And so this really helps you to build almost an evergreen sourcing system that you can come back to day after day to see new leads that may now be more profitable, or maybe a store that you source from now has a discount or a coupon code or a discounted gift card that you can use to make a lead become profitable and something that you would then test. So Replen Dashboard, with a $7 per month trial for anybody doing under 10K per month, that is an amazing deal that I recommend checking out. Again, you can get there at replendashboard.com. Full disclosure, it is a company that I helped to start, create, and operate currently, and so we have been doing a lot to continue to focus on how to get new sellers under 10K per month over that hump into the 10 to 50K per month and beyond by creating systems in their business utilizing Replen Dashboard and other tools that I'm mentioning here. Now, the fourth software tool that I recommend for a new Amazon seller is actually a repricer, and that repricer is called Aura. Now, Aura recently came out with an early stage program for new Amazon sellers that is $27 per month for their repricer. And you're getting not a $27 per month repricer, you're getting a $100 per month repricer, if not more than that, but you're getting it for $27 because you're a new seller. And so what I'm really trying to do with this video is point out companies that care about the newer seller, companies and software programs that will help you to grow and scale, and Aura is one that will do that. Aura has created a lot of movement in the Amazon seller space over the many years that they've been around. I remember when they started, I saw them come out the gate strong, and I have seen them revamp their software and continue to put a focus and a priority on being the leading repricing software that services addresses a large base of the new sellers that are looking to really grow and scale, as well as those advanced sellers that need features like AI repricing and being able to reprice every 10 to 15 seconds with their hyperdrive features, as well as having a really good user interface. And so for me, Aura is a software that I recommend to new sellers because of the early stage program for those people that are looking to start with a good repricer and then grow with that repricer over time. Now you can access that at the links in the description if you're interested. Ultimately, you can get there at askjimmysmith.com/early stage. Now the fifth software tool that I recommend to newer Amazon sellers is actually ScanPower or Inventory Lab. Now these two companies can do some similar things. They also do different things, but Inventory Lab and ScanPower have a shipping feature that help you to speed up your shipments if you're doing all of your own shipments. Now, if you're doing arbitrage or wholesale with a prep and ship company, then you don't need these tools typically. And if you do, then your prep and ship company will tell you that you need them. But ScanPower, the beautiful part about ScanPower is that they now have an early stage program as well. They have integrations with Aura, with that repricer that I just mentioned. They're really focused on making sure that they can help the new seller to grow and scale as well. So to me, as a new Amazon seller, I would want to work with companies that have lower pricing plans as I'm new, so that then as I grow, I can grow into a much bigger software set and software tool, but I'm starting with something that allows me to grow. I'm not having to switch software programs in the future, not having to start with a cheap version of something and then I grow and then I have to switch to the next level. No, I want to start with something that is premier, that is good, and Replen Dashboard, Aura, ScanPower, and other tools have this, but those are the three main ones that have really been focused on having a new seller early stage type program that I recommend checking out because you're getting the full software tool set at a discount for being a new seller, so that then you can grow into some of the more advanced features and bigger plans in the future. Now, there are a couple honorable mentions that I have here for you from a software perspective that a lot of people use that I don't personally use, but I do know newer sellers like them, and I'll let you check them out. One would be Seller Amp. This is a tool that's going to help kind of speed up some of your sourcing. It's going to be another Google Chrome extension that you can utilize on your product pages. And then the other one is actually Seller Board. Now, Seller Board has more financial analytics and allows you to see some information about the details of the transactions that are going on in your Amazon account, so you can be much more up to date on the costs and your profitability, etc. You can check both of those out. Again, I'll have links to everything down in the description if you're interested in looking at any of them. But to me, those aren't necessary as a new seller. What you need as a new seller is the way to analyze products through Keepa, a way to analyze profitability through some sort of on-screen calculator, a way to track all of your leads and track everything that you need to replenish through Replen Dashboard and the early stage program that they have, as well as a way to reprice all of your inventory through the early stage program that Aura has. And then additionally, that fifth one is being able to do shipments at a better speed and pace than you could through Seller Central. And ScanPower has an early stage program for you. And then Inventory Lab is a big name that many people use. So to me, those are the 5 things that you need, but you can also be looking at these honorable mentions if you're interested in some of the additional tools that Seller Amp provides or that Seller Board provides for profitability analytics there. Do you know what every Amazon seller has in common? Google Chrome extensions. Now, if you don't know what these are, then you probably haven't been selling on Amazon very long, because every seller that I know, including myself, has utilized Google Chrome and the extensions that can be added to Google Chrome ever since they started selling. And in this video, I'm going to go through the top 7 that every Amazon seller should know. And even if you are somebody that does other types of e-commerce, this video can still apply for most of the different extensions I'm going to recommend, because they aren't going to be the typical this Amazon software that you have to use, except for 1 or 2 of them. It's going to come down to things that will increase your productivity and help you to make better decisions as you move forward in your business. Now, if you don't know what Google Chrome extensions are, I'll quickly go through that. Essentially, Google Chrome extensions allow you to utilize their web browser of Google Chrome, and then these extensions get added into that Google Chrome browser, which changes the data on the Google Chrome browser webpage. It may allow you to see extra things. For Amazon sellers, it allows us to see sales rank data and see fees and profitability, etc. onto our Google Chrome pages and each page that we're looking at. But it doesn't just apply to Amazon.com, it can apply to any and every web page. Now, if we're looking at this screen right here, my Google Chrome extensions are up here, plus there's a whole extra list of extensions that I have in the top right-hand corner, where you can see this little puzzle piece up there. That is where you can see extra extensions. Now, you can actually go to the Google Chrome store and download extensions. Some of them are free, some of them are paid, but ultimately what they will do is alter the page that you're looking at. So for instance, this right here is a Google Chrome extension I'll go through in just a minute, but it alters the regular web page so that I can see more data while I'm sourcing. That's why this is important, so that we can make sure to have as much productivity as possible in our product purchasing as we are doing that for our Amazon business. Now, the very first extension that each Amazon seller should have, and it is specific just to Amazon sellers, is Keepa or Keepa.com. Now, with a Keepa.com subscription, this is paid. It's about $20 per month, but you can actually see so much product data for making your purchasing decisions right on the Amazon page. I've done tons of training videos on Keepa that you can check out on my channel, and I have a free Keepa training guide at my website at askjimmysmith.com/Keepa guide. Now, that link is below and in the description for you, but this is what Keepa looks like. It gives a bunch of data for the sales rank of the product, how much it's been selling. It gives you your pricing history, so you can see that over however long this ASIN or this product has been on Amazon's page, and it gives you the new seller count, so you can see the amount of competition that would be on this page. And so this is the very first, very important, most important Google Chrome extension that you would have as an Amazon seller on your business if you're doing arbitrage or wholesale. Now, the second one that you would want as an Amazon seller, or somebody that's even just trying to do any kind of e-commerce looking for the profitability of products that you can sell on Amazon, is either RevSeller or ASINZen. Now, both of these are profit calculators, but they also give you a lot of data in your Amazon business to see if it's something that you should be selling as well. Now, as you can see here, I'm actually utilizing RevSeller, and I do have videos on this as well on my channel, but here you can see the rank that it's currently selling at, the sales rank. You can see the price that it's currently at, and then if I were to input my buy cost, let's just say this is $4, it also calculates my profits, my ROI, my margin, etc. And there's a lot of extra features here, but this will really speed up your online arbitrage sourcing if you use either RevSeller or ASINZen. Now, the reason that it's both and not just one is because they both do similar things. They do have different feature sets and different price points, but the point is that it will speed up how quickly you can analyze a product versus having to go to a completely separate page to look at all of the Amazon fees and see if it's a profitable one for you. So this is just an example, but it does show you all of the different information that you would need to make the best decisions possible in your business. Now, I actually have a discount code for RevSeller if you're interested in utilizing that. It is at askjimmysmith.com/RevSeller. I highly recommend checking it out. It is a discount on the first year, but this is what I've used since 2015. I still love the software, and they consistently update it with many more features. So if you're interested in that, be sure to check it out. Now, the third Google Chrome extension that every Amazon seller should look at is actually free. You don't need the paid version. They do have a free and a paid option. Currently, you don't need the paid one. I've only used the free one for years at this point, and it is actually called DS Amazon Quick View. Now, DS Amazon Quick View allows you to see this information down here as you're sourcing. So if you're looking up a brand in particular, I put Boots and Barkley here, you can see that, oh, okay, this is a 3,000 almost in pet supplies rank. Plus there's only one FBA seller. Well, maybe you're looking for something with a higher rank in pet supplies because of the type of products that you typically like to sell. And this one actually doesn't have any sellers showing right now. Or you can see that it's sold by Amazon. Or if there's multiple sellers on a product, like there's two here, well, maybe this is an option for you as well, because you know that there's more competition. So that means that you have more opportunity to find it as an arbitrage product. There's so much you can do with just this basic information. You can also, if you did want to utilize the paid version, you could see Keepa history and pricing history. Again, I don't do that because this is free, but it allows me to see a lot of information on the product pages as I'm doing my sourcing, which really helps so much because it just speeds up my process. If I'm looking at something and I see that there's no rank, then I may decide to pass up on it because it may not have sold. But if I see that there's no rank and that there are reviews on it, then that means typically that it's sold a bunch and there's just no rank on it. So I may actually find a good opportunity. Also, if I'm looking and I see 15,000 in pet supplies and it's sold by Amazon, well, maybe I don't want to compete against Amazon, or maybe I'm okay with competing against Amazon. This information, though, allows me to quickly source through products because it's all right on this sourcing page. Now, the fourth Google Chrome extension that I recommend for all sellers, but not just Amazon sellers, also other businesses or anyone that really just is on the internet at all, is called the Video Speed Controller. Now, this extension is actually free as well, and it allows you the ability to speed up any videos. And the reason that I put it on here, while YouTube has the ability to do that on their platform and other platforms, even like Facebook, allow you to do it natively, this Video Speed Controller allows you to do so on websites that don't have that option at the bottom of the screen. And so it may not be as useful on YouTube, but it may be very useful on training videos. Maybe you bought a course and you're trying to go through these training videos quickly and there's no way to speed up the video. This will allow you to do that right on the page just by clicking these buttons. And so I have utilized this and it has gotten me back more time than I even could imagine because of how quickly I'm able to go through different videos that I need to as I'm working through my business. So I heavily recommend getting the Video Speed Controller or something similar. Again, I'm not affiliated with any of these programs, but this is something that has saved me a lot of time and allows me more time freedom to do other things that I need to, and it's completely free and easy to install onto your Chrome. Now, the fifth one that I recommend is also available for non-Amazon sellers, and it's actually something that allows me to manage my tabs on my Google Chrome browsers much better. It will free up the memory, the local memory on my computer so that my computer can operate in a faster way as I'm loading different web pages. Now, this one is called the Workona Tab Manager, and in this Google Chrome extension, you can see, you can just go there, you can add it. It is free up to a certain level. I only utilize the free version of this tab manager, but it allows me to pause certain tabs so that it can free up the space on my computer to focus on other things. It just really allows me to speed up my functionality and the ability to load web pages much faster, and I really love this tab manager. Also, it gives me the ability to switch into a different computer. So I've got my at-home office computer and I have my laptop. If I'm ever on my laptop away from my office computer, I can click into this tab manager, log in, and it will pull up all the tabs that I had open through this tab manager. This has saved me countless times as, you know, maybe I had to go do some work off-site from my office and I'm not here and I really needed access to something. I couldn't remember the web page. I was able to pull it up because I was utilizing this Workona tab manager. So this is a huge productivity saver, and it really does free up the memory on your computer to focus on the activities that you're actually utilizing in those tabs that you're working in. The sixth Google Chrome extension that I recommend is, again, for Amazon sellers, but even for people that are just shopping on a normal day-to-day basis, and it's called Price Blink. Now, Price Blink is also free, but it really works well for those of you that do online arbitrage or anyone that's just looking for better deals, coupons, and cashback sites, etc. In this Google Chrome extension, as you can see right here, we've got over 100,000 users. Again, I'm not affiliated with this, but it will pull up, if you're on a website, it will pull up any page that it says, hey, save a bunch of money, save $101. This item costs $68.68 at Amazon. No need to get it at Nordstrom. So it will show you where you can get products cheaper. And this allows you to find new suppliers and things like that for your online arbitrage business. Or if you're just shopping, in this case, it looks like for boots, it could save you a bunch of money by buying them at Amazon versus at the Nordstrom site that they're showing here. Also on Kohl's, it can show a bunch of different discounts, you know, or any other website. It'll show, hey, we've got this discount, it's expiring soon. Here's a bunch of other discounts you can utilize. These things really help you to become more profitable with your Amazon business, as well as save some money and just in your personal life. So I've used this multiple times. Sometimes it can jump up a little bit too much on the pages, and so I've turned it off before, and then I'll turn it back on whenever I'm trying to look for a discount for something. So that is the only drawback to it, but it has helped me to save money, and I've used it a lot of different times for my online arbitrage sourcing, and I recommend you check it out too. Now, the seventh Google Chrome extension that I recommend, and just so you know, I have an eighth one that I'm holding off. It's a bonus Google Chrome extension for you if you're interested in an extra one. But this seventh one is called the AMZ Suggestion Expander. This has helped me a lot with my online arbitrage sourcing to think of new ways to source for different products. And really what it does is, as you're typing into the Amazon search bar, it will give you more suggestions based off of different keywords that are popular with the keyword set that you were typing in. Now, if we're looking here, for instance, at Boots and Barkley, again, this is just a brand at Target. If I were to click into here, you can see that this AMZ Suggestion Expander right here allows you to get different keywords before. Sometimes it'll show different keywords after. So let's look up equate and we'll see what pulls up. So these are the typical Amazon searches that would pull up. So if you didn't have the expander, this is what Amazon would show. But the AMZ Suggestion Expander shows wipes before, or stool softeners before, or clear medical tape for skin, equate. These are different ways that you can search for products as you are doing your arbitrage sourcing. You could even start typing in different letters and kind of see what comes up from this, right? Now, obviously, Amazon's gonna have a lot of different things, but you can just really start to look at this as you're doing your sourcing as kind of a different way to look up different products. So this can really help speed up your Amazon sourcing because it allows you to look at different keywords that you can source to find new replenishable arbitrage products where you're buying them from the store, selling them for higher on Amazon, finding new products to send into Amazon, and just different ways to think about them. Because as you're doing the Replens arbitrage business model I teach on this channel, you're trying to look for things that people are searching for to buy different products. And if you're looking at an equate product, well, maybe you never even thought of some of those words that came before or the words that came after the product that you typed in. And so the AMZ suggestion expander can help a lot. It's also free. They do have a paid version, but I've only ever utilized the free version. So I recommend checking that out as well. Depending on if you're doing arbitrage sourcing, wholesale sourcing, or even private label or branded bundles, it can help you tremendously with all of those to see other keywords that you can apply into your business and into those products. And the 8th Google Chrome extension that I actually recommend is a video screen recorder. Now, the reason this is important for Amazon sellers or really any online entrepreneur is because as you're building your business, you should also be creating systems. And as you're creating these systems, the best way to do it is to have something that records your screen that you can talk over, and you can start creating these video systems for any team member or person that you train in the future. But it also does help for personal things too. If you're trying to show somebody, a friend or a family member, how to utilize a website or how to do something in particular, you can use this video screen recorder in a lot of different ways. And so I really recommend just getting one. There's a bunch that exist. I personally use loom.com. Now with that, there is a free version of that software. It does limit you to 5-minute videos, but it can be very helpful if you're trying to just be very productive with your time and create under 5-minute videos. Also, you don't have to show your face. You can just show your screen, or you can even just do audio if you just wanted to record something there. But loom.com is what I use. There's tons of other screen recorders and video recorders that you can use though to grow and scale your systems for your Amazon business. This is the best software for newer Amazon sellers for under $10 that you can get started with today. Someone that's been selling on Amazon since December of 2015, I have gone through a ton of different software programs, and ultimately I have landed on this one being the best one for people to start with after they get a Keepa account as an option to add into their Amazon business. Now, the reason is I actually evaluate these software programs based on a few different activities. One, does it support your ultimate end goal of one of the key activities in your Amazon business? And that is, how do you source more product? How do you replenish more items? And how do you keep purchasing more items that ultimately lead to your goals for sales, profit, etc.? The second thing is it complicated to get started with and kind of a headache and a pain? And then the third thing is, what does it cost? And what does it cost in relation to the amount of profit or sales that you can get back from using this software? And so I wanted to look for the best software under $10 for newer Amazon sellers. And ultimately I landed on one that I helped to start. So this is honestly a little bit self-serving, and I want to show you what this looks like because there aren't very many software tools that start for under $10 for newer sellers. And this one starts at $7 per month. And I want to make sure that you are aware of all the different features. Now, the software I'm going to show you here is actually called Replen Dashboard. You can check it out at replendashboard.com. And whenever you go over to Replen Dashboard, you've got the option to see different pricing plans based on where you're at as a new seller. Now, I have a heart to support new sellers, which is why we have this $7 per month plan for anybody doing less than $10,000 per month in sales. Then you can get this for $7 per month. Also, we have a lead tracking feature for 10,000 leads that you can upload into the system. And again, that's for under $7 per month. I've seen lead tracking be hundreds of dollars per month for this many leads on other software programs. So you also get a free 30-day trial, etc. Now, as you grow and scale, it gets a little bit more expensive, but it still keeps up with $50,000 per month in revenue or 50,000 leads, unlimited amounts of revenue or 100,000 leads. So ultimately, this is the tool that you can check out if you're a newer seller. Now, here's what it does for you. If you're looking at this demo account, it tracks all of your inventory for you. It tells you how many you need to purchase over a 30, 60, 90-day period. It keeps track of all of your profitability, the buy box prices. If your price is higher than the buy box, it shows you that. You've got a nice little calculator. If we were to click into here, we can change the price and the cost and take a look at what that would do to our profitability. You've got the ability to see or to store all of your buy links for online arbitrage buy links. So that way, if it's time to restock this, you just click that link and it'll open up the product page for you to repurchase. Suppliers and store section if you're doing retail arbitrage, etc. But ultimately, there's a lot of data here that you can take a look at. But the things that you need to be focused on as a newer seller is how much do I need to restock? And is this thing still profitable for me to do so? So if I want to see all items with over a $4 profit margin and over a 40% return on investment, you can see it pulls up all of the items in my inventory that have that. And I can also say I want to see everything that needs over 1 restocked over the 30-day period. Well, in that case, now I have 3 items in my inventory in this demo account that I can restock that has over a $4 profit, over a 40% return on investment, and that I need to restock based off of my sales data, right? You can see all the orders and units, etc. here, and based off of our sales and how much we actually have in stock. So that is a key component. How do you restock all of this inventory in a quick and manageable way without having to have spreadsheets and deal with that? Now, the second part of this is that you can also track all of your leads. Now, this is a huge component to being successful with your Amazon business, is making sure that you're storing leads that maybe you can't purchase right now, but you want to purchase in the future. And with Replen Dashboard, you can get up to 10,000 leads in that base tier of under $10 per month. It's $7 per month. In that base tier, you can get up to 10,000 leads. Now, here is another demo account that I use just for lead tracking. And ultimately, we've got 23,000 leads in this system. And you're able to just put in here an ASIN. You can put in the cost from your supplier, and then you put in the buy link if you have one for the store that you would be able to purchase it from. And you can come in here as you're building up hundreds or thousands of leads and say, you know what, I only want to see items that have an ROI of over 50%. And that brings it down to a much smaller data set right there. It looks like some data is still loading, but 716. And I want to see profit of $5 or higher. And so that's going to reduce that amount even further. And then you can even come over here and say, I want to see a specific supplier. Maybe I want to see only things at Vitamin World, or only things at Yankee Candle, or only things at this Healthy Directions or Walmart, etc. And you can really narrow that list down much more into a manageable list of items that you want to repurchase. All you'd have to do is then go here and click on the link and say, cool, now this is time for me to repurchase it, as long as the cost is still accurate with what you put in there. So this is a way that you could start tracking items that maybe you weren't ready to purchase just yet. Maybe you didn't have enough capital. Maybe it wasn't at a profitability level that you wanted, or maybe there's a sale that came out at a particular store. And so you want to look for only items at that store. This way you are maximizing every second of your sourcing time. But ultimately, once you have a Keepa account, the next software that you should be looking to add as a new seller is Replen Dashboard, because it's going to tell you when to restock your items and how many you should be looking at doing, as long as it's still profitable. And you're also able to track all of these leads. Plus you get all of these other things I'm not even going to mention in this video, because that's too much as a new seller. If you're a mid-tier seller, you're doing over 10K a month, or a higher tier seller, then some of these other things are going to be very helpful for you as well. And I've done videos on that. But ultimately, this is the only tool that you need as a new seller after you get Keepa that costs less than $10 a month, which is a huge component, and will make you more than the $7 per month that you end up spending on this tool, right? If you have just one lead a month that you put into here that you buy, and you make $5 on 2 sales every month, you're making more by having Replen Dashboard. If you have one item in your inventory over here that you wouldn't have restocked, and you ultimately see it in here and you do restock it, and you make $10 on that one item, and you're going to be making more than you are spending on this tool. That is how you should be evaluating your software suite. You should be looking at, do I make more money just by having this software tool in my business? And ultimately, this is one of those tools that absolutely will do that for your business. So again, I know this is self-serving because I've owned this. This has been around since 2019. We're coming up on our 5th year of having this software program out in the world, and we've got so many people that love it and use it and rely on it in their business. And I just want to make sure that new sellers that are brand new, that are just early trying to get in and succeed with your Amazon business, this is one of the major tools that costs a very little amount that you can succeed with by just simply installing it, following some of the inventory replenishment suggestions, and doing the lead tracking on a day-to-day basis. It will set you far ahead of all the other sellers out there. So if you have any questions on Replen Dashboard, post them down below. We'll also have a link to the free Facebook group. Replen Dashboard has a support Facebook group that you can check check out. Again, it's a 30-day free trial, $7 per month if you're new. If you're over $10,000 a month, then you can look at these other tiers. But ultimately, this is going to help your business to grow and scale and succeed if you implement it and use it on a regular basis. As a business owner, it can feel both empowering and overwhelming to have complete control over your time and your schedule. For some, poor time management can lead to many other problems in their businesses and ultimately hurt your profit and success. Today, I'm going to share with you the exact things I do as someone who owns and runs multiple profitable businesses to streamline my time and ultimately grow my businesses. Now, the first thing that I actually really had trouble doing is getting used to a calendar. So many people in this day and age are used to just running around and not having a calendar to organize themselves. And I know this is no fun. I know this is something that seems super obvious, but it was a huge driver in the growth of my business and in my ability to manage my time properly. As you are running your business, you're going to come across things that you have deadlines for. You're going to have goals that you want to hit by a certain time period. And the best way to do those things is to make sure you have it scheduled, not just scheduled on a post-it note or in a little notepad. No, actually scheduled in some sort of a calendar, whether that calendar is online or a physical copy. I actually have both because of reasons I'll explain here in a minute, but ultimately this calendar is something that can help you to organize your time better, to bring back your own personal time into your life and not just allow the business to run you. You get to run your business. And so this calendar, or having a calendar, will help you in doing that tremendously. Now, you may think that you can just remember everything in your head like I did early on, but it is just not possible for someone to remember 30 to 50 to 100 things that they have to do each and every week. And so it's much better if you can write it down or organize it online so that you always have that reminder. You always have that ability to go back and see what needs to be accomplished so that you don't miss any important deadlines or even things that just need to get done but aren't as important. Ultimately, you need to have a place to organize that and to schedule the time, because if it's not scheduled someplace in your calendar, online or on paper, then ultimately it'll most likely not get done for much longer or further out than what you needed it to be done in. And once you have this calendar, whether it's online or a paper version, you need to structure your time in the right way. My general framework and suggestion is to try to schedule in your personal time first. That's how I organize my schedule. And so my business needs to fit in the rest of the allotted times for the rest of the day, because otherwise I would just work on my business all day, every day, and it would eventually just eat me up. I'd have nothing else besides just my business. So we need to structure personal time first and then have the business fill in all the gaps after that. Now, some ideas for personal time that you can schedule in would be things like reading your Bible, spending time with God, spending time with your spouse or your children, even just taking time off, having a full day off. If you schedule these things in both online and in a physical paper calendar, then your business can fit in the rest of the time around your day. Now, when you do something like this, then you need to learn how to prioritize your tasks properly so that you know what you should be working on in your business during the time that you've allotted for the business. Now, one thing that I have done to help me prioritize my tasks in a better way is actually not my own idea. It comes from an entrepreneur and somebody that does podcasts and YouTube. His name is Andy Frisella. Now, for those of you that watch me with children, he's not the most family friendly in the language he uses, so I'm just giving you that warning. But he has amazing ideas, and specifically this one thing has changed my life more than anything else that I've ever heard from his podcasts years ago. And that one thing is creating a power list. A power list is simply 5 activities in a day that will push your business or your life forward in some way. These are the activities that you need to focus on. And if you finish your power list, then you're technically done for the day. So if I were to set up my 5 things that have to be done for the day that push my business or life forward, and I were to be done by 11 a.m., I have the rest of the day to do whatever I want. Ultimately, the power list gives you the freedom to say, if I do these 5 things well and I finish them, then I have won that day. I have moved forward, not just in business, but it can be things like working out. If you're somebody that wants to get back into working out and you haven't been doing that, you can put that as an activity on your power list. If you want to change your diet and you want to start eating better, that can be on your power list. If you want to start spending more time with friends or family because you've been missing out on that, it can also be all of the different business activities that you need to get done to push your business forward. And so what I recommend is, as you're going through this and you're trying to think of what the power list should be, you need to be looking at things that aren't habits. You need to be looking at things that will push you forward, will make you better. And once this becomes a habit, let's say you've worked out for a month straight and you have this as a habitual thing that you're doing each day, well, then take that off the power list because it is a habit of yours. And how can you move move yourself forward in your business or life in other ways. That's what then goes on the power list there. I don't recommend trying to put more than 5 things on a power list. I know Andy also does not, because then it just almost becomes a to-do list. And we want these to truly be things that push you forward in a positive momentum way. Now, another important point that I like that kind of gamifies this power list idea is that at the end of the day, as you're reviewing your day, you give yourself a W or an L for a win or a loss. And so if you accomplished everything on your power list, whether it was 1, 3, or 5 things, then you get a win for the day. And if you don't accomplish them, let's say you accomplished 4 out of 5, then you get an L or a loss for the day. The idea though is to win more days in a week than you lose. So if you win 5 out of 7 days, then good, you won that week. If you win 3 out of 4 weeks, then you won the month. If you win more months than you lose in the year, then you won the year, and you have significantly improved or pushed yourself forward from where you would have been had you not done this. Now, you should actually have days that you lose. The power list should be something difficult that you're not winning every day. If you're winning every day, you need to make this harder. Now, here's kind of a bonus tip for you. One thing that I heard early on in my entrepreneurial journey is that if you don't have time to do these things, or you don't even know how you're currently spending your time, I recommend taking a timer on your phone or elsewhere that every 30 minutes or every 1 hour will go off, and it will remind you to write down what you did for the last 30 minutes or an hour, whatever that allotted time is. And so if you're just trying to get a handle on time management, I would start doing that first. I would take a look at how are you actually spending your day. Instead of social media time, maybe you make it learning about your business time or moving your business forward. Instead of Netflix time, it's going to be other things that you can implement there. Yes, it's important to have downtime and relaxation. I schedule that into my calendar. But when we don't know what's going on in our days, that's when it can start to eat up the hours that we have in our day. So that is how you manage your time, track important deadlines, and prioritize the tasks that you should be doing on a day-to-day basis. One thing that I haven't discussed too often on this channel, and over 200 videos at this point, is actually virtual assistants. And so today we're going to be setting off on what I consider an exciting new series for my YouTube channel. It'll be a whole playlist, and one that will truly encompass a series of episodes focused on a particularly powerful ally in the entrepreneurship space. And that is, as I mentioned, virtual assistants, or often known as VAs. Now, before we get started, I am doing a contest on this video for one lucky winner. If you want to be entered in to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, plus the free course and the audiobook that comes with it, all you have to do is drop a comment below on today's video and make sure that you hit the notification bell, because you want to tune into the next video to see if you won, since I'll put the winner of this into the middle of that next video. Now, if you've been navigating the challenging but rewarding waters of e-commerce for a while now, you've likely heard about virtual assistants. And if you're brand new, then I'm glad I can introduce this topic to you. Either way, we're here to delve deep into this topic, offering insights and guidance on everything VA related. And now I am starting the series because I own a VA training and a VA placement service that's called Legendary VAs. So you can actually find out more information about working with us at legendaryvas.com, especially if you're an Amazon or an e-commerce seller looking for product sourcing, account management, refunds, reimbursements, administrative, or any other types of task and help that you might need. And actually, members of the Business Building Legends community get a discount, but you can still hire a virtual assistant through Legendary VAs, even if you're not in that community. You just don't get the discount. So just wanted to make you aware of that. If you're interested in any of the links, they'll be below and in the description. Now, let me paint a picture for you regarding virtual assistants. Imagine a day in your life where you're not bogged down by mundane, repetitive tasks in your Amazon or e-commerce business. A day where you're not rushing from one administrative chore to another, but instead you're focusing more on strategic decisions that propel your business forward. Sounds like a dream for many people, I'm sure, but what if I told you that that could be your reality? That's the promise of a great virtual assistant in your business. Now, I'm not going to lie to you and say that every VA out there is a perfect experience. It does require work. You can't just go out, find a VA and not put in any extra work and they're going to do everything for you. It does take some work, which is why in this comprehensive series that I'm just starting now is we're going to guide you through the process of finding, recruiting, training, and managing virtual assistants if you want to do this all yourself. As I mentioned, there are other services that can help you, like Legendary VAs, if you don't want to deal with all of the other things that go into it. But these videos are going to empower you to scale your Amazon or any e-commerce business efficiently and effectively while ensuring that you get the maximum return on your investment of time and money. So let's get started with the basics in this video, which is what exactly is a virtual assistant? A VA is a professional who offers a wide array of services to businesses from a remote location, a different location. It could be somewhere in the United States, it could be somewhere across the world. But these services ultimately can range from administrative tasks like handling emails and scheduling appointments to more specialized tasks like digital marketing, website management, product sourcing, and even customer service. So essentially, a virtual assistant's role is defined by the needs of the business they serve. I have hired virtual assistants for things like product sourcing, for things like editing my book and editing my audiobook and creating covers for my book and other things. So you can go and find virtual assistants for just about any task out there. In the modern digital world, the role of a virtual assistant has evolved and expanded considerably, and the rise of the internet and the explosion of online businesses have made VAs a key part of the global business landscape. Now, for an Amazon seller or any e-commerce business owner, a VA can handle many different crucial tasks in your business. And I know many people that have their whole business run by multiple sets of virtual assistants. They can manage your inventory, they can communicate with suppliers, they can list products onto whatever third-party platform you're on or your own website. You can handle customer inquiries and even manage your social media accounts. The list is truly extensive, and it continues to grow as businesses find new ways to leverage the talents of their virtual assistants. But let's talk about why you should hire a virtual assistant. And in this series, we're also going to talk about when you should hire one, because if you're brand new, you probably shouldn't hire one right away. You should get to being used to certain tasks and knowing how you like to have them done in your business. But first, let's talk about why hire a virtual assistant. There's technically several compelling reasons. I could probably have a whole video just talking about each individual reason, but the first one is scalability. As an entrepreneur or small business owner, you have a finite amount of time, and really anyone does. We all have finite amount of time. There's a limit to what you can achieve in a single day. And by hiring a virtual assistant, you can effectively multiply your productivity, freeing up your time to focus on more important activities that lead to the growth of your company. You should only be focused on doing the things that you should be doing. If there's activities that you can outsource to someone else and you can afford to do so, you should be looking to do that. Secondly, a virtual assistant can absolutely be more cost-effective solution than hiring a full-time employee. So when you factor in the overhead costs associated with a traditional employee, such as office space or equipment or benefits, taxes, etc., hiring a VA can save you a significant amount of money. They provide the assistance you need, but without the extra costs that can eat into your bottom line. Lastly, virtual assistants offer unmatched flexibility. E-commerce is a changing world with peak seasons, sales events, and fluctuations in customer demand. And with a virtual assistant, you can scale your operations up or down as required. For example, if you need to ramp up customer service and sourcing during the holiday season, your VA is there to help. Or do you need assistance with a product launch at all? A VA can step in. There are multiple options to have virtual assistants step in for a set period of time when you need it the most versus having to hire a full-time employee and make sure they always have the work. There's other ways that you can do it. You can have a VA that does work for you full-time, that you are trying to make sure they get plenty of work, but you can also hire VAs for set specific amounts of time without all the hassle of the employment process. So they are truly a flexible resource that can adapt to your business needs whenever you need to utilize them. Now, we've just scratched the surface of the benefits that a virtual assistant can bring to your e-commerce business. In the subsequent videos in this series, we're going to explore each of these aspects in detail. So I'm going to take you through the process of finding the best VAs, conducting interviews, onboarding them, and managing them effectively. I'm going to share tips and tricks that I've gleaned from other industry veterans of doing this for over 7 years and some common pitfalls to avoid. Now, like I said, if you're looking for a virtual assistant for your business right now, I recommend checking out legendaryvas.com to see how the team can help. Depending on when you're watching this, you might have to wait over the next few weeks for these videos to drop for you, or if these are all already completed, then you can go to the playlist and the series on my channel to watch all of the VA trainings in order. Now, don't forget that if you want to win a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, then drop a comment down below and tune into the next video to see if you are the lucky winner. Let me know your thoughts, questions, and experience in the comments. And if you're interested in any courses or software programs that I recommend, check out the description below for all of my links. As we wrap up this introductory video, just remember the path to e-commerce success is rarely a straight line. It is filled with twists and turns, and lots of them, including challenges and including opportunities. But with the right tools and resources, you can navigate this path successfully. That's why I do these YouTube videos for free, because if you're looking for a bunch of content on how to start and grow your business, this is a great place to get it for free. There's obviously other paid courses that I recommend and I have taught, but ultimately I'm doing this to be able to help as much as possible for those of you that are looking for the free content. Now, virtual assistants can be an integral part of your toolkit. Absolutely, they are in mine, helping you to scale faster and more efficiently than you ever thought possible. We are pushing forward with the second installment in our comprehensive series on an invaluable resource that every Amazon or e-commerce seller should strongly consider leveraging, which is virtual assistants or VAs. In the first episode in this series, we broke down who virtual assistants are, what roles they can play in your business, and the value they can bring to your operations. Now, if you haven't checked out that episode yet, I highly recommend going back and giving it a watch to help set the stage for what we'll be discussing today. Or if all you want is an organization that trains and provides you with a VA for your business, head over to legendaryvas.com so you don't have to do it all yourself. But today, we're shifting our focus to the next stage in the process. We're moving from the what and the why to the how. So more specifically, how do you go about finding these talented VAs for your business? Once you've found them, how do you communicate your needs effectively and attract the right fit for your business? And in other words, we're talking about where to find virtual assistants and how to craft a compelling job description that will not only stand out, but will accurately outline your expectations and requirements. But before we get started, I'm doing a contest on this video for one lucky winner. If you want to be entered in to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, plus the free course and audiobook that comes with it, all you have to do is drop a comment below on today's video and make sure that you hit the notification bell because you want to tune into the next video to see if you won, since I'll put the winner from this video into the middle of the next one. Now, the process of finding the right virtual assistant can often feel like a daunting task. There's a lot of information and advice to navigate, and knowing where to start your search can definitely be challenging. Moreover, once you've located where your potential candidates reside online, there's another hurdle that you have to overcome, which is how do you ensure that your job posting actually attracts the best virtual assistants and effectively communicates your needs and expectations. It's not an easy task, but don't worry, because that's what we're covering in today's video. Precisely, that's what we're going to be exploring today. So buckle up, let's get into it with starting with how to identify the best platforms and places to find your next virtual assistant. So in our digitally connected world, there's no shortage of platforms where you could potentially find your next VA. However, not all platforms are created equal, and I'm going to go through a few of them here. There are certain places that have garnered a reputation over the years, though, as reliable sources of professional and dedicated virtual assistants. One of the most well-known platforms is Upwork. Upwork has positioned itself as a leading freelance platform where professionals from a variety of fields offer their services, and virtual assistants are a large part of that. The platform allows you to post a detailed job description and attract freelancers freelancers whose skills match your needs. What I've found is that Upwork typically has high quality but more expensive candidates, and your mileage may vary with that. I've personally hired VAs from Upwork for software development in the past. So if you're new, Upwork may not be the best place, as the VAs might cost more than you're comfortable with and maybe a little bit more in the detailed or higher quality side of things that you may be looking for. Like software development is a very technical thing. You can also find some product sourcing VAs through Upwork, but again, you might have some issues with the costs of those VAs. However, it doesn't hurt to check out Upwork for your needs. Depending on what you're looking for, you might find a diamond in the rough, so to speak, or you might have the resources, the financial resources to be able to afford one. Now, another resource to consider is Fiverr. While Upwork operates on a model where you post a job and then you receive applications on that job posting, Fiverr actually kind of flips the script. So on Fiverr, freelancers create and post gigs outlining the services that they offer for their own business. So as an employer, you're going to be browsing through these gigs and selecting the one that best aligns with your needs and your business. So what this does is it allows for an interesting dynamic where you can often find a diverse range of offerings and potentially discover services you hadn't even previously considered. I know I've had that before, where I've been just browsing Fiverr to see what things were available in different categories, and I've found things where I ended up deciding to use a service that I wasn't actually looking for at the time. But I've used Fiverr for many one-off projects like social media posts, graphic design, audiobook editing, and much more. Usually Fiverr is my preferred place if I have a one-time job that needs to get done. You can hire VAs for $5, hence the name Fiverr. You can also hire them for $100 an hour. So it depends on your needs, but ultimately you can go to the platform and select what type of virtual assistant that you need. Now, another platform that I've used in the past and I recommend is onlinejobs.ph. This company actually operates on a monthly subscription to use their platform. So instead of paying the platform directly for the VA's services, you're going to be paying for a monthly subscription to be able to just use the platform and find VAs through it. You will need to post your job and then sift through a ton of different applications. You're going to get a lot of mismatches, a lot of people that are just mass applying to jobs. So your job posting and your application process is very important to get right on this platform. This platform is actually the cheapest, as you can hire people from the platform and then stop paying for the service when you're done hiring them, since you're going to be paying the VA directly instead of paying the platform itself, as I mentioned earlier. However, this will require the most amount of work to find a qualified applicant that you can fully trust. So if you're new, a lot of people will go to onlinejobs.ph. You're going to have to go through a lot of applications, a lot of interviews to find that perfect person. The next platform that I mentioned actually at the top of this video is Legendary VAs at legendaryvas.com. This is a service that I own, and we provide virtual assistants for sourcing, Amazon account management, refunds, reimbursements, deal sharing, and so much more. From dedicated VAs that are just yours to shared VAs among a small group of people, you can find the right person for your business there. All you have to do is select the type of VA that you need, and you'll get an already trained virtual assistant to work for you in your business. There will be some training for your own needs in your business so that they can do the things that you require in your business, but the majority of the work and training will have already been done for you by our team. And lastly, there's FreeUp. Now, I've used FreeUp in the past as well. They do a lot of vetting of VAs for you. However, they can be a little bit more costly. I haven't had as much success with FreeUp as I had with some of the other methods that I've mentioned. Now, one bonus method is actually LinkedIn. So while not specifically a freelance platform, it is a great resource worth considering, because as a professional networking site, LinkedIn is used by many virtual assistants to showcase their skills and connect with potential clients. So the advantage of using LinkedIn is that it allows you to see a more holistic view of a candidate, including their professional connections, their endorsements, and any other recommendations that they may have on their profile. Now, when selecting a platform, there are a few factors that you should take into account. Consider the cost of using the platform, what your specific needs are, and user reviews. This is going to help ensure that you not only find a platform with a pool of talented virtual assistants, but also that you, as an employer, have some level of protection and support. If you're looking for a place that you can ask for other people's reviews on specific platforms, platforms, you can actually join the free Facebook group called My Silent Team. The link to get to that is bit.ly/MST group. That is below and in the description. There's over 70,000 e-commerce entrepreneurs in that Facebook group. I've been in it since 2015, and I'm actually a moderator in the community now, but it's completely free. You can ask for people's reviews of services or where they found their VAs in the past. They can help tremendously for free there. Now that we've covered where to look for potential VAs, let's turn our attention to the art of crafting an effective job description. A well-written job description is essential depending on the platforms that you use, as sites like legendaryvas.com and FreeUp will not require a job description at all. If you need to write one, it does perform two crucial functions. One, it helps to attract the right candidates, and two, it sets clear expectations for the role from the get-go. The first part of your job description should be a concise and clear job title. This needs to be indicative of the role to ensure that it's picked up by the right candidates during their job search. So examples of some clear and descriptive titles include social media virtual assistant for e-commerce business, or product sourcing Amazon seller virtual assistant. Those are two options that you can use. The title is the first thing that potential VAs will see, so it's essential to make it as clear and as relevant as possible. Next, you're going to want to provide a job overview. So this is a brief summary of the role, its responsibilities, and how it fits into the overall workings of your business. Here, you're going to want to communicate the value of the role. What will the VA be contributing to? How will their work impact your business? So really painting a picture of the role's significance can make it more attractive to potential candidates. Now, after providing an overview, your next step is to outline the key responsibilities that the VA will be in charge of. These are the specific tasks that the VA will be handling on a regular, perhaps daily, weekly, or monthly basis. You want to be as detailed as possible here. So instead of saying manage customer service, say respond to customer service inquiries via email within 24 hours and manage product return requests within 48 hours. By being specific, you give potential candidates a clear idea of what they're going to be doing, and you can better ensure that those who apply are prepared and capable of meeting those responsibilities. Next, you should define the skills and qualifications necessary for the role. This should include both hard skills like proficiency in specific software or e-commerce platforms, and soft skills like effective communication and time management. It is essential to list these out clearly because these are the core competencies that will determine how effectively a virtual assistant can perform the tasks you assign to them. Now, finally, provide practical details about the role. This includes the working hours, whether it's part-time or full-time, payment terms and methods, and whether it's a long-term role or a specific project. Providing this information up front helps potential virtual assistants assess if the role suits their expectations and their availability and really their desire, because you want a VA to want to work for you as well. Now, as a bonus tip, I do recommend in the application process asking the VAs to do something that makes sure that they fully read the job description, because on certain sites, you might see that you just get mass applications where people didn't read the job description. They were just applying to every job they could. So in this case, you can put that their cover letter be titled VA looking for full-time Amazon seller work, right? You can have something that's very detailed that you want the title to include in their cover letter. You can also have them include something crazy like a picture of a pink Cadillac in the letter or in the email that they send you as well. Those types of things ensures that the VAs fully read the description and that they were able to follow some simple instructions. That way you are making sure that every VA that you start to look into their application, that they followed two simple rules to start for the job. Now, with this understanding of where to find potential VAs and how to craft a job description that hits all the right notes, you're now ready to step out and begin your hiring process. However, remember that finding potential candidates is just the start of your journey. The real challenge lies in assessing these candidates and selecting the one who will be the right fit for your business. In our next video, we'll be focusing on this process, helping you navigate the steps of conducting effective interviews and making your final selection. So be sure to tune in for that. Now, don't forget to check out legendaryvas.com if you're interested in hiring a VA that's been fully trained for your business needs And that if you want to win a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, then drop a comment down below and tune into the next video to see if you are the lucky winner. Let me know your thoughts, questions, and experiences in the comments. Also, if you're interested in any courses or software programs I recommend, check out the description below for all of my links. The process of finding and hiring the right virtual assistant can be a transformative moment for your business to start growing and scaling. It can help you to streamline the processes, free up your time, and drive your business to new heights that you never really thought were possible. We're continuing with video number 3 in our in-depth series on virtual assistants or VAs. And today's topic is a big one, which is interviewing and selecting the perfect virtual assistant for your business. One of my favorite topics in e-commerce and Amazon selling is actually growing and scaling your business, which is why I love talking about this topic of VAs and other things on my channel. But these topics are actually heavily discussed and has over 70 standard operating procedures in the Business Building Legends community that I own and run. And if you're interested in applying to join that elite group of sellers and legends, then head over to askjimmysmith.com/legends and you can apply from there. Now, as always, I'm holding a contest on this video for one lucky viewer. If you want a chance to win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, as well as the free course and audiobook that come with it, all you need to do is drop a comment down below and make sure to hit that notification bell, because the winner will be announced in the middle of our next video. And trust me, you don't want to miss it. Now, let's get started with our first topic of the day, which is the importance of selecting the right virtual assistant. Your VA will be a key player in your business, handling critical tasks that allow you to focus on your strategic growth in your business. They aren't just another employee. They're an integral part of your team, a driving force that aligns with your work ethics, your values, and your business's culture. Therefore, the importance of ensuring that you select the right VA cannot be overstated. This doesn't mean that you only hire one person and they have to be absolutely perfect to work out and everything is riding on the shoulders of your one selection. But what it means is that as you go through selecting potentially multiple VAs to train and test for the role, you will want to be diligent in seeing which ones stand above the rest throughout the process. Even before the interview process begins, it's vital that you, as the interviewer, prepare thoroughly. Know what you're looking for in a virtual assistant. Review all the YouTube videos in this series. What tasks are your VAs going to be handling, or what are you looking for them to handle? What skills and experiences are necessary for those tasks? What values and work ethics are important to your business? All of these aspects need to be clear in your mind before you commence with the interviews. If you followed the instruction from video 2 in this series, many of these things will have been worked out properly in the job description and in the job posting. But if you didn't do these things then, you will need to do them now. Keep in mind that preparation doesn't just stop at knowing what you're looking for. It extends to asking the right questions that will help you uncover the candidate's potential. A good rule of thumb is to focus on open-ended questions that prompt detailed responses. This allows you to gain deeper insights into the candidate's experience, their skills, their personality, etc. Now, let's dive into the interview process itself. Start by learning about the candidate's past experiences, their prior roles, their responsibilities, their challenges. All of these things can tell you a lot about their skills and their adaptability in different roles. Don't be afraid to probe and ask for more details. The more information that you gather, the better equipped you will be to make an informed decision for the role that you are hiring in. Now, once you've uncovered their experience, move on to their technical and their soft skills, so to speak. Proficiency in certain tools or software may be important, but don't overlook the importance of soft skills like time management, communication, resilience, etc. Be sure to also ask them about their Wi-Fi connection. Now, obviously, they'll be doing this over the internet, the interview, right? But a lot of times they can have tricky internet or Wi-Fi connections. So ask, How is their internet? What kind of expectations can you have of their Wi-Fi or internet going out? Do they have a place to go, or friends and family that they can go work with their Wi-Fi if they need it? These skills and these different technical resources can often determine how well a candidate can handle the dynamic and demanding nature of an e-commerce business. Everything that we do is online. Everything they will be doing is online. So you need to know the technical and the soft skills related to the person you're interviewing. Next, you're going to want to understand their knowledge of your industry and the business that you're in. This often can be a key differentiator between candidates. A VA who's taken the time to understand your business, your industry, and your customers is one who is invested and sees the potential in the role. Now, there are people that have different opinions of they would want someone that has experience in sourcing Amazon products, for instance, because they know the platform and they know the basics. However, there are some people that don't want anyone that has that type of experience, but they care more about the soft skills such as time management and those types of things, because then they can train the Amazon skills and train them in the way that they want them to operate in their business. Sometimes if you do bring someone over that's been trained in someone else's business in the past, they can come with some problems as well as some of the basic foundations. So you'll have to decide that, and you can play around with that as you're going through the interview process. Now, keep in mind, an interview isn't a one-way street. It's definitely as much about the candidate assessing your business as it is about you assessing them. Be transparent about your business, the culture, your expectations, and the vision that you have for the virtual assistant's role. This openness not only helps the candidate understand what they're signing up for, but also builds trust and respect between the two of you. I should also mention that there are fantastic resources like legendaryvas.com that provide trained VAs for businesses. So if you'd rather skip the entire hiring process and get a VA who's been vetted and trained, that's definitely a viable option too. Maybe I should have mentioned that at the top of the video. But if you're interested in hiring your own VAs, and that's what this whole series is for. Now, once the interviews are done, you've got to make the final call, selecting your virtual assistant. Remember, it's not just about who has the most skills or the most experience. It's really about finding the candidate or candidates who fit well with your business culture and that have the potential to add significant value to your business just by being who they are and showing up and doing what they say they're going to do. Choosing your VA is about investing in the right person. Skills can be acquired, but attitude and work ethics are often harder to change. So look for a candidate who's not just capable, but is also enthusiastic. They're adaptable and that they're aligned with your values. These things can way more often be more important than the technical skills, because you need to make sure that you will work well together and that you can trust them. Now, it may seem like a lot, but investing this time in selecting the right virtual assistant will pay dividends in the long run. A great VA can revolutionize your business, helping you to streamline processes, boost productivity, and drive growth in your business. Now, in the next video in this series, we're going to be diving into the process of onboarding and managing your virtual assistants. So check out the virtual assistants playlist on my channel to see the whole series from start to finish. But before we wrap up, don't forget to check out legendaryvas.com if you're interested in hiring a fully trained VA that's tailor-made for your business needs. And remember our contest. If you're eager to win a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, leave a comment below and make sure to watch the next video to find out if you've won. Now, if you found this video helpful, give it a like and share it with other entrepreneurs. Your support helps this channel grow and enables me to continue delivering more valuable content to you. And if you haven't subscribed to Ask Jimmy Smith yet, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. You won't want to miss the next training video in this series or any of our upcoming content. Remember that hiring the right virtual assistant can be a game changer for your business. It's a step towards more streamlined operations, increased productivity, and meaningful growth. Now, currently, this is video number 4 in the series. And if you'd like to check out the rest of the videos, head over to the virtual assistants playlist on my channel so you can go through these series in order that they have come out. Now, if you've been following our series, you'll remember that in our previous video, we discussed the process of interviewing and selecting the ideal VA. So today we're going to be taking the next big step in this journey, which is officially hiring your virtual assistant, introducing them to your business through a structured onboarding process, which is very important, and finally managing their work to ensure maximum productivity and harmony within your organization. So let's get started. But before we dive in, let me remind you of our contest. You could win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, and get access to the free course and audiobook that comes with it. So to participate, simply leave a comment down below and ensure that you've also hit the notification bell when you subscribe so that you don't miss out when we announce the lucky winner in our next video. Also, if you're looking to hire VAs without all of the hassle of doing everything yourself, check out legendaryvas.com to find a pre-vetted and trained virtual assistant for your business. Now, the next step in the process of building out your VA team is making the hire official. So after the thorough selection and interview process that we discussed in the last video, you have finally identified the perfect candidate or candidates if you're hiring multiple. And so now it's time to extend an official job offer. So when making this offer, you should be clearly communicating the terms of their employment, which includes presenting the salary, of course, but there is more to it than just how much they're going to be paid. You're also going to need to clarify the work hours expected of your virtual assistant. Do you need them on a full-time basis, or is this going to be a part-time role? Will they need to be available during specific hours, or is there flexibility in when they can work? Transparency at this stage can help you to avoid confusion later. If they're expecting to work during their daytime, which is your nighttime, then that's going to be a problem if you're expecting them to work while you're awake during your daytime hours and their nighttime hours. So you need to make sure to clearly communicate this. Typically, before you're offering the role, you may want to do it in the interview process, but you definitely want to clearly communicate it now when you're offering them the job. Now, also in your offer, it's important to clearly define the tasks and responsibilities that will be assigned to the virtual assistant. Be as specific as you possibly can. Having vague job descriptions can lead to miscommunication, underperformance, and dissatisfaction down the line, not just for you, but also for the virtual assistant, because they're taking this role, hopefully excited to work with you and for you. So take the time to detail out what you expect from them and what their role will entail so that both of you have it in writing in case there's ever anything that comes up in the future, any confusion or clarity that needs to happen. Now, after the offer has been accepted from your virtual assistant, it's now time to begin onboarding your new VA. And onboarding is a process that helps to integrate your new hire into your business and into their role. And it truly is a crucial period that's going to be setting the tone for your professional relationship with them. So obviously, you want to begin with a warm, welcoming introduction and make sure to introduce your VA to your team and introduce your team to the VA. It's important to make them feel part of the community right from the start, even if they're working remotely. It is even more important to have a good work culture remotely so that everyone can still feel like they're part of a team instead of like a bunch of lone wolves, so to speak. Now, you can actually use video conferencing tools to facilitate this process. Most likely you've been doing that the whole time. I assume that's fairly obvious. But if this is your first virtual assistant, then making sure to get on a call, let them know how excited that you are to work with them is a good idea so that they know that you both are on the same team. Even if there's nobody else on the team, you two will be on the same team because you are starting with them as your first VA. Now, next, you're going to want to provide an overview of your business, not just what they're doing, but your business, its missions, its values, its goals. Your VA needs to understand what your business stands for and what it aims to achieve by them doing the work and by you owning this business. So this gives them a sense of purpose. It guides them in their tasks while also helping them to fully understand their objective within your company. the thing that everyone is striving towards. This also helps them to make the right decisions. If there's ever something that is confusing or conflicting, if they have an idea of the business's values and where you're trying to go, they can present to you better solutions for a problem that comes up, or they can just do something that is in service to that ultimate goal as well, if you've given them that trust and that ability. So now it's time to go into the specifics of their role with them. You're going to want to walk them through their responsibilities, their tasks, and explain everything in detail with what each task involves. It's also helpful to explain how their role fits into the larger picture and how their contributions support the team and drive the business forward together. So that way they have a good idea of the bigger picture of the organization and their role fitting into it. Now, equipping your new VA with the tools that they need to perform their tasks is another key aspect of onboarding them into their role. Whether it's software, applications, or access to certain systems and procedures, you need to make sure that they have what they need. This also includes providing any necessary training to use these tools effectively. You can't just give them a bunch of software they've never used and tell them to figure it out. You have to have some training for them on these things as well. So having these ready to go beforehand will help tremendously so that you're not scrambling to get them together during the call with your VA. If you get on a call with your VA and you were like, oh, I need to get you this software login and I need to train you on this, and I didn't even think of these things, it can look a little more disorganized, obviously. So if you can do a little bit of planning beforehand, it will help make the whole process not only smoother for you, but also smooth for your virtual assistant and a little bit more impressive and professional feeling to them if you are prepared for exactly how to train them moving forward. Most people are understanding if you have issues or you've never done that before and you have some issues during the call, but ultimately, if you can be as prepared as possible, that's going to be important. Now, also, if possible, have your standard operating procedures ready to go as well. Many times these are referred to as SOPs, and that's how I'm going to refer to them. But these standard operating procedures, or SOPs, are the exact processes that your virtual assistants are going to need to be following in their job role to effectively do their job. They are literally step by step, so your virtual assistant can do the same process every single time and know that they are doing it properly. I have done plenty of videos on creating SOPs and doing them efficiently, so you're not sitting down and wasting a bunch of time trying to create them one by one. And you can actually check out all of those videos on this channel if you'd like to see how you can start to implement that in your business if you haven't created SOPs before. And I actually have over 70 of my own standard operating procedures in the Business Building Legends community that I own and run if you're looking to add those to your business. So you can actually apply to join the Legends community at askjimmysmith.com/legends, and the link is below and in the description. Now, an excellent way to ease your virtual assistant into their role is by pairing them with a mentor or a buddy or a manager if you have a team of VAs anyway. This person can be their go-to for questions, guidance, or even just a friendly discussion. And so having a friendly and professional relationship is going to be very helpful to integrate them into the team properly. Now, it is a simple step that can really make a big difference in making your virtual assistant feel comfortable and welcome with everyone else. So if you are the only team member though, then let them know that you are there for them and all of these different facets to facilitate your desire to work together as a team, because the team mentality and process is extremely important to everyone to create a good and foster a good environment for everyone to work. Now, it is crucial to remember that onboarding is not a one-off event at all, but it is more of an ongoing process of continually onboarding your team members into their roles as well as their future roles as they're growing into the company. So regular check-ins are going to be key during these first few weeks. You can't just do it all in one day and set it and forget it. You're going to need to check in with them consistently. So use these sessions to answer any questions that your VA might have, provide constructive feedback on their work, and also gauge how well they're settling in. Start to get a feel of how much they're enjoying the job or if there's any confusion there. And by having those regular regular check-ins that will help tremendously. And now that your virtual assistant is onboarded, the focus is then going to shift to management. Successful management of your virtual assistant and your whole team is built on the foundation of clear communication with them. So regular check-ins, as mentioned, either daily or weekly, help to keep everyone in sync and any issues that can crop up at bay. So this is especially important in a remote working setup where face-to-face communication isn't an option. So I personally like daily check-ins with your VA early on as you're training them and even right after their training period ends. And then you can start to scale that back to weekly as you begin to build a good working relationship with each other. If you have a whole team of virtual assistants, doing a team call every week can be very beneficial as long as it's structured and organized and everyone knows what they're bringing to the table. So having that clear communication is going to be key. Also, setting up communication channels. If you want it to be with Slack, if you want it to be with Skype, if you want it to be on Discord or some other Facebook Messenger or something, WhatsApp, right? These different communication tools will help you to stay in regular communication with everybody, have the team communicating properly throughout the day, and any one-on-one individual things that come up throughout the week, if you're not doing daily calls anyway, will help you to stay on top of issues as they come up and help the team when they need it. Now, when it comes to managing tasks, clarity is going to be key as well. Be specific about what you want your virtual assistant to do, by when you want it done, and how you'd like it done. That's where SOPs are going to come into play and be a huge help to your organization. So this doesn't mean micromanaging their every move though. And so providing clear guidelines so that they know what is expected is of utmost importance. Another aspect of effective management is providing feedback. Constructive feedback helps your virtual assistant understand what they're doing well, where they can improve, and how they can grow in their role in your company. Be sure to also recognize and appreciate their efforts. This can truly go a long way in motivating your virtual assistant. Don't be harsh with anyone on your team, and always lean on their ideas for any changes they believe need to be made once they are regularly in the day-to-day of the business, since they're going to most likely have their hand on the pulse of their role much more than you will after a period of time for what will enhance or make it a better process. If your VA or your whole team is coming to you making suggestions for a role or a process to get better, more than likely it's good to listen to them unless it's going to be detrimental to your business. So in my opinion, give more trust when VAs and team members are suggesting changes to a process or to something within your organization. Give more trust and try that out unless you know for a fact that it's going to be detrimental of a decision to add into your business. But you aren't typically going to be having that issue with your team. More than likely, they're going to be giving you stuff that are going to be helpful for your business to grow and scale in a different way. And if it doesn't work, you can always go back to the old system after testing it out for a week or a month or however long. Now, in managing your virtual assistant, it's also vital to strike a balance between structure and flexibility. And so while having processes and systems in place is important for consistency and productivity, offering some degree of flexibility can lead to a better work-life balance, job satisfaction, and in turn, productivity for your whole entire team. And there you have it, folks, a comprehensive look at the process of hiring, onboarding, and managing your virtual assistant and your whole entire virtual assistant team as you grow and scale. It is a detailed process, no doubt, but the investment of your time and effort at this stage can set the stage for a smooth, productive working relationship in the future to grow and scale your business. Now, as always, if you're looking to hire a VA without the hassles of doing it all yourself, remember to check out legendaryvas.com. The link is below and in the description. And don't forget our ongoing contest in each video. If you want a chance to win a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, leave a comment below and stay tuned for our next video where we'll announce the winner from this video. Now, the next video is actually going to be a big one. We're going to be discussing how to effectively scale your business with the help of your VA team that you've been building through the process of this series. Just remember that hiring, onboarding, and managing your VA is a pivotal step towards optimizing your operations and paving the way for your business to grow. In the final episode of this 5-part series, we're stepping into a more advanced arena, which is how to accelerate your business growth by effectively scaling your business with the assistance of VAs. But before we dive in, let me remind you of the contest that I always run. You could actually win a copy of my Amazon best-selling book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income from $0 to $100,000 per month with retail and online arbitrage. You also get access to the free course and audiobook that come with it. So to participate, simply just leave a comment down below and ensure that you've hit the notification bell so you don't miss out when I announce the lucky winner in the next video. All right, now let's shift our focus to the main agenda. As you steer your e-commerce business towards expansion, you'll find your plate piling up with more responsibilities and tasks. This is where the concept of scaling enters the picture, and this is the stage where your virtual assistants can prove to be invaluable. To start off, scaling is all about a thorough analysis of your current business operations. You need to ask yourself, which tasks are siphoning off most of your productive time? Is there an area in your business where your team doesn't have the necessary expertise? Are there gaps in your operations that could be filled? By understanding these needs, you'll gain clarity on which roles can be safely and efficiently offloaded to your VAs. Now, I like to ask 3 questions for outsourcing, and these actually come from the book Less Doing, More Living by Ari Meisel. The 3 questions are: 1, do I do this more than once? 2, does this take me more than 5 minutes? And 3, is this something that I don't like doing? Now, one example that would hit all 3 of those questions could be filing taxes, for instance. Most people, you should be doing this more than once. You do it every year. Also, it definitely takes more than 5 minutes to do. And lastly, most people, unless you're a CPA, don't like doing their own taxes. And so just realize that an item doesn't need to be a yes to all 3 questions. However, the most pertinent activities to offload first would be those items that are a yes to all 3 of those questions. So once you've gone through all those tasks and roles that can be delegated to someone else that hits all 3 of those questions, after that, you can start moving to things that hit 2 of those questions, or maybe even 1 of them. And now, once you've delegated those tasks, it's time to then focus on creating a structure to ensure that everything runs smoothly. One of the most effective ways to create this structure is by developing a detailed process manual or operations manual for each task that you're delegating to someone else. And even if it's tasks that you're doing yourself, it's always best to build out those procedures so that if you delegate it in the future, you have them ready to go. And this manual should outline every step involved in that task and set performance benchmarks for your VA and your VA team. This not only will provide a clear roadmap for your VAs to follow, but it also sets standards for quality, efficiency, and their output, which gives you a solid base for monitoring their progress and ensuring consistency within your organization. But remember, creating these guides isn't a one and done process at all. As your business evolves and your VAs become more experienced, you're going to want to revisit and revise these guides to ensure that they continue to serve your business and your VAs effectively. Now, if you're actually looking to add over 70 standard operating procedures to your Amazon business, then make sure to check out the Business Building Legends community, which has those standard operating procedures, plus 10 weeks of training for how to install them into your business. If you're interested in applying to join the elite group of sellers in Legends, then head over to askjimmysmith.com/legends. The link is below and in the description. Now, an often overlooked aspect of scaling is that it doesn't necessarily mean you have to increase the number of virtual assistants on your team. In fact, a more effective and cost-efficient strategy could be to develop the skills of your current VA or VAs. This way, you're enhancing your existing resources rather than extending them. By investing in training for your VAs, you're not only improving their capabilities to handle more complex tasks, but you're also boosting their job satisfaction as they become more proficient and versatile. Remember, a fulfilled VA is an efficient VA. Then, after doing this, you could use your current VA to train others on the lesser tasks that they were doing originally, effectively removing you from the need to really be involved and therefore freeing your time for other things to grow and scale your business in other ways. Now, as you start scaling, it's important to remember that communication remains a fundamental pillar of your business operations. With a larger team, effective communication channels become even more critical. You need to have a system in place that allows for regular updates, constructive feedback, and open dialogue, as we discussed in prior videos on this channel for this particular series. Now, tools like Slack or Trello or Asana can be invaluable in keeping your team in sync, and this helps everyone to stay updated with their tasks. It ensures clarity about the business goals, and it also fosters a sense of unity in your team because everyone can help other people and see where everyone is at within the realm of your goals for your business. But how do you measure the effectiveness of your scaling process? This is where business metrics come in, or key performance indicators, commonly referred to as KPIs. These will be your guide in determining whether your scaling efforts are paying off and how efficient and how well you are doing at scaling your VA team. So for instance, if tasks are being completed more quickly and efficiently, or if customer satisfaction rates are improving, these are clear signs that your scaling efforts are making a positive impact. So having metrics for expectations per day, per hour, or some other number are important to track depending on your needs. If you're an Amazon seller that sources products for retail or online arbitrage, then maybe you have a metric that your VA should be finding one good deal per hour of work, or to purchase $1,000 per day in inventory, or maybe to send 30 emails per day for finding new wholesale accounts. Tracking this information is important for you and for your VA to be successful. But remember, scaling is a dynamic process. It's not about setting things in motion and then taking a back seat in your business. As your business continues to grow and evolve, and your team members continue to grow and evolve, you'll need to continually reassess and recalibrate your strategies. Your VAs are a significant part of your business growth journey, so make sure you're fully utilizing their skills and potential. Now, if you're considering hiring professional VAs who are already trained and ready to hit the ground running and serving your business needs, then I recommend checking out legendaryvas.com. And of course, our contest is still running. You have a chance to win a free copy of my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. So make sure to drop a comment down below and tune into the next video, where we'll announce the winner in the middle of that video. As we conclude this series, I'm so glad that you joined me on this journey. I hope the knowledge in this series has equipped you with the tools and understanding that you need to take your e-commerce business to new heights. Just remember that success in e-commerce is a marathon, not a sprint. So take it one step at a time, keep learning, stay motivated, and keep putting in the work. If you're an Amazon seller that's currently doing $10,000 per month or more, or you're a new seller that has high ambitions to get past that 10K per month level, then I've got 3 things today that I want to discuss that's going to help you to grow from $10,000 per month to $100,000 per month and beyond. Now, I know everyone watching this video may not have the same goal of 100K per month. You may not want to have to manage all of that or deal with it, but if your goal is to get to 25K or 50K per month, then these 3 things will be items that you need to focus on in your business that will help you go from a side hustle, somebody doing 10K per month, to much more of a full-time income and a bigger business that is operating at a good pace without a ton of your involvement. And so we need to focus on what are the 3 things that allow you to grow and scale at a steady pace where you're not the one responsible for every single thing going on in your business. Now, as someone that's sold over $6 million worth of products on Amazon, and I've been doing this since December of 2015, I've been full-time since 2018, these 3 things are the items that I have come down to as these are the things that you need to grow and scale. Now, the very first item is actually creating leverage. Now, leverage is what the biggest businesses in the world have. They're able to create leverage through information. They're able to create leverage through money. They're able to create leverage through time. These are what the typical businesses are going to use to create leverage so that they can do more with less. Now, as you're growing in your business, then we need to figure out what is the leverage point for you. Is it money? Do you have more money to spend so that you can buy more products and inventory and you can send them in to grow and scale faster? Is it time? Maybe you don't have as much money, but you've got a bunch of time that you can invest to put into the business, and that extra effort will allow your business to grow and scale. Or is it information? Is it something where you've created a database of information that you can go back to over and over again? Now, for me, if I'm looking at the opportunity, whether you have money or time, that's going to be different for each and every person. But what can be standard for every Amazon business is leverage and creating that leverage for yourself. Now, as I have gone through the years, I have looked at different ways to create leverage in my business from an information standpoint, and I've found over the last past few years that I missed out on a lot of leverage points through data. I have passed up on tens of thousands of different ASINs and products that I should have stored information on as the potential to be a future profitable product in my business. And instead, I may have passed up on something that was 20 or 30% return on investment when I should have stored that data to come back to it at a later date. So if you're looking to create leverage in your business, if you're looking to go from 10K to 100K per month in sales over the years, then you're going to need to have a backlog or a catalog of products that you can come back to source at an easy clip. You don't want to have to go back to a Google Sheet and try to rerun through each and every individual product. No, you want to come to a place that has all of these ASINs that you have stored with sources that you can purchase the products from, and an updated buy box and an updated profit and updated competitor information so that you can quickly go through a list of thousands of different leads that you have gone through in your business. So if I were at 5 or 10K per month or even brand new, I would be starting to create this list of leads, these things that weren't perfect for me to test just yet, but they could be profitable in the future, whether the pricing goes up on Amazon or I'm able to get a discount from a store. And so what I recommend using for that is actually Replen Dashboard. If you go to replendashboard.com and you're brand new, if you're under 10K per month, it's only $7 per month to get started, but there is a lead tracker where you can add all of your leads. So whether you get leads from a lead list service like OA Cheddar, or you get leads from a virtual assistant or from a team member or just from yourself, and you're finding these as you get these leads, put them into the lead tracker so that each and every week or each and every month you can go back and see what now would be a profitable product in your business. This allows you over time, let's say you get 5,000 products into the lead tracker in a year, and then year 2 you have 10, and year 3 you have 15. Well, those can become profitable products that you can send in on your Amazon account because you stored that information and used it as leverage, where a lot of other sellers may not be storing it. Now that brings us into the second thing that will help you go from 10K to 100K per month. And that second thing is actually outsourcing systems and automation. Now, as a new seller, you may not be able to create this whenever you're going from 0 to 10K. But once you get to 10K per month in sales, you really need to be thinking more about automation. Now, there are a lot of software programs that now have early stage programs if you're under 10K per month, so that you can get an advanced tool suite without having to pay their normal prices. And those software programs are actually Replen Dashboard, Aura, and ScanPower. So those are the 3 currently. There may be more in the future as well. But if you take a look at their pricing plans, you've got the ability to start as a new seller and grow into much more with their software tools. But if you're at 10K per month or 20K per month and you're looking to grow, you need to evaluate the software programs that you're using. Is the Repricer that you're using currently serving all of the needs that you have for now and in the future? Is it something where you can just trust the Repricer to do what you need it to do in your business, or do you have to go in and really manage the Repricer and stay on top of it a lot? For me, I like to use Aura for that, and I'll have links in the description for anybody that's interested in using my affiliate link for any of that. But ultimately, for you, it may be a different Repricer. There's Seller Snap, there's Be Cool, there's Profit Protector Pro, there's Flash Pricer, and other repricing programs that exist out there. I've done plenty of demos on this channel for those different software tools. But additionally, maybe it's not a Repricer that you're concerned with. Maybe you need to be looking at some of your sourcing tools. Like, do you use tactical arbitrage regularly? Do you use quick finds? Do you use Seller Amp? What are you using to help you speed up your sourcing? Or maybe you need to look at a leads list service provider so that you can get more leads coming into your business that then you can store in your lead list tracker and Replen Dashboard for the leverage that you're looking to create, but you're just getting more leads each and every day that helps you to grow and scale. Ultimately, it comes down to, in this stage of over 10K per month, trying to outsource activities and create those automations so that you're getting information sent to you, as well as having software programs and other people create all of the things that you need to be created in your business through repricing profitably, through making sure that your shipments are done right, to making sure that your finances are done properly. All of these things need to be looked at this level. Now, if you're looking at this video and you're like, this is a lot and I don't think I can handle it all and I don't know how to create systems in my business. Well, I've done videos on how to create systems in your business, but I can also give you a couple pieces of advice. And my one recommendation typically for creating a system in your business that other people can handle is to be able to just screen record whatever you're doing and have it turned into a system in the future. Now, software companies like loom.com, they have AI features that if you upload a video, it will read the transcript and it can make a system for you. And it's probably going to be about 80 to 90% of what you you need, and you can go in and adjust it and make it better. But that way, while you're using your repricer, you can just be talking over what you're doing, and then that can become a system for your business. Additionally, if you're looking at what you should even outsource, there are a few different ways that you can outsource things in your business, but I recommend looking at software first. There's a software that does it. It's most likely better than having to hand it off to another person to do it, just because there's much more room for error with a person that does it. But if there isn't a software that does it, then maybe look at a virtual assistant or look at a service provider. So a service provider would be someone like a prep and ship company, or someone like an accountant or bookkeeper, tax person, or it could, just be anybody that does listing management and optimization. Whatever it might be, service providers are an excellent next step after a virtual assistant and after software. And then the last place to outsource would be your own independent contractor that you'd work with, or an employee that you would bring in to train on all of your systems. Now, before we get to the third thing that I have seen be a requirement for sellers to go from 10K to 100K and beyond per month, I want to let you know about a community of sellers that I recommend that you check out. If you're at 10K or more per month, I have a community called the Business Building Legends Community. Now, this has been around since 2018, but within this community, there's over 70 standard operating procedures included. There's mastermind groups, monthly group coaching calls. There's exclusive discounts on all sorts of things, from software, prep and ship supplies, the virtual assistants, to even legal and accounting help. There's so much in this community. So if you're at 10K looking to grow to much more than that, I recommend applying to join at askjimmysmith.com/legends. That will take you to the page where you can see more information about it. You can apply, and one of our team members will reach out to you to see if it's a good fit on both ends. So let's go ahead and get back into the video. Now, this brings me to the third thing that as you're over 10K per month that you really need to focus on, which is cash flow management. And I've done plenty of videos on this channel about this. I personally recommend, for most people, the way to get started with cash flow management is by looking at the profit first method of bookkeeping. That's going to be creating a bunch of sub accounts that once you get, let's just say, $10,000 into your account, the sub accounts automatically split out portions of that payout so that you're covering things like taxes, you're covering your profit first, you're covering your expenses, your cost of goods sold, and anything else that you would want in those different sub accounts. So if you're interested in that, check out the other videos on my channel for how to set it up, as well as banks that are recommended by the Profit First company themselves. That's an easy way to get going. And another thing that I recommend from a cash flow perspective, in addition to Profit First, is making sure that you're getting a good bookkeeper or accountant for your business. Because if you don't, you can actually be costing yourself a lot more by not paying for a good bookkeeper or accountant. You can be costing yourself way more by not paying for that than you will be whenever you're paying for someone that specializes in it. Additionally, you don't want to just go to your neighborhood H&R Block to handle this stuff for you. Nothing against H&R Block, but with e-commerce, this is a specialized niche and field that has a lot of different tax implications in your business. And so I recommend finding someone that specializes in e-commerce, that truly knows the ins and outs of how Amazon third-party selling works, and Walmart third-party selling works, and Etsy and eBay, and your own Shopify store. And what are the taxable liabilities there? Because your typical software program that's going to help you with your taxes at the end of the year, or even QuickBooks with bookkeeping, it's just not going to be done right unless you're using an e-commerce specialized accounting firm. I personally recommend ecommerceaccountingllc.com. They specialize in e-commerce accounting. They've been doing this for years at this point. And so if you're interested in finding someone that can help you with that 10 to 100K growth goals and even beyond that, then get yourself a specialized bookkeeper or accountant that can help you make sure that you are good on your taxes, good on profitability, and good on whatever growth goals that you have. And so today we're going to be covering that second one of wholesale. Now, just so you know, I have been selling on Amazon since December of 2015. We've had plenty of wholesale accounts. At one point, I believe our wholesale business was about 15% of our over $100,000 per month. And we have very high profit margins with our wholesale as well because of the methods I teach. So we use the Replens methodology that I go through on this channel, that I talk about in my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income. We use these same exact methods. If this will zoom in, we use the same exact methods that I teach there and in my course to also utilize that in our wholesale accounts. So hopefully, if you are getting into wholesale, this will help open your eyes to the pros and cons, but also you can start to apply the methods I teach on this YouTube channel traditionally on Replens and Arbitrage to finding the best products for your wholesale business on Amazon. So let me go ahead and bring up this presentation. So for those of you that hate presentations, you're probably not going to like this video, but I try to line out the exact pieces of information that you need to be successful with this and to really learn the pros and cons. But let's talk first about those pros. Why do wholesale on Amazon, specifically with FBA? You could do fulfilled by merchant instead of fulfilled by Amazon, but for the majority of people doing wholesale, you're going to want to do FBA. But the first pro is that, if this will go, hold on, there we go. All right, more availability of product. That is the first pro. So you've got the ability, if you are comparing arbitrage versus wholesale, with arbitrage, you're going to stores, you're doing it online or in retail stores, and ultimately you may only be able to get a few of the products at one specific store. Maybe there's 3 at that store and then they're out of stock, or 4 or 5 or 10 and they're out of stock. Well, with wholesale, you naturally have more availability of products to order. You can order in cases of 50, cases of 100, whatever that might be for the particular product and a particular brand or distributor that you're working with. So that means that you can scale much more quickly. You hopefully will have a higher barrier of entry to, which means that you have less competition on those listings, depending on the distributor or product that you're purchasing, which is a caveat there. But ultimately, if you can order more, then you can grab more of the sales and not have to deal with as many supply chain issues. Now, over the last couple of years, we are in 2022 right now. With COVID, there were still supply chain issues across the board with arbitrage, wholesale, and private label sellers. I actually did a video on it. It was one of my first videos on YouTube on the supply chain issues and how to handle those. But for the most part, you're going to have a much better supply chain with wholesale than you will with retail arbitrage. The next piece, the next pro, is that sometimes you can get bigger discounts. Now, the reason I put sometimes, because many people might think, well, if I'm ordering 50 or 100 of them, I naturally should have much bigger discounts on my products. The issue is that if you're buying from a Walmart or a Target or some other national store with arbitrage, they typically are getting the best prices out of anyone in the whole entire world, right? Because they are able to buy so much scale. So sometimes Walmart specifically, I know this for a fact, will sell below what they can buy that product for because it's a loss leader in their company. You see that with major stores around the country, that they will have loss leaders for their particular products. Well, in those cases, more than likely, if you're ordering 100 and Walmart orders 100,000, they're going to get much more discounts than you will be. And so it might actually be more expensive to purchase wholesale from a distributor versus purchasing the products from a retail store that gets them nationally and can order much more volume and scale. Now, you can absolutely still get bigger discounts than in the store. We do this all the time. And depending on how you set up your relationships with that distributor or brand, if it's an exclusive or if they're just letting anybody onto the listings, that will dictate some of your discounts as well. Because if you have an exclusive or a semi-exclusive relationship with the brand, you're doing much more work for them, you're more involved and working with them on their account on Amazon, then many times you can negotiate bigger discounts because they know that you're helping them to expand their brand on Amazon as a platform and other e-commerce platforms as well. So sometimes you can get bigger discounts with wholesale, naturally because you're ordering more products, and also it depends on the brand and the distributor there. So that is definitely a pro. The next thing is that it can be easily outsourced to a prep center, and I put in parentheses with enough margins. You naturally have to have enough margin to make this work for you, but ultimately it is much easier to outsource wholesale to a prep center than it is to outsource arbitrage to a prep center. The reason is because with wholesale, they're getting 50 or 100 of an item that's nicely packaged typically, and there's usually going to be less issues with breakages and damages and all of that kind of thing. They can receive pallets with prep centers depending on the one that you work with, and it's just much more easy to get a prep center to work with you if you're doing a wholesale. Most prep centers, most of them, I would say probably 95% plus, will accept wholesale and private label. Maybe even all of them accept wholesale and private label. I don't know though. But a lot of prep centers will not accept online arbitrage as a client because there's return issues, there's damages, there's mismatches on products, there's all types of issues there. So you can have issues with a prep center if you're doing arbitrage. There are plenty of great ones that will work with arbitrage sellers, but it's much more easy to be able to outsource wholesale and private label to prep centers than it is for anything else. The next thing is that it is much more outsourceable to a VA or a team of VAs, depending on the type of wholesale business that you have. A VA, typically, if you're doing wholesale and you're doing cold outreach, you can have a virtual assistant that finds the brands, contacts the brands, sends out the emails, is able to do brand reviews if you have them going that deep, and trying to be more specific with the brand emails that they're sending to those particular support teams, or I guess contacts at those brands. It can be very easily outsourced. Plus, even orders and reorders are more simple to outsource to a VA, especially if you're using a software like Replen Dashboard to help you with your inventory management. You can teach the VA on how to do the inventory management and reorders for your wholesale accounts in a much simpler way than you can with Arbitrage. With Arbitrage, there's many more sellers that can jump in and off of the listings. You can have profitability that fluctuates much more heavily versus with wholesale. Yes, there will be fluctuations, but typically it's not going to be as heavy as it is with Arbitrage. And so it's a little bit of a simpler process to train a VA on how to source for wholesale products, and how to contact brands, and how to do any back-end work on listings or images or titles, bullet points, etc. If you really want to start creating much more value with the brands that you work with. So you can do a ton of great work with a virtual assistant that in many Arbitrage businesses, yes, you can absolutely outsource to a VA, but it's going to be a little bit more specialized in some cases in different ways than the specialization required for wholesale. I personally think that outsourcing to a VA with wholesale is a little bit simpler than outsourcing to a VA with Arbitrage, because there's typically less factors to consider in terms of the products you're sourcing, with competition, price fluctuations, reviews, all these other issues that can come up from an Arbitrage perspective, which I've talked about on this channel plenty of times. The next thing is that wholesale can provide much more stability to your business. Absolutely, this is 100% true. However, I will say that with Arbitrage, the reason that my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, and my course has had over 1,000 success stories, which you can find those at askjimmysmith.com/success right there. If you want to see over 500 of those 1,000 success stories, the reason I've had all of those success stories come from that content is not because it's just anybody can do it, but it's mainly because you're able to have stability in your Arbitrage business by building replenishable products. But with wholesale, it's absolutely more stable because you are able to order from a brand and a distributor. You're able to create that stability just naturally, because that is the whole point of having a wholesale account. Whereas with Arbitrage, the stores might go out of stock on something. They may discontinue the product. Maybe a bunch of other people find that product. There's a ton of different reasons why Arbitrage is much less stable than wholesale, but even with the replens methods, which can be a stable business model, as it has been for me and many others, wholesale will still be more stable. And here we go. So the next piece with wholesale is that you can do this from anywhere. Absolutely, you can do online arbitrage from anywhere also, but to me, wholesale is just a natural step, because you can order in with all of these pros. You can order in bigger quantities, you can get bigger discounts, you can easily outsource it to a prep center, you can have a VA do it, so you can do this from anywhere. That is a pro, just as much as it's a pro that you can do private label from anywhere, and you can do private or online arbitrage from anywhere as well. So let's talk about some of the cons, which is why is starting with wholesale a bad idea? And that's the main thing. There's obviously cons to a wholesale business in general, just like there's cons to arbitrage and private label. But why is starting with wholesale a bad idea? If you are considering doing this, I wanted to cover those specific cons. First, typically you will need to purchase in larger quantities. You can't just usually order a test batch of four items of that particular ASIN. You almost always need to order a case or multiple cases, or even pallets, to be able to get the amount of inventory that you need to have the high enough price breaks to be able to sell enough on Amazon, and to be able to get maybe free shipping depending on the different discounts that they have. So you typically need to purchase in larger quantities, which gives you less ability to test a product first to make sure it's actually going to continue to sell. So that is an issue, especially if you've never done arbitrage or replens in the past and you're looking to start with wholesale first. Because of the pros that I mentioned, there are cons, because you're going to have to be taking much more risk up front without the knowledge that you might have if you had tested that product first. Now, as I mentioned, there's no ability to test products, and price tanking can still occur in wholesale. It's not completely proof of avoiding price tanking issues from other sellers. You can still, depending on how you're getting these brands or these distributors, you can still have distributors and brands that are open to anybody that contacts them having a wholesale account, in which case that can lead to a ton of price tanking if a bunch more sellers find that account, open them, order a bunch of products, send it in, and not just sent in 4, but they had to send in 50 or 100, which really leads to much more price tanking. So you have to be careful if you're starting with wholesale. That's why I recommend starting with replenishable products and arbitrage first, and we'll get into that in the next slide. The next con is you may not know how to read Keepa properly yet. So if you've followed my channel for any length of time, Keepa is the #1 software that you need to use. There's no affiliate that I have, nothing like that. But Keepa is the golden goose, so to speak, of that is the thing that you need to learn to know that you're purchasing the right products for arbitrage and wholesale. And if you are brand new or you're looking to start with wholesale, you may not know how to read Keepa properly yet because you haven't had enough time in looking at enough products for arbitrage to know how Keepa works. I can look at a Keepa graph and typically within 10 seconds know if I should buy that product or not. For many new sellers, it might take a few minutes. It might take 5 minutes of digging into the data, etc. But as you get much better with Keepa, it is a lot easier to know if a wholesale product will also be stable, or at least more likely to be stable if you know Keepa, which is why testing with arbitrage first can be a much better way to go for you. The next thing is you don't have the selling data to make the best decisions. Now that comes back to there's no ability to test products because you aren't able to sell that stuff first. Well, let's say you place a purchase order because there's a minimum order amount of 50. Well, if you're not really the best at reading Keepa yet, or you don't really understand that the other sellers on the listing have thousands of units and you're competing with those sellers, or there's a bunch of other different factors that can come into play, and you don't have the selling data to know that ultimately if you order 50, you'll sell 50 in a month or two, you may end up selling 50 over a year or 2 years if you aren't really good with these other things. And so I highly recommend utilizing your arbitrage and replenishable products to look for wholesale accounts after the fact, because you'll have the test data, the selling data first before you ever order any products for wholesale. The next thing is that wholesale will require more capital up front, typically. I say typically because you can absolutely start an arbitrage business with $10,000 if you wanted to. But as I've done other videos on this channel, you can start with $0 for arbitrage, work up to $100 to $500, and then start buying your first products for arbitrage. With wholesale, you're typically going to need a much larger purchase order to be able to get much larger discounts or free shipping because you have to order a much higher volume of those products. And so you're able to, with arbitrage, test many more products at a much lower value, whereas with wholesale, you're going to be testing less ASINs because you have to order so many more of those particular ASINs, 50 or 100 each many times, maybe 12 or 6 at a minimum, depending on the brands. But ultimately, you're going to be testing so much more, and that requires a lot of capital, or a lot more capital up front. Now, as I've alluded to throughout this, why should you do replens or arbitrage first? And I put replens/arbitrage for a couple of different reasons. Arbitrage absolutely is buying something from online or retail stores and selling it on Amazon. Replens is the method that I teach through the book and courses and stuff that I do, where you are buying it typically at full price, and you're able to continually replenish those products from those stores because they're selling them at full price anyway. So as you buy 5 of them, they restock. You buy another 6, 7, 8, whatever, they restock. You buy 10, they restock. Maybe you buy 8 or 10 again, they restock. You're replenishing those arbitrage products from the stores, online and retail. So why should you do that method first? And if you want to learn more about that, check out this channel, tons of videos on it. But first, you're going to learn what is selling on Amazon. And this is a huge piece because as you're testing products, you can test with 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, whatever you want. Get a few of those items, send them in. You can see what's selling in your inventory, and then you can go back and replenish that. So once you learn what's selling, not just the exact products, but the types of products, the keywords that go into that in the listings, what the listings look like that sell well, what the Keepa graphs look like that sell well. Once you get that data, it's much easier to select the right wholesale accounts and the right wholesale products for you to be successful in the wholesale business. The next thing is you can learn how to find bundles and multi-packs. Many wholesale training courses, I've been through a few, believe it or not, I spent tens of thousands of dollars on courses over the last 5 to 10 years at this point. And I've gone through some wholesale courses. Well, a lot of them teach, not all of them, a lot of them will teach using UPC lists, getting a price sheet from the wholesale company that you're working with, and you just run that through Tactical Arbitrage or Price Checker 2 or some similar software that is just scanning UPC codes left and right. And while that can be great, it can also miss out on some bundles and multi-packs that you can utilize to sell on Amazon that follow their listing rules, etc. So with Replens and Arbitrage, you are learning how to find those bundles and multi-packs through reverse sourcing or through keyword searching on Amazon versus just searching the UPC only. And while there is value to making sure that there's a UPC match, absolutely, based off of Amazon's rules, you can still miss out on some of the good listings that may be set up or structured in a different way, specifically bundles that might have multiple products in one listing that you can sell at a much higher profit margin and get from a wholesale perspective. So if you learn how to find those, you can take that information and apply it to your wholesale business and be much more successful in that method. The next thing is you're going to test products first. As I mentioned, you learn what's selling, but you're also able to test them on a small quantity basis. You don't have to get 12, 50, 100, etc. You can get 4 or 2 to test them and make sure they actually sell. And as you are making sure they sell and you're seeing, oh, wow, I sold 4 in 2 weeks, I'm going to get 8. Oh, wow, I sold 8 in 3 weeks, I'm going to get 10. Okay, so it seems like this ASIN is selling about 10 to 12 in a 30-day period, or maybe it's much higher or lower. But ultimately, you're seeing the selling data, you're testing those products first, and then you have a much more informed place to come from whenever you are placing wholesale orders. The next thing is you are learning how to sell on Amazon. So if you're brand new, this is the best way to learn to sell on Amazon because it's a much lower risk. You're testing with less money typically, and you're able to see how shipments work. You're able to see if you want to start with a prep center, how a prep center works. You're able to see all the fees that come out and the cash flow, all of these different data points, how opening cases and account management, account health, all of these little things, you're able to see that on a smaller scale and not be risking a lot more money and time and investment on wholesale when you could be starting with arbitrage and replens first. Next thing is you don't get in over your head because you're able to start on a smaller scale. You're not going to be placing a $5,000 order for wholesale. You can place a $500 order for arbitrage, and you're not going to be, just purchasing the wrong products at the wrong time and losing a bunch of money as easily with arbitrage as you would with wholesale, right? It could be because you're able to test smaller. You might test all the wrong products, but maybe if you test all the wrong products, you lost out on $500, not lost out on $5,000. So that's why I mentioned you don't get in over your head. Now, most of our wholesale accounts were replens first. And so I just want you to know that all of the wholesale that I've done in the past, the majority of them were replens first. I highly recommend starting with replens and arbitrage because of this, because you can see what sells well. You can contact them directly. You have knowledge on the data for their listings. If you need to get in a much more detailed discussion with them about how you can help their listings on Amazon to be improved and to help their exposure on the platform. So utilizing the information that you've learned from a replens perspective is a huge value add and why you should start with replens and arbitrage first and then move to wholesale next, and or a private label, which I may cover in future videos as well. How do we determine the best arbitrage products for wholesale? Well, first and foremost, you want to keep it simple. There are a lot of crazy methods out there that work, but they are, to me, very complicated. And if you're doing arbitrage, you have a wealth and a treasure trove of data that you can access and utilize to turn those products into wholesale accounts. So the first thing that you want to do is to realize that wholesale is the focus here, not exclusives. Exclusives can be a whole separate video that I've done in the past. Well, I haven't done a video in the past, but I've done exclusives in the past and have done them even as recently as a couple weeks ago. But ultimately, I'll make a separate video on exclusives specifically. Right now, we're just focused on getting wholesale accounts so that you can be looking to purchase much higher quantities at a much bigger discount, etc. So wholesale is going to be the focus for these next couple slides. Now, you want to look at your best-selling and most profitable products first within your arbitrage products that you have. And I'll give you the reports to look at here in a second. But the reason you want to start there is because, well, naturally, they make you the most money, right? You're selling the most of those products, but also you've got the data. You know what's selling well and you know what's most profitable. So you can be much more confident in those products that you're ordering a much higher quantity of, because you know that they're selling well already. You know that they have enough room and margin in them for you to turn them into a wholesale account. And if they start dropping in price, then the fact that you ordered 100 of them hopefully isn't as big of a deal, because they're the most profitable products for you. And so you want to start there before looking at the other things. You don't want to just look at all of your data. If you've got 100 SKUs or thousands of SKUs and just cherry pick, just random ones, you want to actually go through and pick the best ones in your account. So that is what we're going to be starting with. The next thing that you want to look for are things that are hard to keep in stock or things that are difficult to find in stores. That is extremely important. If you're doing retail arbitrage and every time you show up, it seems like they're out of stock of a particular product that you want to be buying to sell for your arbitrage business, well, that's going to be a key sign, in my opinion, that you should reach out and try to find a distributor that you can get much higher access to those products. Now, if that brand or the distributor is having supply chain issues and that's why it's always out of stock at your store, then that might be a difficult task for you to overcome. But ultimately, it might just be that they're selling so many at the store can't buy enough and send enough in for that particular product. And so you're looking for things that are hard to keep in stock on Amazon because you're selling so many of them, and things that are difficult for you to find in stores because every time you go, they are out of stock. Also, when you're at a store, even if you aren't selling something and you see a row of items, or I guess a column within a row of items that is out of stock, I recommend taking a picture of the label and doing some research at home to see if you can buy it for arbitrage elsewhere, or if you want to look for that for a wholesale account elsewhere as well. So those are the things to be looking out for in your business and in the stores. Now, let's look at some reports that you can download. First, there's Inventory Lab that you can utilize. So if you're using Inventory Lab, you can go to Reports and then ASIN Profitability. That's a complete report that you can download, a bunch of information there. You want to change to all instead of just the last month using the advanced search option. The reason is because if it defaults to last month, but you're going to miss out on all of the ASINs that you've sold over the entirety of your Amazon selling career. And so you want to get all of the data versus just the ones in the last month. Next, you want to take that report and you want to sort it by revenue or profit to look at the highest ones first. So that way you can see how much money you're making on particular ASINs, and you can take advantage of that information when you reach out to the accounts that you want to pick the best ASINs for you to order from a wholesale perspective. Now, if you don't have Inventory Lab or you're trying to do it just on Seller Central, here's a different report that you can use, which is Reports. Go to Business Reports, and then the detail page, sales and traffic by child item, not by parent item. You want to look at child item because if there's variation listing, you want to see the children of the variation, and you're going to be running that report. Change it for this current year, or if it's really early in the year when you're watching this video, maybe it's January 5th or something, then do all of last year. You can't run a report that's an extremely long amount of time if you've been on Amazon for a good amount of time. You have to do it, I believe, within 12 months or 18 months. And so I recommend doing it for January of the year that you're currently in through today. But if it is early in the new year, then you want to do it for the year prior. The next thing is sort by ordered product sales, or descending. You want to make sure that it's a descending amount. So that way it's going from the highest first to the lowest at the bottom, and see how many units of those products that you've actually sold in Seller Central. I personally like the Inventory Lab report the most, but if you don't have Inventory Lab, then you can check out Seller Central. You can also use Replen Dashboard if you're looking for maybe 90-day sales quantities. You can use Scan Power or other software programs out there. Even sometimes Repricers will have your order data that you can download as well, depending on the software that you use. There's plenty of places to find out what's been the most profitable over a long period of time, as well as the largest amount of sales that you've had over a long period of time. All right, so the next thing that you want to do is make sure that you're not getting the major national brands like Nike or Oreos, right? You want to filter those things out. More than likely, unless you have some connections, you're not going to be able to get a distributor for Nike and Oreos or huge national brands like that. So I highly recommend to avoid those brands. or brands like them. You also don't want store private label brands. I actually did a video on this channel from an arbitrage perspective. How do you find store private label brands? Because those are amazing from an arbitrage standpoint to be able to sell Walmart's private label brands, Home Depot's, Lowe's, Kroger's, all of their private label brands are great for arbitrage. But if you're doing wholesale, naturally, you're not going to be able to buy those wholesale. So you're going to want to filter those things out as well. What you want to be looking for are niche products or local products or regional products in your area. And the reason is because these typically will have less competition from a national perspective. Typically, you can also order lower order volumes than if you're placing an order for Oreos, for instance. You're probably going to have to place a massive order for Oreos. Whereas with a niche product that is much smaller company or a local product that isn't as widely known, you will typically be able to order in maybe case amounts of 6 or 12 or 10 or whatever. So it just depends on the particular brand that you are looking for. But you want to look for those niche and local products. The next thing is you want to look at the back of the packaging for contact information. If you have the packaging with you, if it's something you're currently selling in your store, this helps you to determine who you should be contacting, how you should contact them, and you've got a direct point of contact from the packaging standpoint. That is what we did for our biggest wholesale account. I looked at the back of the packaging, saw that it was manufactured in a place close to us, and I contacted them directly and was able to create a relationship with them from a wholesale perspective that eventually turned into an exclusive relationship down the road. Again, I plan to do videos on exclusives much later in this series. Oh, I went the wrong way. The next thing that you want to do is contact the brand first. So I highly recommend, don't just go to a distributor that distributes them. Go to the brand first and see if there's some way that you can be direct to the brand. And the reason is because they typically will have the highest discounts on their products because there's no middleman at that point. Many times, if the brand does not sell direct to anybody, then they'll tell you, hey, here's our list of distributors that you can contact. Here's our list of distributors in your area that you can work with. They will tell you that. But if there is the ability to work with them, I highly recommend doing that first before contacting a distributor, because the distributor just adds extra tape and extra money and all of these other things to actually getting the product, whereas working with the brand can be very beneficial, not just from a pricing standpoint and discounts, but also from creating an exclusive relationship down the road if that is your desire, if you want to have an exclusive relationship with them for selling online. After that, if there's no luck with contacting the brand and they don't give you a list of distributors, or maybe there is no contact for the brand because they're that small or niche, then Google them, right? It's a great advice, right? Google them, use their brand name and look up the brand name distributor or brand name wholesaler. Both will typically give you different results. It just depends on the SEO of the company, but that is what I've used for getting Ungated and major brands. That's what I've used for finding wholesale information. This is the basics of just Googling, but looking for that brand name and a distributor or brand name and wholesaler, unless they have no one. But if they have no distributor or wholesaler, then typically you're going to be working with the brand directly anyway. So those would be the 2 steps into actually how to contact the wholesale companies. Now, sometimes these distributors and wholesalers can be small because they could be regional and local, depending on the products. And so you may have to go many pages into the Google results. It might actually be the first result, depending on the company, but it could also be 4 or 5 pages in. So I highly recommend, don't just give up after the first couple. If it's an amazing product that you really want a distributor and a wholesale account relationship with, just keep looking until you find one that is the true distributor and wholesaler for that company. And if you can't find anything, then you can move on to another product. It's not the end of the world. If you can't find a distributor or wholesaler and the brand has no luck in contacting them, I don't know how they're selling their products if that's the case, but typically you will be able to get a hold of somebody that will tell you yes or no through those 2 methods. So what do you say to open a wholesale account? Again, you want to keep this simple. And so what we do is we start with an email. Now, if you can make it personal to the brand, that's better. It's not just a copy and paste email. You do not want to be sending out, hey, I loved your product. Please send me your price list, etc. You actually want to mention the brand name, maybe a couple products if you can. You want to make it more personal. The reason is because there's so many wholesale courses. Almost every wholesale course out there gives you templates to use. Yes, I'm going to be showing you a template that I use, but you still want to tailor it to the brand for the best results. Now, many people will say, well, it's better just to send 100 cold emails, get 1 or 2 accounts. and you're good to go from there. You don't need to make it personal. You just want to send out a mass amount of emails. However, I have found that I get a much, much better response rate if I'm able to tailor it to their products, if I'm able to specifically tell them why I'm interested in their products. And ultimately, this is what I'm going to recommend that you do, that you take whatever little template I'm about to give you and that you tailor it to people's products. I start with email. I don't start with phone. However, you will get a better result many times with picking up the phone and utilizing a similar template to this email template to talk to the right people. But ultimately, I like to start with email because it can be the simplest way to go. So here's what we say. Obviously, hello. My company is located in this city or state. I'm interested in purchasing whatever it is on a wholesale basis. You can mention a particular product. I don't recommend copying and pasting an ASIN from Amazon, but you can mention the type of product that you're looking to buy on a wholesale basis. You can add in there, what information do you need from me? Or do you have price discounts for large orders? And then obviously, thank you, first and last name. So let's break this down real quick and why I keep it this short and sweet. A lot of emails. So I've worked with exclusive relationships with wholesale or with brands in the past. I still do. And what we see a lot of times, they'll forward me the emails that all of you sellers out there are sending them because naturally you are, the brands I work with, they get these emails every day and they hate them. And the reason they hate them is because they're typically the same. They're templates. They don't mention the brand. They don't mention anything. They're typically from a sketchy website that doesn't make any sense as to how it would help their brand or why they should be selling the product anyway. And it's just going to be something that is way too lengthy because many wholesale sellers will write paragraphs of information saying that they sell on e-commerce platforms. They specialize in it. They can help with X, Y, and Z. They can do all of these different things. I have seen those templates and I personally do not like them because as a business owner, I open that. I see it's a stock email that mentions nothing about my brand. And I see that they're talking about being specialists on Amazon like everyone else claims to be. I would just delete that right away. I may not even open it. But what I like to do is keep them short and sweet because in my eyes, if I am a store owner, and I want to buy a product from a brand, I don't have to go there and give them all this information about my retail store. I just want to say, hey, I'm interested in selling your product in my retail store, offline. Let's just pretend for a second. This is where I'm located. This is what we're interested in buying. What do you need from me? That typically has gotten me a much better response. Now, your mileage may vary. Try different things. Don't just copy and paste this, please. You want to tailor it to the brand. You can say things like, hello, I know my customers love your product, which is true. If you followed this series, you're doing this because your arbitrage sales have gone so well and you know your customers are buying this. So you can say, hey, my customers love your product. I'd like to fully stock it on a wholesale basis. What information do you need from me? Do you have price discounts for large orders? Let's talk about that for a second. Why do I have those questions in there? Because each company is different. What information do you need from me? I like to ask that because they might need a bunch of information or they might just need one or two things. I personally don't like to suggest the information they should ask for from me. Like, hey, do you need my tax resale certificate? Do you need a credit application? Do you need references? Do you need this? Because I don't want to put ideas into their head. I want them to tell me what they need from me. Again, change it up, see what works better for you, test out a bunch of different templates or designs of an email and see what works for you. But for me, I like to keep it basic. The next thing is, do you have price discounts for large orders? I love to ask that question. A lot of sellers actually do ask questions similar to this in their emails, but I like to ask it because to me, it does show that I am interested in large orders, right? So if I'm a brand that's receiving this email, I'm seeing, oh, this person is so interested in my product that they may be willing to place a large enough order that I give them price breaks or I give them free shipping discounts, etc. And so to me, it kind of positions me as a bigger buyer, so to speak, in their eyes. Versus if I didn't ask that question, they may just look at me as another account. But ultimately, you can see it's very short. It's very sweet. It is saying, these are the facts. I'm here. I want to purchase this. What do you need from me? And do you have discounts for these massive orders? Thank you, first, last name, contact information, whatever you want to put, that is up to you. That's what I start with. Now, whenever you start with an email like this, typically it's a little bit of a longer email process than if you were to start with all of your information out the gate. There's a bunch of different ways you can test it, but if you wanted to be one of those sellers that did multiple paragraphs that talked about your Amazon expertise and what you can do for the brand, if they respond happily and they want to work with you, then that's a much better lead than somebody that responds to my basic email. But ultimately, it's up to you. Test out a bunch of different things. This is my basics of what I like to use to get a response from them, to open up a dialogue and a conversation of what they're needing from me to move forward. Now, what do you do after that? You want to keep reaching out to other brands that you're interested in. You don't want to just start with one and stop. You do want to send multiple emails a week. Many companies or wholesale courses recommend 100 a week. Personally, I don't really care if you put a number on it until you are comfortable with this, because if you reach out to 100 and you get 10 or 15 of them, which is a really high amount, but if you were to get that, then you may be overwhelmed. So I just recommend reaching out to a set amount a day. Maybe you choose you want to reach to 5 a day, 10 a day, 20 a day, whatever fits your schedule, but reach out the other brands you're interested in based on the other videos I did in this series of how do you figure out which products you should be purchasing from your arbitrage business and turning into wholesale accounts. So keep reaching out to the other brands. It can be a waiting game for sure. Sometimes they'll respond within 24 hours. Sometimes they'll respond in 2 weeks. And so you want to have a follow-up plan moving forward. So if you don't hear back within a week, you want to call them and say the same thing that was in that email. So I'm going to go back a few bullet points. You want to call them and say, hey, whoever I'm talking to, I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm interested in purchasing, your whatever product on a wholesale basis. Who do I need to talk to? And then they'll direct you to that person that you need to talk to. And you'll say, hey, I'm located in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm interested in purchasing this on a wholesale basis. Wanted to know what you needed from me to open an account and if you have any price breaks on large orders. It's a very simple phone script as well as an email script. I love it. It's not combative. It's not too much. It's not too little. I think that it's a perfect amount for who I am. You may be very different, so tailor the things to your cadence, tailor the things to what you want to send out. But ultimately, that's what I like to use if I'm picking up the phone after a week of not hearing back. Again, for me, I like to start with email first, then I call later. Many people, you might want to reverse that. Maybe call first and email later, whatever you feel best with. Now, here's the next thing, and I will have a whole separate video, so I'm probably going to cover this again a little bit in a separate video, but it's going to be on objections that you can get from wholesale accounts, brands, distributors, etc. The first objection that it might be, and this isn't really an objection up front, but it's a question that is, to me, framed as an objection to working with me, is if they ask you if you sell on Amazon, what do you do? You want to be honest. That is the first and foremost thing, in my opinion, because if you start out your relationship and say, no, I don't sell on Amazon, just give me the account, then it's going to be a big problem for you in the future because they'll figure it out eventually. So what I recommend is that many times you can turn it into a positive conversation. That's what I'm going to be going into a much bigger deep dive with objections in the future video. But you can take this question if they say, hey, do you sell on Amazon or other third-party marketplaces, e-commerce platforms? You can turn it into a positive conversation because typically they're asking you that question because they want to say, oh, we don't open accounts with new Amazon sellers. If they don't care if you sell on Amazon, then why are they asking you the question? So here's how I recommend turning it into a positive conversation. And you want to be prepared with this and know their listings before you actually call them. So you want to say something like, hey, actually, that's why I was calling you today. It was one of the reasons I was calling you today. We typically will only purchase from vendors that have 3 or less sellers on a listing. And I noticed that right now you have 5 or you have 10 or you have 12 or you have whatever. Is that something you're trying to get a better handle on? Now, if they already only have 1 or 2 sellers on a listing, it's going to be very difficult for you to get the account anyway to sell on Amazon because more than likely it's an exclusive relationship, depending on the Keepa graph. So you need to know that. It's not always the case, but depending on the graph. But if they are having a problem with Amazon, they're trying to limit their amount of sellers on Amazon, they're going to ask that question and you can make it positive and just say, actually, that was one of the reasons I was going to call, or I was calling you. I wanted to ask you this. Hey, we typically only purchase from vendors with 3 or less sellers, and you have 6 right now, which is concerning for me. Is that something you're trying to get a better handle on? And then many times they're going to be stopped in their tracks, because I don't believe that they hear that all the time. Now, if people see this video and it gets really, blows up or something, a lot of people start using it, they're going to get used to that. But you want to turn this conversation into something that is much more positive, that maybe they'd say, actually, yes, we are trying to get a better handle on it. You can say, okay, well, what are you doing to get a better handle on that? And then you kind of are coming at it from a position of authority to a certain extent. If they say we're working with a partner to reduce that, you can ask more questions. Say, oh, how long have you been working with them? Who is it? How has that relationship been going? Right? You can have a conversation. This is not a high pressure thing. You're just trying to find out information. They just started with the company. You could say, well, hey, I'm happy to help. If you want to work with me on that, I can work with the company. Or if they've been doing this for a while and aren't seeing success, then you can say, hey, I've noticed you haven't had success. I've got people that I can talk to help with getting the seller issue under control. That's up to you. But ultimately, this is how you can spin it into a positive conversation that may turn into an exclusive or semi-exclusive relationship as you move forward with it. Many times they're still going to say, no, we're good, don't want to deal with you, and they'll hang up. And that's fine. Move on to the next one. This isn't a hard and fast rule that works every time, but it is a good way to take that conversation and spin it into something that may actually become a better opportunity for you moving forward. Continuing on, what should you do there? If they turn you down, that's common. I recommend contacting them again in 6 months. Things can change. Personnel can change. Ultimately, maybe they have a bigger issue with Amazon sellers coming on the listing and tanking their prices, ruining their brand reputation. And so you want to be able to contact them regularly, put them into some sort of customer relationship like software, CRM software, like I think HubSpot would be one that's free up front, or just put it in your calendar to contact them again. The bigger the brands are, the more likely you are to get turned down. And usually the numbers I've heard from every wholesale course is 2 or 3 for every 100 reach outs with these bigger brands that are getting contacted all the time. If you're dealing with local brands or regional brands, you might have a much higher success rate, maybe 5-10% of the time or higher, depending on what you do. And so I believe for me, it's roughly about 10% because we cherry pick the ones that we want to reach out to, if I remember right. I don't have that specific statistic broken down, but it is a much higher likelihood than 2 or 3 out of every 100 because we are very specific in where we reach out. Now, if you focus on the local and niche products, you will get better results, as I just mentioned, and tailoring your approach to each brand versus blasting out emails also gets better results. And so if you are using the template that I mentioned at the beginning of this video and you're tailoring it to the specific products that they sell, you're creating a relationship with them. You're talking about their brand specifically. Maybe you know a little bit about the person that you're reaching out to because it's such a small company that does well on Amazon. But you can reach out to the owner and say, hey, I saw this, you're a fan of the St. Louis Cardinals or whatever. So am I. I would love to sell your products. Whatever it might be, if you can tailor your approach, you have a much better results. That's just natural sales, right? That's how to win friends and influence people 101, right? Tailor your approach to them, be specific to them, and you'll get better results from a sales perspective than if you're just blasting out cold emails that are not tailored to the brands and the distributors specifically. Now, if they say yes, place an order, pretty obvious. Make sure to get them your retailer certificate or your reselling certificate and any information that they require as soon as possible. You don't want a bunch of downtime. You want to get that to them very quickly. So this very first one is we already have enough Amazon sellers and we do not want any more. So in the prior series, the prior video, it was how do we answer the question of, hey, do you sell on Amazon? In this particular one, we're talking about these objections. We already have enough Amazon sellers and we don't want any more. So here's my recommendation. First, this is what I would say something like this. Don't just memorize it, but I would say something like, actually, that is why I was calling you today, or that was one of the reasons I was calling you today, because I wanted to ask this question, which is we typically only purchase from vendors with 3 or less sellers on the listing. And you can say 4 or less, you can say 2 or less, but we typically only purchase from vendors that have 3 or less sellers on an Amazon listing. And I noticed right now you have 5 or you have 10 or 12 or whatever it is. Is that something you're trying to get a better handle on? Because clearly, if they say, hey, we already have enough Amazon sellers, we don't want any more of you, that means that they're frustrated with it and they more than likely want a better handle on it. Also, because we're typically reaching out to brands that have multiple sellers on the listing, more than 1 or 2, we know that they're having a problem with a bunch of sellers. And so usually they want to get a better handle on it. So if they say, now here's an objection, but let's say you piqued their interest with that question and they say, actually, yes, we'd love some help. Is that something you help with? Or what can you do? Something to that effect. And here's how I would typically recommend you respond. You can either go one of two ways. One, you can respond with the exact strategies that you'd use or some of the things that you'd want to create a further discussion on. Maybe we help you with listing content. We help with making sure there's no counterfeit claims or no counterfeit sellers on your listing. We enroll you into specific programs like brand registry. These are the things that we do. Or if you don't know what you would do, maybe you've never done this before, or you would create a partnership with somebody else, like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, to do that for you, and you get a profit share from them, you can respond with something else like this. And this would be my typical response. Well, actually, there's a lot of different things that we can do to help your brand presence on Amazon and to reduce your headaches with the platform, because we all know that Amazon has headaches. There's no denying that. And that's what we work with. So let's set up a meeting, actually, because it's a much larger discussion. Let's set up a meeting to discuss it so I can prepare some more information on your specific listings for you to review, for us to review together, however you want to say it. Would next Tuesday, and I meant to say at 2 p.m. Central Time, work for you? That is a great way to say, oh, wow, yeah, if they're asking, if they're actually interested, you get to push off this meeting so you can be more prepared for their particular listings, but you also can bring in another specialist if you don't know what you're doing to actually help with this problem, and you can create that partnership there. I love being able to buy some time. Typically, if they're actually interested, they will be happy to set up a meeting with you. If they aren't interested, then they'll continue to push you off and they'll say, oh, I don't have any time for a meeting. What can you do now? Like, tell me what you can do. And then that becomes a big pain. I don't know if I'd want to work with somebody like that anyway. I'd rather say, well, there's a lot of things we can do, as I just mentioned, and I don't want to just cram it all in on a 2-minute phone call. I'd love to give you a much more detailed review of your brand, of your presence on Amazon, and the specific tactics and strategies we'd take after looking at all of your listings combined, because there's different things that we would do based off each individual listing. I'm not going to go through every single one and list out each listing what we would do, but I will give you, after looking at all of them, I'll give you our highest recommendations. And I may bring on an extra specialist to be on the call with us, because this is what we do for a living. This is how we help brands. So that is what I would say if you do get them interested. Now, if they say, hey, we're not interested in getting a better handle on Amazon, we're happy with where we are, we just aren't allowing anybody else, you can try to continue to push back. But ultimately, I would probably say, hey, I understand. I will follow up with you in a few months, though, just to see if anything changes, see if you're interested in getting some help from us for controlling the problem. But I hope you have a great day, and I will talk to you in a few months. And you can just leave it at that. I think it's totally fine to move on if they say no. And even if they have a problem and they don't realize it, I would definitely recommend just being kind and saying, okay, awesome, totally understand. I'll contact you in a few months, as I mentioned in the last video. So if you haven't seen the whole series, go back and check out the last video. But say I'll contact you in a few months, and just to see how you're doing. The next objection. So this is when somebody says, actually, we already have someone that handles Amazon for us. No thanks. Many times if they say that, they're just going to hang up on you, okay? They may just click, right? Maybe we already have somebody that handles Amazon for us, click. And in that case, you can leave it alone. Maybe you send a follow-up email and you can respond with something like this that I'm about to go through. But ultimately, this is usually what you hear right before you hear a phone clicking and hanging up on you. But if you do get the opportunity to respond on the phone or through email, then I typically recommend saying the following. But this will, I also want to point out that we don't usually contact someone that has 1 or 2 consistent sellers on their listings based off the Keepa graphs, which I talked about in earlier videos. So if you're seeing that it's always one seller on a listing, I'm most likely am not reaching out to them anyway. We're usually only contacting them if they've got more than 3 or 4 sellers, because I assume that they're allowing more Amazon sellers at that point. And then I can just be another Amazon seller, because we're not aiming for exclusives. We're typically aiming just for the wholesale and distributor relationship to buy products on a bulk basis at higher discounts. So we don't typically contact someone with 1 or 2 consistent sellers on their listings based on Keepa. So what that tells me is that they actually probably have a problem, right? Quote and unquote, that they aren't getting resolved with the person that is handling Amazon for them. And so this is what I would respond with. Oh, so act a little surprised in this, right? My response would be, after they say, we already have someone that handles Amazon for us, you get the chance to respond, say, oh, I actually couldn't tell that since I saw you had 8 sellers on your listings and the pricing has fluctuated between $10 and $20 over the last couple months based off the internal data that I have. So would you want to discuss how we can help you with these issues to control pricing and to control the sellers at all? They'll probably say no, but it might actually pique their interest. It's way better than saying, oh, okay, I get it. Thank you. And ending it. You can at least sound a little bit more surprised. You can give them some data. You don't have to do the pricing fluctuations if you don't want to. You just say, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. I saw that you had 7 or 8 sellers. And typically we like to work with brands that have 3 or less. Would you like to discuss how we can help you with that issue? And it might continue the conversation. Again, we're talking about how to handle objections here. They aren't hard and fast rules that always work 100% of the time, but if they can continue a conversation and give you a bigger opportunity from an exclusive or semi-exclusive relationship, or to bring somebody else in on a profit partner relationship, then you've got a lot more ability to do that with these responses. Now, whenever you say that, make sure there actually are more than 3 or 4 sellers and some pricing fluctuation before you do that. So you want to do some homework before you call them so that you know some information about at least a couple of their listings, so that if they are like, what are you talking about? We only have 1 or 2 people on it. You can say, well, actually this listing right here has 5. This one here has 7. This one here has 4. And looking at that, I assumed that you had more seller problems than was being handled. Or you can say, well, actually in May of 2022, it was selling at $20. And now in October of 2022, it's selling at $9. And that's a pretty high pricing fluctuation that has to be upsetting your retail partners that can't compete with those Amazon prices. If you have data to back it up, you can continue a conversation and then as quickly as possible, move them into the response that I gave earlier, which is, would you like to set up a meeting next Tuesday or whenever at 2 p.m. Central Time, right? Have that ready as well. If you're doing wholesale, this is a business. You can't just wing it. You need to have some responses ready, have some data ready when you're calling them, and have some availability on your calendar with 2 or 3 times that you can recommend to meet moving forward. Now, if there are only 1 or 2 sellers, and for whatever reason you're reaching out to them because you wanted to try to become another seller on their listings, then I recommend also checking for other issues on their listings, like bullet point issues, descriptions, images, titles, A+ content, brand registry, etc. If you don't know what that is, there's a ton more information on YouTube. Check those things out. But you want to look at those things as well that you can help them with. Most of the time, again, you're going to be contacting a brand that has way more than 2 sellers on the listings, or at least a few more than that. But if they have 1 or 2 sellers, and that's not an issue that you can respond with, then you would rather respond with, oh, I couldn't tell that you were working with somebody on Amazon because I noticed that your descriptions aren't utilizing HTML content. I noticed you only have 2 pictures instead of the 8 that are allowed, excuse me, plus a video on the listing. I noticed that you aren't enrolled in brand registry, at least for the listings I've looked at. And I was wondering if you'd like some help with fully optimizing the Amazon platform, since that's what I specialize with, or my team specialize with if you're bringing somebody else in, right? So that's what you can do to have a response for, hey, we already have someone that handles Amazon for us. The third most common objection that I see, which, by the way, if you've seen other objections on top of these, please post them in the comments below. I'd love to formulate responses on them, and I can potentially give you some responses in the comments with my answers, or I can make a separate video going through some more common objections if you like this video. So the third most common one is, we don't allow Amazon sellers to sell our products. To me, this is the easiest one to deal with. Many times you could still have a click after you hear that response, and then you can follow up with an email or follow up a week later with a phone call and just say, hey, I know you don't allow Amazon sellers to sell your products, but I'd love to talk to you about this issue. But the reason that this is the easiest one to handle is because you can whenever I used to do sales, I used to sell commercial insurance, and they talk about, and it's not the kindest term, but professionally punching somebody in the face. And it was always a funny term to me, but you can professionally punch somebody in the face by saying, hey, ultimately you have Amazon sellers on your listing, so you need to control it. If you're not allowing them, how are they getting on here, right? So here's what I typically would respond with. Hey, I totally understand that you don't allow Amazon sellers on your listings, and you don't want to sell to other Amazon sellers because it creates a bigger headache and problem for you, right? But it is interesting, however, that you currently have 8 sellers on your listings with varying pricing fluctuations based off our internal data. Is that something you'd like help with? Because if you don't allow Amazon sellers to sell your products, how are they getting onto these listings? I can help you with that. If you can come at it confidently from that, they may be very interested, because if they say we don't allow Amazon sellers to sell our products, they're saying that because they typically don't have somebody else that is helping them with the Amazon problem. So you may be the first one to be able to actually come to them, provide a solution. And if they say, actually, yes, we would love to have some help with that, in which case you can follow that prior advice I gave you earlier about, okay, cool. Well, there's a lot more that we can do from an Amazon side. So I'd love to set up a meeting next week where I can give you some specific examples of what we can do, bring in some partners, or, just meet with you if it's you. And we can dig deep into what we would do for your brand or for your company. And so that is what I would follow if they are interested in it. Again, this is the easiest one to overcome if they don't just hang up on you, which is because you can point out to them, professionally punch them in the face, as I was always told. I know it's probably not the best term to use, but you're saying, hey, I get that you're not allowing Amazon sellers, but you've got a problem. And if you don't allow sellers, then this problem is something you need to deal with. I can help with that. But let's get into these extra tips that I've been mentioning throughout this series that I was going to be doing, which is on growing your Amazon FBA wholesale business. So the first tip is to look at other product lines that your wholesale account, your brand, sells. Many of the brands that I work with don't just sell that one brand in particular. They sell multiple brands underneath an umbrella brand of their own, right? So maybe if you think of it like Nestle sells a bunch of different brands underneath their bigger or umbrella brand, right? If you think of Johnson & Johnson, you think of most businesses, they aren't just going to be one product line, one brand. They're going to be multiple product lines, maybe under the same brand, or multiple brands underneath an umbrella of brands. And so you want to start looking at these other product lines that they sell to see if those are just as good on Amazon as the ones that you had initially reached out to them on. And again, this doesn't just mean that it has to be an exclusive product. It can be for a brand that you have reached out to and they gave you a wholesale account and they're non-exclusive, and you want to start looking at the other brands and products that they sell to increase how much you can purchase from them, to increase your relationship with them, to increase your sales and profitability on Amazon, etc. So definitely look at the other product lines they sell. Don't just focus on the one product or the one product line, because then you're going to be missing out on a lot of other revenue and profit from the other product lines that may also be on Amazon or on other e-commerce marketplaces. The next thing is to look at multi-packs and bundles. I mentioned that in an earlier video of why replens, starting with replens and arbitrage, is best before getting into wholesale, because you learn how to find these multi-packs and bundles. But ultimately, this is where I'm going to mention it again. If you're looking for multi-packs and bundles using the replens arbitrage strategies that I go through in my book, Side Hustle to Full-Time Income, if you're using those strategies, you can also apply them to your wholesale business. And many wholesale sellers only look at UPC matches. Now, with some of the changes with GTIN, requirements that Amazon has, UPC matches are the safest way to go about doing this, because those are the listings that Amazon loves the most. But there are still bundles that you can look for that have multiple different products in them, that maybe you have a couple wholesale accounts that have the component pieces for those bundles that you can sell. Or maybe that one brand that you're working with has multiple pieces that have been bundled together that have a different UPC. Whatever it might be, I highly recommend looking for multi-packs and bundles and expanding the amount of products that you're able to purchase and sell for that particular brand. Multi-packs should be something that comes from the brand. It should be a multi-pack built by the brand with their own UPC, but sometimes us sellers may avoid that or not look at that particular product for whatever reason. And so I highly recommend asking or looking for the multi-packs on the Amazon platform. Also, if you've got a good enough relationship with the brand, many times you can help get those listings fixed with UPCs from the brand that then you are able to continue selling. And so it just really depends on your relationship with them. Always look for multi-packs and bundles and see how you can best work within Amazon's system, but also work with the brands and companies, distributors that you are purchasing from. The next thing is, once you've been selling the brand for a while, you can bring up reasons to be exclusive with them or to be semi-exclusive with them in your relationship. Because I believe if you've been selling the brand for a while, you've got a lot more data, you've got a lot more reasons to contact them and say, hey, I've noticed these issues and I'd like to help you fix these issues and be the exclusive seller. Here's the benefits for working with me directly, or with choosing 2 or 3 sellers that are allowed to sell your products, so that it can be spread amongst 2 or 3 of us versus 8 to 10 of us, and there's pricing issues or there's branding issues on the listings, etc. You can use some of the things I've talked about in the prior videos in this series to open that conversation to become an exclusive with them. The next thing is to make sure to manage your cash flow well. This is the most difficult piece for just about any Amazon FBA business, whether it's arbitrage or wholesale or private label. Now, I did do a video for the profit first methods of how to manage cash flow, depending on how good you are with managing your money. That can be a video that can help tremendously. Again, it's on this channel. You can just search for Profit First and you can find that video. I'll try to remember to link it above or in the description below, but that video will help you in managing your cash flow properly. But just make sure that you don't get over leveraged with credit terms or over leveraged with buying too much product and not having the money for it, over leveraged with loans or credit cards, whatever it might be. Manage the cash flow well. It's a much deeper discussion that would take multiple videos to really go through on a deep level. But the high level video would be the Profit First video that I did a while back that you can find on this channel, and I'll try to link it as well. The next thing is still try to order for your 30 to 60 day sales windows. So if you've followed me for any length of time, you've seen my replens content, my arbitrage content, I typically recommend ordering 30-day sales velocity amounts. So if it's selling 15 in 30 days, that's what you want to order. But with wholesale, sometimes you have to place bigger orders. So try to keep it under 60 days. And then I would typically only send in 30 days at a time worth of stock and inventory. So if you have a prep center, you ordered 50 of them, send in 25 for the next 30 days. And then a few weeks later, have them send in the remaining 25 so that you can sell those over 60 and you're not building up a bunch of storage fees or IPI issues, which again, there's videos on my channel for IPI if you're interested in that, the Inventory Performance Index. But you want to try to keep it within the 30 to 60 day sales windows, unless you have a really deep relationship with this company where you know you have to place orders for 90 or 120 days, but you've got some really good experience and longevity knowing that those products will sell and you can store them elsewhere and not send them into Amazon directly at that point. But ultimately, still try to order for 30 to 60 day sales windows if you can. Also, replendashboard.com. I've got a whole playlist on this channel about Replen Dashboard. You can utilize that for inventory replenishment suggestions and tracking products. I highly recommend using it. It's good for prep centers to also check out where you can store what is at your prep center. You can save what's at your prep center within the software. It's a company that I own and created for these particular problems. And so if you check out replendashboard.com or the playlists on this channel, you'll see why it can be so helpful for your arbitrage and wholesale business. And then lastly, you want to know the company's prices or their prices or policies on freight charges. So do they give you free shipping quantity discounts? If you order over $1,000, do you get free shipping? Or if you order over 5 pallets, do you get free shipping or discounts? Or you need to know their average cost per pound so you can calculate it into your price. If you're placing your order with the company and they don't have free shipping discounts, which if they do, I would recommend getting up to that point if you can. But if they don't, then try to find out what they believe their average cost per pound would be so you can calculate that into your price so you know the profitability up front. You can even ask them what their average freight charges would be for a pallet or 2 pallets to your location or your prep center's location. But you want to know that information before placing an order and realizing, oh, this freight is now completely destroying any profit that I had. And so I want to cancel the order, right? So you have to make sure that you know that before you actually place the order. So hopefully that will help you. These are my extra tips right now. Again, becoming an exclusive relationship with a brand can help tremendously. You don't have to be exclusive with them, but you can also bring in other people that have specialization in being exclusive to help you create other streams of income where you pass them on to them and then you get paid a referral fee, a profit partnership, whatever from that company. You can also learn the proven product partnering methods where you're partnering with the brand to help them get onto Amazon and have their own Amazon account, and you're getting a percentage of their revenue streams or profit from their Amazon account. And you can start building multiple streams of income. So those are the extra tips that I have. If you're looking for a place where you can learn and meet and network from other e-commerce entrepreneurs that probably have amazing businesses, but also have different methods than what you're currently doing, I recommend the My Silent Team Facebook group. Here is my link for it. It's a free Facebook group. It's got over 70,000 members. It's bit.ly/MS group, and that will be linked in the description below. If you're someone looking to get started with wholesale selling on Amazon, then today's video is going to be for you, because I'm going to be going through live on how I personally have used the Keepa Data Product Finder to find perfect products that are good to reach out to for a brand on a wholesale account. Now, there's multiple methods that you can branch off from this basic method that I'm going to be showing you here, such as looking at competitor analysis and doing other things from the standpoint of rabbit trailing off some of these products. But ultimately, this method is one that can allow you to open up hundreds of different opportunities, potentially thousands of different opportunities and specific products that you can then look to find a supplier, distributor, the brand direct, to then open up that wholesale account. So let's go ahead and get into this. Now, first, you will need a Keepa account, okay? So if you don't have a Keepa.com subscription, it's just around $20 per month. It is an international company, so there is some exchange rates. So depending on where you live, it may cost more, it may cost a little bit less. But ultimately, getting a Keepa.com account is extremely important for this, because that's what we're going to be using. Now, you can do multiple methods. You can start from your typical arbitrage and replenishable products that I teach about on this channel all the time. You can look at the best sellers and try to reach out to brands and get distributor relationships from there. But this is a specific method that'll help you get going for finding the types of products that you might want as a wholesale seller on Amazon. Now, somebody that's done wholesale for years at this point and has sold on Amazon for 9 years and done over $6 to maybe even $7 million of products at this point, this is a method that I use. We're going to continue to use it, and I'll show you right now. So if you go to Keepa.com, go to data, and then we're going to use the product finder. Okay, this is just one method. Again, there's dozens of methods that you can use for this. Now, the product finder allows us to really sort all the millions and millions of ASINs that Amazon has into specific smaller batches based on set criteria. And so I'm going to go through just example criteria. You can do this in any other way that you want. If you want to compete with Amazon or you don't want to compete with Amazon, if you want to do variations or you don't want to do variations, if you want a higher sales rank or a lower sales rank, these are the things that you can look at. But ultimately, I'm just going to go through one of these examples. All right. So underneath the sales rank, I do recommend having a sales rank if possible. Now, another method could be looking for products that have sales but no sales rank. That's a different video for a different day. So let's go ahead and do 250,000 as the current max sales rank. I don't care where it's at, because we're going to filter these down even more in terms of the lower amount. I'm probably not going to be finding products that are at 2 sales rank, but still, we want to go up to 250,000 for this particular example. Depending on what your criteria are, that's what I'm going to use. Since the sales rank is just a snapshot in time, I don't care what the sales rank actually is, but it just helps to limit some of the findings. So here we've got 30.9 million products available based on that first filter. All right. Now, the buy box, I'm just going to put a minimum of $15 consistently. Is that minimum of $15? Just make sure that there's enough room for some margin, and we can go from there. Now, if you were doing grocery products and you wanted to try to save on fees by being under $15, because there is an incentive for having grocery products under $15. So if you wanted to do that, then you could put your maximum at $15. But ultimately, for this particular example, we're doing 15 as the minimum. And I'll just go ahead and put, I don't know, $50 as the maximum. You could do more, could do less. But this is, again, for example's sake. Now, I actually don't want to compete with Amazon right now, so I'm going to put out of stock. Now, if you don't mind, if Amazon's been on there, you can actually put different metrics here and even use an out of stock filter later for Amazon if you don't mind that they've been on the product, but I'm just going to put out of stock for now. In terms of new, we'll leave this. We'll leave this FBA price. I don't care what that ends up being. So all of this, that's what I'm going to leave for this example. Now we're down to 9.2 million products. We started at 30.9 million. We're down to 9.2. The next thing that I would do is maybe select a category. You know, if you're looking to source in arts and crafts, if you're looking to source in automotive, baby products, beauty and personal care, books, etc., these are the types of products that you can get into. I personally recommend doing that. If you've got a niche that you would like to pursue, this is an excellent way to find products in that particular niche that you're looking to get a wholesale account with. Let's just go ahead and do tools and home improvement. This is actually a category I don't source a ton. I have done examples on it, but I don't have a ton of products. So we're going to do that. That brought us from 9 million down to 290,000 products that currently match those filters. That's a lot. Our goal is to get it under 1,000, specifically under 500 items, so we can go through this a little bit quicker. But let's just keep it there and continue on our search. Now, our new offer count. This is something where you want to make sure that there's more than one seller. Okay, so you have to do that. I personally like to put the minimum at 3, and then you can do, let's just go with up to 10 sellers. Okay, because this is the new offer count includes fulfilled by merchant, includes fulfilled by Amazon, and so you're combining both of those, and we'll actually whittle this down even more whenever we're looking at FBA offers too in just a second. So I'm just going to do 3 to 10 for all of these. I personally like to keep it a consistent average range. I don't want it to fluctuate wildly, at least not right now, especially since we're looking for wholesale, right? If we were doing arbitrage, maybe I'd be more okay with a bunch of sellers being on here 180 days ago, and now there's a lot less. But since we're doing wholesale, I want it to be consistent, because this shows me that potentially the brand has the ability for us to do a wholesale account with them because they have consistent sellers. So there may just be a few of them that do consistent sales from the brand. So the next thing that I would do is count of retrieved live offers for new FBA. I'm actually going to put, I want at least 3 FBA sellers. All right. So that brings us down to 1,200 products. Pretty amazing. We are saying that from a minimum, we want 3 FBA sellers, because if you do 2, sometimes maybe they've got an exclusive relationship and then the brand themselves. You could do 2 here. If you do 1, then you might, for sure, you're going to run into exclusive issues where some wholesalers have an exclusive relationship with the brand. So I like to do 2 or 3 or a little bit higher if you're looking for even more competition, so that then you can try to work in maybe an exclusive arrangement or something in the future and work with that brand. But again, for example's sake, we'll go from here. Now, buy box seller, it shouldn't be Amazon because they should be out of stock. I'm gonna just click third party. Now there's 1,269 products. Is the buy box FBA? I'm just gonna put yes to whittle this down a little further. We're at 1,083. Buy box used, I don't care about. Now we can keep going. I'm gonna do no variations just for simplicity's sake. I cut it in almost half, so we're down to 587 products. We could stop it there if we wanted to. Ultimately, I'm just gonna keep trying to get it smaller and smaller just so we can go through a good option. A lot less products for this example. Now, Amazon out of stock, this is a good one. If you don't mind that Amazon has been on here recently, this is a new addition from Keepa. You go, it's the number of times the sold by Amazon offer. So when Amazon was in stock, it's the number of times that they went out of stock over the past 30 days or over the past 90 days. Now, I don't really care right now for this example about this, but this has a huge implication that, well, maybe we're okay competing with Amazon if they go out of stock 5 times over the last 90 days. Well, then that's an indication that they're just not getting enough stock and we can compete with them. So this is a pretty cool filter, and maybe I'll go through that in a different video as well. Now, sales rank drops. We currently have sales rank on there. I'm actually gonna do bought in the past month. I'm gonna see if we can get over 50. If it's under 50, then you would leave it blank because we don't have that information. But if you wanna see anything that sells really fast, over 50 times, just gonna put that as the minimum. Let's see what we get here. Okay, cool. So 587 went down to 463. I'd probably call that quits, but I'm going to do one other thing. Review count. I just want to make sure there's a review. There should be, because it sells over 50 times in a month, but I will do that. And we are still at 463 products. So this should be fairly good. If you really wanted to get it lower, you could do that. Since we're in tools, a lot of these things won't matter, but I'm going to do no hazmat, no heat sensitive, no adult product, and I don't care about Launchpad or map restrictions. We'll just leave all that as no, just for the sake of making this a smaller list. All right, so let's go ahead and click on find products. Now that we've done that, again, these aren't rules that you have to follow. These are just examples and guidelines. Interesting that we have something that's here for barbecue. It's just wood chips, but we've got a bunch of different brands that pull up, right? So GE, like I'm not gonna try to get an account with GE, most likely because it's a huge minimum order. So we're looking for something that may be a little bit smaller that could be a good opportunity for us. So I've never heard of Western Barbecue for these smoking chips. I'm going to go ahead and open that on Amazon. Let's see if we can find anything else that kind of sticks out from a brand standpoint. These are a lot of light bulbs. Potentially Milwaukee. This actually may be more of a good online arbitrage opportunity. I'm looking for something a little bit smaller that may be something that people don't know about as much, and I may be wrong on this. So, right, this is just an example of one way to source for products. Troxel I've heard of, but these are knee pads. Let's go ahead and open that as well. Harry Potter Tri-Wizard Cup. Okay, OLFA. I don't know this particular product, so we're going to open that. Maybe see if we can find a good option. Newtone I've heard of. I'm not sure if it's a big brand. And we will do one more and see if we can find anything for our wholesale distributor or direct relationship. I also don't really want to do light bulbs. A lot of people make good money on light bulbs, but I don't want to deal with the breakable nature of that. So I'm passing up on all of those right now. Part of Kitty right here. Quick convert adapter. Okay, it's for an alarm. I'm going to go ahead and pass on that right now. Master Lock. It's a huge brand. Let's try Superb Wrench. Never heard of this. See what's there. All right, so we've got 5 things. I'm just looking at the different brands. So this in particular brand, Superb Wrench, never heard of it again. This is something that sells over 50 times per month. It's actually, according to Amazon themselves, over 300 times in the last month. It's got good ratings, only 1 image, which is shocking to me. There are 3 FBA offers, seems to sell quite a bit. Let's take a look at the Keepa chart. This is a beautiful Keepa chart for OA, for wholesale. This is something that kind of wish wasn't on the video, but and I don't recommend reaching out to this brand because it's going to be on YouTube. YouTube. Ultimately, this may not work out, but this is something where you see some consistent sellers. This is a good chart there. You're seeing a good amount of monthly sales consistently, and you're also seeing a fairly stable price point around this $30 price. Now, we may find out that they won't do wholesale. That's fine if they don't, but we're looking for opportunities. Now, Superb Wrench, let's say for this to be really profitable from a wholesale standpoint, let's say you're selling a couple hundred of these things at a minimum, you'd want to buy this at $15, especially depending on your costs. That would put us at 34% return on investment. That would include the shipping costs and all that kind of stuff, but depending on your prep fees. So at a 30% return on investment, that's fairly good. If you had this additional $1.25, then you're looking at 26%. It's a little low, but if you're selling a bunch of items and you're selling them quickly, like this move, could be good. So I would then want to take a look and just search for Superb Wrench, see if we can find anything here for the actual brand themselves. And I'm actually going to look up wholesale and see what pulls up here. Okay, so this is from waterfilters.net. Never heard of that. It looks like that is a some sort of online arbitrage opportunity. This is the hard part, right? Finding the suppliers sometimes. So maybe we'll go back up to that top one. This could be their brand. I'm not sure. I mean, they're selling it pretty expensively. Now, one thing that we could do, this is all online, we could see if they've got some sort of wholesale opportunity here, but this looks to me to be just like a site that you can purchase products from. Now, you can get a higher percentage off, but this is not going to be really good there. So see if there's manufacturer Superb. Okay, that's good to know. This may be a situation where distributor, it's only a distributor relationship instead of a wholesale that you can actually purchase from them. Let's see, this is Survey Pure. See if we can find anything else on the Amazon listing here. And again, I'm just doing this live, so apologize if this doesn't work, we don't find anything, but you get the gist, right? We're looking for good products that we can potentially find to purchase and sell. So I would probably keep doing some more work on this since we're on a YouTube video and y'all are here to get some fast information. This may be something I would continue to look at for another 5 or 10 minutes, see if I can find something. Let me look up distributor next, see if we can find that. Okay, filters fast. Again, these appear to be more online arbitrage. Let's take a look at this. Okay, there's a bunch of products here. This could be an online filtration retailer. All right, so we'll decline that. Doesn't look like they do wholesale unless there's something down here. Nope, this is again just a retailer. So all of these retailers have this product. That means that there's a way to purchase this as a wholesaler, as a distributor relationship from Superb directly or from an actual distributor. I would continue to look for this. It looks like, unless this is a sketchy website, I'm seeing superbwrench.com. This actually may help us find this. All right, we're going to click on this and see what it takes us to. Hopefully I'm not going to get a virus on my computer. Superb Wrench, yep. It is not in existence. All right, but we do have a phone number, right? So in this case, we got a phone number. We potentially, okay, Superb Fabricating. That may lead us somewhere. Let's try superbfabricating.com and see if we can find this thing. And it also may lead us nowhere. They could just have an email. So this would be a situation where you could reach out to this company and see if they've actually got this product. Let's see about Superb, get a quote. This appears to be not working. About Superb. Let's see. Social, contact us, get a quote. Yeah, there's not much here for us, but it could be an option to reach out to and see if this is the right company. It looks like it is here for the product that they are selling. This could be one that you could reach out to and find a pretty good relationship with if you call them. I've done videos on how to talk to brands and distributors and call them on these things, but this is an option. All right, so that's one. Now with this information too, you can also take a look at the other FBA sellers. You can do competition analysis and see what these sellers are actually selling and some of the brands that they're selling. See if maybe you can do some storefront stalking or competition analysis to find the other brands that they're selling, because most likely, especially with how hard it was to find this product, most likely these are wholesale companies that you can then try to find other brands and distributors that they are purchasing from. So that's another way to kind of rabbit trail off of just one product from the Keepa Data Product Finder. The next one would be this Newtone. I don't know much about Newtone. I know I've heard of this brand before. Let's see if there's anything here. There's 10 FBA offers. This may be more of an online arbitrage opportunity. We look at this. really consistent pricing, fairly consistent in sellers going up and down, really consistent in sales amount. You can then again do a Google search. Google is your best friend here. Look up Newtone, and actually you may not have to do anything here. It's right there, I believe, brown-newtone.com. And in this case, let's see if we can order wholesale. Usually it's at the bottom. Dealer locator, contact information. You could just reach out directly to them, or you can see if they've got catalogs. One of these options are good. I would try dealer locator. Let's see what that does. Okay, so that's for vacuum cleaner. So it looks like there's some options around here just for retailers. So that wouldn't be what we want. We actually want more of just contacting them for opening up a wholesale account. So this would be another situation where you could just contact them through the form and wait for an email back, or you can call them. Now, I typically recommend calling companies because you may get better responses from them. If you reach out, a lot of companies get emails, especially from people trying to purchase products from them for wholesale for Amazon. So if you call them, you're already separating yourself from the rest of that pack, but ultimately this would be another option. So this is where having multiple Google searches to find these suppliers can help tremendously. Again, we're trying to validate these items with Keepa charts, making sure that they look good with data that does work for wholesale accounts. And ultimately, this is one way to do so. Again, you can do more competitor analysis here. You can go and see what other people bought with it. So this looks like a Brown, some sort of blower for an air conditioner. These types of things, you can check out other options. Now, Brown is Brown-Newtone, as we just saw. So they appear to have a bunch of products on Amazon that sell really well. It could be a good option for a wholesale account if you can open one. All right. This one I've never heard of, Ulfa. It looks like it has a store. There are 5 FBA offers on this. This thing is selling fairly well. Recently the pricing has gone down as sellers have gone up. This most likely means that it's easier to find this product or to open a wholesale account right now, but it is an option for you to look at. Or it could just be more available in online arbitrage. But ultimately, this is a good opener too. If you get a wholesale account and you see that the products aren't profitable, maybe you talk to them and say, hey, I noticed on Amazon you've got a bunch of new sellers coming on there. The price is going down. It's degrading your brand presence on Amazon. How can I help you with your brand presence on Amazon and try to get an exclusive there? This is a huge opportunity. I will look up Ulfa just to see if we can find their brand. ulfahandtools.com. So this could be all online arbitrage. Let's try contact us and see if there's anything here. If they've got a wholesale opportunity, nothing down in the bottom. Could do catalogs potentially. You could just reach out and say, hey, do you have any wholesale information that I can purchase wholesale from you? It does appear that they are, let's see if they're actually selling it or not. Yeah, they're selling it on their website right now. This particular product is Ulfa 9282. This is a 2-pack, so it may just be that this is an online arbitrage opportunity for a lot of sellers right now. I don't see a search option. We can probably move on from this one, but you get the gist, right? We're just doing a Google search. We found a good product. Could be a good opportunity to do wholesale and purchase from them, and then you can open up that account. The next thing was Troxel. Now, again, I've heard of this brand, but I've never actually sold anything from them. They have 4 FBA offers, again, down here. This is a really steady pricing. They may have some sort of map pricing arrangement, minimum advertised pricing, but a lot of sellers have come on and off. So let's look up Troxel USA. 500 bought in the last month. Looking to get brand direct from them. They have a bunch of knee pads here, and this looks like a pretty basic website, so you could contact them for shipping outside the US. Let's see. Free prepaid shipping on orders over $400. That's good to know if you're doing wholesale. This is for contractors, but they may be willing to just sell direct to you. Again, this is on YouTube, so don't just reach out to these companies, but it could be an opportunity. Let's try customer service. Get in touch. Happy to answer questions. Must have an account and be logged into Access. Click here to create an account. Okay, so potentially try to create an account, and this is something that maybe it would just open up to you right away, or maybe they have to approve your account. I'm not sure. But once you create that account, then you could reach out to them. Or you could even go back here and you can call them. Calling people works tremendously well. Okay. Now, if you use Amex for the points, they will not accept Amex, so that's good to know. But if you don't care about that, then it doesn't matter to you. All right. So these are ways that you can just go ahead and utilize the Keepa Data Product Finder to find wholesale accounts. And that's not necessarily wholesale accounts. You're looking at Keepa Data Product Finder to find good products that sell well with a typical history of sellers and a good, strong amount of sales consistently, as well as a strong buy box price. So that way you aren't just dealing with huge fluctuations and variations of the price, as well as as you're just finding these ASINs so then you can reach out to these accounts. If you're reaching out to 10 accounts a day, I made this video in 22 minutes and I was explaining things. It probably would have taken me 10 minutes to look at all of this stuff if I wasn't trying to talk through it and explain it to people. So this is ultimately something you can do really quickly. Reach out to 10 accounts, do it the next day in a different category, continue down the list of hundreds of items and reach out to them. This is what makes a difference in your Amazon wholesale business. It's basic, it's simple, it's not that difficult. Just get out there and do it, okay? The hardest part in getting started with wholesale is actually getting started with reaching out to other people and trying to talk to them, getting away from the online and retail arbitrage stuff. I love arbitrage, I love replenishable products, but wholesale is a way that you can build and scale through time that separates you from other sellers. It insulates your business. If you're purchasing directly from a brand or from a distributor, you have invoices that Amazon wants and cares about. Also, word of caution, avoid them all like the plague. Any websites that say, hey, we sell to Amazon sellers, or here's a list of ASINs where you can buy our distributor products. Avoid those. Don't ever buy them. You're going to get your account shut down someday because usually those websites are scams, or they may not be scams, but they're doing things against the brand's wishes and they're going to get shut down. Just avoid those. So this is the way that you can easily find wholesale accounts. You can then use this to do competitor analysis. You can then use this to rabbit trail off of different types of products. You can use the Keepa parameter method that I've talked about on this channel before for online arbitrage, but you can use it to find more similar products. Just a ton of ability for you to grow and scale your business through these types of methods if you're interested in wholesale. So I hope this video helps you and blesses you. Post your comments down below. Did you like this video? Is this something that you would like me to do more of? Do you have any questions that I can help with on a wholesale basis? And if you don't have any questions, that's fine. I would love to hear your thoughts though on the video. Be sure to like and share and subscribe to the channel. And if you're interested in anything that I do, I have a free training at my website at askjimmysmith.com/free training, 30 days of emails. It's mainly on arbitrage and getting started with Amazon, but I do have some stuff on wholesale in there as well. Today, I am excited to be doing another video of my wholesale series on how to be successful with wholesale on Amazon FBA, specifically on 4 wholesale website examples for greater wholesale success. Now, in my original series that I went through how to take arbitrage products and turn them into wholesale accounts and really grow your wholesale business, I talk about how if you decide to focus on the wholesale model and you decide to specialize in it, that ultimately you can start to set up a website that allows you to open up more and more wholesale accounts. But it really depends on what your passion is, what your brand is that you want to take as a focus for your direction with your business on Amazon. You could do one of these, you could do all of these, but there's 4 main categories of website examples that I want to show you with actual examples of the websites. And let's get into the first one. So right out the gate, the very first one, the most common one that I believe that I typically see is the e-commerce specialist, the person that goes out or the company that goes out and brands themselves as someone that can help other brands to specialize on Amazon, specialize on Walmart, specialize on Shopify. This is the one that is, I believe, most common because it gives you a position of authority. You have a place to come to these brands and say, we can help you with your Amazon business, make us an exclusive provider or a semi-exclusive provider, and we will take care of all the issues with Amazon. We'll get rid of the other sellers and we'll be able to help grow your brand on these different platforms. And while this is an amazing route to go, there are a lot of companies that really throw up their hands and they don't like whenever they get more and more e-commerce specialists coming their way, because brands see emails from these e-commerce specialists and sometimes will think, okay, we just don't want another Amazon seller, leave us alone. And in my series, I talked about handling those objections and whatnot. This one is probably the easiest one to set up if you want the more professional approach as a company that specializes in Amazon and e-commerce. But let's go ahead and take a look at a few different examples that are very big sellers on Amazon, some of the top sellers, because of the way that they approach this. They're able to get brands from every category, every different type of product, and sell them on Amazon because they're the Amazon specialists, not a particular category specialist. And so the very first one I want to show you is iServe.com. If you're looking to build your website, you can check out iServe.com and see how they do this. You can look at the brands they represent. You can see the messaging that they have to those brands, what they do from a worldwide e-commerce standpoint, units sold, growing your brand, distribution strategies, all of that. There's so much on their website. So iServe is an excellent place to look. Additionally, this is another big seller. It's called Recommerce. Amazon is complicated. Recommerce makes it simple. And they go through the different Amazon experts and the things on their team that can help with the Amazon issues that come up for different brands. They talk about no fees, just results. In this strategy, you're typically going after brands to get a wholesale discount so that then you can sell it on Amazon and the brand doesn't ever have to pay you. They're just allowing you to buy on a wholesale basis, sometimes a better pricing basis so that you can make more profit, but they're there to not ultimately cost a brand more money. Recommerce and other wholesale suppliers and experts like this are there to provide that service for free, essentially, to the brands that they're working with. Now you can see all the different things that they do: partner services, marketplace integration, creative strategy, brand protection, advertising and SEO, insights and reporting. These are truly the specialists. One additional one that I want to show you here in a second, you can see all the brands that they show, and you can see a lot of the consistencies currently between iServe and even Recommerce in the way they message their website in terms of revenue, partners, feedback, the different brands that they work with, the different things that they do. iServe does the same exact thing. We've got brands, what they do, worldwide e-commerce, number of units sold, etc. Now, this last one that would fall under this category of the e-commerce specialist is called Spreetail. They buy, stock, sell, ship, and support your products everywhere online. They have more on their website, at least from what I can tell initially, but they talk about the end-to-end e-commerce acceleration partner, what they do, how they work, the different stores and marketplaces that they sell in, but they also show what their company's doing to make an impact, how they treat their customers like theirs, so the brands that they're selling like their own, the content that they do on these marketplaces, and you can see all of the different things that they have on their website to accelerate the e-commerce revenues for the brands they're working with. So in this very first example, the e-commerce specialist, you've got iServe, Recommerce, Spreetail, tons of other examples to show that they are specializing on Amazon, off of Amazon, on other e-commerce channels, and what they can do. Now, the second option is actually the category specialist. And the category specialist is one that I actually really like. And it would be a category such as sports, or such as arts and crafts, or such as pet supplies, etc. And so in this case, you are setting up much more of a niche site where you are bringing in all types of different products. So it's not just baseball. You're doing sports. You could do baseball, hockey, football, basketball, etc. If you are doing pet supplies, you would do dogs, cats, turtles, birds, all of that. It is the category specialist. And in this case, you can see I'm pulling up the website for Sports Direct. I have no idea if they sell on Amazon, but this would be an example of a way to do this. You aren't an Amazon or e-commerce specialist. You're a category specialist that comes in and is able to sell these products on your own Shopify site, and you happen to also sell them on other e-commerce sites. Now, you could take it and combine the e-commerce specialist with the category specialist and say, we specialize in helping sports companies to do well on Amazon. So you could combine them, and I really like that approach. But ultimately, this is one way of doing it without getting into the specialist side. You can just set up a Shopify store that has a bunch of different stuff in the category, and you can start getting wholesale accounts that way. The third option is the niche specialist. This is when you take one of these categories and you niche down into something like baseball, something like dogs or cats. You aren't doing all of the things within that category. You're doing a specific niche, right? If it's music, you specialize in guitars, or you specialize in pianos, right? Although I wouldn't sell pianos on Amazon unless you have the ability to do that. But the niche specialist is taking it one step further. Now, within that, I brought up baseballsavings.com. They only have baseball and some softball stuff, which is related, so that makes sense. But they set up their store specifically for baseball. So if you found a niche that you wanted, you could theoretically set up a baseball site, a softball site, a basketball site, a football site, and use those domains to reach out to specific companies that would want you to be selling their products on Shopify. And if they're okay with it, you can sell it on Amazon and other e-commerce marketplaces. But the niche specialist is one I really like if you have the bandwidth, the virtual assistants, whomever, to be able to set up all these sites and then reach out to brands specifically on there. And again, you can also combine this with the initial e-commerce specialist as well. If you want to specialize in dog companies being able to sell on Amazon, or baseball companies selling on Amazon, and you help them with that. All of these can really be combined with the e-commerce specialist if you so choose to make your website look like this. But the idea is that you want to take these websites and use it as a a domain and as a place for other brands to come see your website and what you do and what you're selling, and then they will be more inclined to work with you than somebody that's just using a Gmail address or somebody that is using a website that doesn't even lead to much of anything. You want to set up a site that looks professional so that companies want to work with you and you can help them with their brand and where they're selling their products. Now, the fourth and final one I call the community specialist, and this is where you deal with handling a community of people. So it could be teachers, it could be e-commerce sellers, it could be anything that would fall under a community type of a thing. And the reason this is different than really the category or niche specialist is because teachers might need arts and crafts supplies, they might need office supplies, they might need music supplies, but you're servicing teachers in this case, the community of teachers or community of homeschoolers, that kind of a thing. So in this case, you could look at teacherdirects.com as an example of a website you could set up to give you the ability to reach out to arts and crafts supply companies, to reach out to office supply companies, to reach out to music and sports companies and say, hey, we work with products for teachers. We would love to sell your product on our site. And then if they allow you to sell it on Amazon and other e-commerce sites, then you've got that ability to create the additional streams of income for your brand and for your website because you're selling on multiple sites. So those are the four categories that I see for where you can model your wholesale business off of or your wholesale website off of. You can either become the e-commerce specialist where you're helping them specialize and get on Amazon and other platforms. You can be a category specialist where you're dealing with general category of pets or sports, etc. Be a niche specialist where you pick one of those things and have a bunch of different niche sites that lead to your Amazon store or elsewhere. And you can have the community specialist where you're helping a community. You can even use that to create Facebook groups and actual communities online that then you could potentially launch private label products to. If you decide to go the wholesale route, I recommend using one of these four website examples so that then you can build your own site, model it off of that, and then grow your brand online and start growing your business even further by having a good web presence that brands want to work with so that you can grow your business, you can help them grow their business, etc. So the wholesale model is an excellent way to go on Amazon. If you're brand new, I recommend the Replens and Arbitrage side. You can check out my website, askjimmysmith.com, if you're interested in anything there that I do. You can look at my wholesale training on YouTube. I've got a whole training playlist for how to incorporate wholesale into your business. Today, I'm going to be talking about the ultimate wealth framework. This video is on a concept that I have seen work for many other entrepreneurs that started from nothing and were able to grow to multiple millions of dollars, and if not even further than that, in their business and in their life. And so this truly is a framework that I've been kind of toying around with and trying to figure out how this operates throughout the last few years. I think that I've cracked the code, so I'm going to show it to you, but I would love to hear your comments down below. Is there stuff that I'm missing? Are there things that this sounds way too easy or way too difficult? Would love to hear your comments down below. Now here is what I have as the ultimate wealth framework. You can see I've got a nice little pyramid. No, this is not a pyramid scheme at all. I just wanted to cover these up for the purposes of doing this presentation. Now in the very first bottom row, I have here that the majority of people that start out with nothing or very little start with a side hustle and a job. So you may be at a job, so that could be the very base of the pyramid actually, that you currently have a job. You got to start there. So you're bringing in income, consistently paying your bills as best as possible. But then the people that end up starting to grow start looking into doing a side hustle as well. And that side hustle provides additional income opportunities, not so they can afford things like Netflix, but so they can reinvest that money in the side hustle, either to continue growing in their business or to reinvest it into other things. Now, what I see as a problem a lot of times is people create a side hustle and then they start putting the money into things that they don't fully understand. Maybe they start investing into stocks because they don't fully understand it, or they put it into crypto, or they buy a bunch of gold hoping that it's going to go up in value. All of these things are gambles at this point because you have no control over the way that that is going to operate or way that is going to go into the future. And so the people that I see that have the most success take that money from their side hustle and continue to reinvest it into their business until they're able to come up with a full-time income. And so that full-time income is the next step there, that they're able to then leave their career and turn their side hustle into that full-time income, because now they have control over their time, control over their money, they have control over the products or services that they are doing to create that full-time income in their business. And this is where people either stay at this level or they maybe return to that job because the business ends up flailing over time or they get tired of doing this work. But the ones that I've seen, as I've studied so many different entrepreneurs, have seen be successful, then take that full-time income and they're able to reinvest. They're not trying to buy lavish vehicles or vacations or trying to flex on Instagram or anything like that. What they do is then they take that full-time income from the business that they own and then they build in new streams of income that are complementary. And so that could mean that if you're an Amazon seller, maybe you start doing Walmart selling, or maybe you do wholesale instead of arbitrage, or maybe you make your own brand and sell that on Amazon. You're creating a brand. Or it could be that you're doing coaching or consulting or working with other brands to help them on their Amazon business. Or maybe you're a contractor, and instead of just doing contracting work, you start expanding some of the contracting services that you're doing, or you start training other people on how to do contracting services, or you write a book, or you do something else that brings in complementary income to your business that doesn't require a ton of time from you. Now, the only way that people are able to do that is if they're able to create this full-time income here, outsource some of their activities to other people so that it can continue to run while they're building in these new streams of income. And I've done plenty of videos on my channel about that. But this is a key component, that if you're someone that has currently just a job and you're looking to create a side hustle, well, start doing that. But take that money, pour it back into the business so then the business can grow into a full-time income for you. And then once it hits that full-time income point, then you can start looking at bringing in new streams of income that are complementary to your current business. Then after that, this is where it gets a little bit cloudier for me specifically, right? Because I have done these first three things in my life. I sold insurance. I then got a side hustle. That side hustle turned into a full-time income, and I've added streams of income over the years. But then after that, it's about business acquisition. Now, I've actually purchased a business, and I look to purchase more of these. You see a lot of influencers out there that are buying businesses because that's the way that they see as wealth creation. And I totally agree with that, and I'm on board with it if it's the right business, right? You can't just go out there and buy a bunch of bad businesses, then you'll, lose all your money. So it needs to be the right business. But once you have the strategies of building your own business, you're adding in new streams of income. Instead of taking that money and putting it towards a bunch of things that you don't necessarily need, you can take the additional income and put it aside so that then you can purchase a business in the future. And many people don't realize that there are so many businesses coming up that are available for sale because of retirements, because of multiple reasons. I'm sure you can find other videos on that. But these businesses are for sale that have been around for 10, 15, 20 plus years that ultimately there's just not a ton of people looking for them. And so you can buy these businesses depending on if it's the right fit, sometimes for 5, 10% down. So if it's $1 million business, you can get it for $100,000. Again, this isn't for those of you that are at the side hustle and job stage. This is for those of you that are able to afford something at that level. But instead of pouring that money into cryptocurrencies that you may not understand, you're pouring it into a business that has been generating cash flow already, has people working in the business already, has customers, and all of this brand that has been built over 10, 15, 20 plus years, and you're able to have more cash flow created with the money that you put into it. Now, again, it doesn't have to be that you have 100 grand. You could buy a business for $10,000 down if it's the right size of the business. Sometimes I've seen people that got given a business because the person was done with it and they didn't want to do it. Now, if you're ever just given a business, there's probably bigger problems that you're gonna have to fix. But there are opportunities out there that exist. You can also do it with seller financing. You can do it in multiple creative strategies where you don't have to put any money down. And ultimately, this is where a lot of people want to get to and may not even be considering how this could even be an option if you're at the side hustle and job stage. But there are multiple options to get to this level. And then the last one I actually put up here is real estate. Now, I put real estate not because we're talking about one-off houses of rental properties of just one here and one there. I've done that, and that was not a good thing for me. I tried that probably when I was back here and I just had a job. Instead of putting money into a side hustle, I put it into real estate because I thought it'd create passive income. Did not do well. But once you have done this, and maybe you continue to do more business acquisitions, then you can look at real estate for the tax advantages, for the wealth creation, for the long-term benefits of it. There are potentials as well as stocks or crypto or some crazy investments that you can make that could turn from $100,000 to $10 million, right? Those businesses that are in the tech spaces. But this is where you get to the point point of now you've got so much capital, you've got the ability, you've built this wealth, that then you've got extra money you can put into these wealth storing or wealth protecting type of assets. Now, again, I actually think that business acquisition could be at the top of this pyramid, and you aren't necessarily purchasing real estate. You could just continue to double down on that, do some other things where you're absorbing similar businesses into yours and just creating a much bigger and bigger snowball effect, so to speak. But this is the framework that I have seen be what's the majority of most successful people that exist out there, that they have started with some sort of job and side hustle. They turned that into their own full-time income. And as they started to scale and grow that, they added in new streams of income. As that income started to grow, they started to acquire companies. Maybe they sold their company and then purchased other companies. Some people skip this business acquisition and go straight to real estate. But again, that's going to require a lot of money. And in some cases, you may be trying to time the market. You can lose a lot in that. Whereas with a business that's been around for 20, 30, 40 years, and it's got a long success track record of success, there's a lot of opportunity here. You could just stop at the top of this framework. With all the talk that's going on around the world regarding economic instability, financial instability, political instability, inflation, and all of these things that are happening in such a crazy time right now, it becomes more important than ever to have a good handle on your finances and the way that those things are invested, the way that your retirement looks like in the future, and even just how you pay your bills and take out loans and make investments into other things. So today I'm bringing on a guest named Mark Willis that is a 2-time best-selling author. He is a certified financial planner, and he owns a firm that allows you and works with you to establish the right financial outlook for your future that helps you to inflation-proof your business and inflation-proof your finances. Now, he's going to be discussing things that I've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years. I've worked with Mark for a long time at this point and known him as well. I've talked with him on different webinars at different points, but I've never brought him onto YouTube for the much larger audience. So I'm excited to be bringing Mark to you today, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of the change that can happen in your financial future by just going through this webinar. Now, I know it's a long one, but it is definitely worth going through as much of it as you can. Stay to the end, watch it in bits and pieces if you have to, but this is something that can change your financial future moving forward. It can get you into the right place, not just for today, but also for your retirement. It can help leave a legacy for your children and for your family. So I'm really pumped to bring Mark on. Now, if you have any questions at all, I do say towards the end of the video that please go to the website legendsinbanking.com to set up a time to talk with him, because he will be able to help, or his team members will be able to help you in making the right decisions for your financial future. So if you're interested, go to legendsinbanking.com to check out a free 15-minute consultation with him or his team member, and that's where you can get all of your questions answered. Feel free to post comments below, but ultimately, if you have questions, talking to him and his team will be best, because I've seen not just the change in my own personal life, I've recommended my family to him, I've recommended a lot of people and seen change in their lives as well. And so I'm really excited to be bringing Mark on for an interview, for a webinar, for a presentation. And so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. Hey, Mark, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm really excited to hear more about inflation proofing your business and everything that you have to talk about. So thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, Jimmy, man, it's going to be fun. There are plenty of headwinds for business owners out there today in our world and our economy, but I feel like with the types of strategies you teach your people and your friends and your colleagues and your associates, people are making their own economy out there right now, if they know how and how to overcome some of the big challenges like inflation. That I think that it's going to be important that folks know ways out of the rat race and the mind maze of typical news cycles and the world economy. So glad to be on here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that this is going to be a very popular topic. There's so many crazy things going on right now, especially in the economy and whatnot. So I'm excited for it. I've actually been doing similar things with you, for years at this point. I've known you for many years through the Legends community that I own. And so I'm really excited to be bringing this to the YouTube audience as well. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and bring up the presentation and get into it.
Rock and roll. Yeah, this is, this changed my life and my family tree. So I hope it helps somebody else as well. We're going to be talking about the money supply quite a bit. So what is the money supply, and what would it feel like to be in control of and increase your own money supply? Well, when I say money supply, I'm talking like at the macro level first, like the Federal Reserve they have something called the money supply. They've been dramatically increasing this money supply, and this is why we've been experiencing inflation. Now, a lot of other theories out there include, greedy corporations are raising prices. Well, let me just ask you, if they were so greedy, why weren't they raising prices 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago? Something changed after the pandemic, and I would contend that it's the increase of the money supply. And we're going to show you the proof on today's webinar. But even if you don't agree, I want you to know that you can be in control of your own money supply. You can control your own financial future. I've had the great privilege of working with people who are, entrepreneurs, business owners, real estate investors. Mostly, they're just looking for control. They're looking for certainty. They're looking for things that they know that they can see an outcome of. If you put a seed in the ground, you're hoping that it's going to produce a crop, a harvest. Well, they want that assurance that it will. And I feel like many people, especially over the last 4 years, have kind of felt more like a tennis ball floating down the gutter of life, just sort of pushed and pulled by the winds and the currents of culture or the news cycle. But what I love about you, Jimmy, and what I love about the Legends community, and what I love about people who are entrepreneurial, is that they know that at least to some degree, they can design their own future. And that's what I want to talk about together today. All right, so a couple of quick disclosures. As a certified financial planner, I got to put these up here. My attorney will be happier if I do. You can pause the video and read those if you want. My name is Mark Willis. I'm a certified financial planner. I own and founded the financial firm, Lake Growth Financial Services. We're about an hour due west of Chicago, and we work in all 50 states with a little over 1,000 clients that have been able to take back control of their financial future, whether it's for college funding, retirement planning, business strategies, and more. So I'm also a 3-time #1 best-selling author on Amazon. And it's been a privilege to get to work with you, Jimmy, and many other folks in the Legends community.
Yeah, it's been great getting to know you, and also seeing the trajectory. I know I've got one of your books around here for sure. So it's not
Awesome.
back here on the bookshelf since I moved a few months ago. But yeah,
Love
the
it.
books out there are great books. I recommend a lot of people check those out too.
One in particular I wrote, it's called, co-authored it. It's called How to Be an Amazon Legend and Fire Your Banker.
Yeah.
And that's a book that goes into some of the strategies I'm going to be sharing today with everyone on this video, specifically around how it helps you in the e-commerce space. So keep that in mind, look that one up, and maybe there's even a way I can get a free copy out to those who reach out to us as a result of this video today.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Happy to send out that free copy. Okay, so Jimmy, since it's you and me today, man, you get to be my guinea pig, so I apologize in advance, but I got a pop quiz question for you, man. Who do you think said this quote? A banker is a fellow who will lend you his umbrella when the sun is shining, but wants it back the minute it begins to rain. What do you think?
I'll guess Mark Twain.
Hey, all right. You are correct.
Really?
Way to go. Yeah. It's awesome. My favorite quote of Abraham Lincoln is, "Hey, why does everybody keep quoting me on the internet?" I'm pretty sure Abraham Lincoln said that. So that's so true, right? Like the reality of banks is that they are ready to lend you money when the sun shines, and their job is to inflate the money supply. And they're, by extension, the Federal Reserve, extremely increasing this money supply. Now, let me tell you a very quick story. This is about 100 years ago. Hyperinflation in the Weimar Republic of Germany had reached like a fever pitch. Okay, so after World War I, Germany was forced to pay reparations to the rest of many countries in Europe. And so by 1923, one American dollar was worth 4.2 trillion German marks.
Wow.
That's $1, 4.2 trillion German marks. So it literally took a wheelbarrow's worth of money to just buy a loaf of bread. And what people would do, as you can see here, is they would they'd sell the wheelbarrow to buy the bread and throw their worthless paper money in the fire and play with it like these kids are playing with stacks of money here. Look at that. So this caused, in many ways, we think, World War II to take place. This unbelievable inflation caused panic and resentment and, of course, blame. They blamed many different people groups for this inflation. But the hyperinflation caused the German economy and the banking system to seriously just collapse. So we're talking about serious stuff here. It's not just the annoyance of paying a little extra for a dozen eggs. This is a real problem here. Now, prices have risen pretty dramatically, and they've lately come down. But as we're recording this in the spring of 2024, inflation is not squashed yet. In fact, it's bouncing back up again. We're starting to see rates creep back up. And now, as of this recording, again in late March, early April, there has been pausing on interest rates coming down. The Federal Reserve has become less hawkish and more dovish. This means they've been more ready to interest rate rises again, rather than bringing those rates back down again. Okay, now what we're looking at here is history. I don't care so much about what happened last Tuesday at the Federal Reserve. I want to see what it's looked like since the founding of the Federal Reserve. And Jimmy, you probably know this, but the Federal Reserve was born in 1913. About 110-ish years ago, the same year that we got an income tax. So for what it's worth, that's an interesting set of unholy twins, in my opinion. So this is the cumulative inflation by decade since 1913. And yeah, you're looking at that right. That's a little over, what is that? That's over 2,600% inflation.
Wow.
2,500% inflation. So $1 has been basically eviscerated in value since we've instituted the Federal Reserve and the income tax. And so this also means that something worth $100 in 1913 would cost $2,500 today. All right. So with all that, any feedback, comment, Jimmy, on what you're seeing here? This giant amount of total, and if the Federal Reserve's mandate is price stability, would you say that losing the value of your dollar 2,500%, is that stable prices? What do you think?
No, not at all.
Okay, just checking. Just making sure I'm not crazy here, okay?
Right.
All right. Any other feedback or insights or perspectives on this chart here?
Well, I see that it's highlighted, but it's interesting that there was negative inflation during 1930 to 39, and that we've got a very low in 2020 inflation amount. So, I'm assuming that might be something you touch on, but that's interesting.
Yeah, that's 1 year up there at the top. And that was before the inflation really kicked in 2020. So I'd be curious to know, since 2020, now 3-4 years later, how are we doing on cumulative inflation? Great points. Okay, so the average was 6.6% from 21 to 22. So that would add on top of our 1.2 there, plus the other years. Okay. This is kind of an interesting chart too, Jimmy, just to kind of provide some context. So the M2 money supply, that's the amount of money just sloshing around in our wallets and our bank accounts, like the green stuff and the stuff on your bank account when you log in. It's increased about 10 times from 1990 till 2022, when I took the last reading of this. So that's 2 trillion to 22 trillion. That's a 10x increase. But our population has only gone up 25%. So we had 1,000% increase in dollars, only a 25% increase in people. Wow. So this is the true, I guess, picture of inflation. We're not 10 times wealthier than our parents were. We just have 10 times more paper dollars, right?
Wow, yeah.
All right. So, and by the way, that's going to continue. By 2024, it's continued to grow. We now have about 344 million people. And by 2030, by 2028, we'll have another increase of 19% people, and our increase of money supply will go up by 2,100%. So we'll more than double to $44 trillion at that point. Wow. So it's a ever expanding, exciting, terrifying roller coaster. But what is inflation? Best thing I can say is it's a stealth tax. Think about it this way, Jimmy. When Congress votes to raise your taxes, you see it, you can blame them for it. Everybody hates somebody who raises taxes on you, right? Mm-hmm. But inflation is a sneaky hidden monster that just pushes you quietly and gently into higher and higher tax brackets. Mm. So the more you make, the more you pay in taxes. And I know that there's a tax bracket creep, but you're moving yourself with pay raises and cost of living and everything. You're going further up the scale to pay more in taxes. And so it also means that inflation is worst for people at the lower end of the economic scale. It means they're most burdened by inflation, mainly because they can't afford, they have to spend more of their income on housing and food and so forth. So move on from here. How do we protect ourselves from this insidious creature? And it is a creature. There's a great book out there called The Creature from Jekyll Island that folks ought to check out. It reads like a whodunit mystery novel, but it's about the Federal Reserve that was born outside of Georgia on an island called Jekyll Island. All right, so what could you do? What are some ways to overcome inflation? Well, buy stocks and real estate, they say, right? Because they always do so well and always beat inflation. No, maybe not. Maybe you could switch from eating steak to eating chicken, or worse, bug protein, lettuce. I'm telling you, I've read articles. They're like, hey, you can beat inflation by, using one-ply toilet paper and only eating every other meal. That's not cool. So what are some better options? Let's find out. Does the inflation machine get squashed by stocks? Some say that the best hedge against inflation is the stock market. Let's find out. So this is a stock S&P 500, you might say, or it's the S&P 500 from 1913 up through today. All right, so an equivalent of the S&P 500 up through today. And you can see that it kind of rocks along there. There's the Great Depression there at the end of 1920s, early 30s. And then fast forward to 1980 to roughly the year 2000. And notice that red circle there. That is the largest increase in all of human history of paper wealth. I mean, look at the growth of that market. We call it the Roaring 20. This is the period of time where the baby boomers became adults. It's when everyone got a 401k and had to go into the market. So think about it. If you're forced to go in the market, what's the stock price going to do? It's going to go up. All stocks go up, right? When everyone must buy in their 401k because they don't have a pension anymore. Plus the computer revolution. I mean, there were a lot of conveying factors that forced the stock market to do what it did from 1980 to 2020. And we had a great average rate of return since then. But if you don't mind, look at the, what do you notice about the stock market after about 2020, about when that red circle stops going forward from about 2001, Jimmy? Give me your insight. What do you notice?
Well, there are a lot of probably market corrections, right? A lot of crashing and then going back up and then crashing and then going back up. So it seems to be a pattern, but that would be my analysis of it.
Several different dramatic drops. Is it still that steep cliff face? Like, is it growing crazy? I mean, it kind of looks like for 20 years, it's kind of about been the same, right? I mean, I call this the boring 20. So we went from the roaring 20 to the boring 20. And it literally, you could go an entire 12 years from 2000 to 2013. So 13 years really with exactly zero gains. Wow. So the start point, see the chart there, how it starts at one price and it ended at another price? That is almost a decade and a half, 13 years with no gains. Wow. How does that feel, right?
Right.
And that's if you bought and sold right at those 2 points. Now let me explain this a little bit further. Now there's a third party out there, they're called Dalbar, and they say that over the last 30 years, so we're looking at a 30-year period from 1994 till today, real investor returns, not averages. Everyone says you can get an average of 10% in the stock market, Jimmy. But real investors who are buying and selling with dollar cost averaging and all that, the actual results of real investors is closer to 2.29% over 30 years.
Wow.
Okay, so why does that matter? First of all, what am I showing here? This is a blend of stocks and bonds, typically target date funds and index funds, the junk that most people have in their 401ks and IRAs and their wealth front accounts. It's all kind of like, we call it the mall investments, the amateur retail products you buy in your IRAs and 401ks. It's like buying your retirement at the mall. You're going to see underperformance. So over 30 years, the actual results are far less than what is advertised. And that's where I'm getting this 2.29%. Now, inflation over that same 30-year period, Jimmy, was 3.6%. Wow. So what am I saying? I'm saying that according to third-party research, and that's Dalbar, if folks want to look this up, it's their quantitative analysis of investor behavior report. It just says that you're not keeping up with inflation if you're just throwing money into a market fund and hoping. Now, this should shock us, because every bit of my training as a CFP was to tell everybody to throw their money in the stock market so they could beat inflation. To risk it. You have to risk it, sir. Have to risk it, ma'am, because you got to beat inflation, and the stock market is the only way. Now, I don't agree with that.
And the inflation of being 3.6%, I would be willing to bet a lot of people don't feel like that's actually been the case too.
Exactly.
It's gone up way more than that for our household
point.
Goods, bread, milk, eggs, gas, all of that stuff. So
college tuition has been double that. Medical expenses has been double that. Now, some people look at the bottom of this chart and think, oh, well, wow, look, you could get 26% if you were doing, a 1 year period. And that's true. I just spoke with a lady earlier today. She's like, Mark, I got 17% last year in the stock market. 17%. Good for her, right? My question was, how are you going to do this year? And what about the next 30 years? The results say clearly, if you're like the typical investor, unless you can tell me what the future holds, and not even money managers can do that, you're going to be ending up with a middle single-digit rate of return. And that's a taxable return, by the way. What we're looking at there is before taxes come out. So, okay, what's the next 20 years going to hold? I don't know. The next 20 years could it be the roaring, the boring, and then the pouring 20, right? As baby boomers retire, what are they going to do with all their stocks? They're going to have to sell them, right? To buy groceries at So what happens to stock prices, Jimmy, if everyone sells at the same time?
They all go down.
So I don't know what the future holds, but I can't imagine we're going to see another giant surge upward. And especially as millennials are a little less little more skeptical of the markets, Gen Z especially. So most people are living their financial life with what I call the financial instability pyramid here. They have a little bit of money in savings, little bit of money in their emergency fund, and then they have all this money tied up in their 401k or their house. What I would like to suggest is that we start putting most of our money into safe, liquid, and predictable cash, and put what we can afford to lose into the markets or real estate or business ventures or whatever else. So if inflation is at 40-year lows, you and I, Jimmy, we've never experienced in our lifetime anything other than rock bottom interest rates. And that's weird. For most of human history. There's a great book out there. I quote it a lot. It's called Debt, the First 5,000 Years. It's by a guy named David Graeber. The title it gives me goosebumps, to be honest. Because, what does that mean? The first 5,000 years? That shocks me. It terrifies me, because banking, what it says is banking is here to stay. And it's because of banking that we have inflation. Banking as we know it. I'll say it that way. So, okay, stocks are not exactly our answer. What about bonds? Are bonds a safe place to put our money? Well, no, not this James Bond here, but bonds go down when interest rates go up. So we've seen the bond market crash alongside stocks, and that's a very rare thing to see. But as interest rates go up, your bond in your portfolio looks pretty pathetic when you have your buddy who got his brand new bond at a higher interest rate. It's like your buddy gets the brand new Tesla and you have the old model. Nobody wants the old model when there's a new one out there. Again, what about housing? Could you buy a house? Will it outpace inflation? Well, the good news is mortgage level payments are nice. That's better than renting, I guess, if you kind of consider rents could go up. But one of the big problems with real estate with higher interest rates is that mortgages have gone up. We've seen a tripling in some cases of interest rates, at least doubling in most markets. And man, I just saw a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, for 12%.
Wow.
That's a big change from where it used to be, right? I don't know. What are you seeing as you look at like debt options and as you meet with your audience and your members and clients? Jimmy, what are you seeing in the world of interest rates these days?
Well, yeah, I mean, for me with buying business, so I bought a business last year, it was prime plus 2.5%. The prime rates have gone up so much. I think right now they're at 8.5%, when a few years ago they were much, much lower. So that's been a huge change, especially since small business loans a lot of times can be variable based off of the prime plus a percentage on top. So that's been difficult. Hopefully they'll come back down, but if they keep going up or they stay at the same level, it's kind of risky from a business standpoint.
Yeah. And how many businesses are going to fall? How many lives are going to be ruined because prime is going up?
Yeah.
That's just one example.
And if you took it out 4 years ago, whenever it was maybe 6% as the prime rate plus 2.5 or something less, I don't know what it was, but you were expecting 6 to 8% interest rate. Now it's at 11. That's a huge difference in the monthly payment if it's a variable loan.
Now, Jimmy, who sets prime? If you don't know, what do you think?
Is the Federal Reserve? I have no idea.
Yes. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Oh, wow. So there's that creature again. What does he keep doing showing up in our presentation? So let's keep going here. Now, let's talk about airplanes. All this inflation stuff is making me, angry. So let's talk about something more fun. Let's talk about flying. Now, I don't know, Jimmy, have you ever flown an airplane or been in a cockpit or gotten a chance to do that?
Never flown one.
Okay.
Never flown.
Just once or twice for me. It's been a couple of years now, but it was a lot of fun. Had a couple buddies who were pilots who handed me the controls. It was fun over Lake Michigan. Lots of fun, right? And they teach you that you're always flying your airplane in an environment. Okay, so if your environment around you is helpful, then your plane flies better. If it's a tornado, you're gonna have a hard time keeping that thing going. Now, what if you're trying to fly, I don't know, let's say you're flying from New York to Chicago because you heard they have way better pizza out in Chicago. All right, I hopefully made some friends and maybe some enemies with that one. Let's say you're flying from New York to Chicago and your little airplane can fly 100 miles an hour. 100 miles an hour is how much the engine can push you. However, Jimmy, your headwind is coming at you at 200 miles an hour. Are you going to make it to Chicago?
No.
In fact, you're going to be out in the Atlantic. So you might as well just land your plane. So this is called headwinds, right? Headwinds. Now work with me on this little analogy. What could you do? Well, you could land your plane and then wait for the wind to die down, right? That's called nil wind, apparently. And now you can go from New York to Chicago, 100 miles an hour, you'd be there by dinner, right? Now, most people think, most business owners think this is as good as it gets. Hey, I will avoid all this interest rate stuff, all these shenanigans with the banks, and I'll just pay cash for all my inventory in my e-commerce business. I'll follow the Dave Ramsey route and just pay cash for everything. There's no interest, no headwinds. I'm going to wait for my wind to die down. I'll be debt free, and then I can get on to my business. Most people think that's as good as it gets, but is that as good as it gets? I'll say no. What's better than nil wind? Tailwind. What if you had a 100 mile an hour engine and your wind behind you was pushing you at another 200 miles an hour? Now you'll be to Chicago by brunch time. That's the way to get to where you want to go. So be aware of the arrival syndrome. Thinking that you found the best thing you could find. That's a dangerous place to be. To think that you've got it all figured out. That's true in all areas of life, by the way. Spiritual, physical, marriage, all of it. Always stay humble. Say, is there something better? Could you move your airplane from a headwind to a tailwind? If you can be patient, the winds will change, and you can be filling your gas tank up in the meantime. Any thoughts, comments on that, Jimmy, before we keep going?
No, I love the analogy there. Obviously, it's so important to be able to, the better vehicles that you can utilize to push your business and your personal life, especially from a financial standpoint, forward is what you should be looking to do. And anybody that gets comfortable, I think the old adage in business is if you're not, moving forward, you're dying, right? If you're not growing, you're dying. That's very applicable, I think, here as well.
That's true. Yeah, some people want balance in life. Homeostasis is balance, but what is that? That's death, right? Homeostasis is just flatline. We
Right.
need to be growing. We need to always be getting better versions of ourselves. So when it comes to money, I started thinking for myself, what if I could have really what I actually wanted in life? So what if I could grow my money at a faster and faster rate every single year, no matter what, to keep up with inflation? What if I could keep my money liquid and available for me? Okay, so this is me thinking with a tailwind behind me. How could I be improving where I'm at, not just happy with where I was? I was the Dave Ramsey acolyte. I was his fanboy. But then I began to think, well, what if I could actually move beyond the nil wind and get something that I would really want? I wanted a higher and faster net worth each year. I wanted liquid access to money so I could take advantage of business opportunities. What if you could have a actual financial plan that was free, financially free? What if you could be financially free without taking a bunch of unnecessary risks? As a business owner, Jimmy, you and I, we take risk. That's kind of the whole point of being a business owner. But you don't need to take unnecessary risk. It's not necessary to ride your car on the edge of the cliff if you could drive it safely to where you're trying to go. And finally, what if you owned and controlled the financial outcome of your plan before you even started? Wouldn't that be cool? Like, hey, before you even get started this year, Jimmy, in your business, you know that you're going to hit X million dollars in revenue. Wouldn't that be cool? Like,
That
wow. You could like get out of bed January 1st, be like, I'm already a blank, 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 net worth, right? That would be so cool. So without cash, what are your options? If you don't have money, how are you going to handle business expenses and contingencies? What are your options? You could pull equity from your house if a banker will let you get it, put it on credit cards, take out a personal loan, sell all your inventory at a discount. How many of us have had to sell on eBay or Amazon or whatever at a deep discount because you're rushing to pay that credit card bill off, or that Amazon lending, or that payables account, or whatever? Or worse, maybe you have to pull from your retirement accounts as well and pay a bunch of penalties. So what about lines of credit? Where are we at today? Bank rates are going up. Jimmy, we talked about this already. Cap rates on rental properties are getting squeezed. Banks are also getting squeezed. You saw that last spring. And the debt is coming due on those banks, by the way, that sort of short-term 1-year loan that they got last spring when Silicon Valley and the rest of those guys went up. A lot of banks were in trouble and they all got a 1-year float, and now that's coming due. So we'll see if anything shows up in the headlines this year. And of course, lines of credit are not guaranteed, are they? They can be frozen. They can be termed out. They can be called. Have you don't have to name names, Jimmy, but do you know anybody who had their business suffer because their line of credit got called?
Not that I know of personally, but I don't really, have those discussions too much with the lines of credit side of things. I have seen, a lot of businesses suffer because of increases in the interest rates, but not a line of credit.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so I'm having one-on-one advisory calls with folks all the time, and I forget that that's not a normal thing for folks to talk about their money. Yeah, it's unbelievably common. Banks are they're it's just the Mark Twain quote, right? They're your best friend when you're making money, but as soon as interest rates go up or cash flow drops, they're like, give us that line of credit right now. We want to take that money. I had a guy one time, he had $1 million line of credit, $1 million with the bank. And 2008 hits and he's having trouble covering his bills. And so they term out his loan, meaning he had to come up with $1 million over 5 years to hand that bank. He was so angry. He said, I'm never walking in the door of a bank with hat in hand ever again. So we're going to show you how he solved that problem with the rest of our time we have here. So the question that I would want anyone listening to this and watching this to ask is, what do I want my money to do for me? Where you keep your money makes it do different things. That's just a light bulb moment, not exactly a genius statement, but how many of us stop and ask ourselves, what do you truly want your money doing for you? Like, think about that for a moment. A savings account is going to make it act different than a hedge fund or a brokerage account. So asking yourself that question will be extremely valuable. Here's a couple of ideas to get you thinking. What do you want your money doing for you? Just answer yes or no in your mind. You don't have to say this out loud necessarily, but one, where your money is today, is it safe? Could you lose money where it is today? Are there any guarantees that your money will grow every year? Are there penalties if you had to access your money for any reason? I'm looking at you, 401k. What about liquidity? Would you be able to get access to the money for any reason if you needed it? What about leverage? Could you create the most amount of wealth with the least amount of money using where your money is today? What about tax advantages? Could it grow tax deferred? Could you even get the whole thing out tax free? People stop me around this point, Jim, and you're like, Mark, are you talking about something illegal right now? I can assure you this is legal. So we're going to keep going here. What about privacy? What if you could keep this thing off of the books of creditors or people who tried to sue you or after you pass away even? What about using it as collateral or even passing it on to the next generation? Now, most people know about the financial tools that you see at the top of the screen here, the IRA, the brokerage account, the home, the CDs, annuities, real estate. And I've listed all those questions I just read to you, Jimmy, in this list here. And now I'm going to just show you the answers to the questions. Wow. Red equals bad, okay? So most people, most average Americans are putting their money in these things, and they typically answer different than what they, in other words, their actions do not align with their desires. Okay, so they want liquidity, but all their money is tied up in a 401k. Or they don't want penalties, but all their money's inside, a CD that's going to get penalized if they try to get it out again. So first of all, how does this chart feel when you look at it, man? What do you think about when you see it?
Yeah, it's just so scary for, I've had different one of these at different points in my life. Some of them I've actually closed out, but it's just crazy to look at it all on, one screen. You kind of never realize the negative implications of some of these things because you've just been taught this way. I mean, all of these things right. You're taught and even almost from grade school, right? As you're learning about, at least for me, as I see what my parents were doing as I was a kid, for their 401ks, or my grandparents and that kind of stuff. And even now it's interesting that even though times have changed, inflation has gone up, these are still the recommended things for the majority of people, the majority of information out there. Real estate, home, IRA, 401k, CDs and bank savings. I was back in St. Louis a week ago, and I had a family member talking about going to the bank because the CD rates were really high. But really high at 5%.
Right.
And it's just like it's such a different, a different time, but also crazy to see this.
Happy to see a 5% when we're used to 1%, but it's sort of like asking a tadpole to stay in the water after he's grown legs and he's a frog now, right?
Yeah.
We're living in a different world. And most people don't realize that CDs will swap out rates as soon as they mature. And most people don't realize that you're getting taxed on that 5% too. So after taxes, you're walking away with 3%, Wow. And it's locked up. It's locked up. Now, most people's answers look something like this, but they live their life in all that sea of red. And most people say, well, Mark, that's not possible. There's no way you could build something, a financial plan that did everything I wanted it to do. And I'd say, yes, you can. Yes. There are several hundred financial products out there, and you can combine them together for thousands, tens of thousands of different ways to build a portfolio. So what is it? What could you do? Now, okay, I got to stop for a quick second. As a certified financial planner, I am on the hunt for any financial tool that does what I want my clients' money to do for them. I don't care what you call my money or my clients' money. Like with me, my personal financial life, you can call the financial tool a wet sponge. I don't care what you call it, as long as it does what I want it to do for me. So when I say that, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because I discovered a tool called high cash value dividend paying whole life insurance. Now, maybe we should call it a wet sponge, but we call it the bank on yourself policy for short. Bank on yourself type whole life policies. Now, most people hear those words and they've got so many biases against whole life insurance that they run away. But want to just mention, this is different than the traditional whole life insurance that Dave Ramsey and Susie Orman like to yell about on their TV shows and radio shows. We're cutting the commissions dramatically. We're exponentially pouring more money into something called cash value. That's like the wealth inside your policy. And you're increasing your death benefit too. It's an increasing death benefit to keep up also with inflation. It creates an instant legacy. You're building up your cash value. You're growing cash value predictably and guaranteed every single year. You have access to the money. It's liquid and available to you for any reason. You can use it even as a tax-free stream of income in retirement if it's properly designed. And then this last one here, I'm going to just say it again, the borrowing of the policy piece. You can borrow against these policies like a bank, and the cash value will continue to grow as if you hadn't touched the money. So an uninterrupted compounding growth machine. You could have $100,000 of cash value in there, Jimmy. You could borrow $80,000 for inventory, and the policy would continue to compound on the full $100,000 as if you hadn't touched a dime of the money. Now, to me, that's a game-changing strategy. Any feedback on any of these up here that you see before we move on?
Yeah, it's just, it's really amazing what this tool can do for somebody. And not just from a business, right? I mean, a lot of people watching this channel are watching it from a business perspective, but there's so many ways to utilize it from a personal standpoint that it is something that I've always been shocked that it isn't more well known and it isn't talked about or taught about. And it's existed for, I don't know how long at this point, but for a long time. These things have been around. It's not like this is new, right? But the strategies of doing this the right way really makes a world of difference, as you can see just from the things on the screen.
Big time. Yeah. Well, so what about liquidity? You can borrow any time from the cash value for any reason. It will continue to earn interest and grow, and there are several benefits to these loans. So, for example, you can borrow 85 to 90% of the cash value, typically way below market rates. The cash value will continue to earn interest as if you've never borrowed against the money. And the loan interest will go to the general fund where it can be paid out as dividends to policyholders. That means you're getting the same dividends, a part of which is the interest you paid on the policy loan. Best way I can describe this is it's sort of like, Jimmy, if you and I bought a mortgage company together. Let's say you and I bought a mortgage company, and then let's say I needed to get a mortgage. Would I go anywhere else to get my mortgage, or wouldn't I come to our company to get the mortgage?
Come to our company.
Yeah. Now, I'm getting that mortgage. Would you expect me to pay on my mortgage? Or are you going to let me get it for free, or are you going to need me to pay, right? I hope.
Yeah, you need
be a greedy business partner, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, you need to pay.
Now, I'll pay our company, and then the interest that I paid our company, where does that go? To the owners, right?
Yeah.
That's you and me, right? It's the same with these policies. In essence, you are in essence an owner of the company that you're being charged interest, and thus you're being benefited as you receive a dividend, even when you borrow against the policy. Here's what it looks like visually. Here's a net worth of 0. Okay, so somebody, let's say, does not have a penny to his name, and he needs a car this afternoon. How's he going to go get that car this afternoon? He's got to get a car loan, right? So now he's below net 0. And then what happens? Well, the bank's going to start asking for money, and you got to climb your way out of that staircase of debt, right? And right there is where we call Dave Ramsey and scream, "I'm debt free!" Only to what? Have a 5-year-old car with French fries smelling up the back seat, and the kids are getting too big. So what do you do next? You have to get another car loan, right? And then you repay that one. And you just live in this rat race.
Right.
So what's the alternative? The Dave Ramsey way, right? You got to save money in a savings account, save. And then what do? We spend the money. Now, Jimmy, how much interest do you earn on money you spent yesterday?
Well, 0.
0, yeah. All right. So, and you can only earn interest slowly as you save up for the next car. So what do you notice? That kind of looks like the mirror image, doesn't it?
Well, and even with a car example, let's say you're buying a $40,000 car. At the end of 5 years, it's worth 15.
Yeah,
You paid
good
all
point.
of this, and it's worth less than what you even bought it for.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, cars are not exactly a great investment for sure.
Right.
So what if you had a system, a tool that would never break compound growth? That's the beauty of this tool. And when you access the money, it's like you're borrowing against your own policy, and you are technically, you're borrowing against this asset that's continuously compounding. That's what I mean when I say bank on yourself. And this is not just a highfalutin like, oh wow, bank on yourself, it's a great mindset. Sounds great, Mark. How does it actually look? How does it actually work? Let me show you a real life example, okay? Now, these numbers are going to be this one person's numbers. Everybody's numbers are different. So you could put a 0 at the end of these numbers, or you could take away a 0. These numbers are all proportional. So here's a guy who's 35. He's putting in 18 grand a year. That's $1,500 a month. And after 3 years, he's got $40,000 of cash value. That's pretty sweet, And he never borrows. See how all those zeros in the middle of the screen there, Jimmy? That's him not borrowing. He's just like a squirrel, socking that money away. Come all the way down to the bottom, and at age 70, he's got $1.2 million of cash value, and he's going to spend that as a stream of income throughout retirement. He happens to take out 60 grand a year, tax-free. Tax law says you can get policy loans against the cash value, and that's non-taxable. So that's a sweet deal for him. Just remember for a minute, Jimmy, that $1.26 million. Just kind of keep that number in your mind. Okay. All right. So now we'll borrow against the policy every 5 years. He'll take a loan. It's the same policy, but this scenario, he's taken loans against that policy and paying himself back. Now, just so you know, he's in control of this loan repayment. Nobody else is forcing him to do any of this, but he decides over 5 years to pay it off. And by the way, if you did the math here, I won't slow us down too much, but if you did the math here, the annual percentage rate is about 2% to borrow that money, 2% per year. Is that a good deal these days?
Yeah.
And notice too, the one thing that's kind of interesting, and I didn't mention this earlier, is the premium. How does that do? Does it get any more expensive, Jimmy, or is it same price all the way down, right?
Same price.
Is there anything else in the universe, financial universe, that won't go up in price over 50 years?
No.
Yeah. Everything else is impacted by inflation. This is a contract, and they are contractually telling you, the insurance company is saying, we will not mess with your premium. It's the one thing in my budget that has not been impacted by inflation. That's kind of cool. Yeah. All right, so come all the way down to the bottom. He borrows and buys 6 cars or whatever he does here. Buys, maybe it's rental properties, maybe it's businesses. Jimmy, where have I seen that yellow number before?
Same one.
Same one, right?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. He bought all these vehicles or whatever. He sent his kid to college or whatever else he wanted to use with this money, and he still had uninterrupted compound growth as if he never borrowed the money out in the first place.
Wow.
Show me anything else that can do that.
Right.
Any thoughts, feedback, ideas here?
Well, yeah, and how much is it? 18,000 times 35, since that's how many years he was paying.
It's about half of that, right? I guess it'd probably be about 600 something. Let me do the quick calculator here. So 18 times 35 is, oh, wait a minute, 280,000, 300. Wow.
Really?
So
wow.
yeah, 18,000. Let me do it again, times 35. No, I was right. $630,000.
Okay.
I was doing it too fast with my fat sausage fingers here. Yeah, 630,000 is what went in. So not only did he double his money, but it was all liquid all along the way.
Wow.
And it's all tax-free when he pulls it out.
Mm-hmm.
What would you need to have in a 401k to equal 1.2 tax-free? Let me do that math really quick. 1.2 million times, say you're in a, depending on your tax bracket, it might need to be more like 1.6 million in a taxable 401k or IRA, because a lot of that 401k money is going to the government.
Wow.
Any other thoughts on what we're seeing here?
No, I mean, it's just amazing that you can still come up with the same numbers as long as you're paying off, that loan. And I know you said it, but because it's set up as 5 years, I mean, you could technically take 10 years to pay it off, or 2 years,
Yep.
whatever your decision point was, and
Mhm.
depending on the policy. But that's really cool.
Now, for those that are wondering, well, wait a minute, what about me? You don't have to necessarily be the healthiest person or even the youngest person to get one of these policies. You don't have to be the insured at all. You could be the owner of a policy and insure your business partner or your spouse or your children or grandchildren. And if you're not sure you could even fund the policy, if 18 grand a year seemed like a dream, that's okay too. That's what we do at our firm at Lake Growth Financial Services. Myself and my colleagues will look at your situation and have a one-on-one consult with you to really figure out if this is even the right fit for you or not. It does take some saving, but we can get creative. I had somebody who wasn't sure she could do anything, and we sat down and had a one-on-one meeting with her as a financial analysis, which we're offering your audience and members, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked at her. She had a tax refund that she was sending to Best Buy every year. And, she had a few other bits and bobbles in her savings accounts and an old IRA that she didn't want to use anymore. So we coupled all that together, put it into a policy, borrowed against it instantly, and wiped out most of her credit card debt.
Wow.
When that happened, it freed up over $1,100 a month that she's now saving for herself, not going to just go out to the credit cards. So sometimes small hinges can swing big doors.
Absolutely, yeah.
What are the downsides? Mark, you've been talking up this thing. What are the catches? There's no free lunch except the cheese on the end of the mousetrap. So what are the catches on this thing? Well, obviously we're not going to get giant rates of return. It's whole life insurance, right? There are insurance costs in the first 2 or 3 years. We cut those down as much as we can. You saw it on that chart. There was he put in 18 grand. I think his cash value was like 11,000 something in the first year. So you lost some money due to cost of insurance. So don't do this for a 1 year proposition. This is meant to be a long-term financial plan or financial strategy. You also must be able to live within your means at some level. You got to be able to save. You also have to be okay with the fear of missing out when the next bubble starts to blow up, the next .com boom or Bitcoin craze or whatever else. The biggest risk, on the other hand, is the wrong advisor. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube, be aware there are probably 1,000 other channels out there talking about things like this. And I've seen thousands of people who say, oh yeah, Mark, I got one of those. I got a little bank on yourself type policy. Sure. But unfortunately, most insurance agents or financial professionals just don't know what they don't know. And it can hurt you as a result. There might be unnecessary fees. It might grow too slowly. There might be market risk or unnecessary risks. You might be penalized when you borrow from the policy. It could be a tax nightmare. I've seen all of these. So if there's one thing I can say toward the end of this video is make sure you're working with a bank on yourself professional. If you work with a bank on yourself professional, they will do all the heavy lifting to make sure you are in control of your own money. All right, so I'm going to skip most of this. There's no red tape when you access the money. Here's a picture of what this might look like for a guy named Dan. He was a investor, like your typical investor in the early 2000s. He was putting money in the tech bubble, crash. He was putting money in the stock market housing bubble, crash. And as you can see, he was part of that lost decade, right? The boring 20 I mentioned earlier. Now, talk about inflation. This is what happened to his net worth after he started Bank on Yourself in 2009, and it's continued to climb ever since. So let's get ready for the fight. This is my last, slide, Jimmy, just so you know. You can see what your real answers are to combat inflation. If you're ready to move the ball forward and help you take control of your financial future, regardless of what the Federal Reserve does, regardless of what politics or the stock market does, you are here probably, and you've watched to the end probably because you care enough about your own finances that you want to do something about it. Don't just take information in. you have to act on it too. Otherwise, I get stuck in the tar sands of analysis paralysis. So reach out to us, go to legendsinbanking.com. That's legends, plural, legendsinbanking.com. And this could be the first day of the rest of your life, and making sure, much like that picture I showed of Dan, that your financial life can be a march upward and onward for the rest of your life, regardless of what the market does, regardless of business conditions. Jimmy's here to help serve you, and I'm here along for the ride with Jimmy as a colleague and as someone serving your community, Jimmy. So that's my final pitch to the folks watching. I hope you guys reach out. That's legendsinbanking.com. Jimmy, thank you again. Any feedback or comments here?
Mark, this was great. I do want to kind of give my own experience too. I mean,
Yeah,
I've been
please.
doing this, I think 4 or 5 years at this point. I've gotten different family members doing the same thing as well. And for me personally, I've used the policy to help me purchase a business. I've purchased a truck and paid myself back. I've used it for wedding expenses, all kinds of things that I've been able to use and be able to pay back to myself and see it grow at the same rate. The
Wow.
only reason that this is getting, brought to the YouTube audience and to, the Legends community is because it's worked for me, and I've seen it work for a lot of other people that have done this the right way. However, I used to sell insurance before I did Amazon. People may or may not know that on YouTube, and it used to be life insurance. And I know for a fact that these concepts aren't taught to regular agents out there, right? Because I used to be one. I used to sell different types of policies: universal, variable universal life, term policies. And it's just, this concept is not widely known. So you have to make sure that you do go to the right person. You can't just go down the street to your local insurance agent. You do need to work with Bank on Yourself professionals, work with Mark specifically. And you can get a free analysis and a consultation at legendsinbanking.com. And we do that because every situation is different. So for anybody watching this on YouTube that has questions, feel free. You can post questions in the comments. However, just know that because things are so individualized, it may be best if you signed up for the 15-minute consult, met with one of the advisors, and got an actual person to help you with the situation. Because if somebody asks me on YouTube, hey, what about this? I may not be able to give you an answer, and Mark may not be able to see it either. And so I'll probably just direct people to that website so that we can actually get your answers or your questions answered properly. So it's been very powerful for me. I know, Mark, that my parents, are reaching out to you as well, and they've been looking at these things for a long time, and some stuff have stopped them, but I've been pushing them to do it, and so they're excited to talk with you or someone on the team.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
so,
I consider it, anytime a family member gets connected, it's a huge honor and a compliment. I truly see that as a sign of trust and respect too. So, and Jimmy, you're a great guy and a great man, and I know you're doing a great job with the people that are in your domain that you're serving. And I just want to see, what if just 10% of America did something like this with their financial life? Like, just feel like, imagine what that would do to the Federal Reserve, to the credit card industry, to the auto loan industry, to the student loan industry. Just 1 in 10 of us, if we could build this into our overall, project as an American society, what could possibly go well if we brought banking back down to the you and me level? Husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, siblings, how many relationships could be saved? So it gives me goosebumps, and I'm glad to be on the journey with you and your family.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. The other thing too that a lot of people, they hate about insurance, but is an important piece, is that you do get life insurance too. So if the unexpected happens, and that you have coverage for your family. And for me, that's very important. But there's all these extra benefits if done properly with a Bank on Yourself type policy. And so that's just, that's why this is such an important thing. So Mark, thank you so much for being on here. I'm excited to hear, hopefully, some stories of people that are coming to you and they see all of these changes in their lives, as I've heard from prior people that have already done so. So I'm really excited to see that. And if anybody has questions, post them below, or what's better is to go to legendsinbanking.com, and Mark or a member of his team will be able to reach out and set up a time with you. Thank you so much, Mark, and looking forward to talking to you again soon.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me on.
Hey, thank you so much for checking out this webinar with Mark Willis for the last hour on how you can change your financial future through a bank on yourself policy and by working with Mark. Now, as we mentioned towards the end of the video, there's actually the best place for you to go to ask questions is at legendsinbanking.com. Now there you can set up a consultation with Mark or a member of his team where they will go through your exact scenario and help design the best financial future for you to make the best decisions possible. Now, if for whatever reason the situation doesn't work out, they will still give you good strategies because, again, Mark and his team, he is a certified financial planner and he can help with multiple different things depending on what your needs are. So again, legendsinbanking.com is where you can find that information. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to post them below. I may respond with go to the website, but I love hearing your thoughts on the channel. So please post them below and I'll be sure to respond to as many as I can. But I hope this video helps you and blesses you and sets you on the right track for your financial future, your business future, your family's future. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day and a blessed rest of your week. Thanks for sticking with me through this massive training. I hope that you found these lessons valuable and that they help you take your Amazon business to the next level. If you haven't yet, make sure to grab your free 30-day training at askjimmysmith.com/free training. And if you're serious about scaling your business, check out my advanced community called Business Building Legends at askjimmysmith.com/legends. Now keep taking action and I'll see you in the next video.